Okay, thank you all for coming. Welcome to the Market Esoterica seminar. We are filming this event, so if you were thinking about taping it with a tape recorder or something, you don't really have to. We're going to mail DVDs out to everybody afterwards. Yeah, so no need to do that. If you don't have a workbook, make sure to get one out front. That's got a copy of all the slides that I'm going to go through, so you can take notes right on top of it. There should be a CD in there also that's got some software for you. Bathrooms are around the corner if you haven't found them yet. Drinks are in the back. If you do come in and out, please come out through the back door so we don't disturb anybody. There's a lot of people here actually from out of the country, and I'd like to thank you all for coming. I know it's a long trip. We've got somebody from Russia, we've got some Australians, we've got a Canadian, somebody from England, so it's a pretty diverse group. If you have any questions when I'm talking, just feel free to shout it out. I kind of mean for this to be more interactive than me just standing up here and lecturing. Hopefully you've all read the book, so you have some idea of what I'm going to go over. Really the main point is to touch on the harder things that may not have been so clear. So I'm going to shoot through the first stuff pretty quickly so we can spend more time on the end where it gets a little trickier. Yeah, that's the plan. Yeah, if you have any questions, just shout them out. What else? I guess that's about it for administrative stuff. Does anybody have any questions before I start about anything? How it's all going to work? Nope. Okay.
I just have one quick question.
Sure.
I noticed a lot of the material was geared toward the entries, which are fine. And the entries are very good in that you present, but I was wondering about how you apply the material once you're in the trade to maximize a winning position or
Okay.
minimize a losing one also.
Okay, well, a lot of this stuff can be used to get you out as well as get you in, especially the geometry, like some of the ellipses and the flower of life. You can use those for profit targets as well. And then just standard stops and trailing stops. At the end, I think if I have time, I'll go over some trading examples and you can see what I did. Yeah, we'll save that one. Anything else? Okay, so the first section is on magic numbers in the market. Basically, time is measured using planetary cycles, which we've done for all of recorded history. If you think about it, a lot of people are surprised when you start talking about astrology. They don't think that it's used commonly, but really, if you look at our calendar systems, 1 year is 360-degree motion of the sun, 1 month is 360 degrees of the moon, and then 1 day is 360 degrees rotation of the Earth on its axis. So if we start measuring time in these kinds of ways compared to our standard calendar days, we can get much better results. And since the ancients were the ones that set this whole system up, the first place that we can look for cycles is in the Bible and places like that. So I'll check out three different Bible clues, and we'll see a look at how those work in the market. The first Bible clue is lucky number 7, or if you divide 1 by 7, you get 0.142857, 142857, and this repeats. And this is kind of an interesting number. 14 is 7 times 2, 28, 7 times 4, 57. Actually, 56, and then plus 1. So these are all 7s also, and it repeats forever. 7's the number of the moon. So what we're going to look at is counting out 142857 degrees of the moon. And with decimals in this kind of work, you can shift the decimal around. So we don't have to count, 14, 28, 57. We can move it 1 degree over and get, 1428, 5.7. And if you wanted shorter cycles, you could move the decimal 1 more place over. So on daily charts, the ideal cycle is 1428, 5.7. And this is all close. A lot of the times the cycles hit right in the middle of a bar somewhere, so these are going to be slightly off. But if you take a look at Microsoft, measuring from this high here, 14,354 degrees, gives us this little low right here on the arrow. I'm just going over the major ones, but you can actually go from all these little ones too. Here's a low, measure out, we get this low here. Go from this high, measure out, we get this high here. From this low, we get this low. And you can see that each cycle has a corresponding turn later in the chart. Yeah.
Okay, when you're measuring out, you're using that time and price on your Wave 59 count?
The question was, when I'm measuring out, what tool am I using? In Wave 59, I'm using the bar counter. which is just there on the right-hand toolbar. It's usually meant for counting days, but you can set it up to count degrees of movement of the moon or the sun or the earth or anything. So yeah, bar counter. Here's the next chart, Microsoft again. Moving from this low, we count 1428, 3.5 and get this low here. All these lows worked, but I didn't want to put them in because it cluttered the chart. So here's one, 1428.5, gives you this high. Here's a little one, gives you this low. And it's pretty simple. You just take an important swing high or swing low, count ahead your number of degrees, and then you should get a future turning point. Yeah.
On this technique you use, how do you determine if a high or a low is important, significant, should be used, or if it should be ignored? If it's like the highest of, like, let's say 3 consecutive highs or something like that, how do you make that determination?
The question was, how do you determine whether a high or a low is significant for use with this tool? The way I do it is I pull up like a 5-year chart like this, and I pick out the big turns. I mean, it's kind of eyeballing it. So like, here's a big one, here's a big one. Something like this is really too small. It's got to stand out in relation to the other ones. And what we're doing here is we're looking at resonance through time on the market, and resonance starts at a specific date, and if your date has a lot of power that you start on, the future turn is also going to have a lot of power. So if it's a major top like this, it'll come out here as an important top also, or top or bottom. But if you're looking at something small like this little one or this little one, it'll just get washed out in the mess. You might get like a 2-day high or a 2-day low, but it's not going to be tradable. So you want to stick to tops and bottoms that have a lot of power and that really stand out.
If to not use a high, it would like the one that you said in the middle there.
This one? This one.
Yeah. The reason why you wouldn't use that one is because it's between 2 other highs that were higher.
Right. See, compared to this, right. If you wanted to come up with a mechanical way, you could say you'd want the extreme on like a 4% drop or something like that. You could come up with some kind of mechanical trigger. And if you've got wave 59, you could just use the GAN swings or the wave tracker to find the points mechanically. If you want the computer to find them for you. Yeah.
How do you decide in real time which planet to use to count the degrees?
The question was, in real time, how do you decide which planet to use to calculate the degrees? This is more of an end-of-day system, and the cycles are all static. So once you find the cycle, going back over history, I found the cycle a lot, so I know this is it. It's not going to change. It's going to be 142857, and it's going to be the moon. It's not going to be Mars or some other planet. Different planets do have different cycles, and so if you were looking at an intraday cycle, you'd probably be looking at something like the ascendant, or maybe the moon if you were on a 30 or 60-minute chart. And you have.
I didn't mean short time frames, just when you're at the right end of the chart. So you go back historically and then try all the different planets and see which ones seem to have show resonance, and then take that one.
Yeah, basically. So like, you go over the last 100 years of the Dow and you see, and I mean, did it show resonance or not? It should be pretty clear after looking at 100 years. And then once you know what the cycle is, then if we're here right now, we project from one of these bottoms and we get a turning point out here in the future somewhere. And you just put it on your chart and you say, okay, here's my date. I'm looking for this date. And then you'd watch, and as you came to it, yeah.
Is there any way to tell, should we say, in other words, a high will give you a high, or it's indiscriminate?
Sometimes the patterns will lock in for a while. So a high will give a high, and then the next low will give a low, and the next high will give a high. But somewhere in there it'll switch. You can't really tell until you're there. So you'll have a date out here somewhere, and you really just have to watch how the market reacts going into it. If you're dropping into it, it's going to be low. If you're rallying into it, it's going to be high. It'll just be a turning point of some kind. Some of the other tools, when used in conjunction, can give you a better idea of what it's going to be. But this itself, it's just a turn.
Are you counting only trading days, or including weekends and holidays?
This includes weekends because it's planetary cycles. So it's this many degrees of the moon, and the moon works constantly. So yeah, think of it like calendar days. The moon doesn't stop. Yeah.
Erik, when you're working out the degrees, how much tolerance do you give to that number there? But I see that it could be a couple degrees shorter and a couple degrees longer.
Yeah.
Is there a rule of thumb for that, or not really?
Well, these cycles are longer-term cycles, I mean, if you look at the moon cycles, it looks like it's almost 3 years. So it's not going to be to the day. It's going to give you a window. And depending on which one you're watching, you're going to have a different tolerance. The moon is going to be, you know, give or take a week, maybe 2 weeks maximum. So what it'll give you is it'll give you a zone where something should happen, and you're going to need to use some of the other tools to actually fine-tune it down to the day, which comes later. But this will give you just the kind of general setup. This is all general setup right here. So you'll say, okay, sometime in March, it looks like we're going to have a high. It should be big. And then you can fine-tune it using geometry, things like that.
Would you say then that this is more of a reference for us to gain a view that harmonics do exactly exist in a particular market, and once we ascertain what it is, we will be able to define it more clearly using other tools later?
That's right. It's more like a setup tool. So it's kind of like the overview. If you're trading a daily chart and you're coming up here, you're like, okay, I'm looking for this turn in this area. That's the grand picture, and then you go down to a smaller level and pick the top out.
I noticed that you've not marked all the tops or all the bottoms. So basically, if you do the work, does it come out?
Yeah, I haven't marked all the tops and bottoms because it would just be a huge mess. And
It does come out.
it does come out. You'll see that more often than not. Some of them will get washed out, especially the smaller ones. Like this one here might have got washed out. This one maybe. The bigger ones generally don't. But yeah, if you go through your charts, which you should if you're going to use this, do every single swing and see what you get, and it should work. The second Bible clue is 666, the mark of the beast, and the beast is Mars. So what we're going to be looking at is 666 degrees of Mars. It works the same way, so we're going to take an important high or an important low, count out 666 degrees using the bar counter, and we'll get from this high here, we'll get this high here. From this low, we got this. From this high, we got this low. It works basically the same way. It's just a different cycle using a different planet. Different planets have different numbers that they work with. So, yeah.
Now, when you say 666 days, degrees, that means 8 days?
These are degrees of Mars. So Mars right here. Mars is at 0, and every day Mars is going to move some amount, a little bit, a little bit, a little bit, and you're going to add it up. And when it gets to 666, then the bell rings and you get a top or a bottom. Yeah.
All these figures for these planetary projections are degrees of the movement of the planet, correct?
That's right.
Not days, but degrees of the planet.
Yeah, these are geocentric degrees of movement of the planet. So each planet has a different rate of movement. Mars is slower than the moon, so it's going to have a different number. Mars moves almost 1 degree in a day. So
You count retrogradation too?
he asked if I count retrogradation. It's the total movement from this point to this point. So if you go it's the distance traveled. So retrograde counts. Coming back counts. It's going to count everything. Just whatever it moves. It's like the absolute value of the movement. So a degree, 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 and you start going back. This is still movement, and this is still movement. And the tool in Wave 59 keeps track of that, so you don't have to worry about it. But if you're doing it by hand, you could just check every day. You're going to take the absolute value of whatever the motion is for that day, add that onto your total, and then just keep a running count. And then you just got to watch when your numbers hit.
If you look at this on Helio?
He asked if I look at this on Helio. There are Helio cycles also. They're going to be different numbers. The geocentric stuff just seems to work better with this technique. I don't know why. But yeah. Here's a Microsoft chart again with Mars. Went off of our low here, 666 degrees to here. And here's how you do it in the future. You take this high, you say, okay, here's a high, I'm counting out 666 degrees. And here's our target date, April 28, 2006. So when we come in here to trade, when we start getting close, it's just time to pay attention for a turning point one way or the other. And you use the other tools to fine tune it down. But it gives you an idea of when it should happen. And different cycles are more accurate. The Mars cycle is a little more accurate than the Moon cycle. As the cycles get shorter, they get more accurate. So longer-term cycles are like longer-term picture, and the shorter-term cycles are more fine-tuned, small turns. So when we start getting into like a Uranus cycle, the tolerance window goes much down compared to these longer-term ones. The third Bible clue is Jupiter. You see in the Bible 144 a lot. And this is the number that corresponds with Jupiter. Basically, it's the same thing. We take a high or a low. We count out 144 degrees movement of Jupiter, and we'll get a top or a bottom from this top. 144 gives us this little bottom from this bottom. gives us this bottom from this top to here, and you just keep going. You'd count from here, count from here. You wouldn't count from any of this stuff because it's all too small. Remember, you want the big moves. The bigger the turning point that you start with, the better chance that you're going to have that something's going to show up out here. All the turning points really do have some kind of will show up, but the smaller ones, it'll just get washed out by the trend. So let's say you went off of something really tiny, you might get this little bump here. And that's just not really tradable. So stay away from going off of little things like this. Just stick with the bigger trend. Yeah.
Can you say like what percentage of movement that a turning point had as far as whether to include it or not? Let's say if a market increased or decreased from that turning point by X amount of percentage, would that be a good way of nailing it down?
You could use that to determine whether a turning point was valid or not. So if the question was, how do you determine if the turning point is really, if it's big enough? So if you had a huge drop from here, does that count compared to a small drop? One way to filter out turning points is you could say, okay, if you went down X percent, and it would depend on when your market, but if you went down 4% from that point, say.
So do you think 4% is a good number for or more?
I'm just coming up with 4. The way I do it is just eyeball it. I mean, that one's standing out to me. I mean, if you look at the chart, this is obviously a turning point right here. I mean, you don't need any kind of mathematics to tell you. And here's one too. You just got to eyeball them. That's really the best way. Yeah.
If you were using a pivot type analysis and you were looking, let's say, at the bottom over here between 02 and 03,
Yes.
you would not know that that was the lowest low until we came back up and took out the previous pivot. Therefore, using the swing tool, as you had mentioned,
Right.
would allow you to say, okay, we have an important low here
Right.
up to this point. So your analysis would not be able to make at real time, but would be made in retrospect as being now we're moving towards an important high.
Right. And it's okay because if you look at this cycle, it's like 3 years long. So you have 3 years past this point to say, okay, yeah, this is it. So you do have a lot of setup time before you have to worry about even placing the cycle.
You're ringing.
What's that?
You're ringing.
Yeah, he's working on it. I know. Okay, here's a couple more. Yeah.
What's the rationale behind assigning Jupiter to 144?
The rationale behind assigning Jupiter to 144, it's just the one that worked. The numbers will show up, and a lot of times if you read the passage of the Bible, you can kind of get an idea who they're talking about. Jupiter, it's just the one. You got to just test them all out, really.
This is personal experience then that you're sharing with us here?
This is all personal experience. It's like I know that 140. If you read in the Bible, 144 shows up a lot, so you know there's something about 144. And given this technique, okay, so there's a 144 cycle somewhere. I just have to find it. So you just test everything out. And if you go over enough data, it becomes pretty clear which is the stable 144 cycle.
You're seeing a correlation between Jupiter's movement, and so now you're assigning 144 to it.
Right. I knew 144. I just didn't know the planet. So I had to figure the planet out. And then going through research is where you just time all together.
Actually, it makes a lot of sense that the cycle of Jupiter is 12 years. So 12 is
Yeah.
12 times 12. Yeah. Right. Yeah, the numbers themselves should relate. Like we were talking about the moon. Moon in numerology is the number 7. 7 goes with the moon. And so if you're looking at the number 1 divided by 7, you would instantly think, okay, this is a strong 7. I might look at the moon here. The same thing with Jupiter. Mars 666, I mean, it's the beast, and Mars in traditional astrology is not a good planet. So you can think, okay, Mars probably.
But numerologically, it adds up. So 6 3 is 18, which is 9.
And 9 is the planet of Mars. So yeah, that's the other way. Yeah.
Erik, is there any way to project on the projected or forecasted high or low, whether that's going to be a decayed amplitude? I see a lot of both the examples are smaller move, or whether it be an accelerator or an amplified amplitude.
Okay.
Or is it strictly just the timing of forecast?
The question was, how do you tell if it's going to be a big move or a small move based on your forecast? What you have to remember is all of this stuff is happening together. It's not just one cycle. So what we're going to get into a little later is adding cycles. So if you have one cycle hitting and another cycle hitting and another cycle hitting, it's going to be big. And if it's just one cycle, it can kind of get washed out through the trend. And you'll see that a lot. Like if it's just one cycle floating all by itself, it'll be some little blip and then it'll get washed out. So yeah, you want to look for clusters. Yeah.
How many days per degree for Jupiter?
Days per degree for Jupiter, let's see. 1 year, 2 year, 3. It goes 144 in 3 years, so it's slower. I don't know off the top of my head. Yeah.
It seems to be low to high as opposed to low to low.
Let's see, low to high. Well, these two kind of went together. This is a high to a low. Sometimes with certain cycles, this is a low to a high. Okay, yeah, this is a good example, high to low. You will, in some cycles, for years, you'll get cycles locking into a particular pattern. Like right in here, it's flipping. So you'll go to high to a low, low to a high. And if you see that happening, it's good to track to see what's happening, because once it locks into this, it can stay there for a while, and it gives you a little extra edge. You know which way to expect it to go. So if you project it out here from a high, you're like, okay, I'm looking for a low in here because it's going off of a high, and based on the pattern. Yeah, that's definitely something to watch. Did I go over that chart? Okay. Yeah, so start at a high here. We come out here. We get this top. These two actually were close enough together where they both hit the same. That's kind of rare. Go from this high to get to this low. From this high to this low. From this low to this little high. The mechanics of it is pretty simple. The hard part is figuring out what your cycles are and which planet it goes with. The next cycle that we're going to look at is the 10-degree cycle of Uranus. And this is a much shorter term cycle. You can see it's almost a year long. So the tolerance window is going to be much shorter. So if you're looking for shorter term timing, you're not going to get 2 weeks either side. This is going to be much narrower. And you can also go from smaller moves, so you're not going to have to wait for the huge top or the huge bottom. It's just got to be significant within the time frame that you're looking at. So if I shorten the chart down, different highs and lows are going to become significant, and I can use this on those. So here's 10 degrees from this bottom, gives us this bottom. 10 degrees from this top gives us this top. From this bottom gives us this bottom. Here's where it flipped. 10 degrees from a top gives us a bottom. Here's a bottom to bottom, top to top.
And you're using the bar counter for all this on wave 59.
All of this is done with the bar counter in wave 59.
Do you have to set up the bar counter to each planet, or you just
Yeah.
basically tag on and
Well, what you do is you'll drag the bar counter, and it'll say what planet do you want to track, and you get to pick. You say I want Jupiter or Mars or the Moon, or whichever one you want. And what you should probably do is color code them so you know which is which. If you're putting a bunch on together, which is what you're going to do.
If we had tabs on there, then we could set it up as a series of defaults.
Yeah, I could do that.
And make sure we have it set up to include weekends and holidays.
It does include weekends and holidays. Yeah, don't worry. You can take the bar counter on a trading day chart, and it's going to still count the right number. So you don't have to have it on a calendar day chart to get the right count. It's not going to skip anything.
Would you say that, I realize that you're showing us Microsoft and the Dow and IBM because it's representative of what you're trying to get across to us.
Right.
But would you say that we could take this 10-degree move and apply it equally well to the Dow at any given time, even though IBM is a component of the 30s?
Each cycle is like a fingerprint for a particular market. So certain markets are going to have certain resonant cycles, and other markets are going to have other resonant cycles, and it's really all geared towards how that market is built. Each market's got a different natal date. Each market just works a little bit differently. So certain cycles will appear in certain markets and will be much weaker in other markets. And if you're trading something that I'm not showing here, if you're trading soybeans or wheat or something, you need to go and check and make sure that the planet that you're looking at is really doing what it's supposed to be doing.
And will you be able to give us an example of something like that, where you take a chart that you haven't done in a PowerPoint slide and say, let's take something we haven't done here and establish what we would use?
Well, IBM is one that I actually hadn't done, and the way that I figured it out, unfortunately, is you just have to go over it. You just have to go over a bunch of history and find it. These are stable cycles, so once you know that the Uranus cycle is working, then it's going to stay working in that market. But there's really no easy way to do it besides just trial and error, going through your history and see what works.
But you can give us some kind of primer to make sure that we're proceeding with the correct methodology.
Yeah, the way that you do it is you just take all the important highs and lows, you mark them all off, and then you just take 10 degrees from every single one and say, okay, how many of those hit?
If it doesn't work, you go, no.
And it's going to be obvious if it doesn't work. It's going to be really obvious, so don't worry. Yeah.
The cycle will continue even if the market goes into, let's say, a very strong up or down trend, correct?
The cycle will continue. It's going to be there, but a strong trend can wash a cycle out. That's why. So let's say we're in a strong trend here. This bottom or top wouldn't have been as big in a strong trend. It could just get kind of squashed out. There's actually a chart of that in the book, I remember, about how a strong trend kind of washed a cycle out. And the way you get over that is you just look for a bunch of cycles coming together. A market's not going to be able to wash out multiple cycles hitting at once because that's going to change the trend. But if you have one cycle kind of floating off by itself,
Watch out for other cycles and other planets.
you want to track a couple of them, yeah, and look for clusters. Yeah.
Earik, I've done a bit of experimentation with this Uranus cycle, and I've concluded also 15 degrees is very important as well.
Uh,
And
fif-
I've been using that as well.
Right. Yeah, there's actually the next chart, I think. Yeah, this is where the 15 comes from. All these red ones here are half cycles of the 10. So we have a regular 10-degree cycle marking off this is high to high, high to high, high to high. And then these are the little half cycles that get the little moves in between. So this is a 5 from low to low, a 5 from low to low, a 5 from low to low. So if you do find an important cycle like a 10, you also should check multiples of it. Check the half, and then 15 is just 10 plus 5. So it's really the same cycle. You're just stacking up as a half and a whole. So you really, I guess what you could argue is that 5 is the core cycle, and you're getting a bunch of them linked together. Markets like to turn on certain ones, but the halfway point to all these cycles tends to be good. So that's definitely something to watch. Yeah.
When you're making your calculations, what's the tolerance as far as being as close to these numbers, and what's the window period as far as bars?
The tolerance as far as the numbers goes, you want to get the number exact on your bar counter. You don't want to mess it up. Sometimes the number will happen intra-bar, and so on the moon you saw that a lot. You're never going to get 14285.7. It's going to be like 14286 or 1428 something. That's because the moon moves fast. But get it as close to here as you can, and really you can put this bar counter up and let it sit. You put it here, and the market comes to it, and then you just have to watch around the window that you target. And the window.
But when the market has progressed beyond a certain point, when do you know that particular point is not likely to have any influence any longer?
It depends on each cycle. If it's the moon cycle, you want to give it a week on either side, a little bit more. If it's a Uranus cycle, it should be 5 days. You would only take a trade on this if you had other things confirming you anyway. So if nothing sets up, there's nothing going on. You just pass on that one. The best trades are going to set up with multiple tools. So you never have to force a trade. It's going to be perfect almost. You get geometry, you'll get some kind of progression, you get a cycle. It's all going to line up nice and neat, and then you get in. So it should be obvious when a good one's setting up. If you just have one tool floating out there and there's nothing, then you really don't want a piece of that. You only want to be in there when the odds are in your favor anyway, and that means everything kind of stacking together. So if it just goes past you and it doesn't turn and there's nothing else setting it up, you just let it go. Okay, so here's a summary of what we've done. 14285.7 degrees of the moon, that was our moon cycle. 666 degrees of Mars, 144 degrees of Jupiter, 10 degrees of Uranus, and 5 degrees of Uranus, and these kind of go together. There are more cycles than this. These are just the ones that I found and that I watch on the stuff that I'm interested in. If you're trading different markets, you basically know that the cycles are there. You know how to find them. It's some planetary number. If you spend enough time on your charts, you should be able to find all the big ones in your market. It's just a matter of going over your data. 2 cycles are better than 1. So this is how you tell if there's going to be a big cluster. Yeah.
Have you tried some of the other planets, Mercury, Venus?
I've tried all the planets, and and they all have their own cycles. Venus has a cycle, Mars has a cycle, Mercury has a cycle. Depending on which market you're looking at, different planets are going to be stronger or weaker. And I think it really has to go back to the natal chart of that market. If Mercury is a really strong planet in that chart, you're probably going to get Mercury cycles. If it's not, then they're probably going to be weak. You just got to test your markets. Yeah.
So then you would say, as the primer, to start this off with, you need the natal chart to establish what to look at, and then that would give you a clue on which planets to start running the degrees on in order to see if it works.
Yeah, if you do have the natal chart, that's a good place to start. If you really want to be thorough, you should just check all the cycles. I mean, it doesn't take that long, really. You can do it in a weekend on one market. I can do it in a weekend in one market, and you just just try them out. And if a cycle doesn't work in like a 2-year period, then you don't have to go back any farther. It's not working. There shouldn't be.
People discuss these kinds of things in your forum. I was kind of looking through there, and I didn't find a lot of let's say, secret information being given out very quickly.
Once people find their own cycles that are different than the book, I mean, we're traders, right? So they're going to be like, I got the secret cycle, and I'm not going to tell you what it is. Yeah, they'll tell you that they found it, and then it's working really well, but they're not going to tell you what it is.
But you would probably answer an email with
Sure.
your expertise if we were to say, hey, I'm looking at something like this. What do you think about this?
Sure. Yeah, no problem. So what we're going to look at now is multiple cycles adding up. And when you get multiple cycles, things are better. This is the ideal. So here we have a Mars cycle from 666 degrees from this top right into here, a Jupiter cycle from this bottom, and a Uranus cycle from here. And they're not exact, but they're close. This gives you a window. It gives you a window of looks like about a week or two. So 3 cycles all at once, and it gives us the high. Here's a moon, Mars, and a half cycle of Uranus. So the Mars cycle actually happened a little bit earlier. I dragged it all the way to the end. Mars cycle actually happened in here. This is a 5-degree Uranus cycle, and then here's the moon on the top. This is a Mars cycle to here, and the moon from the bottom. So we got the high and the low of this steep move. This is actually the crash of 1987. Gave us this bottom here, and this was pretty tight. Here's a Jupiter cycle from the top, plus 2 Uranus cycles, one from here, and then a half cycle from here. And these are all pretty close.
That's an excellent chart.
Yeah, this shows how the stronger the turn is, the tighter, the better the move that you're going to get off of it. You can think of it as resonance, basically. So if you have 2 tuning forks, like both in C, and you ring this one will be vibrating, and you hold this one close. They don't have to touch it. This one's going to start vibrating too. So the stronger you ring this one, the stronger this one vibrates. It's the same in the market. This was big, and this was big. So whatever is going to come out of there is also going to be important. So that's how you get this big move off of here. Off of these little ones, then you get like this little stuff, all this little stuff.
A lot of people that would have liked to have known that in advance.
Yeah. Yeah, I wasn't.
Why did you say 2 times Uranus?
That was a 2. That was a 10 and a 5. There's a 10-degree and a 5-degree Uranus cycle.
Oh.
And they were both there.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anybody have any questions on magic numbers before I go on? Yeah.
Just curious about that last chart. Is the Octanus method jumping a little bit ahead, pick that same point that the conjunction did?
Yeah, all the other stuff that we're going to come in later will pile on to that point. So those big ones in particular, you just get everything, and you really know when there's going to be a big one. Okay, magic numbers also happen in volume. And the same way that we were using a particular planet and a particular cycle, each stock has its own magic number that it's going to resonate to. So Microsoft's number is 25. And what that means is that we'll start counting at this low, and we're going to add up all the shares traded until we get to 25,000 units. 25 being the big number here. And when I say units, 1 unit is 100,000 shares. This is 100,000 shares here. So this is 25,000 times 100,000. It's a big number. And we're going to start counting at this low. You count up when you get to the magic number. You turn. Yeah.
You can set up a counter in your software to count the volumes from a
Right.
particular point to another particular point, right?
Yeah. There's a volume script in the book and also on the CD that's in your books. That'll do this. It's this tool right here, and it'll count up all the volume. You don't want to do that by hand.
So you're suggesting that we could take any chart and we could take the volume counter and, for example, that being the first reaction up after a downtrend, add up that total and then start looking for cycles using that volume counter.
Right, but keep in mind that each stock is going to have its own number that it loves, and so you have to check and make sure that that number is right. But like on Microsoft, it's 25. So any high or low, what you do is you count off any high or low, you add it up. This is a times 2. This is 50,000, and you get a future high or low, and it just goes high to high to low, high to low, high to low, high to low. And the thing about the volume count is direction is kind of implied in here. Usually, if you start from a low, you're going to get a high. If you start from a high, you're going to get a low.
And that CD's going to set that up for us, or we're going to set it up?
Your CD has the scripts, so you have all this stuff. Just download it and double click, and you'll have it.
Erik, once you determine the number, the market resonates too.
Right.
have you checked other like factors of the number or maybe harmonics of the number to see if there's a number that responds better to? You might have found something that's not it's related to the real number, but not exactly.
The real number is going to work almost every time, and then you're also going to find multiples of the real number. It's not going to necessarily be like a Fibonacci ratio, although those show up. What I found is it's just like times 2, 3, 4, 5. They'll just stack.
There's only one real number per month?
There's usually like one master number. There's possibly 2 though. I've seen charts with 2. And each stock is just different. It's just you just have to find it again. It's the same as what we were looking at before. It's built into the market itself. Yeah.
How would this apply to futures?
It doesn't really work so well on futures because of the volume. There's the volume issue. However, if you're trading the S&P, you can use Microsoft as a proxy. So if Microsoft's going to turn, the S&P is going to turn too. Okay, so we started our low here, 50,000 shares because it was the top. Started our top. Here's 50,000 down to this low, 100,000 down to this low. Start at this low, we get 25,000. It's just all multiples of 25, so 25, 50, 100, 75's in there too. What I was doing is I was going high to low, and each swing that I have, I'd just move the count. So I go from this swing to this swing, and as soon as we had our high, we go from a high to the next. What you can also do is look for more of a static cycle. You take an important count, an important low or high, and you just count out from there. So here's 25 at this low, here's 50, here's 75, here's 100 at this little bump, and then here's 125, and you just run them out. So next you look for 150, 175, 200, and it would just go. This is a long-term count, 50,000 share count, 50,000 unit count in Microsoft starting at this high here in 2001. Every 50,000 units, we're getting something important. So here's 50,000, here's 100,000 at this top. Here's 200, 150 was one of these. 300 is here, 350, 400, 450. Here's the 500, 550, 600, 650. And you can see Microsoft just bouncing between these numbers. We just had the 850. Next one's out here, 900. And this has been going on since 2001. So it's a stable cycle, and it's just running out. Each stock has its own cycle. So Microsoft was 25,000. GE is 10,000. It's just the way that that particular stock is built. It works the same way, you're just using a different number. So here's our starting point on GE. Here's 10,000 at this low. Here's 20,000 at this low. Here's 30,000 at this low. 40,000 is this high. 50,000 is here. 60,000, 70,000, and you just run. Yeah.
Has the number of shares increased or possibly decreased due to stock splits, and mergers and the like?
Right.
Does this factor that in, or do you have to watch out for that?
The question was, what do you do about stock splits and mergers and all that? And when you have a stock split, your numbers change. So if Microsoft all of a sudden has 2 times as many shares, let's say it goes 2 for 1, then instead of 25,000, it's going to go up to 50,000. It'll be the same cycle, but everything's double now. You definitely have to watch that. And so when you go back in time, you have to keep track of the dates when your stock split, because your count, if you cross over that date, is going to be wrong. So just keep that in mind. It's important. Yeah.
Following up to that question over here, you might expect that there would be something characteristic of each stock, because each stock has a different trading flow.
Right.
And in fact,
Right.
That's another concept.
Right.
For cycles, when the float is turned over, something.
Right. Yeah, the comment was about float. I've thought about that and I've actually looked for a formula relating this to the float or the number of shares outstanding and all that. And I haven't found it, but I think it's there somewhere. So you might look into it. You might find something good.
Probably wouldn't work with currencies then either.
Yeah, you got to have good volume numbers. Okay. It's really a volume thing.
You've got to have a finite amount.
There's got to be this many. Okay. And I don't know why it is. It's like when a certain amount goes one way, it's got to go back the other way. It's just like, it's like water.
And that explains why it doesn't work, because the open interest is variable.
Right, open interest changes around. Although you probably should look at accounting open interest if you get the chance. I haven't looked, and I've been meaning to, and there might be something there. I don't know. It's worth a look. This top here was the start of the last slide, so I'm just going back in time again to this starting point. So here's 10,000, 20,000, 30,000. 40 is right in here. Here's 50,000 the top, 60,000 the top, 70,000 low, 80,000, 90. And this was the start of the last time, so really this cycle's been going on for a while. It's just every 10,000 shares, you get something. And once you find it, it'll just stay there, and you just keep track of your volume. When you roll over to the right number, it'll turn around. When you change the time frame, you'll have to change the unit size. The number stays the same. So Microsoft is still 25, GE is still 10, but your unit size will change. So instead of 100,000 shares, your intraday unit size might be 1,000 shares. Here's a 5-minute chart of Microsoft. So Microsoft's still running on 25,000, but now the units are 1,000 units. So we start here on this day. Here's 25,000, 50, 75, 100, 125, 150, 175 here was a little early, and 200 at this top. It's exactly the same thing, just the units are different. That's the only difference. This is the GE 10-minute chart starting here. And here's our 10,000 with a smaller unit size. This is a halfway, 15, 20,000, 30,000. This is 35 halfway, 40,000. 45's halfway, 50,000, 60,000. Here's a half, 65, 70, 80, 90. And you can see that everything important that happened over this time period was tracked by this volume cycle, or the halfway points in between. Here's a 60-minute chart of GE. So we're increasing the time frame. We're going to have to change the unit size. So a 10-minute chart was 1,000 units. 60-minute chart is going to be 10,000 units. It's the same number, just a different quantity. Just adding 10. You're just adding 10, 10, 10, or reducing. So this is a 50,000 share. It's equal to a 5,000 and 10,000. I'm counting with 1,000 units. That's why it's like that. So here's the 50. Here's the 100. And there's the 20.
So it's not actually a function of the time frame change. You went from a 5 to a 10, and you didn't double. You went up.
It just changes it.
Check again to see what that potential first reaction total is.
Right.
And see if you find a multiple of that
right.
going forward.
Right. And if you're trading a particular time frame that you like, it doesn't take too long to figure out what your units ought to be.
Well, once you have the experience.
Right. And you should be able to figure it out with a week of data.
You very well.
Yeah, but right. So each time frame is going to have its own. It's going to be a multiple of 10. It's not going to be anything weird. It's going to be like either 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, something like that. It's just a matter of moving the zeros around, and the numbers will change in your volume counter. So if you're off by 10, you're going to be turning on like 250 instead of 25,000, for example. It's still going to be 25 something though. And yeah, in the back.
You know, your quest which has got you to numerology, is that because if there are any answers, it's to find the magic number, master number, resident number, find that number.
Right.
That market.
The number itself of the market is an important thing, and yeah, numerology is kind of what comes out of that. How do you track?
Find that number, and then all the other stuff will.
Right, and if you can find that number first and then go forward, that's one way. The other way to do it is to go backwards and say, okay, what's the cycle that's working? What's the number here? And then go back, and you'll see the same number pop up in different places.
So that's what we're after, is the number.
Yeah, the number. Yeah, and if you've read a lot of Gann, he talks about the master number and the secret number that you'll get when you're special and everything. So, so the number's important. Yeah.
Not to divert too much, but just a quick question that I've thought about often. All of this is predicated on base 10 numbers.
Right.
Now, is there do you think, any validity to anything in terms of looking at other bases?
Okay, the question was, all this is based on base 10 numbers, and what do I think about looking at other bases? The thing about base 10 is that that's what we think in, and the markets it's not like something outside of us, it's us together in aggregate. So whatever we're thinking on in our subconscious minds, it's going to come out in the market. So if we're thinking in base 8, it's going to probably come out in base 8. If we're thinking in base 10, it's going to be base 10. And since we're all base 10, that's where I tend to look. That shouldn't stop you from looking at other bases if you want to try. There is some argument actually for a base 8 system. If you know anything about numerology, there's the Chaldean numerology system, which is not base 9, it's base 8. And that works pretty well to time events too, so don't let that stop you. Okay, so in summary, we've got to find the resonant number for whatever stock we're looking at. We've looked at Microsoft, which has 25, and GE, which has 10. There's two methods that we can use. We can go swing to swing. So we go from a high to a low to a high, and we just move as we go. Or we can have one starting point and have a whole big, humongous stack cycle. So we start at one important low, and 10, 20, 30, 40, we just count out. And those static cycles, they tend to stick around for years and years. So once you find one, you shouldn't have to change it for a while. As your time frame increases, your units are going to increase by a factor of 10 also. So 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, et cetera. If you were looking at a monthly chart or something, you're going to have to go to 1 million or 10 million. Yeah, the volume counting script's in the appendix. It's also on your book, so don't try doing it by hand. Any more questions on that before I go to the next one? No? Okay.
Just one quick question.
Sure.
If we were dealing with a strongly trending stock, let's say, Enron or something like that, this method should still work, shouldn't it?
The question.
Just catch smaller upticks or downticks if it's working in an uptrend.
The question was, if you're working in a really strong trending market, will this still work, or will it just catch small markets, small upticks and downticks? Yeah, it'll still work. If you get the right number and the right cycle, that strong trend is going to top out on one of those numbers. If your numbers are 25, it might not be 25, it might be 75. So you're just going to count 25, 50, 75. One of those is going to be it. So once you know the number, you'll get the high. It doesn't matter how strong the market is. It'll turn around when it hits. Okay, so section 3 is price to time. Earlier I mentioned the idea of a tuning fork. This is actually more applicable here. The market is going to make a low at a specific price. So in this case on QQQ, we're made a low at 32.35. And if you count out that many degrees of movement of the sun, which is our timekeeper, 32.35, we're going to get a top. So the price that a market makes a low at is like ringing the tuning fork. And then this one here is going to vibrate in time. So you got one that's price, one that's time. Price rings, and time is going to vibrate out. The low at 32.35 creates a vibration pattern at all of these. The numbers, 32.35, 323.5, and 3,235. The numbers are the same, and these cycles don't really care about decimal points. You saw in the volume script how we were able to shift the tens around, and it doesn't really matter. The same thing happens here. So you're going to have to move it around a little bit. And I'm counting solar degrees here, which is the sun. Again, you'd want to use the bar counter to count this. So here's our low at 32.35. We count out 323.5 degrees, and we get this right here. Not only will 323.5 degrees be resonant, but so will all the sacred ratios of this number. So what I'm doing here is multiplying by Fibonacci numbers. 323 times 0.382 is this, 123. Times half is this. Times 0.618 is 200. Times 0.786 is 254. 1.27 is 410. 1.618, 523. So you'll get an important low, and then you have to make a little list like this using these ratios. And here's what it looks like. 32.35. This was the 38% right here. Here's the half. Here's the 618 right here. This is the 786. This was the one that we saw before, 1.27. Here's 1.618, January 23. So that's next week. Huh? Yeah, Monday. Yeah.
I've also found that from the count standpoint, if, say, 323 seems to be valid, then you might also check 332
and flip the numbers.
33. You know, I mean,
okay.
any combination of
okay, so if
the digits.
So if you had 325, you're saying 523 would also work. Okay, John just made a comment that he had done some research and he found that the numbers themselves are important. So if we had 300 and let's say this was 325, it's not only 325 here, but you can switch the digits. You get 523, or just flip them around. It's the relationship of the numbers, and then you go out. Okay, that's interesting.
Be watchful for.
Okay, that's interesting. Yeah.
I've also done some work by taking the solar degree of that low and then using the fractal of that. And let's say that's 15 August, the sun would have been 141. So you can use 14.1 degrees of the sun movement.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. He said that he takes the whatever the actual value of the sun is. I've done a little bit of that too. You can actually take a chart at any high or low and look where each particular planet is, and you can actually do volume counts out from that. So if the planet's at 141 degrees, count out 141 units of volume. And there's some amazing charts out there. It comes and goes, but there's definitely something to that with the volume for sure. Yeah.
Hi, Erik. Would that work well on high price shares? Like this, it's only a couple of dollars or so.
Okay.
The time frame will be very short.
Okay, the question was, does it work on really low price stocks and a short time frame? For low price stocks, what you do is you float the decimal out. So if your stock was trading at $1 and 25 cents, then it would turn into a 125 would be your number. And if you're looking for a shorter time frame, instead of counting on the sun, we can count on other things like the ascendant, which I'm going to show some charts of. That's how you get faster.
Oh,
Yeah. So here's our next high. This was the last one we looked at. Now here's our next major high at 40.68. So here's the numbers that came off of it. The 40.68, 406.8 is what we do. So we float the decimal out 1, multiply by 0.382, and we get 155. Halfway is 203. Fibonacci 0.618 is 251, and then 786 is 319. So measuring out from here, here's the 38%, a little bit early. Here's the half, exactly right on time. Here's the 0.618 right on time. And this, the 319, this is the 786. This wasn't a turning point, this was actually a gap. And what that means is it was going the same way as the market. This happens every now and then. It's rare, but this is the other way that it can show up, just so you know. But that's pretty rare. I'd say 95% of the time it'll be a turning point instead. Moving over to the low again, this was 34.35. What we do is float it out to 343.5. And we just do our multiples again. 0.382 is 131, times a half is 171, and then times 0.618 is 212.3. So here's the 38%, this high. The halfway point, depending on how you're looking at it, it actually measured out to this little top here, but you could have taken it as a bottom too. And the 618 was right there. As the time I was writing, it was right at this top. And the market actually declined a little bit and it came up here. So yeah.
The highs and lows you picked with this particular method, they seem to be a little more key or more stronger than the other examples. Do you have a different criteria for selecting the highs and lows to project from in this method?
Okay.
The
The question was, the high and lows that I'm selecting here seem to be more important than in the other chapters. There are different criteria for selecting. What you have to remember with this chapter is that each high or low is going to give you multiple turns because we're multiplying out. So you're going to get like 8 ratios off of one high or low. So you really want to limit it to the biggest ones. You wouldn't want to take any of this little stuff in here, just the biggest ones. So yeah, a little bit.
So this is just squaring price, right?
This is price, yeah. The question was, this is just squaring price. Yeah, it's just price to time, just straight right across. And again, talked about this a little bit too.
Erik,
Yeah.
You're using just 3 or 4 digits, but limiting it to that.
The question is, yeah, am I using 3 or 4 digits? Yeah, pretty much. It depends on your stock. On the QQQ, I like to have 3 digits because the sun, if you're using 2 digits, 30 degrees of the sun is just it's like, it's like 2 months. It's not very fast, like 1 month. So depending on what your market is, if we're looking at the Dow, we're going to do something a little different. You'll see. The number itself is important, and you just float the decimal around to get the right length of cycle that you're looking for. So actually, if you really wanted a long-term cycle, you could float the decimal out 1 more point. And if you had a low at 32.35, you could say 3,235 degrees of the sun, and you get this 10-year cycle. You could do that too. That would work. Okay, here's the QQQs again. What this chart shows is lining up different projections from different price points. It's the same kind of thing we were looking at before. This low here was at 34, so 340 times 0.786 counts out to here. From this low, it looks like it was at 34.6. And we're multiplying by 0.618, counts out to here. And this low, which was 32.35 times the 38%, counts out to here. And what that gives us is 3 targets, all within a very close area, so we can make a little target zone like this. And like everything else, the more you've got going at that spot, the higher your chances are. Here's another one. From this top, we've got, this was happened at 37.9. We multiply by 0.786, get 297.3 right to here. from this bottom, it looks like 25.0, no, 32.35. We're multiplying by 0.786 to get to here. And then from this low was 36.45, multiplying by a quarter, and we're getting 93.7. I haven't done a quarter yet. This is, you'll see multiples, you'll see 1, you'll see half, you'll see a quarter, 75%. Those are okay. Those are not the primary ones. There's a list coming up with the major ones. You only want to use these if it's a confirmation. So we already had our big ones here. We had the 0.786 and we had another 0.786, and this is a 0.33. These two are confirmations. They add up into the same area, so they're good, but on their own, it's not quite as strong. Just so you know. And these 4 added up to a target zone right in there. The target zone's based on the first one and then the last one. Yeah.
Do you find that it's vibrating to a fib number on the retracements or anything like that? Does that come into apply on the 78.6 that you're getting or anything to that nature?
The 786 is just one of the numbers. It just happened to hit on that one. There were other ones in here. I was just showing them line up. The price itself, this is purely price to time. So this method, it doesn't care where this is. This could be up here, it could be down here. It doesn't matter. If this is at an important level, like if this was a 0.786 and you're seeing 0.786, maybe that would be an interesting thing, but I haven't found that to be necessarily important.
But you've looked at it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Would you say that this works equally well from beans to euro to ES, or is this again
This is not only stocks. This should work on everything.
Okay.
Yeah, you just have to be careful with futures because there's different contracts out there. You don't want to be on the wrong one, for example. A lot of times the spot market is what you probably should use.
Where you have a revolving contract like that, could you take the premium that's going to be built into the next as you roll into it and add that to your number?
Well, the way I get around it is I just use the spot market, so I don't. It's like it eliminates the whole problem altogether. And the spot market's always going to keep that same number. You could try adding it. It seems like extra work to me, though.
So you're using a continuous contract method?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, most of the continuous contract methods that add the premium as it goes along on the expiration day.
Right. Oh, did I say spot? I meant the cash market. I meant the cash market,
Okay.
Not the spot
So
market. The
you're
cash
looking
market.
for an equivalent cash market in order to keep
Right. So what you do is you'd have the cash out, and you take the price of the cash, and then plot your cycles out to that, and then you trade the spot. And so the numbers are going to be different, but the cash is where you want to do your calculations.
Okay.
Right. Cash, not spot. Okay, so here's an intraday example. This is a 30-minute QQQ. Our low was at 41.19. So again, we float the decimal out, 411.9, and do our multiplication. So here's 38.2, half, 618, 1.27. And what I'm counting out in is degrees of the ascendant of New York. So here's 38.2, here's a half, this little low, here's 618, 786, 1.0, and 1.27.
What time is the ascendant?
What time is the ascendant?
What time in New York?
It's the ascendant of New York. So the ascendant is the degree of the eastern, like on the eastern horizon in New York. Whatever that is, that's what we're tracking. So it's going to move during the day 360 degrees.
What time?
What time?
Whatever time the low is at.
Oh, from right here. So you're tracking
right
from right
here.
here. So this is 0, 0, and then count out.
So is this something we
You
find
got
on
time
the
the low right
observer's wheel?
in a second.
Whatever.
This is also on the bar counter, so you can count in degrees of the ascendant. The ascendant, it's in astrology, it's one of the fast-moving points. It's based on the rotation of the Earth. So the ascendant is right on the eastern horizon, whatever. That's going to be at some degree, and it's going to change every 4 minutes. You're going to get a new one. So right now, if the ascendant's on 121, in 4 minutes it'll be 122, 123, about 4 minutes. And Wave 59 can track that for you and just count it up. Think of it as you're counting how fast the Earth spins. It's the same kind of thing. And it's for a specific place. It's going to be different for each place. And I like New York. New York just seems to work for this stuff. You could use Chicago too. If you're trading something that's not a U.S. market, you probably want to use the ascendant based in wherever that is, London or wherever.
So
Right.
you look at the exchange that you're trading and then try to use that as a geographical point.
Right. So the exchange that you're trading is usually the best, except when it comes to the S&P, because the S&P seems to run on New York. That's because their stocks are in New York. So. Yeah.
Does the I haven't noticed, but does the bar counter tool, is there an ascendant? I haven't noticed that as a.
Yeah, the question was, is there ascendant on the bar counter tool? If you're intraday, there is.
Okay.
Yeah, you can count ascendant, you can count midheaven.
Okay.
Yeah, it's I think it might be called degrees of rotation of the Earth, but it's really the ascendant.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, same thing. Somebody else had a question? Yeah.
I was just going to say, if you want to make it easy down and dirty, once you do your formula there and you multiply by whatever percentage you're using, and you have that many degrees, you multiply that number times 4, you can project the exact time that's going to happen the next day. You just have a list of 4 or 5 times.
This times 4? Well, the thing...
You got 411.9 times 0.32, give you 157.3 degrees movement of the ascendant.
Right.
Multiply that times 4, that'll tell you, you can figure out what time that's going to happen the next day.
Why times 4?
What do you mean times 4?
Because it takes 4 minutes.
Oh, it takes about 4 minutes, but it's not exactly 4.
And doesn't it sort of fluctuate as well?
It's going to move between like 3 and 5 minutes. And if you let's say you're on a 4-minute bar chart and you compare the degrees of ascendant traveled to like a bar count, they're going to be off. So you really want to get the exact actual degree count. Don't do the average. The bar counter can actually drag it out into tomorrow. Just drag it out into tomorrow and look where it hits, and then read that time off. That would be the way to do it.
How come you can't take the chart and slide it around all over the place? I mean, you've got this static, you have to put in an extra day or 2 to be able to.
Yeah.
I mean, all the other charting programs, you can move that window all over the place.
There's actually a reason for that. I've looked at cycles based on, for example, like some of you have traded Delta. Somebody was talking about Delta the other day. There's a 4-day cycle, like the intraday Delta cycle, and if you can plot every 4th day and chop off all the rest and make kind of like a weird 4-day chart, you can get some interesting results. And I used to take seasonals based off of that, like an intraday seasonal. So you take every 4th day, add them up, get your seasonal pattern, and you plot it the next 4th day. So it seems kind of clunky, but there's actually a method. There's a reason why I'm doing it that way. And yeah, so there's a reason. It's not just to make your life harder. Okay, any other questions about this?
Does the system actually, is there a way to just kind of plot all these points forward in time of every swing high and low?
Right now,
No matter how messy it is.
yeah, right now you'd have to just, each one would be a bar counter. And you just go out and measure each one. I'm probably going to add something that does it all at once to make it easier. But right now you just got to count each one out.
When you get that many plots on a chart, I mean, you must be tying up a lot of memory.
The bar counter doesn't take too much memory. It does the calculation once and stores it, so it's really just plotting. It's just displaying it.
So we don't need to worry about it.
No.
We don't need to make sure we got 2 gigs of it.
No, for bar counter you put 1,000 on them. It's not going to matter. Don't worry. Yeah.
Problem downtown, since you're a 24-hour session, like you can use the
Okay.
you trade more than saying all that long.
Okay, the question was about the 24-hour session. It depends on your market. In this case, I'm actually skipping the night session with the calculation of the ascendant. If you're trading something like Forex, you want to use everything, get all 24 hours, and it's going to run. Yeah. For U.S. markets, you can stick with day session, and it works pretty well. If you're Forex, definitely 24 hours.
With this calculation, you're skipping the night session?
This skips the night session, yeah.
If I plotted degrees, but isn't it degrees rotation of Earth?
Yeah, minus the night session. So this is whatever's on screen is that many. If you want to get the night session in there, you can just put it on. You just put it on. Just set your end time to 23:59 and drag it. Set your end time. Your start time equals 0. End time 23:59. That'll give you 24 hours, and then you can do it, and that'll work too. It's the problem is there's some gaps in it that really just don't help, and it works this way. So. Here's a weekly chart of the Dow. Here we have a different high price than what we saw with the QQQ. Our price is 11,750. So in this situation, rather than expanding, we're going to contract our number and reduce by 1 decimal. So we're going to use 1175. And here's 1175.4 out to here. This would be 100%. And then here's all the other ones that I calculated out. This is 38.2. Here's a half. Here's 0.618. This top was 0.786, 1.27, and 1.618. Here's a monthly chart of the Dow. The low is at 40.56. So this was back in 1929, by the way. So this is a much smaller number than what we just saw, and we're going to have to float the decimal back out the other way. The way you tell which way to float the decimal is how long of the cycles you want to get. So the longer of a cycle you want to get, you float more. The less you want to get, you float less. And all of them will work. So in this case, I'm going to use 4,056. Multiply by 38%, we get 1549. Here's a half, 61.8. All of our ratios are here. And you can see how they came out. Here's the 38% was this high in 1936. The halfway was to the bar on 1938, 0.618 at the top. 78.6 was right here, this little low. Here's 1, it's just a blip, and then the 1.27 was pretty good. And the other way to do it would have been to be off of this top. Yeah?
Now, the one of these are like number of bars in these cases, these examples are showing us.
These are not number of bars. These are degrees of movement of the sun.
Okay.
Well, it depends on what. I showed some ascendant too. This one is the sun.
Okay.
So from here to here, 38.2, this is 1,549 degrees of movement of the sun.
It moves about 1 degree a day.
Right.
Using the daily chart, it would be that day, so unless it's a shorter time.
Yeah,
Shorter or longer time period.
Right, it's close. Yeah, and if you're using a shorter time period, use the ascendant. If you want to get a longer cycle, just add a 0 here. And if you want a shorter cycle, subtract a 0. So 154.9 would have been the other one. That would be somewhere in here.
In your book on page 31, you came up with a value of 66.6 for the value of mercury. How did you come up with that?
Sorry, what was it?
On page 31 of your book, you came up with like 66.6 for the value of mercury. How did you come up with that?
It's asking a question about the book, page 31. I came up with a value of 66.6 for mercury.
Yeah.
So can I see the book? I don't know. I don't know what's on page 31.
I guess we're getting you 3 copies.
Yeah, I need a copy. Okay, 31. Okay, here's a 60-year chart of the Dow Industrial. Right. So what I did is I'm taking the high, multiplying by 666 as a mark of the beast cycle. That's another way to do it. And then I'm counting that many degrees of travel of Mercury. It's just
Instead of Mars.
instead of Mars, but the 666 cycle. I'm just throwing something out for you guys to play with. I don't always do that, but it's interesting to look at crashes and how it works out. There's another one in there, Mercury traveling out Venus's length, and then Venus traveling out Mercury's length. It's weird how it all works.
Have you done any work on synodic return cycles?
Synodic returns?
Yeah.
Synodic cycles?
Yeah.
Yeah, synodic cycles are okay. Yeah, they work pretty well. Some of this other stuff works a little better, though.
What about the synodic return cycle where the planet turns in the same place that it was, 8 years later, like Venus?
Okay, he's talking about like a solar return or a Venus return. Like what you're talking about is a transit over a natal spot, basically. So
No, I'm talking about when the planet's making the same pattern in the sky a number of years.
okay, yeah, no, that kind of stuff works. It does. I haven't looked at it enough to give you like a serious answer, but I've looked at it a little bit to see that it works. It works well enough. It kind of comes and goes. A lot of the astro crowd trades using just simple aspects and synodic cycles and things like that. And the really simple ones, they kind of work and they kind of don't. And I think it's just not quite that simple. Aspects are based on something else. You got to tie it into the market somehow. So a pure aspect in the sky or a pure synodic cycle somehow is going to have to relate back to the market for it to work. And that usually means you've got to lock into price somewhere, in some way. Just having the synodic cycle by itself, it's maybe. Yeah, we'll see some more examples of how you can tie it in. But yeah, you'd have to tie it in somehow. Yeah.
Well, so could a person summarize then the differentiation between your techniques and some of the other folks that are out there expounding on the same things?
Okay.
Is that your shtick is to tie it back to the market.
Right.
price.
So yeah, what we'll see, I think the last section today is there's something on intraday astro trading, and what you'll see is that the astrology in the sky is going to build up the energy. So you build up the energy using some kind of planetary configuration, and it's there. Then somehow the geographical location is going to trigger it, so the ascendant will have to come in, and that releases it. But the market's only going to get it if the market's at the right spot based on price. Price is what locks all that energy into the market, and if the market's not in the right price, that energy is just going to go somewhere else. It'll just go out. It'll go somewhere else. It'll go to some other market. If it's your market and the price is right, then all that energy will hit your market. You'll get a turning point. If your price is wrong, then it's like those two turning forks. If you have a C and a D, you ring this one, and this one's just going to sit there. They have to lock together. And a lot of astro traders are just like, oh, Saturn and Jupiter made a square. We should go down. And it doesn't work quite like that. I mean, if you've tried it, it's kind of like it'd be nice if it did, but it doesn't. It's got to lock into your particular market. I don't think anybody is, actually. Yeah. It's interesting. There's something to it, just because in a general sense, if it's big enough. Like, for example, in 1987, there was something big that happened right at the top, and it was big enough where it didn't matter. And actually, it might have locked in, actually, but it wouldn't have mattered just because it was so huge.
Most of the really important turning points, the bear market of 90 and the top in 98, when we had that currency crisis, etc. Right. There's always something going on at those major turning points that people can turn back to and look at.
Right.
But it looks as though the important point of what you're trying to put out here is that if we can't bring the market together with time with these particular configurations, then it's just not going to happen.
Right. One of the things that I'm going to try to go over here is that time and price and planets are all measurements of one thing. They're not like, it's not time and it's not price, it's one thing. And when you get a turning point, it's going to show up everywhere. So if your market's going to turn, you're going to find your price and the degree, you'll find the price and time, they'll be together, the geometry will be there. And it's like an expression, time and price are an expression of energy in different forms. And that works for degrees also. So that's how you link it all together. Okay, so in summary, important prices create resonance in time. So we're going price to time. Resonance exists on all time frames. All we do to get shorter or longer term cycles is to shift the decimal point. And the implication here is that price and time are not independent variables. That's just what I was talking about. A lot of traders, they'll put the time axis on the bottom and the price axis here, and they'll think like, oh, these are just separate things. And if we can take a price of a market and get a time out of it, what that means is, no, they're not separate. This and this are the same. They're just measured in two separate ways. And that's going to give us a step up into doing all kinds of cool things later on. Yeah?
I don't know very much astro, so
Sure.
The astrology builds up the energy, right?
Right.
Then you say the ascendant triggers it.
Right.
And then price locks it in.
Right. That's right.
What do you mean by price lock?
Just hold off on that till later today, and I'm going to show you exactly what I mean. Yeah, it was in response to a question, but basically the idea is that the price of the market is going to be the mechanism by which the energy in the system gets transferred into the market itself. You'll see later on. If that's confusing, just don't worry about it for now.
That was a great synopsis.
Yeah. Thanks. Thanks. Okay, any other questions? Okay, so I think we're going to take a 15-minute break here. I saw the guy bring in some stuff back there, so if you want any coffee or drinks or anything, take that. And I'm not going to. There was a schedule posted on the web. If you saw that, don't pay any attention to it, because I'm just going to kind of go how I go. And if there's questions, we'll go longer, and if there's not, then we'll go shorter. And on that whiteboard there, I'll write the times that we have to be back. So if you don't know when we're going to start again, just take a look at that. So 15 minutes from now, it looks like 10:35. Okay, so the next section that I'm going to talk about has to deal with price-time measurements. You guys Okay, so we saw in our last segment that you could convert price to time. If you can convert price to time like that, it means the variables are not independent. If they're measuring the same thing, just in a different format, the question is, yeah.
Yeah, just before you get going,
Sure.
I've talked to several people. I'm just curious how you, I mean, first you're younger than what I thought.
Okay.
Secondly, you strike me as being a hardcore scientific engineering type computer kind of person. When did you make the leap of faith into astro and why? And then the leap into numbers?
Okay.
Because if you were to tell just regular engineering folk, they kind of look at you.
All right. I actually got into it back in Chicago. I used to work on the Board of Trade, and I saw some charts that showed astrological signatures moving markets, and I was actually really anti-astro in the beginning. I was more into artificial intelligence and all kinds of stuff like that. And I remember looking at it and saying, oh, this is kind of interesting. And then I go back and it's like, oh my God, what am I thinking? And then I go back again and back and forth, and it took me about a month. And then I started testing some of it out. And it doesn't really take long if you see something working to just change your perspective. I mean, if it's working, then that's right. And whatever I thought before was wrong. And so as soon as I saw that first stuff, I kind of dived in head first. And the numerology and all that, it just came out of it.
Who was your mentor?
I didn't really have a mentor, I can't say. It's all self-study, just working off of charts and stuff.
So you started with a picture of something that was working, and you went through a process of establishing new methodologies based upon that.
Right. So anything that I hear, I'm going to test out. That's just kind of how I am. So if somebody says, number of snails on the beach, if it's an odd number, we're going up. I'll be like, okay, well, where's the data? Let's check. So I tried. I said, okay, well, is it going to work or not? And so I checked it, and it's working. And then if it's working, use it.
Who cares why?
Yeah, and I mean, if it's working, that means there's something in there that's true. And if you really want to be serious about it, you need to find the truth. And
discover that master aspect
right.
of why it's working.
Right, and a lot of people, they start getting turned off. They'd rather keep their worldview than be good traders. And I see it a lot with Wave 59. They see astrology, and they're like, I got to quit. There's astrology in your software. It's like, okay, see ya. But if you really want to be a trader and you see something not working, you have to change your worldview to accommodate that. And that's pretty much what happened to me. So that's the story. So anyway, back to this. If we can convert price to time, and we see that their two variables are not that they're not independent variables, the question is, how can we combine them into some kind of a measure that incorporates both? And one way to do that is to measure something I'll call price time using the Pythagorean theorem. And we've all had this in junior high. It's basically, if you have a right triangle, you have these two sides, A and B. To find side C, you take A squared plus B squared and take the square root, and that's C. And I'm sure everybody's done that. We can do the same thing on a price chart. So if we have a triangle here, and this is 3 units, and this is 5 units, this measurement would be the combined measurement, and how many units would that be? Well, A is 3, B is 5, we need C, so we plug it into our formula. C squared equals A squared plus B squared, A is 3, B is 5, C squared equals 3 squared plus 5 squared, 9 plus 5, 34. Take the square root of that, so C is 5.83. It's, you can do it on a calculator. It's all pretty standard. We can apply this to markets by having one side of our triangle be the time axis and the other side of the triangle being the price axis. The measurement in between would be the price-time combination. So we have 67 bars here. We have 6.88 points up. What's this? So Pythagorean theorem, C squared equals A squared plus B squared. These are our side A is 67, side B is 6.88. We square them both, add them up, take the square root. Side C equals 67.35. Now, if you look, side A was 67, side C is 67.35. These numbers are the same thing. The reason was that time value was much larger than the price value. So this triangle, it's actually, we're getting a time measurement out of here. So when you combine these values, you have to balance the numbers in the following way. So here's the other side of it. 6.31 points down, 75 bars across. What we're going to do is say 6.31, we're going to float the decimal like we did before. So instead of 6.31 points, we're going to have 63.1. So if you look at 75 and 63, these two numbers go together much better than these two. We run it through our theorem, and we get the value of C equals 98.1. So in that triangle, 98.1 is the value of price time. It's a unit that combines both time and price. It's like a new thing going diagonally. And you can do this in Wave 59 using the price time counter. This is the format page for that. I thought I'd show. This is the conversion factor. So each bar is worth 1 point, and here's the 0.1. This is what brings the two numbers together. The price time counter is right by the bar counter on the right hand side. So just look over there and you'll find it. And what it will do is it will actually do the calculation for it, which makes it much easier than doing it by hand. So here's our price value, here's our time value, and then we have 103.47 on the side here. So this measurement, you can think of it as a space measurement. Gann talked about space. It's the same thing. It's the diagonal distance. How long is that distance? Yeah. Scaling comes out of this, and I'll talk about that next. But yeah. Well, no. You can calculate price time if your chart is not scaled. That's okay, because it's all numeric. It's like this is some value and this is some value. This is your scale factor built in right here. Right. So if we measure the swing A to B, it comes out to be 103.47 price time units. And if you look at BC and BD, these are actually, this is 101 and this is 100. So looking at this chart, you wouldn't have known it, but the distance from here to here is the same as the distance from this to this or this to this. These are all equal points. So this swing actually ran the same amount out here, and out here. These are all on the same point. And the only way that you would have known it is if you're measuring a price time. By setting your price and time axis separately, you're skewing the data and it doesn't look the same, but they're actually the same distances. So if you think of this as like a yardstick, this yardstick from here to here is the same as there and there. These are all equal. Yeah.
Go back one.
Sure.
And go back one more.
More?
One more. And one more. Okay. Is this chart at all related to the next chart, which I guess not, because this is INTC. The next chart is INDU, but it happens to be the same 98.1.
Oh, really? It's just different. This is just.
So there's a coincidence here.
I just picked one. Yeah. There's lots of coincidences. Like if you check out your workbooks, you'll see that they're exactly 618 pages, which is kind of weird. I didn't mean it. It just turned out that way. I don't know. It's the subconscious. Okay, where was it? Okay, so what we're going to do is we'll measure all the high-to-high values in price time, and we'll measure all the low-to-low values in price time. So I'm going from A to C, C to E, just all the significant highs, and then all the significant lows separately. And we got our numbers. And these are our measurements. So A to C was 97 units, C to E was this much. And each high-to-high value is related to the next high-to-high value by some ratio. So A to C is C to E. A to C times 50% ideally is C to E. C to E times 1.618 is E to G. E to G times 50% is this. G to I times 2 is that. You can see there's a little bit of a slop factor here, but this would be the ideal ratios. So high to high values give other high to high values, and then low to low values give other low to low values. So on the chart, B to D was 92.64 units. You multiply by 786, and you get D to F. D to F, you multiply by 786 again, you get F to G. F to H times 1.27, you get H to J. So price and time are connected on the top of the market, on the highs, and also on the lows. And you can see what I've done here. I've measured A to C. The ideal would be 50%, and this circle here represents every point that's 50% of 97. So this price time, these are all equal as far as a price time measurement. This was done using the rings of price time. It's one of the tools in Wave 59. You can set it up and you say plot this many points out, and it will. And you can see that the slop factor is actually not too big. It's maybe a couple bars. You can see EK really close to the top. It's called, this is the rings of price time, this tool. And yeah, everywhere along E is 50% of 97. So yeah.
Maybe it's just me, but I think we're moving through this too quickly.
Okay.
The ability to create the price and time initially,
Okay.
I got lost on the second chart on the B wave down as test of the original swing that you
Okay. Okay. So to calculate price and time, what I'm doing is I've created a new unit called price time, which is a combination of the time factor and a price factor. It's the diagonal distance. Right. And price goes into it and time goes into it. And this measurement from A to C, this comes out to a price time value of 97. The way you calculate this is you make a little triangle, you take the bottom, that's your time, and then you take the rise in price, and that's your price. So this is a right triangle right here, and the end of this triangle is 97. That's how you would figure that number out.
Where on the software do we do this?
It's called a price time counter. I don't have a picture right here.
It's right under the bar count.
It's right under the bar count on the right side. It looks like a bar counter that's going diagonal. If you hold your mouse over it, it'll say price time counter.
Okay.
And you would just...
And it will give us this value if we snap between two
Right.
hot spots or the, to give us the hypotenuse
Right.
price time.
Right. So you'd click here and you'd click here, and behind the scenes, it builds your triangle, takes this value, does the Pythagorean theorem, and says, okay, here's your result.
But if I'm reading you correctly, your suggestion is that if one leg of the triangle or another is proportionally pretty small compared to the other leg, then you might want to apply
Right.
a decimal factor
Right.
to make them kind of more in the same range. So
Right.
if one's a 3-digit number, the other's a 2-digit.
Right.
You might.
Yeah, that might have thrown some people off. I had to shift the decimal point because if your triangle is 100 units long and 1 unit high, basically your price time value is equal to the time. It's this really long, tiny triangle. So
Rule of thumb then, when we would apply that?
you would apply that when the value of your price time is equal to a space measurement. So if 97 bars is from here to here and you're getting 97, then you know that something's up. You can tell by the scale. You do it once for your market, so you say, okay, count from here to here. Let's say we get 100 bars, and then count up the number of points. And if you get 10 points, you can see that you want to balance those two numbers as closely as you can. And
If we had an internet connection, we could be doing this on our desktop going, wait a minute, I'm having a problem right here.
that's true.
I don't know if I'm interested in that, but...
We could have them set one up. I don't know how many people brought their laptops.
Are you saying the 97, 96, 50% of that or another Fibonacci number such as 78.6 will give us the next high or the low?
Right. So,
What you're saying?
so what I'm saying is that if you measure from A to C, this is some number in price time, measured in price time. You take this number and you multiply by our ratios like we were doing last time, like 50%, 0.618, and you'll get a list of other numbers. And those other numbers, one of them is going to be the next swing. So C to E is going to be some value of A to C. And then you start over and you take C to E, this is some number. You multiply 46 by 0.786, 0.618, all your ratios, and you're going to get E to G. And you just go unit to unit to unit. So the next one, E to G, then you get G to I gives I to K.
That clarified it for you.
Does everybody get that? Get what we're doing here? Okay.
I got you.
Okay, and then the same with the lows. So we take the low B to D, we get we get 92.6 units on the Pythagorean theorem. We're going to multiply that by some ratio, and we're going to get 72.1 here. And they're always going to be the same ratios. It's going to be, there's a list of them coming up. But a D to F will give you F to H, and then you can do it again. F to H gives you H to J, and you just go like that. And so the next one we'd be looking for, we just made a high. We take H to J, we take 70, and we'd have some rings coming out here, which I'll show you somewhere down here on the bottom. This ratio, this unit here, would be multiplied, and we'd get a target for the bottom somewhere. Yeah.
When you say you don't want to have too much time or too much price,
Right.
otherwise you're going to measure the price and not the time, or vice versa, how do you select the proper amount of between the two?
To select the proper amount, you want to get the actual numbers that you're using to be as similar as possible. So Where is that?
Meaning
Okay.
a one-to-one? Meaning
No, not 1-to-1, but in range. So okay, so we've got on this we've got right. So we've got right. So we've got 75 and 6.3. See how a triangle like that would be really long and really short, like really long, really short. If you float the decimal out, we got 63 and 75. See how these numbers are close now? They're next to each other. They're both less than 100, above 10. That it's always going to be floating the decimal to get them equal.
So you just float the decimal?
On one of them. It's usually on price. Just leave time alone and float on price.
So even though the market only, the range between the 75, the time of the 75 bars, even though the range was, you only had 75 bars and the market only went up to 6 points, you just move the decimal over one to get closer to where they both met.
Right, that's right.
But that's the same kind of thinking you'd apply to, say, using the square of 9 if you had, an order of magnitude that was significantly different.
Right, it's the same kind of thing. Yeah, you'll note that we float decimals a lot. Decimals don't really matter so much with this stuff. You just got to get the numbers similar. It's the relationship between them. What you really want, you want price to contribute as much to your measurement as you want time. You don't want time to be like the number and then price to be nothing. Just throw it out. It's both together. So if your price is tiny, like if you're trading Forex, your price is going to be like 0.001 and your bars are going to be 100. You got to multiply that out to get it to have an impact on your hypotenuse.
Okay, that makes sense.
You get it? So that's the only reason why we're doing it. If this really was 63 points, then you'd be set. You wouldn't have to mess with it. It's just an adjustment.
On the next slide then, where you're showing what you came up with, and
This.
In terms of 50% of the previous hypotenuse number,
Okay, this.
and no, a circle.
Oh, okay.
There you go. That seems to have captured the majority of the distribution phases.
Right.
Is that normal?
Yeah. Well, it'll happen a lot. You see it on this one too. Okay, so I measured A to C. I got my number, and then I took 50% of it. And since it's an actual physical measurement on your chart, you can take that and you can make a circle. It's all the way with that length. It doesn't look like a circle because my chart's not scaled right here. It looks like yeah, it looks like a big egg. But every point on this red line is 50% in price time of this swing. So these are all the same points. They're all the same distance from C to E, all here. So the reason I put this up is to show. Gann talked about lost motion, where you don't quite hit your target, you go a little under. That's what you're going to find with this technique. So point E is really our top. It actually came in at 0.47. You can see this little distance here. It's slightly off, but that was it. And then if we go to G to I, this is the ideal 200%, and you can see that Kate went just slightly past it. So 200% also caught J here, down here. So if you're coming into J, you would also have an FH. You'd have measured this, and you'd have got a ratio out here. There have been two of them right there. Yeah.
So could you use the rings of price time to quickly help you scale a chart?
Yeah, the rings of, to scale a chart, you can use the rings of price time for this, for your targets, and the rings of price time.
In other words, you just said that they're not circular because
Right.
this chart can scale.
Right.
It would be very easy
Right.
to tweak the chart scaling until
The rings
the
of price
rings
time.
are circular.
Right.
That'd be a simple way for the novices.
Right. He was talking about scaling a chart using the rings of price time. When I do this on a scaled chart, the rings of price time always come out to be circles because,
Right, so if you visually moved your chart to where you had it
right.
as a circle, then you're going to be much closer to being square.
Right. You just have to make sure that sometimes floating a decimal doesn't necessarily give you a squared chart. There's other ways to tell that are much better than this. This is a purely numeric method. It's the numbers that we're looking at. The squared
You're
is
going to show us a better method for squaring.
squaring's coming next. So yeah, you'll get that in 15 minutes or something. Okay. So here, okay, I'm going from the bottoms here. So this, from B to D, we measured that using our tool, and we got 92.648 price time units. 78.6 is this ellipse right here, which hit right at F. And remember, we're going low to low, so this other stuff's interesting, but we're really looking for a low to hit on there.
It seems at some points it's calling the number of bars out where they're changing it. Others it's showing actual price support or resistance. How do you know which one you're going to?
The question was, sometimes it shows number of bars out, sometimes it shows price support. How do you know which one? There's two ways. First, you know, since you're going from a low to a low, you know you're looking for a low. So it's got to be a low. This is nice, but this wasn't it. The low can happen anywhere on this line. So if the market came down here and went sideways like this and touched, that would be the low. If it fell all the way down to here, that would be the low. It's somewhere on here. You don't know where, you just know it's going to be on this line. So as soon as it hits the line, then you're there. The market gets to pick where, though. Here's F and H. We measured, we got 58.668, multiplied by 1.27, and we got point J here. It's pretty close. These are the ratios that you want to watch, and this is the same as before. We want to watch 1/2, which is 0.5. We want to watch 0.618, which is 1 over 5. We want to watch 0.786, which is the square root of phi. We want to watch 1, because that's the unity. 1.27 is the square root of 1.618. 1.618, of course, and then 2. Yeah.
So the last, now, if we're watching several different ratios to create this circle, one that happened to work where the pivot at F is
right.
at 78%. If we're watching a 0.62, I mean, we've got several circles
right.
on there.
Right.
Again, I realize this is a singular tool in
right.
a complex
right.
usage,
Right.
but you say that if it goes over to the circle, that is the end of this for price and time. Well, we would have had a 0.62 first, and
right.
if it goes through that
right.
one, it obviously wasn't.
Okay.
And if it
right.
goes through the 7/8, it obviously wasn't. How do we determine?
Okay.
Again, it's only a singular tool. I
right.
understand.
It's going to happen on one of them. I'm going to show you a chart of what that looks like when they're all plotted out, and you'll see. So it's coming. It's coming. It's coming. Here you go. The next one.
Oh, I hate people that do that.
Okay, so we measured it from our low, 123.794. This is our ratio, and these are our price-time ratios. 0.5. I didn't show 0.5 because it was right here. Where you know you're looking for a low, and it was already passed. 0.618, it's already passed. It's past 0.786. It's past 1. 1 is close. The 1 is this green one here. You can see this is a potential right here, and then it scooted right around the side of it and hit on the 1.27. So if you were trading with this, you'd actually have them all up here. This is the way to watch it. And you're looking for a low somewhere on here, and the market's going to pick. Sometimes it can crash through one, but usually the one that it hits first
Even
is.
if you suspected the first one up there on the green circle, outside circle, if you did go long there, you could simply use an SARs and move through it.
Sure, and you would have probably moved your stop to break even or something. This was okay. It was close, would have bounced, but this was the real one. Yeah.
Does it have to bounce off the inside of the circle or bounce off the outside of the circle?
It could actually, well,
Support or resistance,
it could be, well, don't forget you're looking for a low, though.
Yeah.
So this point right here, is that what you're saying?
Yeah, well,
This point has-
down one circle, the green one.
This one?
Could you say that could have been it?
This is close enough where you might have taken it if you had something else. It's
So it can
it's
hit the
close.
outside of the circle as well as the inside to establish a low.
Well, anywhere on the line. So it can come from above.
Anyway,
the one prior to that, then, on the red side?
This?
Yeah, right there.
This would have been a potential one too, actually. This is the top side. This is the bottom side.
So we want to be filtering these with some addition.
This tool in particular is more of a confirmation tool. So the way I would use it, if you let's say you've got your cycles from the first thing we were talking about, and then your cycles come in on a certain time and you're hitting your thing. This is like a really good timing tool. You don't really want to start your analysis off with this because it's Fibonacci, so you're going to get a bunch. There's too many targets really. But if you know you've got a zone for a turn and you're hitting right on it, then chances are this is the one, and you can take it. Yeah, this is it. So it's a really good confirmation tool, basically. Here's another one. 167.5 was from another low out here that you can't see. And don't forget, we're looking for a low since we're going low to low. So all this stuff, it doesn't really count. This is the first potential one. It kind of scooted around it. You might have taken that, and then this was the actual one. This was 1.27, and this is 1.618. And the thing that I wanted to show is that even though you don't get a low on one of these ellipses, one of these price time ellipses, the edges of it still do have an effect in the market. If you just look up, the 618, it marked a turn here. The 1.0 was at the top. 1.27 was here. This actually went sideways right here at this low, and this one's going sideways right here at this low.
Oh, and parabolic.
Right.
The
And
outside edge of the circle on the vertical axis.
right, and if for those of you who trade with the Fibonacci vortex, you'll know this. It does the same kind of thing. As soon as the spiral rolls over, you go straight up and you get a time target. So you can do the same kind of thing with this stuff too. And you know, if you wanted to take the price targets into account, that one would have been there. And this one's here.
Which one do you like better?
I like the Fibonacci vortex better. Yeah. It all works though. Okay, so in summary, each high-to-high price time measurement is related to a previous high-to-high measurement, and each low-to-low measurement is related to a previous low-to-low measurement. Those measurements are based on each high-to-high measurement or low-to-low section can be found using ratios from sacred geometry, and I gave you the list. It's especially well suited to use as a confirming indicator. Yeah, we talked about this. That's because there's multiple signals. You don't want to take any one. But when you start seeing these gang up on top of other things, if you had, just from what we've talked around already, if we had a volume count going out and we had a planetary cycle going out, they come in the same spot, and then you're hitting a ratio from high to high, all in a short area. It's making a pretty crisp trade right there. That's the kind of situation you want to look for.
The importance is being able to take independent measurements of independent items
Right.
and finding a confluence area where they're
Right.
not together.
Right, yeah, you want to, all the best trades in the market will show up on different tools. The best trades are always telegraphed. You'll find different tools and different time frames at the same high or the same low. So any trade that you take, if you can only find one thing on that spot, you probably shouldn't take the trade. You really want to find clusters. And the clusters happen a lot. It's not a rare thing. You can find 5 or 6 things at one point, and it's not rare. So, okay, before I go on, does everybody get this so far? Any questions?
If you change the time period, you would have to recalculate the ratio over again, correct?
The question was, if I change the time period, would I have to recalculate the ratio? I mean, like if you went to...
On ratio.
You mean like if you're
It
at a...
wouldn't be necessarily the same value if you were using a different time
You
period.
mean like if you're on a weekly chart or something?
Yeah.
Yeah, it would be a different value for a weekly chart because your time count would be off.
You're still working from pivot to pivot, and
Right.
because you've done down in time or up in time, you have a different degree.
Right. The proportions are the same. You might have to be careful with the with your multiplier if you're scooting decimals around.
Right.
You have to check that because instead of 67 bars, you're going to have 10. Right. Yeah.
So do you use this on mainly on daily charts or on intraday charts as well?
It'll work on both. I've used it intraday. Yeah, it works on everything. Yeah.
With the different techniques, when do you decide whether you're using trading days or calendar days?
Okay.
Some of the techniques are calendar days.
Okay, a lot of the geometry stuff that we're going to get into later, you're going to want to use calendar days. A lot of this, especially, is based on astro, and the planets don't stop moving at night or on the weekends, and neither does the geometry. Really, calendar days is where you want to be. Trading days, however, also works. You can use them both. And I know, especially in geometry, what we're going to look at, we're to look at squares and things. That'll work on trading days and calendar days. So sometimes it's just both. Sometimes it doesn't matter. Sometimes it does.
If we're measuring bars, then we're measuring trading days because
Right. What I've done here, this was trading days. This was all trading days. The price time stuff is trading days. It's kind of built on data points. There's not really a cycle in there. You can try it on calendar days and see. It'll probably work just as well. You get slightly off. Slightly different. It won't be off, but it'll be slightly different. I tend to use this stuff on trading days. Intraday, especially, I'll use just the intraday session.
you're just going from a pivot high to a pivot high.
Right. So
And
this.
if it was a weekend, you didn't care there.
Right. So this stuff, this chapter in particular, mostly trading days. Yeah.
The price time value is, you said, usually you're floating the decimal on price
Right.
to kind of the value or magnitude of the time.
Right.
However, the square root hypotenuse will vary. Like if you had a 9, square root of 9 is 3. A 90, square root of 90 is
Right.
8 something or 995 or something like that. If you pick one or the other, you could get a different number. The digits would be different for the hypotenuse than the other way, just by virtue
Okay.
of the decimal.
Okay. the number isn't, it's really a ratio that we're looking at. So you might get a different, it might not be 93, it might be 127, but you're still going to multiply and your ratios will still be the same because it's a space measurement. It's going to come out to some number. We need a number to track it, but the number itself, like 93 exactly, it's just a measurement. So I tend to float decimals on the price just because that's like the routine that I've come into using. I keep the time set and I move the price around. It's usually a little easier to do it that way because price tends to have more digits. But you could flip it around and the results should be the same. Yeah. Anybody else? Okay. Okay, so now we're going to get into everybody's favorite subject, scaling. We know that the price and time axes are related because we've seen price equals time and we've seen price time measurements. We can create a new variable using price time. Therefore, why don't we set the chart up in price time so that 1 inch of price distance is equal to 1 inch of time distance and see what that looks like. The problem that we've been having is that our time axis and our price axis, they measure the same thing, but they're in like different scales altogether, so everything gets either squashed this way or this way. If we set our units up on this side equal to our units on this side, the true units, what's the chart going to look like, and isn't that going to give us some information that we can trade with? The way that you do this in Wave 59 is with this box here. When you format your chart, this is the square scaling box, and on this chart I've got this scale set to 10 by 1 points per day. These two numbers just get multiplied, so what it means is 10 points per day would be your scale for this market. What that means, this is an Dow Jones Industrials, 10 points a day. 10 points per bar means that 20 bars has to cover 200 points. 40 bars must cover 400 points. This is the square in the square scaling. 20 bars, 200 points. 40 bars, 400 points. So what you're doing is you're fixing the time axis and the price axis together so that your price-time ratio is geometric on your chart. So 1 inch now, this direction, this 45-degree angle, is a perfect balance between price and time. And once you do this, all kinds of interesting things happen. On a scaled chart, any physical distance is always the same number of units of price time. Okay, so before we were taking a price time value and we saw that one went up to 100 points and then another one went to 100 and another one went to 100 and they did look like they were different lengths, like a different physical length. One was short and one was long. On a scaled chart, they're going to be exactly the same length. So we have a circle here. These are all 36 units. Start at the center and then 36 out, 36 out, 36 out. They're all identical. So if you took a ruler and measured 1 inch, that 1 inch of price time is going to be the same as any other 1 inch anywhere on your chart. That's what makes it special. So the price time is getting built into the chart itself. And when you scale your chart right with price time, the market's internal geometry becomes visible to the naked eye. Before, it was hidden. When you just have any old haphazard price and time axis, everything gets moved around. And if you're using TradeStation, you know that if you make a new high, everything starts getting squashed. On a scaled chart, everything stays the same exactly no matter what. And 1 inch is always 1 inch, 1 inch of price time. And the interesting thing then is that we can take geometric shapes and use them as trading tools. So what I've done here, I take a square, starting at this high, go down to this low, and then I look where's the edge, and the edge is right here at this top. And remember that this square is a geometric representation of, it's all price time. This is a price time square. It's just that the chart is built into the chart, so we can use visual shapes. And humans in general are just much better at visual pattern matching than numbers. I mean, like 93 and then multiplying out, it works. But if you can create a shape that you can see, it's just much better. So I'm just going to go through this chart, and I'll just go swing to swing. So we start here now. This is the new swing. We've got our square. Look at where it bottoms out. Look at where the edge is. It's right here at this low. Moving forward from this high to this low, it's a bigger square, and the edge was right here. Here's another square. Low to high, look where the edge is. We had two of them at that same spot. The big one was there and this one too. Here's the small one. From this high to this low, draw the square. We get our bottom. From this low to this high, draw the square. We get this little bottom. Here's a little one. from this high to this low. It gave us this little top right there.
So it could be either a top or a bottom?
Top or a bottom, right? It'll be a turning point of some kind. From this low to this high, here's the edge, this bottom. And then from this high to this low, here's the edge, here's the top. Do you see how all of them worked? The next one would have been from here to here. I don't know if I have it. Oh, there it is. From here to here, and here's February 2nd. This is the next one. We actually have a bunch of stuff on February 2nd if you're interested. You know, yeah, but I got asked a lot of questions about how do you tell if you were charged scale or not? Like, did I have the right scale or not? If you have the right scale, you can do this, what I just did. You can take every swing, put a square on it, and find something at least 80% of the time.
So that'd be a good way to check.
Where did this square come from there? Where did the square come from?
Where did it come from? Actually, well, this is a script. There's two ways to do it. You can use the geometric pattern builder where you draw a shape and put it on there. And I've also written a script which is on your CD, and which is much better. So you click, click, drag, get the edge. So there's a square in there, and there's a triangle in there. There's a bunch of stuff. I think we'll do triangles next. Yeah, okay. I think it's square. Creative names, square and triangle. Yeah.
Can you keep flipping in and out of format to sort of steer your square into something that looks harmonic?
You can, if you set your scale up, remember in the beginning I said 10 by 1 points, if you change the time axis, the shape will be maintained, it'll just be smaller, so it'll get scrunched in. So the square was still going to have an edge, it'll just be a smaller square. And if you make it bigger, it'll just have a bigger edge. So the thing about a scale is no matter how many days you show on your chart, the actual shape of the market is going to be identical. It's just smaller or bigger. That's what's special about it.
You showed us how to go to, at the start of this, you showed us to go to format and then put in the 10 and stuff like that.
Right.
If you didn't have your Wave 59 program, how would you get that formula?
Okay, the question was if you don't have Wave 59, how do you square your chart?
You sign up.
You sign up. Good answer. Actually, I used to, before I had Wave 59, I had TradeStation, and I was trading off of a squared chart. But what it took, once you know what your square is, you have to take a ruler. You have to measure out to make sure your chart is really a square, 6 inches, like that. And then you have to set the manual. There's usually a manual control over the price axis. You have to set it up exactly right. So you can do it. You know, you put exactly 1 day, and if you had 36 points per day, it has to be exactly 36 on the side. So exactly 1 day, exactly 36, and it has to be an exact square, and you have to make sure with a ruler. And then you have to leave it. And then, and I'd use the vortex, and I'd have like a mylar, like a clear plastic sheet, and I'd draw them on there, and I'd hold it up. And it can work. You can do it. It's just a lot of trouble. I mean,
Sign up.
he's signed up, don't worry. Okay, so the square is not the, okay. Yeah.
Quick question, going back to when you set your squaring to 10 to 1. How did you establish the 10? Was that just through a trial and error basis,
yeah,
or did you use the price squaring tool?
Some of it's coming up later. The 10 is partly trial and error. There's some rules to tell which numbers to use and how to start if you don't have any idea.
Likewise, previous slide where you were showing the future date of February 2nd.
Right.
The assumption is that swing has completed based upon
assuming this is a top, I mean, it went down far enough where it would be, and this actually is what happened. Is it went.
Minimum retracement that you look for in order to say this is a completed pivot? So we can measure from this now?
No, I just pick them out. I pick out any significant high that I see.
Well, I
and then
understand when you've got a completed chart and you're working forward, but now we're in real time.
Right. Well, I had this at this point. This was real time for me when I made this, and this was good enough. So even if we turned around right here and went up, I would still have left this. And if we went higher, then there would just be another one. And actually, that is what happened.
Violates the pivot height that you're presently using, that you could use another ratio.
You could. The old ones are still good. So, for example, let's say right here, this actually did violate it. So what happened? This went sideways down to about here, and then we came up through the square. This square still is valid. There's another square also, but this one stays. Yeah, and I think there was a square like right here on this square from this to this. You can see that it actually did violate it, but it still worked. It might have happened before.
Yeah, I guess the real question I'm asking is, how do you establish the violation so you know when to put an additional square on when you're still moving forward in time towards those time targets?
Well, you have to track the highs and lows as they form, and then you can put a little X by them or something, and you have enough time where that you can give this some time. You can give it some time to drop and establish itself. If it was just like a 2-day thing and came up, no. But as long as it makes a turning point, this for me, even if it took off from right here, this would be good enough.
Eric,
Just from
how does this work intraday?
it works intraday too. Yeah.
Eric,
Yeah.
like that in the middle of August, when prices are very close together, how do you know which one to use, which points?
Like this?
Yeah, when they're all close together like that?
Okay, so the question was when prices close together, how do you know which one to use? In this case, there was the highest one. But let's say these were equal. I always use the last one that happened.
Could you also, let's say that you were squaring previously to that, and your square fell upon a slightly lower high, even though you make a slightly higher high, intraday of the following pivot. Could you adopt the previous squaring method that had been working so far and saying like, well, the stops were just in here, so what, I got a higher high?
If it's just like, you mean if it was like right to here?
Yeah.
Yeah, you could. Sometimes it does.
You've had that experience?
I've had it every now and then. Usually, it's nice to have a rule about it, and my rule is use the last one. But sometimes the first one is good
Highest
enough
high,
too. Yeah.
in this way.
Highest high for sure. If they're equal, then use the last one.
Okay.
Yeah.
Erik, another square there.
Uh-huh.
Is that when you get your target on, so February 2?
Right.
Would that indicate it be a low, or does it be a high as well?
It can be either one. You don't really know.
It's just a time change.
Right. It's just a change in trend.
Doesn't
Yeah.
Do certain markets or certain time frames of the same market favor any particular geometric shape?
The question was, do any certain markets or certain time frames favor certain geometric shapes? The square seems to be pretty universal. I've seen triangles pop up on some charts. There's circles.
You favor the square?
I like the square. The Fibonacci vortex, if you think about it, it's a gigantic price and time pattern. So that's the other one that works everywhere. Somebody, okay. Okay, so looking at triangles now, this is also an important geometric shape, so we'll do the same thing. Go to low to a high, and then just look where the apex of it pointed, and we've got another low here. Go high to low. This one tagged our top. And you notice that these are the same kind of signals that we had with the square, so these two patterns are actually working together. So this would be like a confirmation you had a triangle and a square. This one gave us the same thing. Low to high, the edge of it gives us this top. High to low gives us this low. Low to high gives us this little low here. High to low gives us this. It's working pretty much the same as the square, low to high.
You might employ both.
You could use both, or you could use just one, or you don't want to use too much stuff. But I mean, the results are all pretty much the same. So high to low gives you this top. And then here's the bigger one. This one gives us February 10th.
Even though they're not exact most of the time, it certainly adds a confidence factor to a form within the market.
Right.
And using this as never using a singular tool, but using an additional confirmation tool.
Right. Right. So the geometric stuff will be a lot more precise than some of the stuff we were looking at earlier. Earlier you've got more of a window. This is still not necessarily exactly to the bar, but it's going to get you in there. It's not going to have too much slop. And when you start seeing, with all this stuff, you want to look for multiple tools lining up. So if you have your square, you have your bar count, you have your volume, it's at some ratio right there at that spot, then it's good. Yeah.
The traditional Fibonacci stuff of retracements and extensions and things like Andrew's pitchforks. I mean, are those like primitive compared to this, or have you done work on those?
Yeah, the question was, are pitchforks and standard Fibonacci retracements and all that, are they primitive next to this, and have I done any work? The thing about a lot of those tools, Fibonacci levels in particular, it's one-dimensional in that it's working on price only. And we've seen that price is not separate, it's price and time. So you want to work in both at the same time. You just get a much more accurate and a deeper representation. I mean, the square only has one target. There's only one edge. And you can see that all of those edges caught turns. And that's pretty standard. Fibonacci levels, it's like you got to get 20 of them and one of them will work. So as far as being primitive, I think this is definitely a step up from that old stuff. Andrew's pitchfork maybe is a little different because that actually does incorporate time. It's a whole thing. But Right, but the Fibonacci stuff, it works, yes, but it's like only looking at one side of the thing. You know, you got a three-dimensional log.
It's attempting to give you a vector, to give you an angle that it's going to
Right,
move
right.
against,
So
a little different.
yeah, so he actually incorporates some of this stuff into that. The Fibonacci, it's like looking at, you know, if you have a three-dimensional object and you're looking at it in 2D. So you're looking at this, you're looking at time, but you don't want to see anything about price. Markets are energy, and the energy shows up in price and time. You really need to combine both of those to get the most accurate results. Because if the energy is going to run, it can run sideways in time, or it can run straight up in price, or it can run a combination, which is what it does, and you need to measure both. I mean, a strong move can be really short and really high, or it can be really long and really, really steep, and this kind of analysis will compensate for all that stuff. So this is just, in a squared chart, you'll actually find all kinds of geometric patterns everywhere. This is just circles that I put on here, but you can see that they're catching all kinds of stuff. Like this edge of the circle, it's centered right here at this high. It's this edge caught here. These edges caught these lows. And then if you look at the top of a circle, we had a high, this got the lows, this got the lows, this, all this stuff is what a squared chart looks like, and if you're trying to figure out how to scale your chart, you need to be able to do this on it, otherwise it's not right. So, how to find a scale factor for any market. So, remember the characteristics of a good scale. A good scale has nice round numbers. People like nice round numbers, like 10 or 20. We don't like 10.1, 2, 3, 4, 8, 9, 10. You know, it's 8, 9, 5. It's this would not. I would not trust this scale. I would trust this scale. Simple geometry needs to describe most of the price action. So if you have a scale, you need to be able to go through, put your squares on there, and get targets. You don't necessarily need 100%, but it should be enough where you would trust the square as a timing tool on its own. If you don't have that, your scale's wrong. And the most important thing is that the human brain is geared towards pattern matching. We like to look at patterns, and we can pick patterns out. And if your chart is scaled properly, you're not going to see it consciously, but subconsciously you're going to say, okay, this looks good. Because your brain's going to say, oh, look, here's a triangle, and here's a square, and here's some circles. It's going to see all that stuff. You won't know it, but it'll look nice. And if your chart is squashed, or if it's all stretched out or something, you look at it, and it's just not going to feel right. So if you scale enough charts, and you have an idea what a scale should be, you can enter that, and it'll come up, and you won't test it necessarily out, but it'll look okay. It'll feel like, okay, this could work. And then what you do is you go back over that with the square, check out all the highs, go back over it with the triangle, check out, see what you can catch, see if you can find circles in there, and then use the Fibonacci vortex. All that stuff should work really well on a scale chart, and if it doesn't, then your scale's off.
Earik, the stuff that you talked about yesterday, the traditional stuff,
All right.
do you think we should just use scale charts or the traditional technique for analysis?
The question was traditional analysis, as I talked about yesterday, or should we just use scaled charts?
Well, no, use the traditional analysis on scale
Oh, on scale charts.
as opposed to just...
Oh, okay. Well, some of that stuff doesn't matter. Like if you're looking at a moving average or an RSI or something, it's going to be identical on a scale or not. The only time that a scaled chart is really important is when you look at a pattern. It's the pattern on the chart. So if you're using a square or an ellipse or a circle or something, you need a scaled chart for sure. If you're looking at like the 9-5 counter exhaustion bars, it doesn't really matter. They're going to be in the same spot. Yeah.
Going back to this, the 10 multiple for the square that you had.
Okay.
Once let's say we're using intraday.
Okay.
And we establish the routine and the numerical amount for the square.
Okay.
Do you find that, let's say, consolidation or distributive patterns within a daily time frame would have one type of squaring, and then suddenly once the daily chart starts to go into a momentum move, that the intraday chart would have a new squaring?
Okay, once you find your square, the square is going to be valid forever. What might happen in volatile days is if you have your chart set up and it's going along, and then let's say you have a big move, and all of a sudden your chart can't hold all the data anymore. You'll see that on wave 59 sometimes, like it'll just go off the top on a square scale because it's not going to change the scale on you. what happens in those cases is your scale doubled or tripled. It'll still be like 10, but
It'd just be a function of
but
the
it
start.
it might be like 20, 30, 40, 50, like that. And so like in wave 59, you'll see the default scale is 12 by 3 points per day for the S&P. Like that's a good scale for the S&P. The 3 is just the multiplier.
Repeat that?
For the S&P, 12 by 3 points per day. The reason it's entered 12 by 3, I have those 2 boxes in there. The second box is so that if the day does go volatile, you can just multiply it up a number and don't have to do any math and won't make like a stupid mistake. So if it was 12 by 3 and it went too far, you go to 12 by 4 or 12 by 5. And then if it was a quiet day, like recently, it's been like 12 by 2, 12 by 1. But it's still 12. It's just, it'll come in and out based on volatility. The core scale is 12, and that's going to stay forever. And the same with the Dow, it's going to be 10 points times something.
Okay, so if we're in a normal scaling circumstance with the 10 by, assuming we're using this 10.
Right.
10 by 1 would be as long as it fits and your squaring of the chart fits on your screen and everything. Then you go to 10 by 2 at the point where the bar action moves off of this.
Right. Right. So what'll happen is the price will just start getting really wild for your chart, and it'll start going off. And you'll notice the squares will still work, but when you look at the chart, it's just going to start looking like stretched out, and then you just multiply. It's a volatility thing. Okay. It doesn't actually happen very often. It happens intraday on the S&P sometimes.
But it did on Friday.
And Friday it did. Yeah, you had to increase for sure. And if you look back in time, like on the Dow, back when it was like 40 compared to 11,000. It's not going to be 10 points per bar. It'll be like 1 or a tenth. As far as stocks go, most stocks run on 10 cents per bar per day on a daily chart. That's like a good starting point. If you want to have a starting point for a stock, that's almost everything works on that. Futures, 10 cents per bar on daily stocks. Futures are different. Futures need their own numbers, and you just have to figure it out. If you're trading Forex, Forex intraday is like, it's like 0.001 times 1 per bar. I might have the decimal points wrong. I don't trade Forex, but that seems to work. See, those are all easy numbers. It's like 1, 10, 10 cents, 0.0001. It's just a matter of moving the decimal point again. Yeah?
Is this what some charting programs are called range bars?
Range bars are different. Range bars are like X ticks per bar. So if you went up 4 ticks, that would be 1 bar, and then it would go off. It's not range bars and tick bars are not good bars to scale. You can't scale it because the time axis is totally variable. Remember that time is important to us, and it means something. Like this much time has a certain energy associated with it. This much price has a certain energy. And if you cram all your ticks into 1 bar, it's like, good luck using geometry. There's no way. So that's actually one of the reasons I get a lot of questions. How come you don't have volume bars? And how come you don't have this and this and this? One of the reasons is because I don't like the idea of getting rid of the time axis. I need to be able to square my chart. It'll come later, but yeah, range bars. Range bars, they do that to remove noise, basically. But I wouldn't use it if you're using geometry. Geometry is much better. Yeah.
Have you ever used exponential factors?
Exponential? For what do you mean?
Scaling for
like an exponential scale? I use just like arithmetic scales. I don't use log scales or anything like that. You could try it on like a really long-term chart. I found that the arithmetic scales just work much better.
So let's say you had stock XYZ, you would take your square, let's say the chart's not scaled at the moment. You would take your square and see if you could fit it in to a swing. And then you would, based on that, if it fit within that swing, you'd know you have your proper scale, and so you figure it out from that point. Right?
Yes, but you would have to check it on lots of swings, not just one swing.
Okay, so then you take that square, and then you scale it, and then you try several more squares on the scale chart.
Right.
And then that's how you do it.
Right. The squares is your way of confirming whether or not you have a squared chart, whether you've done it right. If the squares are off, sometimes if you're off a little bit, all the targets will be slightly off. And if you're just getting garbage out, then you know that your scale's wrong. You have to go back and try another number.
And it works on all geometric shapes once you have it scaled.
All the basic geometric shapes are there. So you got your square, you got your triangle. Those are the simplest ones. I think I've looked at pentagons once just for kicks, but that's getting close to a circle. Circles, Fibonacci vortex, spirals, all kinds of cool stuff starts popping out on a scaled chart. Yeah.
The square 9 works off a logarithmic function. Would it be useful to maybe scale logarithmically to try to apply that to the square 9?
I've thought about scaling like in logarithms, but I like the arithmetic scale better. It just works better. That's why I do it that way. It goes back to the time and price ratios, or the price-time measurements. You have to have a certain amount be a certain amount, and on a logarithmic scale, 1 inch at the bottom of the chart is not equal to 1 inch at the top of the chart. You're different. You're scaling a chart in a different way, but you're still hiding the price-time ratios. The relationship between price and time. It's all about price and time, and price-time measurements. And the whole point of a scaled chart, the way I'm doing it, is to keep those fixed everywhere. Everywhere on the chart, 1 inch is this much, this number of units. And that's why, like an automatic scale chart, it just can change on you. Logarithmic charts, they have some benefits, but I just don't like the idea that 1 inch would change.
What about logarithmically both the time and the price?
Maybe there's a way to hook them together.
Then,
I don't know.
And then it would be perfect square of 9, But you got to have both of them logarithmic.
You could try it. Do a chart by hand, and if it works, I'll put it in way 59. Okay, so in summary, rather than measuring, we can visually see price-time relationships if we scale our chart. This is the whole point of scaling a chart. Rather than having to do all that math, we're going to build it into the chart and look for the geometry itself. Everything is geometric. Markets are geometric in nature. Scaled charts allow us to see this geometry. If you can't see the geometry, then you can't use it. And this is the problem with TradeStation or any of those other ones. They're built. The people who built those didn't know about price and time, and they just automatically scale your chart because that's the easiest thing. You just put the high at the top and put the low at the bottom. That's the obvious choice. And the problem is during the day, if you break those high or low, it's going to rescale your chart and change you. And if you put a square on there, you'll have an edge at one point. As soon as you break the high or the low, you rescale and your edge moves. It's totally unstable. If you're not scaling your charts, don't try using geometry. Don't try any shapes or anything because it's just going to throw you off. And this is actually the biggest weakness that I see in most charting programs is they don't let you do that. Even the simplest shapes can be used to forecast future turning points if the chart is scaled correctly. On a properly scaled chart, I would choose a square shape over any popular technical indicator. It's just that much better. And if you go over a square chart and try for yourself, you'll see the same thing. This is why all the legendary traders of the past, they all use squared charts. All of them, Gann, Bayer, George Marischal, all those guys. And the reason I know that is because they had to draw their charts on paper. And if you draw your charts on paper, you have to think about what's my axis going to be, how much price is going to be in there, and they start relating them together. And all those techniques are based on geometry. Bayer had his ellipses, Gann had all kinds of stuff. Marischal had a bunch of stuff. And a lot of people wonder why there aren't traders who can pull off some of the things that those guys could. And the reason is because everybody's gone to computers and nobody knows how to look at geometry anymore. We've lost an entire branch of analysis. It's gone. And as far as I know, Wave 59 is the only software that can scale a chart. Ensign. And can Ensign do it now? Okay, Ensign can do it. I know Gann Trader can do it like on a daily basis, but it's rare. You have to. It's like all the kind of the fringe stuff that can do it, and the mainstream stuff nobody even thinks to do that. So that's kind of interesting.
Yeah, well, Ensign doesn't provide you with a way to establish how to square your chart. They just have it as a property which you can change.
Okay. As long as it's in there.
Ask Howard, and he'll say.
Okay. Any other questions on this section? Yeah.
Do you find a weekly square chart? You do any time frame to get a squared chart, but do you find that a weekly opposed to a daily gives you more accurate?
The
major turns.
The weekly chart also works just as well as a daily, and a weekly square is going to give you a weekly turn, and a daily square is going to give you a daily turn. So they'll look the same. It'll just be difference in time and price. So a weekly chart might be a big move that lasts for months. A daily turn will be like a couple weeks.
Would you find the weekly chart to pin more of the big moves as opposed to the daily chart just pinning turns?
Well, the daily chart will pin big moves also. It's just one of those moves is going to be really big. It's going to also get all the little stuff in between. The weekly chart will get you bigger moves in general, just bigger, slower, just because the nature of a weekly chart, right? And if you're scaling a weekly chart, do it exactly the same way. The square should still do all the same things. The triangle should still do all the same things. Yeah.
You'll need to use a different scale, though, if you're using different amounts of time, right?
Each time frame will have its own scale. So if you're on a 5-minute chart, let's say you're on a 1-minute chart. Okay, let's say you're on a 4-minute chart. A 4-minute chart is good because 4 minutes is about the amount of degrees that the ascendant will move 1 degree in 4 minutes. And so that's a good starting point. And let's say your scale is 25 cents per bar on the S&P. That works. 25 cents per bar on a 4-minute chart. So if you go to a 2-minute chart, what tends to happen is that scale will get cut in half. So you're going on 1/8 of a point, so 0.125 per bar, just because it's half. And then if you went to an 8-minute chart, you might go up to 50 cents a bar. So they're all actually related, but each one is going to need a different number. And your daily chart's going to need a different number, and your weekly chart's going to need a different number. So on your daily chart, you might be going 1 point per bar. Your weekly chart, you might need like 10 points per month or something like that.
Is there any ratio that works for this? I mean, if you've established 25 cents on a 4-minute chart, and you go to a 12-minute.
Well, if you know what the 4-minute chart is, you can divide that by 4. So you can actually, well, on the S&P, you could say a quarter per minute. That works pretty well to figure out. That'd actually give you 20 cents on a 4-minute chart. It'd give you 25 cents on a 5-minute chart. And if you wanted something weird like a 7-minute chart, you'd have 35 cents. So you can figure that out by checking 2 different time frames and trying to reduce it down to 1 minute. That works sometimes. The other way is just pick your time frames that you like and then find the scale. That's the other way to do it. Anybody else? That's it. Okay, so it's noon. Time for lunch.
How are we doing on time?
We're actually right on time. Good job. We're actually following the schedule, so I'm surprised. Yeah, we're 5 minutes early. Yeah, so we'll break for an hour. And if you want to go have lunch, just go 1 block that way on Pearl Street Mall. There's all kinds of stuff. And then be back here at 1 o'clock. I think Chris might have wanted to say something. He's not here, so never mind. Yeah, back here at 1 o'clock, I'll write the time up, and then we'll start jumping into more stuff. Testing. Can you guys hear me? Good? Okay. There have been a couple of people that have mentioned that their flights are a little early tomorrow and they're not going to be able to make the end. So I was thinking of starting at 8 o'clock. Does that sound good to everybody instead? So that way everything would be just an hour earlier. So, okay, so tomorrow at 8 o'clock we'll start. Okay. And so instead of ending at like 4:30, we'll end at like 3:30.
And you're not going to keep everything to the end either, right?
You're getting all the good stuff now.
But those that choose to stay later will get the rest of the stuff.
Well, everything will just go down 1 hour. So, I mean, I'll stay later and answer more questions if there are any.
I'm giving away the big secret till the very end.
Yeah, no, everything will be just an hour earlier. The magic plan. I don't know what I'll do about lunch, but we'll have that a little earlier too, I guess. Yeah. Okay, so tomorrow plan at 8. If necessary. Skip lunch. Yeah. Okay, so before I start on the geometry stuff, are there any questions from what we've covered so far? No. Okay. So now we know how to scale our charts and have looked at geometric shapes that we can use to forecast turning points. What I'm going to cover now are some of the more powerful geometric shapes that I use that are a little bit more advanced than just a square or a circle or a triangle. And the first one that I'd like to look at is an ellipse. George Bayer was the first one to talk about ellipses. It's basically, ellipse has a couple parts. It's got the major axis, which is this big long line going through the middle, and it's got the minor axis, and then it's got the edge. The way you would apply an ellipse to a market, there's 2 different applications. There's the retracement ellipse, where if this is your market, you put one corner at point 1, and then you'd run the major axis up through point 2, and you'd look for a bounce right on the edge here. The expansion ellipse is you'd still put the axis here at the corner of the turn, but you'd use the edge at point 2, and your target would be the opposite edge. So the difference is 0.2 can either be the edge or the major axis. And the difference will be that the retracement ellipse will give you a much smaller target, and this will be a farther away target. This is more for retracements, and this is for the bigger moves. So in applying that to the market, here's a chart of the E-mini, 2-minute chart. Our scale is 1/8 of a point per bar. Because the 4-minute scale I mentioned before was 1/4 of a point per bar, so this is half of that. So 1 bar is 0.125 points going up on your square. And so here's our first swing, A to B. And what we're going to do is take an ellipse, put the edge at A, the major axis at B, and we're looking for a retracement here on the edge. Now this ellipse is a 202 bar long ellipse. 202 bars is 1 day on a 2-minute chart. So all your ellipses should really be natural cycles. So if you're on a 4-minute chart, 101 was in the book, that's exactly 1 day. And the minor axis is 0.47 times the major axis. I don't know why 0.47 works. That's just what I use, and it works on everything. 0.47. Yeah, it's almost half, but not quite. So on a 2-minute chart, our ellipses are going to be exactly 1 day long, and then we have our 0.47.
Erik, you mean the major axis would be the length of 1 day? You turn it to that side?
Yes, if you turn it exactly flat, this day would start and end, and the ellipse would cover the entire day.
Why is that? What rule that?
It's just that the market runs on natural cycles, and you want to have an ellipse that's based on some actual thing. So 1 day is a good cycle. If you wanted to get a smaller ellipse, you could do a half day or a 4-hour ellipse.
And this is something that you've observationally backed up over time.
Right. Yeah. All the ellipses that I found, they all have, the ones that work all have a length that's some important number, like 6 months or a year long or a day long. If you're going on like a 1-minute chart, you could do like a couple hours, but it's some natural time cycle that the ellipses run on. And we'll see later how a bunch of them are linked together that way. So this ellipse is 202 by 94 bars, 202 being the major axis, 94 this way if you stack this sideways. This is the retracement. Yeah.
We're looking at longer-term ellipses. Would you suggest starting with time months, intervals like 6 months, like you just said, or planetary degrees?
I tend to do like years, like 1 year or 6 months. We're going to get into some weekly charts where you'll see a big, really long ellipse, and then all the way going down. Yeah.
Sorry, I missed your 0.4.
0.47. So you take the length of the minor. So you take however long the major axis is, multiply that by 0.47, and that'll give you the length of the minor.
You don't mention that in the book.
It's not in the book? Is it implied? It should be in there somewhere. Yeah.
How did you come up with the 0.47 for the value of the minor axis?
The way I came up with 0.47 was really trial and error. At the beginning I thought that it would be half, 50%, but it just was not quite on. 0.47 just seems to work. It works much better. So lots of testing. I don't know.
So basically for all the ellipses of all time periods, the minor should always be 0.47 of the major.
Right. All the ellipses that I'll show and that I use, they all have 0.47 times the major. That's just what works. Yeah.
So when you look at layers, they're pretty thin. They're like long cigars. So you must be using something different.
Yeah, Bayer's ellipses were a little different. He was actually using pi, and I've tried that. The minor axis a lot of times is based on your scale. So if you change your scale around, your minor axis is going to change also. And it could have been that the way he set his charts up, his scale was just more towards those big long cigar ellipses. I don't know why. Yeah, this kind of scales that I use with the squares and the triangles and all that, 0.47 works better. Yeah. Okay, so this is a retracement ellipse. This is how an expansion ellipse would work. So we have our swing A to B. We put the edge of our ellipse at A, and then we put the apex at A, and then we put the edge at B, and that'll give us this one. There's actually 2 ellipses on every swing. So swing AB has a retracement ellipse of the silver one here, and then the expansion ellipse is the red one. I don't know if you can see the silver one very well on that. The silver one hit right here, and the fact that it broke through the silver one tells us we're going to the expansion target. So every swing's got 2 targets. The first target is a retracement ellipse, and the second target is an expansion ellipse. And it's going to hit one of those 2.
Erik,
Yeah.
why didn't you use the point a bit further in? Because
This
That's a lower low.
this one.
No, they got that,
The-
we got, down to the point B's.
Well, these are actually equal, and I remember I said my rule is that I use the later one. It's going to be on ellipses too.
Here it doesn't look equal.
Oh, it's covered up. It's covered up by the ellipse, but it should be equal. It looks equal on my screen. It could be that the pixel's underneath the edge of the ellipse or something, and it looks. But these are actually equal. This is a double bottom.
So what was the rule then? You used the second one?
The second one. So here's first bottom. Here's the second bottom. I always go with the second bottom. Yeah, Raj.
I've been just using GAN swing.
GAN swings should do the same thing, I think. Sure. It's the only time that you'd have to use the double is when you had a double bottom, and that doesn't happen every other. It's more rare than usually. It would be obvious. It'd be like this, but in this case, there's actually 2 bars. You'd put it on this bar here. Although every now and then the market will throw you off and it'll go off the earlier one, but they'll be close. Even if you put it off of this one, your target probably would have been that high, I bet. Okay, so I'm just gonna go through the chart here. Here's our next swing, A to B. Oh, I did use the earlier one here. A to B. Here's our. This is how it'll look when the expansion breaks. It caught it, bounced, and then it broke down through. When it does that, what it means is that we're on an ellipse that was formed inside the other ellipse. So here's our new swing, A to B, and this expansion caught it.
Of course, on the prior chart, it did break, but then came back in.
Right.
Prior to that.
This one counts. If you look at the closes, it actually wasn't really able to close below. Here's the lowest close right there.
Okay.
Yeah, it'll get you in the area. Okay, here's the next one. This is the little swing in between A to B. This happens a lot. This is how trending markets. This is how you get further targets down in a trending market. You have to go off of the retracements. Here are 2 ellipses. Here's the first one. This is an expansion ellipse because we have our apex here, or our edge here, up the point here, the end, and then our edge of the ellipse here catches this. And here's the second one with the end here and the edge there. And you can see how they gang up together on this top. In all this stuff, you're going to see multiple things coming together at one point. That's really what you want to be looking for. Here's a retracement ellipse, A to B, and then it caught it on the edge. I'm just walking forward through the chart. Here's A to B. This is our initial swing. We put up our retracement ellipse. Sometimes the market is going to break above your ellipse. The way you tell whether it's broken it for real or if it's holding is you look at the point where it crossed over. So it breaks through at some point, and you can draw a horizontal line out from that spot and look to see how many times if it can close above that or not. That level where it crosses through gets held in time, and it can kind of fluctuate around there. But the resistance doesn't go down with the ellipse. It's right here where it breaks. So this keeps on getting held, and so this was not a true break. It was. This is a true signal. Here's another example of that, A to B. Our retracements here. The point where it actually broke through was this horizontal line, and it was really only able to close like 1 tick below. So this held through all this, although it looks like it's outside of it, it's not. Okay, A to B. Here's a retracement ellipse. It broke through right here on the silver one. And the level that it touched the ellipse was right here, and you can see that price quickly closed above that and held above that. It's actually holding right under the support area. So that means that
the expansion ellipse.
It broke the retracement ellipse. The silver one's the retracement ellipse. And right here is where I'm talking. Not the red one, but the silver one. Mm-hmm. So A to B, you put your major axis here. There's your edge, and it broke right here, and then it breaks up. That means we're going to the expansion target, which is this big red ellipse, which caught in here at the top.
The crossing point is the closing price?
It's just where it passed through, not the close. Just wherever on the ellipse. It's going to be a point on the ellipse somewhere, the bar that went through. Next one was a retracement, A to B. Caught here. This is a retracement. It ran up here a little bit before it fell. I don't generally like to tend to split ellipses over a day because the market does happen in here overnight, and I don't know if it's right to be throwing out that data. You can do it. I'm just a little wary about it, but I'll do it anyway. Just so you know, you should probably be careful about that. There's two potential ones we could use here, A to B, and then this one here, A to, I didn't mark the point. But if we were right here, we might have put this retracement. It fell short. A to B finally caught the top. And here I'm using 2 days again, which is not necessarily right, but it works out. A to B, retracement, hit here. Okay, in this situation, we actually have two potential ellipses. We have the first one from A to B1 on this red one, which you could have taken here, could have caught that, or here, and then A to B2, which never quite completed. Sometimes it can get confusing like that. You have to watch two ellipses at once. A to B1 turned out to be the ellipse that was really controlling the market, though. A to B, this is an expansion ellipse, 2 ticks off the bottom. A to B, here's an expansion ellipse. This one came in all the way on the next day. And you can see that the major axis actually does play a role in this. You're not going to get turns off of it, but you'll see price respect it. It'll bounce off of it and do little things like this. Okay, one thing about all these tools is that they don't stop working when things get crazy in the market. It's still all there. The patterns are there, and the market's going to respect it. It's just going to be a little harder to apply. So the Fed they were going to make an announcement right here, and so the first half of the day was really boring. But if you look, here's our last swing before this big spike. You put your ellipse A here, B here. This is our expansion ellipse, and you can see it caught both of these tops. So despite all this panic and freaking out, the ellipses are still valid. It's not like they stopped working. And you can actually see the silver one here was off of this reaction here. So here this would be start of the swing, and this would be the end, and an expansion ellipse together with this red one. It caught the top. So the question is, how do ellipses grow? We've seen one size of an ellipse, 101 bars on a 4-minute chart, 202 on a 2-minute chart. And ellipses grow like squares grow. So if you're going to grow a square, according to sacred geometry, what you do, here's your square with a side of 1. The way you grow it is by the diagonal. So you create a new square by splitting a square in half and using that side as a new diagonal. And this is the root, this is square root of 2. We saw in the Pythagorean theorem, it's 1 squared plus 1 squared, and then the square root of that comes out to root 2. Ellipses grow in the same way. So here's our square. This red one was our initial ellipse, which is 101 by 47. If we put this blue ellipse on the diagonal, it's going to have a major axis square root of 2 times the other initial axis. So it's square root of 2 times larger, which comes out to be 143 by 66. And then if we wanted to grow that one again, we'd build off a whole other square, and we'd multiply this major axis by square root of 2, and we get 202. And you can see that this is 1 day. If this was a 4-minute chart, this would be 1 day. This would be 2 days. So it's staying in with our natural cycle. I was saying use 1 day. You can also use 2 days. The in-between part would be the square root of 2. And these ellipses also work. They all work. They're just going to get different kinds of turns. So this is the same market, 2-minute S&P, same scale, which is 1/8 of a point. Our original ellipse was 202 by 95. You multiply 202 by 1.414, square root of 2, and you get 285.6. New ellipse is 286.134. You get 134 by multiplying 286 by 0.47, which is the standard minor axis ratio. So we'll do the same thing. Here's point A, here's point B. Retracement ellipse catches it right at the bottom. Here's point A, here's point B. This is another retracement ellipse. Caught the top here. And this is all the same data, so you remember that the 202 ellipses were also catching tops here. So they actually link together. This is a retracement ellipse from the bottom at A to the top of B. Expansion ellipse caught it.
When you select points A and B, you just kind of take your ellipse and drag it around and just try to fit it in there, basically.
So yeah, you're going to have to watch what the swings are, where the swings form. So here's the last low, here's the last high. You're going for the next low or the next high. So if you're in here somewhere, this is the most recent active point, so you're going for a low. And you would always place it in the exact same way. And you would move it swing to swing. As soon as this low forms and you start rallying up here, you're going to put another one right there and try to get the top.
So the next ellipse, you would try to flip it over, and A would start with B.
This would be, right.
That would be A, and the arrow would be...
This would be, oh, I didn't do it.
Then where that red arrow would be, next would be B.
right? So A, B for the next one, and you're going up looking for one of these, right? And you just go with the flow. So I was talking about nested ellipses. This is what a nested ellipse looks like. We have this point, we have A, B, and C. This red one is our initial 202 one-day ellipse, and the expansion ellipse caught the top. This blue one is this is the square root of 2, the next one, next size up, and you can see that the major axis was right here. And then B to C, this greener, this teal ellipse is our 2-day ellipse, which is square root of 2 times the next size up, so it's the third size up, and it is retracement ellipse. So we have a small expansion ellipse, a large retracement ellipse, and then the major axis of a third ellipse, all 3 points coming together at this one spot. And when you see this, those are usually pretty good.
Is that larger one square root of 2 times square root of 2?
The larger one is, okay, so this is our original. This is 202. You multiply by square root of 2 and you get the blue one.
Right.
Then you multiply this blue one by the square root of 2 and you get the green one. If you wanted another bigger one than this green one, you'd multiply this major axis by square root of 2 and you get a humongous one. So here is a wheat chart, a daily wheat chart. I'm using calendar days in this case. Geometry tends to work best on calendar days, I found, this kind of stuff. The scale that I'm using for wheat is 1 point per bar. And since it's a daily chart, my length, I'm using 6-month ellipses. So it's still a natural cycle, it's just a bigger cycle. Our first swing starts here in December. Put the major axis on the top here, and here's our retracement ellipse, caught this bottom in February. An expansion ellipse from this bottom in February up to the top here. That bottomed out in May. Here's another one. We caught the bottom in May up through here. This is retracement ellipse. It hit twice and ran up here. And all these other ones would be done the same way. This is a weekly chart of wheat. The scale that I'm using is 5 points per month. I'm using a 5-year ellipse, which is 260 by 122 bars. 122 to get that, just 0.47 again. You can see there's looks like about 7 years on here. So this is an ellipse that I found that I wanted to show you that was kind of interesting. It's a little different than what we've been doing. If you have point A and B, you can set the ellipse up in this way too. So A and B touch. It hit here at the top, and if you look at where these levels are, like you look at where the major axis crosses the edge, that was a high point. This crossing point here between the minor axis and the edge, you just drag that over. That was important right here. Here's the very center of the ellipse. That was important right there. And here was the minor axis and the bottom edge right there. The thing you'll notice about long-term ellipses is that they stick around a while, and so all the important points in the ellipse kind of get burned into the market. So all these little points like this can be important support and resistance levels. This is the weekly chart with the standard retracements, what we've been doing. Point A to B, this is an expansion ellipse all the way up to here in 2004. Got the top. Move it, A to B is now the next swing, and our expansion ellipse caught the bottom exactly here in 2005. And you can see that the minor axis is still being respected. This is the most current ellipse from A to B. It's a retracement ellipse. It caught the top here in late 2005. And this is where we're at right now. It bounced off the minor axis, and we're here right now. I haven't checked on wheat, so I don't know what happened, if we broke it or came down. But this would be the current one. Going out to a monthly chart, everything's the same. I'm scaled at 5 points a bar. This is a 10-year ellipse, which is 120 by 56. And you can see this big drop from 1995 down to 2000. We just put the ellipse up here in an expansion, and we get this top. So what you'd use is you could use a monthly chart, a weekly chart, and a daily chart, and you could watch those ellipses nest at the same levels also. So as soon as you were coming into here, you'd know that there was just a ton of resistance, and that this probably wouldn't be able to make it through. Okay, that was the first pattern, ellipses. Any questions about ellipses?
Are you familiar with, there was like a Gann scales package on the internet. Are you familiar with that?
What is it?
It's called Gann ellipsis package or something.
Oh, yeah, from Sacred Science.
That's it.
What's it called?
It's the Sacred Science. They found some ellipses that Gann supposedly used, and they're selling it. I haven't seen them. It's expensive. It's supposed to be good. I really don't know. I've talked to one guy who saw it, and he said it was okay, but it's really hard to say. The thing about Gann is that he did tons and tons of research, and not all of his research necessarily worked, but I'm sure he saved it all. I mean, just looking at myself, I know that I have drawers of charts. And now that he's a legend, people find stuff, they're like, oh, look, it's a Gann ellipse. You know, and it might have just been like something he was playing with, and he threw it away. But to tell you the truth, I haven't looked at it one way or the other, so I can't really say. Anybody? Yeah.
Erik, so for you want to put ellipses on, say, daily charts. So do you use that? Is that a very good ellipse to put on? Is that common for all markets, like say a share price like Microsoft or something?
For daily charts, for the length?
Yeah, would that be 260 by 122? Would that be for a daily chart?
Yeah, you'd want to use the 6-month ellipse on that. 6-month or a 1-year ellipse. I think that was the 6-month, right?
Yeah, 6 months.
Yeah.
So would that be good to use on any daily chart?
Yeah, any daily chart, you should be able to use a 6-month ellipse.
Okay.
Right.
And a weekly chart would be the next one, obviously.
Weekly chart, yeah, weekly chart would be the next, whatever that one was. It was like 5 years, 10 years. If you're on a monthly chart, probably 10 years. Weekly chart could be like a 5-year, 1 year, 6 month. Those would be the one. It really depends on your horizon.
So what would 1 year one be on the daily?
A 1 year, well, if you're calendar day, then a 1 year would be a 365 on calendar days, because 365 days in a year. And then a 6 month would be like 183.
6 months is that 260 days?
Well, a full year, a full year is 365. I think that was a monthly chart you're talking about. 365. If it's a daily chart, 365, and then if you want to get a 6-month chart, chop that in half, you get like 183, 182.
183.
Yeah, 183 would be the 6-month chart. Yeah. Okay. Anybody else? Yeah.
Erik, you were saying to nest between the daily, monthly, and daily, weekly, and monthly.
Right.
You mean on the same chart, or you just mean you're paying attention to levels?
Yeah, I just meant you want to watch all 3 of them. So if you're trading a daily chart and you're looking for a really big, something big, you'd want to pull up your monthly ellipse, pull up your weekly ellipse, and pull up your daily ellipse, and watch for a time when the weekly ellipse and the monthly ellipse and the daily ellipse all lock together in some way. And they'll do that a lot, especially on the big moves like you saw in wheat. It's not going to happen every day. You might have to wait a year for it, but you just keep it up there and watch it and wait. And then you can really load up when they all 3 of them come together at one spot like that.
Why do they work?
Why do ellipses work? It's just the geometry of markets. It requires a scaled chart, and it just must be that the human brain sees those patterns and wants and reacts to them. I don't really know why it works. The mechanism behind all this stuff is really what we don't know. Like we can see price and time are the same, and that scaled charts work, but exactly how does it come in? Why is it an ellipse? It's hard to say.
I think there is book that it's like the path of planets.
The planets move in ellipses, right? Yeah.
One more question. On daily charts, do you use always calendar days, or would you use trading days or ellipses?
I've actually used both, and they both work. I favor calendar days, though. Yeah. I like to get the true time in there rather than chopping parts off. I want to see everything. So, and calendar days are especially important with this pattern, the flower of life. This pattern is actually carved on some pyramids in Egypt, and recently certain groups have taken it and created a whole seminar and all kinds of stuff about it. The tree of life is in here. There's all kinds of Fibonacci relationships. The Vesica Pisces is in here. It's a big pattern. If you do a search on the internet, it's kind of interesting to look and see what you can find about this pattern. But for using it in markets, we use it similar to what we were doing before with the squares and the triangles. So here's point A and point B. This is our swing. We're going to take the flower of life and place one node here and one node here. So a node is a point where everything comes together, one of these spots like this. So one node on A, one node on B, and we're going to look, these two make a triangle here, and we're going to look where the end of this triangle is, and it's right down here. This is actually the same, exactly the same as the triangle that I was showing before. The triangle is part of the flower of life. So this is the basic way, make our triangle, here's our low. Now the flower of life can subdivide. First of all, this is a bond chart, a daily bond chart, and the scale is 3 ticks per bar. So bonds move in 30 seconds, and this is 3 to get here, 3 30 seconds per bar. Okay, so we've got a high at A and a low at B. what I've done is the first harmonic would be one node here to make a big triangle out to here, which actually worked. Subdividing it, you put an extra node in, so 1, 2. You get two nodes in here, and then you go off of the last triangle, which is out to here. And with this particular pattern, we're going high to low, low to high. So from this low, we're looking for a high. So although the first harmonic was here and got the low, it was more of a confirmation this was the true one that hit. So this would be the second harmonic. You see this a lot, especially in trending markets. Okay, that's just what I was talking about. Here's A to the B. Here's the original one. This would be the first harmonic before it's subdivided, and it made this triangle and gave us this low here. But yeah, second harmonic was actually the key projection, as we need a high, not a low. This is still good for confirmation, though. Okay, so here's one. We go from A to B. We make our triangle, and here is our turning point. But nothing happened. Did this one not work, or was it just a complex pattern? These flower of life patterns work both in price and time, and a lot of times you have to get both targets in for it to work. So it can hit the time target first and then the price target, or the price target first and then the time target, but your turn happens when both of them are met. Whoever makes the second one is when the turn happens. So this is our time target. Time is satisfied. This is the price target. We have to go all the way up to there before this time will kick in. So we'll run up here. As soon as it touches, then we can drop. You'll see this a lot. So you got to watch both axes. Remember that it's not just time or price. It's both together.
They both have to be met before you're going to get a change in trend.
Right. This was an expansion. This is how you handle a trending market with the flower of life. So this is our swing, A to B. This was our first target here. It got a little blip. Okay, so the market went down a little bit, but it kept on going up. So what we do is we can stack these triangles. You just take the same one, you put it on the end, and you get this blue one. You put that one on the end, and you get the green one. This is how markets like to build trends. They'll build up a bunch of these triangles together, and then one of them will finally hit. Usually you don't go past 3. 3 is about as much as you'll see, but it's good to be aware. So while an ellipse will expand into a larger ellipse, the flower of life will expand into another petal, basically. So you've got your triangle set up. You'll just go into another one and then another one, but it's the same one. So there's 4 things to watch for when you're doing this. Standard first harmonic time, which are just our regular triangles, just A to B, make a big triangle. The second and the third harmonics, which are the subdivisions that we've seen. So you put 2 nodes into there, or 3. 3, you really shouldn't go past 3. That's really rare. You have to watch for expansions of multiple triangles, like we saw. That'll happen in a trending market. And then finally, time and price both have to be satisfied. So both targets have to be in there. And we'll look at a lot of examples of all these. So here's an example of a third harmonic division. This is our swing. And there is a big flower here if you do this, and the target is way down here. It's this huge triangle. But since it's a big swing, what we're going to do is subdivide it. There's 3 sections, 1, 2, 3. And then we're going to take the last triangle in here that's formed by the petals, and this was the target. Here's A to B. This is our standard one, which is just the first harmonic. It's one whole petal all the way out to here to get this top. This is the second harmonic, so A to B. There's 2 of them in here, and then we take the last triangle, and this is our bottom, time and price. This is an example of how you would do an expansion. This was our initial swing, A to B, which actually worked down to here, and then we had another one tacked onto the end, same triangle tacked onto the end to get us the top. You'll see this is how markets build retracements. If you're ever in a trend and are looking for a place to get back in, just use a second harmonic division of the flower of life. You go A to B, divide it by 2, and take it. It looks like a little flag. You take this last triangle right here. That's where you'd be wanting to go up. This is an example of price getting satisfied and time getting satisfied later. So A to B is our initial swing. We make our triangle. Here's the price level, which we definitely hit early on. And then here's the time level. It wanted at this high here. It still rallied past it, but it did get this high. Here's A to B. We split it into 2. This price target also gets hit early. It gets hit right here, right in July. But the time target's all the way out here, so you have to wait till it hits before you can have your turn. And it was right there. I think this one was exact to the day. Here's a third division again. 1, 2, 3. Split it up. Take the last one. Make our triangle. There's the top. Here's another third harmonic. 1, 2, 3. This one caught the bottom. This is the first harmonic, A to B. Make our triangle right here. Yeah.
How do you know how many harmonics you have to get?
You have to go 1, 2, or 3. And you don't really necessarily know.
So if it moves a considerable amount, you don't probably 3 then.
Yeah, it really depends. A lot of it depends on the size of your initial swing. So if it was this big one here, you know that the big triangle, it's going to be like way out here. It's just going to be big. If it's a big move, you're going to definitely subdivide. If it's smaller like this, you probably won't. If it's a trending market, you'll probably go to the second harmonic.
When you initially lay the flower life on top of your chart, how do you initially line it up?
How do you initially line the flower up?
Yeah, or is it just do you move it around at all?
Yeah, you move it. You got to set. Okay, so these like this point here would be exactly on this high, and then this point is exactly on the low. It's these nodes that you get to adjust.
So just find a point where both nodes match up on at least one petal, and it should work for.
Well, you can adjust this flower, so it has 2 hot spots, and you can grab it and spin it around and stretch it out and do all kinds of stuff. So you'd put one hot spot here, and you'd put the other one here, and you'd set it exactly along your swing, and then it'll draw all this other stuff out. So these are the only 2 points that it needs to know. It needs to know that, and all this other stuff just gets drawn in. It's based on that core measurement.
Readjusting it after every swing?
Yeah, you go swing to swing. So as soon as you get your high, you think you're going back down, you need a whole brand new pattern. So then you set your next pattern up. When you hit that low, then you set your next pattern up and you go for the high. So you're always looking at the next turning point. If you just made a high, you're looking for a low, and if you just made a low, you're looking for a high.
And you move the pattern, you adjust the nodes to the next swing,
Right.
the next AV?
Right. So like if this was an actual chart, and let's say I'm looking for a low, I would grab this and I'd drag it all the way over here to the high, and then look for another one.
I think you need, would you resize it?
You could resize it too. Yeah. See that that's what I did. I took this here, and I actually had to resize it so that it was the second harmonic instead of the first. Although the first was still on. Here's where the first would have been. You didn't get the price target met, but it was right on top. You can see the big triangle. But it was the second harmonic that really did it. So here's a couple more that I put on there. A to B gets this top, C to D gets this little top, E to F gets the big top, and then we drop. Here's A to B again, divided into 2. And you can see that this level actually held for quite a while. This one, the time target got hit basically instantly, because it's just the way that it's set up. It was like, a couple days afterwards we hit our time target. So it was a pure price target one. It went above, and it finally held. So ellipses in the flower of life can be used to determine the price and time of the next swing high or low, each according to its rules. You go swing to swing, so if you have a high, you're looking for a low. If the last significant feature is a high, you're looking for a low. As soon as that low forms, you're looking for a high, and you just go with the flow back and forth. And note that without a properly scaled chart, these patterns are totally useless. So all this is based on scaling your chart. If you don't have a scaled chart, you're just playing around. So keep that in mind. Everything's building up. Yeah.
In your book, this flower of life chapter is the only time where you discuss bonds or illustrate them. Do you want to comment on whether or not any of the other methods we have discussed so far work well with bonds?
Everything should work on bonds. Yeah. Everything should work on everything. So it's just this stuff is kind of how the market's built. As long as you have your scale right, flower life will work, the ellipses will work, all the astro stuff will work. The only thing that changes from market to market is some of the fingerprints. So the numbers might be different. So instead of looking at 25,000 shares for Microsoft, you have to look at 10,000. For bonds, it might be some different cycle than the S&P as far as your magic numbers go. But basically, it's all the same no matter what. And that goes for time frames too. So if you're on a 1 minute chart, all the same stuff should work as if you're on a monthly chart or a yearly chart or something. Yeah.
If you could only use one section for all the stuff we've seen.
So far, I would use the one that we just did. Either this or just the squares, something simple. That's my favorite stuff. It's not necessarily better. It's just what I like better, and that's what I tend to use mostly in my own trading.
It's all based on the same things.
Right. But it's all works. You're not going to be able to use all of this. It's too much stuff. So you want to pick like 3 or 4 of them and combine them. Yeah.
I'm getting way ahead of you, but
Sure.
in the end, what are some of your favorites besides?
In the end, I really like the last. He says he's getting a little ahead, but he wants to know what some of my favorites are out of everything. The stuff tomorrow is good. Some of the stuff that we'll do at the end of the day today, the intraday astro patterns, those are really good. For a daily chart, I definitely like the hot planets and the astronumerology. Yeah, those are big. Anybody else? No. Okay, so now it's time to take the astro primer. We're going to get into some astrological things, and I just want to make sure that everybody's basically on the same page with all this stuff. If you have any question about anything on what I'm going to go over, just shout it out. It could be that I'm skipping over something that's obvious to me, but might be confusing. Astrology is kind of a strange thing to be jumping into, and if you have no experience with it, it's just a little bit confusing. So basically, this is what we're working with. Here's the sun, and these are all the planets lined up. This is the order they're in: Mercury, Venus, Earth, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, Neptune, Pluto, and then the moon's in here around the Earth, and that's pretty much what we're going to watch. All the planets in Wave 59 do have symbols, and these are the symbols that you'll see in books. So the moon looks like a little moon. It's just basically a symbol to mean a planet. Wave 59 in the ephemeris, you can have it plot these, or you can have it plot letters. It's really up to you. I tend to use these. If you have a question about anything like what planet is that, just ask me and I'll point it out, because I don't know how I did most of these charts. I think I did symbols. So this is the ephemeris. This is something straight out of Wave 59. And what it is it's the top-down view of the solar system. Here's the center. This is the sun right here. This is geocentric, which means it's Earth-centered. So this is the Earth. This is Earth-centered, which means that it's as if the Earth was the center of everything. So we start at 0 degrees, and we go around 360 degrees around this wheel. And each one of these lines represents a particular planet, its location. So this is the Mars line. It's out here. We can look at the side here, 35 degrees. Here's Mars. This is the moon out here. Here's Saturn. Here's Jupiter. Mercury, Sun, and Pluto are together, the Moon, Neptune, and Uranus. And this is the node. And the node is the point where the moon crosses over the ecliptic. So it's not a real planet, but we want to watch them anyway. The moon's going to be going up and down like this as it goes around us. And there's
The node is where the moon crosses the equator in its orbit, correct?
yeah. And if you have like an eclipse, then the moon has to be at its node.
And the node
together.
changes as the Earth moves as the Earth and the moon move around the sun, the node's position will change over time.
Yeah, this position changes, and the node actually goes backwards. It's like a weird planet. It shifts. There's actually 2 nodes. There's the north node and the south node. This is the north node. The south node's just exactly opposite. It's just one big line here.
The south node, that's not displayed there, right?
Yeah, I just didn't put it on there. It's just 180 degrees from this one to be right here.
Oh, okay.
And its symbol is just an upside down little. It's the upside down version of that. So it's.
Are the planets moving clockwise and the nodes counterclockwise?
Planets move counterclockwise. They move this like this. Here's 0. So planets go in. They go. The degrees go up. So you'd start here and you go like this, usually, and then the node's going back the opposite way. So planets go counterclockwise, unless they go retrograde, which happens every now and then, and they'll go back a little bit, and then they'll come forward and then go back a little bit. But yeah, in general, that's the right direction. So that's forward. Everything starts here and moves counterclockwise on this wheel.
And what's the number for
This, I'll get into that. These are declinations, which is this. There's a special screenshot for that. These are the planetary degrees if you want to see exactly where it's at. This is the declination. This is the declination bar. It's coming a little later. We can also do a heliocentric view, which means sun-centered. And in that case, we're changing our perspective. We're putting the sun at the center, and everybody runs around the same direction. This is now the Earth. Before we had the sun as the red line, now we've got the Earth. Everything goes counterclockwise. Same planets. The moon's not in there anymore because the moon doesn't go around the sun, and there's no node either. But it's basically the same. Yep.
Erik, this chart shows us the planets and Earth and Moon relative to each other.
Right.
As they're actually moving.
Right. This is like a real-time view, and think of it as a top-down view of the whole system. If the sun is at the center, then if you're at the sun and you look out 60 degrees, then there's Mars and Venus, and then it goes around.
And the previous screenshot was at the Earth at the center.
Right.
Planets relative to that Earth's position.
As if the Earth was the center and we were rotating around. It looks, if you're on the Earth and you look out, it looks like the planets are spinning around you. So that would be the geocentric view. That's actually the most commonly used one. It's not scientifically correct, but what are you going to do? Yeah.
The ecliptic view, that's a right ascension, isn't it?
Right ascension is geocentric, and it's based on the equator rather than the ecliptic. So it's just a coordinate system. It's like, how are you going to represent your coordinates differently? The ecliptic is relative to the ecliptic, and then
Which one is ecliptic?
the ecliptic and the equatorial, they both are really similar. You're going to be off like 1.5 degrees on the moon, and that's it. Everything else will be pretty much the same. I tend to use equatorial, just because it's more of an Earth-based thing. Right ascension and declination are actually measured from the Earth in 24 hours. It's like how far up you go and over. And I converted it to 360 degrees, so on wave 59 it's 360. But yeah, if you're going to use ecliptic or equatorial, use equatorial. Yeah, but the difference between them is so small that you're probably not going to notice. So don't worry about it too much. There's two zodiacs, which is the frame that we're looking at, that everything's put on. The first zodiac is the tropical zodiac, or the western zodiac, where the constellations move but the seasons don't. So this is what everybody, if you think of astrology, this is probably what you're thinking of. And you'll see a lot of scientists saying, hey, Virgo's not in Virgo anymore. That's because this is linked to the seasons. So spring is always in the same spot of the sky, fall is always in the same spot of the sky. The other way is the sidereal, or the eastern zodiac, which is we should use in Vedic astrology. In this case, the seasons move, but the constellations don't. So this takes into account precession of the equinoxes, and everything's fixed. So Virgo is in Virgo forever. And it's really just, the only thing that's different is the numbers. So instead of being at 30 degrees, you might be at 50. They're off by like 20 degrees, 23 degrees. So here it is. Tropical and sidereal zodiacs are currently off by 23 degrees. This is the tropical, this is the sidereal. It's the planets, the relationship between the planets are all exactly the same. It's just where they're at. So here's the moon, it's at 85 in the tropical right here. And in the sidereal, it's at like 60. But the relationship between it and Saturn is exactly the same. Everything just gets twisted slightly. And astrologers fight over which one's right. It's back and forth. It actually turns out that they both work for different things. And we'll actually look at both of them. Aspects. An aspect is formed when two planets are at a certain number of degrees apart from each other. You measure from one planet to the other and you take their difference. And they found over time that there's certain differences that are valuable and that trigger events and others that don't. And the ones that do are the traditional aspects. So 0 degrees would be a conjunction. They're right on top of each other. 60 degrees apart would be sextile squares. Like 90 degrees, it looks like a square, so it makes a right angle. 120 degrees is a trine. 180 degrees is an opposition. 180 degrees would be directly opposite. You don't have to memorize all these. The names don't really matter. The important thing to realize is that aspects are calculated based on equal divisions of a circle. So our circle is 360 degrees. The first division is just chop it in half. That's 180 degrees, so that's an aspect. Chop it into 3 parts, you get 120 degrees, 3 sections. Chop it into 4 parts, you get 90 degrees. 5 parts, you get a pentagon. 6 parts, you get a sextile. And it just goes out like that. So it's all just harmonics of a circle. And that's the easy way to think about it. Okay, that's just what I was talking about. Equal divisions of a circle. So 360 divided by 1 is our conjunction. This would be think of this as the first harmonic, second harmonic, third harmonic would be divided by 3, fourth harmonic is 4, fifth, 6. And it just goes up. It's just equal divisions. So this is what a conjunction would look like. This is this is the sun right here. This is geocentric. This is the sun, this red line, and then Pluto is on top of it. There's two lines right on top of each other. So they're together, they're conjunct, Sun plus Pluto. In opposition would be 180 degrees, which is the moon. So this gold line here is the moon, and it's exactly pointing the opposite direction from the sun and Pluto. So here's sun and Pluto, and here's the moon opposite. That's an opposition. A trine is Jupiter and Uranus, and see how it makes a square. If you think of it as equal divisions of a circle, we're just looking at geometry again. This is a triangle. This is just our triangle that we've been looking for. A square would just be a square shape. Here's the square. Here's Mercury, square to Uranus. Makes a square. So it's not numbers that you want to think about, it's shapes and geometry. Aspects form when two planets come together. You have a compound aspect when more planets get involved. This is a grand trine, which means one planet's on every corner. So here's the moon, here's Uranus, and here's Jupiter, all three of them. And see how they make a triangle? This would be a grand trine. This is more powerful. The more planets you get, the more power you get.
You can only sometimes only have a planet at 2 of the points and not on a third?
Yeah, the one before that. This is a trine. This is a regular trine. So you had one here, but this is empty. This is just a plain old trine. This is the weakest trine. And the more that you get, you start adding this. This is stronger. There's 3. And if you add a bunch of other ones on there, then it gets stronger and stronger and stronger. Let's talk about earlier how energy builds up. This is how energy builds up with these shapes astrologically. Here's a hexagon. This would be a sextile because it's 60 degrees. And this is a strong hexagon because 5 out of 6 sides are occupied. So here's Mercury on this one corner. This is Venus. The node's close here on this corner. This is actually the ascendant. So this is during the day. And then here's the moon over here. The only way to make this stronger is if somebody was right here, which they're not.
So how often does that happen?
Yeah, the more planets that you have on the corners, the more rare it gets. And every now there's some. I will actually look at a chart of one where everything clustered, which was really rare. And that's why astrologers look. You've heard about like the harmonic convergence and all that. That's when everything came together at one spot. Okay, so an example of this is actually the harmonic convergence. On 1987, August 24th, 1987, we had this, which is a huge mess. Everybody's on one spot. And it looks like 5 planets all at about 151 degrees. And that's where this happened. This is the crash in 1987. It happened exactly on the top day. This is where our previous cluster was of all those planets. I made a pentagon here, and if you look, Mercury and Venus, and Pluto too. There's 3 of them together at one spot, right here on the pentagon, connecting to the previous high, which was our harmonic convergence, and that was the exact day of the low, which is kind of interesting. The other side of the ecliptic is the other side of the ephemeris, which we were talking before, is the declination. So before we were looking at a top-down view of the system where everything's spinning around. This is a sideways view of it. So the planets don't go in a straight line around; they move up and down like this, and it's called the declination. It's the angle above or below the celestial equator. And these dots here represent particular planets. Each planet has a special color, this bracket shows exactly how far above or below these the declinations there are.
Erik?
Yeah.
So that center line passing from -30 to 30,
Mm-hmm.
how far is to the right or left of that center line?
So zero is the celestial equator, 30 degrees above, 30 degrees below, and those dots they're just going to go up and down. The planets, when they move like a little wave. They go like this. Yeah.
Are you depicting anything with the x-axis there?
This?
Yeah.
This is 0 degrees.
I mean, just the left to right.
Oh, they're just scattered so you can see them all. That's random. Because otherwise they might gang. You want to see like when these two are on top of each other. Otherwise it'd be just one circle. That's just so you can see them.
Is this important?
Is it what?
Is it important? Does it matter if they're all like on the same level or something?
Well, certain people look for it's called parallels and conjunctions when these parallels and anti-parallels, contraparallels, where these come together, like these two are on top of each other. That would be like an aspect in declination at the same declination, or they're exactly opposite. And Gann, actually, a lot of his stuff is based on declinations. If you read Tunnel Through the Air, that's all declination stuff. Yeah.
Is it correct that actually declinations are more important than aspects?
Declinations.
Practical astrotrating.
Declinations are very important, and a lot of people ignore them. They're both important in their own way, but declinations are kind of, people just don't pay attention to them. They're like, I want to look at the other one, and it turns out declinations are actually very important. Yeah.
Does this mean that on your chart you can't, the planet's below zero, you can't see?
He said if the planet's below zero, can you see it? It depends where you are on Earth, I guess.
From the position of the...
Right. Right. Zero would be the celestial equator. It would just be underneath is all that matters. So here's the celestial equator, be under there. You might be able to see it, you might not. It depends. Okay, so here's what Mercury's declination looks like if we plot it out according to time and just make a wave out of it. It just goes up and down, makes a nice wave, and you can apply this directly to stock charts. This is a Microsoft chart. This declination plot was known years ahead of time, before any of this happened. So this was here. This is a cycle straight from nature, and you can see that it was exactly perfect.
What definition is that?
This is Mercury's declination. Yeah.
Erik, last night you mentioned one of the things that's coming in Wave 59 is a screening tool. Will you be able to screen by declination?
Yeah, it'll be plugged into QScript, so you can write all your own stuff. If you wanted to screen off a declination, you could. You could screen off anything. When it comes, it's going to be a big job, but yeah. So you could say if I'm at a declination turn, and this happens, and this happens, this happens, then tell me, and you'll be able to do that, right?
When I'm using Wave 59, I just get that at the bottom. I don't get it with the chart.
Okay.
What am I doing wrong?
Okay, he says that when he uses Wave 59, he gets this plot right at the bottom, but not on the chart. What you have to do is grab it and drag it, and you do that using the magnet, which is like, if this was the chart, the magnet's like right here. There'll be a drop-down box like right here. You click it, you select Mercury. Mercury will get thick, and then use the magnet, and you can drag it. And so you can move it up and down, you can stretch it out, and it works really well for forecasting that way. You want to put the declination right on top of your price chart, otherwise it's harder to see.
How do you stretch it?
There's right next to the magnet, there's a little double arrow cursor. You click on that, and you can do this with it.
So when I'm using Astro and the market, I'm basically trying to imagine myself being, for example, in New York City, and then I set the ephemeris for New York City, and that's how you do it. I imagine I'm in New York City, and everything's set up.
Right. Yeah, if you're in New York City, the planets will all still be in the same spots, basically. The only thing that'll change is the fast movers, which are like ascendant, declination, ascendant, midheaven, vertex, and those are all based on geographical location. That would change.
If I live in California, I still set it for New York City, right?
Yeah, you set it for the exchange. Whatever, Microsoft, this is the New York, it's New York, so you do it for that. Wherever the exchange is where you want to be. And if you're trading, something in London, you'd set it for London, and no matter where you personally are.
How did you pick out Mercury?
Because Mercury was the one that was working. Yeah, Mercury moves the fastest. The other declinations are much slower if you plot them. It's just longer term. Mercury's really the one for the swing trading.
What's declination faster?
Well, the moon's faster. The moon's like way fast though. Yeah, so Mercury's the next one out, right?
Just to clarify, if you're working intraday and you set your ephemeris to New York, you probably also want to set your charts zone. You want to zone your charts to New York too, right?
The question was, if you're trading in New York, if you're trading and you set your ephemeris to New York, do you also want to set your time zone to New York? The time zone should be set for your local time because it's a conversion. If you set it to New York, it'll be right. Just keep your time zone according to your computer clock. So time zone should always be however many hours you need to add to your computer clock to get to New York. And then Wave 59 will handle everything else underneath. Okay. Right. Okay, so yeah.
You use Mercury for Microsoft, but I mean, it's just one planet. I mean, how do you? Different stocks would require different planets, one would think.
Yeah, Mercury's a good one that works in general. It's like a universal cycle. What I was saying before, to really nail it, you gotta link the market in with whatever it is you're trading. So you'd have to get the price over And this Mercury is a really good example of how a universal cycle can affect stocks. It actually works on lots and lots of stocks. It works really well on Microsoft. It works well on the Dow. But it's just one of those ones. I like it because it's pure from nature. You're not touching anything. It's just this is what the declination is. Nature's going to decide, and then certain markets are just going to resonate with that really well without any manipulation. So yeah, one thing that the cycle will do is it'll invert, which means flip upside down. So this is the regular cycle what we looked at before, what the actual numbers are. But you can see that Microsoft is following an inverted cycle, which is this red one. And so all I did was flip it upside down, and you can see that now it's on. It's getting them all. Yeah.
Have you ever found anything that might be inverting it, like some other planet or aspect? Or?
I've looked at an inversion cycle, and I've found some stuff, but I haven't figured it out. I think there is an inversion cycle, though. Yeah, I don't know, though, yet. That's one of the things I'm working on.
And for intraday trading, is there any way you could use moons or Mercury declination?
Well, Mercury would be too slow intraday. The moon maybe you could do if you were trading like a 60-minute chart. There is a way you could get multiples of the declination. You could get harmonics of it. I've tried to actually do this. I don't have any results yet to share, but so this would be considered the first harmonic from here to here, and you could actually build in a sine wave into that and get 2 bumps out of it or 3 bumps out of it. And so that's how you get micro harmonics intraday. I don't know if it works yet. It's one of the things I'm looking into.
Does it usually invert at 0 degrees declination?
Sometimes, sometimes not. I've noticed that when it inverts halfway between 2 turning points. So if here's an inversion. So first what we're doing is we're on the inverted forecast, this red one, and then we flip over to the regular forecast, which is this blue one. The inversion point, if you're going to invert, generally you're going to invert halfway between a high and a low somewhere in here. So here's our high and here's our low. This is the halfway point. That's where the inversion will occur. Why it occurs at this particular one and not here, I don't know. But they tend to stack up on that in that way.
Very defining use for the Bradley model?
For the Bradley? Bradley's okay. Yeah, I don't use it though. No, but it's okay. Yeah, I know some people who do and they seem okay with it. Yeah, Bradley's the same. Donald Bradley came up with it back in like 1940, and what he does is he weights aspects based on planets, and he's got this whole system, and it's kind of tuned for the Dow, and you'll get a forecast out into the future, and it's called some good moves, but yeah, it's meant only for the Dow. It's really hard to tune. I've seen some optimizers that can change the weights around and stuff. The NATO forecast in Wave 59 is similar. It's a similar idea, but for intraday. Yeah, well, what he did is he weighted conjunctions. The conjunctions are different based on what planet you are, and there's a certain weight. Like the faster planets are given a different weight than the slower planets, and then he adds them all together and makes one big, giant forecast.
With trading experience, do you sometimes change the weightings in the versions of the wave that
In the NATO forecast, you can change the weightings.
Did you ever, when you change the version, decided that something worked better?
Oh, have I ever done that? No. I have found things that work better, but usually what I do is just put options in. I never just go behind the scenes and change it on everybody. I'm like, wait a minute. You just change the indicator. No, I don't do that. Yeah.
Do you have the moon declination cycle built in?
Yeah, it's in there.
RD?
RD's coming up tomorrow. Okay. Oh, you talking about RD declination?
Yeah.
Who said that? Yeah, RD declination's in there too. I think you might have to get at it through a script though. I'm not sure if I put it in the declination tool or not. I have to go check. It's on the list. If it's not in there, it's coming. You'll learn about it tomorrow. So, okay. So here's an example of 2 inversions. So we're on the regular declination here, bottom. Here's our top, and we invert halfway here and jump over to the red inverted cycle. Follow. Here's our bottom. Here's our top, and then halfway here we invert again back to the regular blue forecast and top. This is another example where we're just a small chunk inverted. We're running on the blue forecast. Here's our bottom. It says top, bottom, top. We split halfway, and now we're on the red one. So it's down here. Here's our top. Go down to our bottom and split again in the very next cycle and go back to the blue cycle again. And here's our potential top. And so when you're trading this, what you'd say is, okay, here I'm on the blue forecast. We had a bottom. We had a top. This is going to be a bottom right here. And the only way that this is not going to be a bottom is if we invert right here at the halfway point. So right here at the halfway point, if we start going up, then it'll be a top. But something will happen right there in this area.
Erik, is this a timing tool more than a price tool?
This is pure timing, right? So the fast movers are what we're going to do in intraday trading a lot. These move 360 degrees in one day. They're based on geographical points. So the ascendant and the midheaven are the primary ones. We also have the point of fortune and the vertex. These are really the main ones that we want to look for trading purposes. Chicago and New York are the two centers for all this, so you'd focus on there. The ascendant is the degree on the eastern horizon, and that'll change every 4 minutes. And the midheaven, think of that as straight up. So whatever's right up there is the midheaven point. And those are going to act as triggers intraday. And in the ephemeris, here's where you turn all this stuff on. Show Fortuna, Chiron, vertex. The east point is like, it's similar to the ascendant. This is where you'd set your geographical locations. Right now it's set to New York. And if you wanted to add an exchange, all you have to know is the latitude and longitude of that place. Yeah?
Can you flip back one slide? You gave us the first two. What's the point of fortune?
Point of fortune is a calculated point based on Arabic astrology. It's the sun and the ascendant and the moon all jumbled together. Vertex is something that Gann actually used to use. It's considered like the electrical ascendant. These are okay. Focus on these though. These are the ones really that you want to look at. But these are other ones that are in there if you want to play with them. So all these fast points show up as dotted lines on our wheel. So the vertex is a blue dotted line with a V. Fortuna is a red dotted line with an F. Midheaven is an X. X stands for exchange. I used to call it the exchange for the longest time because it's right there on the exchange. Ascendant is an A. Again, these two, the red X and the dotted A, these are going to move all the way around here in one day. So they move really fast. And these are the two that we want to look at. Midheaven is also abbreviated MC. It stands for middle of the sky in Latin. So in summary, we've gone over planet names, we've gone over their speeds. The closer into the sun you are, the faster you move. So Mercury's moving faster than Venus, who's moving faster than Mars, all the way out. Geocentric versus heliocentric. Geocentric means Earth-centered, heliocentric means sun-centered. Tropical versus sidereal, those are just the two zodiacs. We've looked at what aspects are. It's just divisions of the circle in equal ways. Declinations, and then ascendant, midheaven, fortuna, vertex. Ascendant and midheaven being the primary ones. So that was all a little boring, but we'll get into trading applications of that soon. Let's take a 15 or 20 minute break now and come back and we'll look at intraday setups. Okay, before I begin, I just want to make an announcement. The guys from Man Financial out there, they're gonna buy everybody appetizers and cocktails. 6:30 at the bar, Man Financial, on them. 6:30 at the bar up here. I don't know what the name of it is, but Jill's, right up here at the bar. And Chris, afterwards, he's gonna give a demo. I think out in the lobby or here of the new Photon platform they've got. So if any of you are interested in that, just see him.
We have some weight on that?
You can. Yeah, he'll do the demo right after.
That's the good part.
Okay, and there's also they're just bringing in some hot coffee and water. So if you've been waiting for the new stuff, they're changing it out. Okay, so now that we know what the planets are and how it all looks, let's take a look at how we can use this intraday to find high probability turning points in the stock market. So there's three components to a successful intraday astro trade. The first is we need a setup pattern to generate the energy. Two is we need a trigger to trigger the energy. And third is we need a price link to bring the energy into a specific market. All three of these have to be present or it's not going to work. I was talking before about how the planets act as the generator for the energy and it builds up. That's how you measure with the aspects. The intraday triggers are the midheaven and the ascendant for New York. So as soon as one of those locks into the pattern, New York is triggered, and then the price of the market that you're trading will act as a conduit to actually get the energy into the market. So 3 steps, you need all 3 of them. So the first component is the setup pattern. The setup pattern is based on simple aspects like we've been looking about, which are just shapes. The more planets you have in a pattern, the better. We saw that in 1987 when all those planets lined up for the crash. The tighter the aspects, the better. So we want an exact, if we're having a trine, it's as close to 120 degrees as you want. If it's 125 degrees, you're 5 degrees off, it gets weaker. The farther out you go, it gets weaker, and the closer you get, it gets stronger. And intraday, the moon is usually involved. This is the fastest moving planet, and it also has the strongest pull on the Earth from a tidal perspective. So when you're trading intraday, the moon 95% of the time is going to be part of it. So you can really focus on the moon primarily to get your setup patterns. So here's a snapshot of an ephemeris. The first thing we have to do is figure out what our setup patterns are. And we're basing these on everything in here. We can use trines, we can use squares, we can use hexagons. I tend not to go above a hexagon as far as number of shapes, so it's pretty limited. Here's 3 options for you. So here's our first shape. We have a conjunction of the Sun and Pluto right here. They're right on top of each other. There's one aspect. Second possibility is we have a loose square between, this is Jupiter, this is Venus, this is Mars. So there's 3 of them, and they're in a square. Our third possibility is Jupiter, the moon, and Uranus all forming this triangle. So one of these patterns is going to be the big pattern for the day, and we have to figure that out ahead of time. Does anybody have any ideas offhand which one you would pick? 3?
3, yeah, because it's that word.
Well, when you're talking about tighter, are you talking about before, or you're talking like all together?
I'm talking about involved in the pattern. So these are 2, these are 3, these are 3. So there's actually 3 planets involved in this one. There's 3 here. There's 2 here. This is the S&P.
Wouldn't it also maybe be coming into a bottom or a top?
It doesn't matter. So the answer is actually 3. This is the strongest pattern because it involves the moon, first of all, primarily. This is the main thing. It's got a much tighter aspect than the square. You can see that the triangle is much cleaner than that square. If you look at the square, you can see it's kind of off. Like nobody's really exact on here. It's a loose square. And there's more planets involved in that conjunction between the Sun and Pluto. So the Sun and Pluto was close, but there's 3 planets here versus 2, and we have the moon. So this is our setup. This is what's generating the energy for today. Yeah?
Could you have like 3 charts like that with 3 different planets and say this pattern is more powerful because you've got Saturn, Jupiter, and whatever? Is there like a quality of, are some planets more powerful than others?
Yeah, the question is, are some planets more powerful than others? Intraday, the moon is the most powerful. So an aspect involving the moon is always stronger than an aspect not. It's just how it is. The moon is the intraday planet.
And what about end of day?
End of day is a little different. This particular technique that I'm going to go over right now is only for intraday, so we don't have to worry about it. So we have our setup pattern. The next pattern is the trigger, the fast-moving points on the ephemeris based on a geographical location on Earth, the midheaven or the ascendant. These are going to be moving around the ephemeris 360 degrees in one day. Again, if we look at the format box, you just want to check this box right here, and it'll show both the ascendant and the midheaven. I've got it selected to New York. This is our date. So at the open, what date is this? This is December 16th, 2005. At the open, here's our pattern. This A is for the ascendant. This X is for the midheaven. The ascendant is going to move, and it's going to line up with the pattern. Since we're in a triangle, we have 3 points. It can line up here, here, or here. At 9:25 Mountain Time, we have the ascendant lining up with Mars. This is going to be the time for all the energy to come into the market. So 9:25, based on this pattern, that's where we need to pay attention. The third component was our price link. Just as we can convert time to price, we can convert degree to price. So this is similar in that it requires a scale factor X points per 360 degrees. What I use is based on Gann's Wheel of 24, and if you read any of Jeannie Long's stuff, she's got her whole, I can't remember what it's called, her Astrotech thing, which is similar. Based on Gann's Wheel of 24 and 24 hours a day, we can use a scale of 24 points per 360 degrees. So what I'm doing, here's our circle, this is our wheel, 360 degrees in here. and I'm going to wrap a price wheel around this ephemeris wheel. So since my scale factor is 24 points in a circle, I start at 0, and I'm going to count 24 points all the way around. So it starts here 23, this is 24. One full circle for 24 points. Just as we had a scale factor for our geometric patterns, this is a similar thing, but it's for astro. There's a scale factor for your market to astro, and this is how we can convert a degree in the sky to a price itself. And this is actually the most important part of the whole thing. Yeah.
So this scale would be the same for any stock or commodity. You use this scale pretty much for whatever commodity or stock you're dealing with. 24 points to the circle.
The question. Okay, yeah, sorry.
And then as you go around and around, let's say you go to over 24 to, let's say, 26, you would just go up to where 2 is.
Okay, yeah, the question was, do you use the same scale for all stocks and commodities, and then what happens when you go over 24? Does it just keep going? Actually, each stock and commodity is going to have its own scale. It's just like a scale factor, just like a geometric scale. This 24 points per 360 degrees is for the S&P. So
how do you create the scale for the other, for a different stock or commodity?
It's similar in that you want to have some nice number, but you just have to see what works and test it out. For stocks, for example, if it's a low price stock, you could have $1 per 360 degrees, and so this would be 0 to $1, and then like this would be 50 cents, this would be 25 cents. You'd have $10, you'd have $100. If it's the Dow, you're going to have a much bigger number than 24.
So what number would you have for the Dow?
For the Dow, I don't ever look at the Dow intraday, so it's hard to say. There was a question about it. I think it was 100 points or something I would use. Yeah, he's tested out a little bit, and he's found that 96 for 100. Right. Yeah, so what he did is he took 24 times 4. You need a bigger number in the Dow because 24 points is like nothing. So it's just got to be bigger, or like 100 points. What happens when we go past 24, this is a circle, right? So it's 24 points per circle. We go up to 24, and we just keep on going. So this would be 24, this would be 25. So this is our first circle, 0 to 24. Our second circle begins at 24. We've made one. This is the second ring. 24 starts here, 25, 26, 27, all the way on to 47. Then we start at 48. And it just grows like this. You just wrap 24 points around and around and around and around, and eventually you'll come to wherever the current market price is. If you want to do this on the ephemeris, you use this form down here. You just say, show the price overlay, numbers increase. What's your starting price? This will be some division of 24. This represents what 0 degrees should be. So it's going to be 0, 24, 48, going up 24 divisions in a step size of 1. This is 24 points per 360 degrees.
Excuse me, Erik, on the last page here, if you go back to that.
Yeah.
I was wondering, when do you use that numbers decrease?
It's just for experimental purposes. If you want to play around with it, it's there.
Like if the market's going down, do you use that, untick that box there or not?
Well, a lot of the stuff in Wave 59 I put in just because I thought I might use it someday. And this is one of those features. It's like, I don't know if you'd ever really use it if it works, but it's there if you want to play with it. But it's experimental.
Link with sun?
Link with sun means set the start price equal to whatever the sun is. That way your wheel would move. That was something I used to do, but now I think it's actually just a static based on the wheel itself and the zodiac. Yeah, that'll spin your price wheel. That's another experimental thing. Yeah.
Why are the natal dots date different than the local date?
I'm not using natal at all, so don't. That's just whatever was in there at the time. Yeah. Anything else? Okay, so for the S&P, which was at around 1272 at the time that I put this together, we need to get it in range, so we just keep on wrapping 24 points around 53 times. 24 times 53 is 1272, so we start at 1272. This is the 53rd circle that we got into, and then it's the same. It's still 24 points, so 1273, 74, 75, 76, goes all the way around. If you ever went past 1296, then you would just do 12 times 24. This would start 1296, and you do the same thing. So here's our pattern. We had a triangle. We had the ascendant locking in. Now, the thing about a triangle is that its triangle is contained in a hexagon. So anytime you get a triangle, you also want to check the hexagon and see if that planet is active. And the way you do that, I've put the hexagons in blue here. And if you look at Mars, it's right here at this corner. So the pattern is not a triangle, it's a hexagon. It's because all the same shape, all the same planets are contained. Here's the Moon, here's Jupiter, here's Mars, and then here's, this is Uranus, and then here's Mars. And the way that you know the hexagon is valid is because the hexagon's got 4 planets and the triangle only has 3. So the hexagon's more powerful. If this wasn't here, if Mars was like over here somewhere, then you'd use the triangle because there's nothing to say to use the hexagon. You have to have something at one of these points. Our price ring tells us that at each of these points we have a specific price. So here we've got $12.94.5. I'm just reading, just take this line right out here to your price ring, $12.94. This is $12.74.5 right through here. The Moon's at $12.78.5. $12.82.5 is this empty corner. $12.86.5 and $12.90.5 down here at the bottom. This is how the S&P is going to pick up the energy. It's the setup generates it, the trigger releases it, and the S&P absorbs it through price in the pattern. If the S&P is not at one of these prices, the S&P is not going to be able to take the energy. So you'll see at this particular point in time, December 16, 2005, here's 925. This is when it happened. This was 1282.50 from right here. 1282.50 right there. So at this time and this price, we would expect the market to absorb energy, and this was the top. And it went down.
You had 2 trigger points, right?
You have the midheaven and the ascendant, so you have to watch both of them, and they're going to trigger when they line up with the hexagon. During the day, they're just going to move.
So the first one didn't line up with anything?
This is the first one. Here's the next one, the midheaven. The midheaven would line up right here. It's got to travel all the way over here, though.
No, under your, where you showed the trigger of 7:30 Mountain Time and 9:25.
7:30 was the open, so that's how it looked at the open of the day. And then at 9:25, that point moved and it hit. So 9:25 is the only trigger point.
So how far would Mars have to be off one point of that hexagon before you would decide to triangle is stronger?
Mars, the question is how far off of this would Mars have to be before I decided that Mars wasn't really in here and it was the triangle. There's actually some debate about that, and astrologers usually they call it an orb, like how close can it be in there before it counts. And I take like 5 degrees either side. So if it's right here, then it would be okay. If it was out here, it wouldn't be okay. Each one of these ticks is 5 degrees, by the way. So right here, this would be good. 10 maybe if there was something over here, but it's questionable. Yeah, 5 degrees is a good rule of thumb. So this was our time and price, and the market declined. So what happened? The Moon, Jupiter, Uranus, and Mars align along a hexagon, generating energy. The ascendant moves to link New York up with this energy at 9:25 by becoming part of the pattern. Any market at hexagon prices will link up with this event. So any market in New York that falls along one of those hexagon prices is going to absorb this. If it doesn't fall along the price, it's not going to absorb it. So here's our yeah.
How do you know that it was going to go down at that point?
Okay, that's coming. You're going to get a time and a price level, and well, just wait a couple slides and I'll explain it. Yeah. Same question. Okay. So yeah, I'm working up. Example 2, December 15th, 2005. So Moon opposes Sun and Pluto. So here's the Moon, and then here's Sun and Pluto. The answer is, which shape do you use? Do you use a single line between these two, which is one possibility, just opposition and conjunction? Do you use a square, which is the green one? Or do you use a hexagon, because all 3 of those shapes do cover the same pattern? And the answer is a hexagon, because here's Neptune. It's off by about, what is that? It looks like it's almost 5 degrees, but this is close enough. So since Neptune is here, we're going to choose the hexagon because that adds another planet into the mix. We want the most powerful pattern for the day. And if Neptune wasn't here, we're going to take the simplest one. So if let's say Neptune is gone, then it would just be a straight line right through here. So okay, there's our setup pattern, and we do have a price ring around here. We're going to watch when the ascendant or the midheaven hit any one of these hexagon points. There's 6 points that we can hit, and there's 6 potential prices. During the day, we hit 4 of these points. There's one here at the big arrow, There's a little one here, a little one here, and a little one here. So the ascendant and the midheaven did hit 4 points, but the market was only at the price. This dotted line is one price, and this solid line is another price, really right here. So this is really the only time that you can consider the trade active. There's two criteria that you use to tell which direction you're going to go. The first is that we're looking for a turning point. It should be a significant turning point. It's not going to be a blip. So if we're dropping, this is a big drop, we're actually expecting a low. This should be a low somewhere in here. The second way to tell what to do is you look at the actual price given by the ephemeris, which here is 1277. It looks like 1277.5. Where's that? Here's 1277.5. I'm getting it right off the moon. And how does the market react at this point? And you can see around the time that the aspect happened, all these closes were above this line. Everything's above this line. So the line is going to act as resistance or support given what happens right around the same time. Everything's above. This is going to be support. We're declining into it. We expect the bottom. The line's holding. We should have a rally. We had another trigger here, but you can see the price was up here and down here. So this is nothing. The market can't grab the energy. This one was actually close. You might have taken this one, and it worked out okay. It's still a little far. This was our last trigger for the day. Either the midheaven or the ascendant hit, but this price that the market's at the time is nowhere near either one of these lines, which means that the S&P is not absorbing price, and you wouldn't take that trade. It's not an S&P trade.
What did the ascendant hit?
It was one of the hexagon points, just one of them. I don't know which one exactly. Any one of those 6 points could be hit, ascendant or midheaven.
Erik, right around 12 o'clock when the market went up and hit 1281.50, that's actually one of the points on the hexagon, that price.
That price, but there was no time there. Yeah, this is a price level, and this is a price level, and these are the times when the ascendant or midheaven.
But isn't it activated with all these since it's one leg?
The price is, you can use the price as support and resistance, but don't forget that the second part of our pattern is that the ascendant or the midheaven has to be there. It has to be involved in that hexagon, and right here they weren't. It was here or here. And,
Sure, have to be the best trade of the day.
This was a pretty good one too if you ran it up there. Yeah, you could watch it. It could have been that Fortuna or somebody was involved. I didn't go back and check. Yeah.
Or Chicago.
Or Chicago.
Say, wouldn't you expect to get like 4 hits on the hexagon so the market would be more active than that?
Just the nature of the hexagon in general, you're going to get about 4 hits in a day. Just at the rate that the ascendant and the midheaven move. That's pretty standard.
They have to be involved, though, either one or the other.
Yeah, for the pattern to count, the pattern that I've looked at, for it to count, you've got to get the price, you've got to get the pattern, and you've got to get the ascendant and the midheaven. All 3 of them. If all 3 of them aren't there, even if it looks good, it's just one time here.
It looked like planets lined up, and wouldn't you expect it to, or was that just assuming that it would be more active than that, there was great good opportunities during the day?
The dominant range was already set from the first half an hour of the day.
This was the big range. These are the signals based on astrology though, and this was really the only confirmed one the whole day. This was it. Yeah, sorry, I didn't get what your question was.
All I was saying, because there's a strong pattern there, of the four sides of the hexagon forming.
Right.
When you expect a more active day to be traded?
Well, yeah, the four is important, but the patterns are going to happen every day, even on dull days. And I don't like to pick the perfect ones all the time. This is just kind of it's the range for this day was like what 1281 to 1275. This is like a squash flat day, but this is going to be the patterns are going to be the same on this day as they are on some humongous day. It's going to be the same, and it's good to look at both of them. Just remember that you need all 3 components to
So typically when you get this, you should be getting a reaction in the opposite direction of what the previous direction was.
Yeah, you're looking.
A continuation of the same move that you already got in the morning. Right?
You're looking for turning points, right? You're looking for a reversal of the trend. Yeah.
On average, Erik, how often per week did the system prove effective?
You'll get at least 1 a day. Yeah. Given the only time that might not happen is if your pattern is such that you get like 1 trigger a day. So you can, if you only had a conjunction, that was it. it just might not happen. There's just too few signals. But usually, I would say the hexagon is probably the most dominant shape, then probably the square, and then the conjunction.
If you don't have anything happen, should you go fishing?
Yeah, go ahead. I mean, you know all this ahead of time. I guess what you don't know is you don't know if the price is going to link up. So you do have to sit and watch at that time if...
But if you don't have anything showing up in your ephemeris for that day, as an opportunity...
Right. If it's not there, then don't mess with it.
Find another market.
Right. Some market somewhere out there will be bouncing off of the numbers. If you traded a couple of them.
And so if this happens often enough, that you wouldn't want to spend your time in that market that had no triggers for that day.
Right, and you know what the times are before the open, so you can say, okay, at 12 o'clock I should look at the S&P, and then at 9 o'clock I'm going to look at this other one, and just monitor.
And this will link to Excel, so you can print it off in some way?
You could do a screen capture and print it, or you could just write it down. You can run the ephemeris forward using the 1 and the 2 buttons, and just spin it, so you can see what's going to happen during the day for the whole period. And get your prices. Yeah.
Isn't it easier to have like a script that would tell you in advance what the most powerful aspects will be for the day?
The question was, would it be better to have a script that would tell you? This is very scriptable, actually. I haven't done it yet, but it's all pretty mechanical. You have to build the orbs into there and have it judge. But really, you could get the times, you could have them plotted out, and then these lines actually the price lines can be duplicated using the flux line tool. So you could just plot them all out, and then watch when it hits one of those lines, and it's right on your vertical line from your script. That would be a bona fide trade.
So you still do it manually?
I do it manually, yeah. I like to get into it. Yeah, but no, you could automate this.
Did you ever use planetary hours?
The question was, did I ever use planetary hours? Yes, I've looked actually a lot at planetary hours. There's something there, but I haven't figured it out yet.
What are planetary hours?
Planetary hours are a way of dividing the day up into every hour will have like a ruling planet. So every day there's a ruling planet. So if it's Wednesday, or what's today? Saturday? Today's Saturn. So today rules Saturn, and the first hour of the day is going to be Saturn, and then there's this aura that it goes through. And so you'll say, okay, 9 o'clock is ruled by Mars, and then you can subdivide. And it's a standard astrological technique. The only kind of thing I've seen with planetary hours is if you have a day planet and an hour planet and a sub-period planet all lining up on a significant point where you could have a turn, that can cause markets to turn around. But it doesn't really happen often enough for me to use that alone. Yeah, it's something to look into. Yeah.
Erik, when you set up the ephemeris in the morning, and in the afternoon, you probably would see that the moon has moved maybe 5 degrees or whatever. Do you reposition the shape on there, or just leave it as it was in the morning?
What I do is I link the shape to the moon, and the moon drags it. Yeah, that's the way to do it. And when that'll happen, you can see that certain aspects will be tighter than other aspects. So a trade at the tighter, remember, tighter's better. So if you have a tighter aspect and then the other ones get looser, the tighter aspect's probably going to be the bigger move for the day.
So how do you link it to the moon? Is that on the...
Yeah, it's on the ephemeris. You say link to planet, and you say link to the moon.
Link sun, link star.
Draw.
Right. Yeah. Is it under drawing? John says it's under drawing.
Go back.
is that where the progressions part, or the price of...
It's drawing.
It says draw.
Draw. Okay, the menu item I think is draw, and then it says link at the bottom. It says link to planet, and then you select what planet you want, and then if it's linked to the moon, and you push L, and then it'll link to the moon, and it'll make that shape like I have here. It puts it exactly on the moon, and then as the moon moves, the whole shape's going to turn like that.
So is that in the ephemeris properties?
I think it's under the drawing menu at the top. Draw. So you pull up your ephemeris and then look for draw on the top. Yeah, and it makes things easier.
In this property, there is in the lower right-hand corner, there is a block for progression.
Yeah, progressions are different. That's a separate thing. This is a shape. It's where the shapes. It's up at the top. It's got to be under the draw menu, at the bottom of the draw menu. Okay. Okay, yeah, this is what we were talking about. How do we know direction? We're expecting a significant turning point, and then watch the price levels. The level will act as either support or resistance. The price action gives clues as to which way we're going to go. So if you're declining into your point, expect a low. If you're rallying into it, expect a high. If you're going flat into it, then you have to judge where the closes are falling. So in this example, market declines into the point first of all. So we're expecting a low naturally just from what happened in the morning, and then our closes here are above this line. So the line's acting as support near the trigger time, not resistance. So we're expecting a low. And so this kind of stuff works really well with action zones because action zones are a totally independent thing. And so if you get one of these on top of an action zone line, it's better, for sure. Yeah. And if you don't know action zones, it's a support and resistance level in Wave 59. It's under technicals. Okay, so example 3, December 14th, 2005. This is the pattern that I found for the day. It's the moon square to Uranus. There's only 2 planets in here. It's going to be the square. We're going to watch for triggers at any 4 corners, and these are going to be our price levels as well. So here's the ascendant. The ascendant moves in to this corner right here, and the moon sets a price level of 1276.75. Just looking right up through here. This is where I was talking about. Here's 935, the ascendant square moon. This is 1276.75. We're declining into this point. We've got a lot more closes above it than below it. This is a buy signal. This was our second. This is a price level here, and this is our second time. Right here, 1330, ascendant conjunct the moon. Price is below our line, rallies up into it, and it's not able to cross over. This is a resistance level. This was the only other time trigger, so it was probably the ascendant or the midheaven. It might have been the midheaven, but you can see there's no. These are the only 2 price levels nearby. There's no price here. So this one, I put the arrow there to show where it was, but you wouldn't. That was nothing. You got to have price linking up. Example 4. Okay, I'm just walking forward in time basically. December 13th. Yeah. Backwards. Oh yeah, I'm going backwards. Yeah. Okay, I'm going backwards in time. December 13th. Okay, so here's the moon. This is a hexagon shape. The moon is involved, Mercury is involved, and Venus is involved. And the hexagon was determined because of Venus. It was the only other planet out. This is an opposition. So if Venus wasn't here, we'd only be working with one big line. But since Venus is here, we have our 60 degrees. This is the trigger. Here's the ascendant right on top of Venus. And our price is set by Venus as well, 1268. Right there at the low. We decline into it. The market's not able to stay underneath, 745. And we rallied. Okay, this was the day. We saw this day already. This was the day that the Fed made an announcement.
Eric, it shows the ephemeris of right ascension. Is that your standard setting?
Yeah, I usually use right ascension. It's not going to make a big difference, but I tend to do everything in right ascension.
Is there a price target on this move?
The price targets would be any of the other hexagon numbers. So you'd actually have gone and plotted them all out. I'll go through what you see coming up. Will be the same ones. So we had 1272, we had 1252, 1256, 1260. All of these would be price targets. And then the only time that it can happen is when the midheaven or the ascendant triggers. So this.
We were going up.
We were going up.
Those values are lower, aren't they? Am I missing something here?
What level was that? 1268. Let me get back.
We're starting at 70.
Okay, so 68. So if you start here, 68, your targets would be 72.
So we'd want to spin one more circle to continue.
Right, you'd have to go one past, and then so this would be 72, and then 73, 74, 75, 76, and you would just go like that. You went into the next circle is what happened. Okay, so here's the next trigger. The market is right here, though. It's not at any of these points. So no price link means market will not pick up any energy, no trade. Right there. This was the next target right here, 1272. I'm just going through all of them. Here's the ascendant. The ascendant moves to the empty spot here. Price of 1272. So here's our target. This is 2 ticks off right there, 1025. We're rallying up into it. Weren't able to cross over. That's for sure. So we would have been looking for some kind of short signal in here. If you would have been trading at this time, I mean, probably not. But it's good to check these days too.
How far off is the price?
Well, the price is only 2 ticks off. It just looks like a lot because it's so flat. Like there's going to be an announcement here, so nobody's in. That's why it's like a funky market. But 2 ticks is pretty close. Yeah.
To disqualify trade, kind of like my other question about the order. How far away does it have to be?
There's a price orb too. I would say 2 ticks.
2
I wouldn't take it if it was a point away, for example. That's off. If it was a point away, I wouldn't take it because that would be way off. You can kind of judge by the pattern too, just looking at how things are setting up. You can see that it made a double top here. If you really wanted to sell, you could have it. Given the fact that they were having an announcement, you probably wouldn't have done anything. But okay, so here's the next one, the midheaven right on top of Venus, and then right opposite from that is a price of 1280 on our hexagon. And this is when it happened. The announcement comes 1230. The market runs right up to our target at 1280. And if you remember, there was an ellipse right here too from before, right there. Here's the next one. The ascendant is conjunct the moon at 1276, but our price, it's also getting a price of 1280 again. And then this was the second target right here. It went above a little bit and then came back down.
Interesting that the high that it shows on that second swing up at 12 looks like it's about 1281. That's right on Saturn.
The 1281.50 it looks like. Yeah, so it actually wanted to go all the way up to Saturn. It went past to hit Saturn and chopped down. And if you know about Saturn, Saturn's like declines, so it's a good planet to top out on. Yeah, it's a good one to make a top on.
Evil.
Evil. Okay, December 20th, 2005. On this day, the moon is here, so it's trine to the sun. The ascendant completes the pattern here at 1105, geocentric, and here's price. So the market definitely absorbs energy, as we can see. It definitely absorbed energy, but our price was here. It wasn't here. How does price fit into this pattern? This is actually something I threw in here to show you how things can get a little confusing sometimes. The sun was part of our pattern. So remember, it was a sun-moon trine. So the sun is hot because it's part of our pattern. But if you look, the sun is also part of an octagon involving all of these other planets: Saturn, Jupiter. Here's the sun. Here's Neptune. And there's 1272. So the ascendant energizing the moon-sun triangle also energized the octagon because the sun was in there. The sun is part of two patterns. You might have caught this, you might not. But if you suspect that there's a second shape doing this, if there's an octagon on top of your thing and if there's a shared planet that's being energized, you can go back in time and see if triggers to that shape and price levels to that shape actually did turn the market. So these levels are octagon prices, straight off of the octagon, and these times, these arrows right here and right here, are times when the ascendant and the midheaven hit our octagon shape. I just went back and saw, and you can see that it's been bouncing around, so you would expect that there would be a possibility of this. This is how it gets confusing. This is not standard, but I wanted to put it in there just to show you all. So summary, a good trade contains three components. First, you need your setup pattern based on triangle, square, hexagon. 95% of the time, this is all you have to do. Sometimes a pentagon will be in there, but that's rare. The setup pattern then has to be triggered by a fast mover, which is the ascendant or the midheaven. And then the price of the market must be involved in the shape. So all three of these, moon is critical in intraday trading, and will be part of the pattern 95% of the time.
Let's say you just have a conjunction or opposition. Those are not good enough. You have to have like a triangle, square, or hexagon at least.
The question was, are conjunctions and oppositions good enough? They actually are. Your shape would be one line going straight through. You don't find it as much, though. Usually a hexagon is in there somewhere. But yeah, it would just be, and then you would only have 2 points to watch. You have to hit one end or the other end. Yeah.
Have you compared Moon versus RD, as a planet to?
Okay, the question is Moon versus RD as a planet. RD is something coming up tomorrow. The RD is calculated using all the other planets, so aspects to it don't really mean anything from other planets. Okay. So no. Okay. Yeah. Anybody? Yeah.
Have you tried to apply like the hot planets and try to get monthly and yearly and other water cycles with price and all that?
Hot planets in conjunction with this?
Yeah.
To get hot planets in conjunction with this, you'd need to have an intraday hot planet method. And I'm actually going to show one. But yeah, you can watch them lining up.
What about getting monthly and yearly?
You're talking about to get whatever the shape would be,
or to get longer term moves.
Yeah. Well, what I was going over today is just purely intraday. So I mean, it's like almost a different forecasting method.
You haven't tried to scale things differently for the different planets to try to get longer term moves?
Well, if you weren't using the moon, you'd have to use some kind of other master planet. It'd probably be Mercury. If you let's say you wanted to apply this to a daily chart, Yeah, the moon wouldn't be as important, probably Mercury would be important, and you'd still have to look for some kind of pattern. And then I don't know what the trigger would be. The trigger might be the sun coming by. See, we have triggers intraday. It can be the midheaven or the intraday. The moon is probably the trigger, actually, now that I think about it. And then you'd have your price ring. I don't know, you could test it out. I'm sure it would work, though. Anything that works intraday should work end of day with just a few little tweaks. You just have to kind of replace the players, but it's all still to get long if you really want to get long. This would have been a short. This would have been a short. And that was it as far as the intraday stuff goes. Well, yeah, when the Fed comes, it's like I generally don't. I just go away and do something else. I don't like to mess with this stuff. I don't like to mess with it. It's too crazy. Yeah, I like it when things are nice and predictable. I mean, it all still works. The reason I picked this day in general is because I wanted to show that all this stuff still works when things are going crazy. And especially with crashes, you can analyze crashes and you get all the same stuff. I think I did ellipses on the crash in 1987 in there. So it all still works and you can trade it if you want, but I just don't like to.
Honestly, that doesn't link up there properly.
Yeah, there might have been something here. You'd have to go back and see what the trigger was, though. Yeah. Anybody else? That's it. Okay. Yeah.
How do you know when you're making your wheel with price numbers around it? How do you know if you don't have if it's too large or too small?
Okay. The question was when you're figuring out your scale for your price wheel, how do you know if it's too large or too small? You just have to go back in time and see if it works. And since it's an intraday method, it should work basically every day. You know what the pattern is. The pattern's always going to be the same. So you'll have your hexagonal, you'll have your square. When you're figuring out your time and price, find some trades where the trigger actually did cause the market and it's obvious. Like
so just set it up where it lines up.
Like we were looking at this. Like let's say there's no price here. You see that there's obviously a trade here.
So
you have to
look for you put the price on your chart there. Okay, I see.
And then you see what it is, and then figure out what the scales are where all of these would have worked together, and that's one way that'll get you in range. And it's the same kind of thing as geometric. The geometric stuff we were looking at. You want to have a reasonable scale going around the edge. You don't want to have something weird. Anybody else? Yeah.
For that market there, you went to use a 2-minute chart. You wouldn't use a 4-minute chart. Or?
You could use anything.
Okay.
I just chose 2 minute. It doesn't matter since the planets run in their own time. Yeah, it would be the same. Anybody else?
You know what would be a good idea would be to take this method and mix it in with your natal forecast and your software.
Yeah, this method, all this stuff is meant to be used in conjunction with other tools. And you really, I mean, I said it a bunch of times, but you really want to see it lining up. So you want to see the astro stuff line up on an ellipse, and then the natal forecasting, and then the 9-5 count pops up, and then the exhaustion bar. I mean, if you really want to trade with accuracy, you want to look for those times when it's just obvious, when it's just hitting you in the face. There's so much stuff. Yeah, you can think of it like cherry picking. You want to pick like the perfect one. And a lot of traders can't wait that long, so they want to force something during the day. But if you can wait for the perfect trade, it's usually much better for you. Anybody else? Okay, so that's it for today. Reminder for tomorrow, we are starting at 8, so 1 hour earlier. Don't forget that Man's buying drinks, 6:30. Drinks and and I think appetizers and cocktails. And
there's still a lot left. Are we going to finish up tomorrow?
Everything else is tomorrow.
Really? That's like
So we're starting
twice today.
tomorrow instead of now.
8 tomorrow instead of 9, right? So 1 hour earlier. Yeah, tomorrow. I think tomorrow has fewer things though, doesn't it?
Well, we have a lot more papers.
A lot more charts. Yeah. Do you want me to do one now? Okay, so then tomorrow will be shorter. Okay, so I'll do one more today, and then we'll start, and then tomorrow will be a short day. Okay. So progressions. That means at 8 a.m. you're going to have to go over calculations for the RD. But and I'm actually going to go through one. Okay, so this section is on progressions. Progressions is a technique where you can. Okay, well, first of all, we need to look at what a natal chart is. A natal chart is a birth chart. The lines are the current planets. The dots are the birth planets. The dots go with this date, which is the birthday of the New York Stock Exchange, May 17th, 1792. And so every planet has a color. The sun, this is the current sun, which is red. and this is the birth sun, which is a red dot. So all these dots are positions of the planets back in 1792. They never change. They're fixed. It only happens one day. It's like a snapshot, and then everything keeps on going around. These always stay the same, and they'll look like dots. Progressions involve moving the birth planet forward at a specific rate. So there's many different methods that astrologers have used to do this. There's primary directions where you basically convert the time after birth of when a planet rises or sets to years, stretch it out, forecast. You can do day for a year. If you've ever looked into astrology, they'll say 1 day after you're born. You look at the planets 1 day after you're born, and that's equal to 1 year after you're born. So when you're 5 years old, the planets for that period would be 5 days after you're born. There's solar arcs where you take, it's the same kind of thing. You take the position and you move it forward 1 day a year based on the sun. The method that I've found that works with markets is that you rotate the entire birth wheel at the rate of a key planet. So we take the entire birth pattern that we've got, we link it to the sun. For example, the sun works really well for daily charts, and then we just spin it. So if the sun moves 1 degree forward, the whole birth wheel is going to rotate 1 degree. It's going to everything in the birth wheel will stay the same in relation to everything else, but it'll turn like this real slow.
Do you rotate different other planets for different other lengths of progressions?
You can rotate using other planets. The sun is like the master timer, though. It works the best.
They use 1 degree for 1 day.
It's about 1 degree for 1 day. Yeah, it's a little bit different than doing it like that, though.
How is that different from just normal solar arc? That is solar arc.
It is solar arc.
It's what? Solar arcs? Well, solar arcs, you've got the day for a year and all that involved in there, too. So 1 degree of movement for the sun in a solar arc, that's actually 1 degree of movement for the sun is 1 year. This is 1 day is 1 day. There's no lag. So if you're 5 years old, you'd actually have to run the sun forward 5 years in this method. So the whole thing spins really fast. It's not real slow like that. So if I'm doing a progression from December 1st, 2005 to December 21st, 2005, using the sun as a linked planet, this inner wheel here is our natal wheel. Okay, first of all, these lines are the current planets, and this is the natal wheel, and I have the second ring here, which is the progressed wheel. And the natal wheel and the progressed wheel are identically the same pattern, but the progressed wheel is spinning. So the sun has, so here's, I circled Mars. Mars is here at birth. The sun has moved from here, looks like about 250 to 270 degrees. So it moved about 20 degrees between these time periods. So we're adding 20 degrees to here. So Mars gets progressed. This is progressed Mars right here. You can see Saturn, progressed Saturn. The natal dot moves just right here. Everything in this outer wheel is the same as the inner wheel. It's just spinning. Does everybody get how that's working?
Do you ever use progressions like of other planets to their rate of progression?
You can use progressions of other planets, yes. For daily work, just use the sun as the master timer. Intraday stuff we'll get into other ones. Yeah. In Wave 59, there's a progressed box. Like when you go format ephemeris, I might show it actually. It's got to be coming up. You go format ephemeris, and it's down in the lower right-hand corner. It says, "Do you want to show progressed planets?" You say yes. Who do you want to link it to? Link to the sun, and then it'll just spin that wheel around for you, and it's the outer wheel. And it'll just spin it for you, right? Right. So you don't have to calculate. But if you were calculating it by hand, it's however far the sun moved, and then just add that onto the natal dot. Yeah, you can run it forward, right? Okay, the progressed wheel and the natal wheel have exactly the same pattern. The only difference is that the progressed wheel spins. So when the progressed date equals the natal date, this is like at start. This is like 0. We're starting at. This is the beginning, like at the birthday, and you can see that these dots they all line up with each other. So the natal dot is the inner ring, and then the outer ring is the progressed dot, and every natal dot has a corresponding progressed dot. 5 days after the natal date, the sun moves 5 degrees. So add 5 degrees to every natal position. So it just moves it slightly out 5 degrees. Everything gets moved 5 degrees. Here's natal Jupiter out. This cluster out. Sun moves out. But the pattern's the same. It's just we're just spinning. So you take the natal chart and you spin it around. Method 1. We progress a planet to hit the opening price. This is intraday trading. So all the progressions require some starting point. You have to have a birthday. And you can change your birthday. It doesn't have to be when the market was born. It can be the open of the market, the birthday of that session. So our birthday is going to be the open of the market. Here's our example, December 20th, 2005. The S&P opened at 1268.25. We need to convert this to a degree value, as we've been doing, using 24 points for 360 degrees. This is a little bit different. This is another way to do it. It's the same as doing the ring, though. 1268 divided by 24, it's 52. That means we have to go around 52 times. You chop that off because that's just circles spiraling around. You have this remainder, multiply by 360, and you get 303.75 degrees. So you can say that the birthday on December 20, the opening price on December 20 is at 303.75 degrees rather than a price, because we can interchange, remember. So here's the opening price right here. We mark it on our ephemeris. Now we're going to progress our wheel based on the speed of the New York Ascendant. So for intraday trading, you'll notice I use the Ascendant a lot. The Ascendant is like what you use intraday instead of the Sun. So at 9:05, the progressed Sun moves conjunct to opening price. So here, the Sun's born here at the open, and then as the Ascendant moves during the day, this whole wheel spins, and the Sun hits the opening price. Progressed Sun conjunct open right there. This is Pluto at 9:17. I'm just watching all these planets as they pass. Everybody's going to pass by the opening price, and I'm going to track what happens in the market. This is progressed Pluto conjunct the open, right there at the low. Here's Mercury at 9:55. Mercury's from right here, so it's just moving forward, and it hits the opening price right there. Progressed Mercury conjunct open right there at the low. Progressed midheaven moves conjunct opening price. We can progress not only planets, but we can progress the fast movers as well. So we can progress the ascendant, which is this little red triangle, and then the red square is progressed exchange. It started at the open. It was somewhere back here, and just run it forward. There's the midheaven conjunct the open. 11:02, progressed Jupiter moves conjunct to the open. So here is Jupiter at the open, runs over here, hits the opening price, right there at the top. And you just go along like that. That's method one. Method two is progress a planet to hit important highs and lows. So what we've been doing is progressing a planet to hit a price, and the price that we chose was the open, because that's an important point during the day. The other important points during the day are highs and lows. So we can use the open, or we can use this price on this low, this price at this high, and make it more dynamic. So I'm just gonna move the price down to here. At about 8:30, at 8:24 we had an important low at 1264.75. I'm going to progress forward from this point. So this is going to be the price, and it's going to be the time of birth. The move begins, and we're going to forecast off of that starting point. So 1264.75, we divide by 24, and we get 52.6979. That means it went around 52 times. We throw that away because those are just equal. We have a remainder of 0.6979, multiply by 360, and you get this. And Wave 59 can plot that for you as a key point. So here's the opening price right here. In addition to watching, you didn't see it on the other charts, but in addition to watching the conjunctions, you want to watch oppositions also. There's two hot points. You don't really need to read the other ones, but opposition and conjunction. So anytime a planet hits the opening, hits the low, or hits the back end of the low, we're going to track it. So 9:41, Jupiter conjunct the low. Jupiter runs from here to here. We got the top. At 10:51, the node opposes the low. So here's the low. This is opposite. I put a square, just ignore the sides, but just to show where the location is. The node started off here, and it runs over here and hits. This is the node opposing the low. 12:12, Uranus opposes the low. You can see at the low, Uranus came all the way from over here, and there's the low. At this point, we can see that there's another major turning point that we can use instead. We can keep on going from here, but I like to use the last major significant point. And by the time this hits, this was obviously something important. So let's look at the important high at 1272 at 1106. Yeah.
So what you're saying is basically the energy from the low is basically run its course, and it's losing its influence because you got that high.
Right, so you want to go off of the last important thing. So there's the low will still be in here, but this is like the new thing in the market. It's going to be stronger. It's closer, so it's stronger. So if you go back to the tuning fork analogy, this one got rung more recently, so it's louder, and this one's getting quiet.
I think you can take the price and you can take the time and you can draw a triangle between each of them, and the top of the triangle is going to be hitting the price, the high price and the low price.
On the ephemeris?
What you do is you calculate all the times,
okay,
and then you calculate all the prices, and then you draw a triangle, and the hypotenuse is going to hit the hypotenuse, either the upward hypotenuse or the lower hypotenuse is going to intersect the price.
And you would plot them right out on the chart and then draw
Exactly.
it right on there? Oh, that's
Yeah.
interesting.
That sounds like a trick.
I don't know.
I just did that and it seemed to work very well.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, send me a chart or something. Let me know about
Well,
it.
I was just reviewing.
Oh, okay.
I reviewed your data.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. I guess I don't really know what you mean, but by drawing the chart.
No. You've got both time and you've got price that you're plotting out.
Right.
And so that you have different points of intersection.
Okay.
And so one of them is going to be the two sides of a right triangle.
Okay.
And so you know the triangle is either going to point down or point up.
Okay.
All right. And then you draw the hypotenuse of that, and that's going to intersect the price.
Okay. Interesting. Cool. Okay. So let's just continue with the day. Let's see, where was I? Okay, so here's the new price, 1272. 1272 divided by 24 is 0. Remainder 0, 0 times 360 is 0. So we're starting right at 0 here. This is the high. And we need to watch the opposition again, don't forget. Uranus conjunct the high, comes from here, runs up here, conjuncts, and you can see that the low, if we had done it before, the low gave us a signal right here, and the high gave us a signal right here. They're both giving us signals right here. There's from two separate points, we're getting a signal right here that this is a bottom. At 1231, yeah.
Now, on these intraday progressions, you're not, how fast are you moving the progressions on the intraday?
The progressed wheel is moving as fast as the New York ascendant. So if
you're
the
using the ascendant rather than the sun on the intraday.
Yeah, the sun's too slow intraday. The ascendant moves about 1 degree every 4 minutes, a little bit. Ascendant for intraday.
And then
Sun for daily. Right. 1231, moon opposes the high. So we came down here, oppose the high. There's the moon. 1311, Neptune conjunct the high. Right there. It's this little one here. 1329, Saturn opposes the high. Coming down from here. And there's Saturn, and that's it. So those are all in the day. Intraday trading uses the speed of the ascendant as the link planet. Longer-term charts require slower-moving bodies like the sun, which is just a question that was asked. So if we go to a daily chart, here's the Dow Industrials. In section 6, we saw a scale factor of 50 points a bar for the Dow. I don't know if I mentioned that, but back in those Dow charts, that was scaled at 50 points a bar. And we can use that to convert to degrees as well. So once you know your scale, you can actually use it on the planets as well. So our high is 10,984 on March 7th. We're using 50 points a bar, so 10,984 divided by 50 is 219.68. That means we ran 219 times around. We dumped the 219, used 0.68. Multiply by 316, we get 244.8 degrees. So 244.8 degrees corresponds with that high. So here's the high, 10,984 right there. The first aspect that hits is the node opposition on April 23. And remember that this is being progressed at the rate of the sun, so the whole thing's moving a little bit slower than before. There's the node right there, 180 degrees to the high. And I did all the other ones rather than running through it. From the high to the low, we had the node 180 degrees. Moving from this low, we had a bunch of signals. We had the moon 180 here at this little top, Uranus here at the bottom. Here was a double here, Saturn at the bottom, and then Pluto finally at the top. You can get a bunch of them depending on what the planet's doing. If we move from this high, moon 180 degrees to this price was this low. if we move from this low here, Uranus, 180 degrees was this high. Move from this high, Saturn, 0 degrees, Saturn conjuncts here, Uranus gives us this high, Pluto gives us this low. There was a couple things in here that didn't work in the high. So we're getting all the major stuff in here just by progressing off of important highs and lows. Does everybody see how we do that?
Is it the same chart in the book? Or no, it's different?
Different. Well, it's in your book. Not in the book, in the manual.
Oh, right.
In the workbook, yeah.
So this is another one that you can plot out the night before.
Sure. You could, yeah, this is a longer term one. As soon as you knew that this was a low, you could actually plot it months in advance and just draw all your lines and say, okay, somewhere along here, I should watch it. That's the best
So
way to
when
do
we
it.
play with software, this will be fairly easy, right?
You'd have to do it using the ephemeris, but and run the dates forward using 1 and 2. Yeah, and just write your dates down and then you plot them out.
I'm going to ask some questions.
Okay. Okay.
So you did all this just with the drawing tool manually?
What I did to make this chart, these are just all trend lines and text. There is a tool in there that'll give you dates, vertical lines, but it was getting kind of messy. I wanted to show where it connected to. Yeah.
Is there some way for the ephemeris to write directly to the chart?
Not yet, no. You have to figure it all out using the ephemeris and then go and plot the line.
Sort of a wave 59 question.
Sure.
The plus minus for scrolling the ephemeris forward, is that linked to the refresh? So in other words, if I want to skip day by day by day, it's supposed to minute by minute?
You can set the rate that you move forward in the software. If you go to the ephemeris, I think it's under manual motion at the top. No, in the 1 and the 2 keys. There's a special at the top, and you can say run it forward by 1 minute or 5 minutes or a day or a month, and it'll just go.
I was just wondering if to do it, in other words, to do it but using the button.
Yeah, when you'd set that, you'd say, okay, I want to run forward at 1 day, and then from then on, every time you push 1 or 2, you'll run 1 day, whatever your rate that you set. Yeah, that makes it a lot easier.
And 1 and 2 and plus and minus are the same.
It's the same. It's just if you're right or left-handed.
All right. I was just wondering, you know how you did all that on the intraday charts, and you were getting price targets. How do you price targets on the ephemeris ring?
Right.
You're not doing this on the daily chart.
You can actually apply price targets to progressions. The technique that I wanted to focus on more was just hitting an old price. So progressing to a price, that would be one method. You can actually get price in there, though.
The reason I ask is because I've seen one of your things, was it October 12th or so?
13.
When you had I think you shared an example so that you had a box there and you had a price range that was about 30 points. I've seen it on emails or somewhere.
Not in this present. Yeah, price and time are all together. Don't forget that when you're doing these progressions, you do have the price ring around your thing, and so you can look if there's a price. You got your time in here. You can also get price by looking at the price ring and the patterns being formed. It's like a separate thing, but you could do it. Yeah.
Would you be running the price ring on the hour as well?
Yeah, I would. And you'd be using 50 points per. 50 points per might give you too many targets, though. You probably have to increase that to something else. But it works well for this technique.
When you're using a key low or key high as a point to start a natal chart and progress from there, which points do you use to select which lows, and how do you select that particular high or low?
I selected these highs or lows by going off of whatever the last one was. So like somewhere in here, you'd say, okay, the last significant thing that we had was this high. So you'll go to that until you hit a low. And so this low has to form and you have to start running up here. And then there's a point where you say, okay, like we've gone far enough, this is the new significant point. And you just, whatever the most recent one was. And you can see that some of them were small, like this one here, just to this little top. And then we went back here and used to get this little bottom. It's swing to swing. A lot of this stuff is swing to swing.
And is it possible to do the natal chart backwards to back check the accuracy of your point that you're starting off from?
Well, I'm not actually using the birthday of the Tao. I'm using the birthday. This would be the birthday right here of this bar.
Let's say you had that point there. Could you go back? Could you spin the progress chart backwards to check
Oh, to
points
see.
previously.
Okay.
It's sort of like a back check to see if,
Okay.
if you
Okay.
have accurate forecast.
He was asking it, once you have this point in here, can you go backwards in time and see if the progressions line up with stuff in the past? And I have seen that work.
Okay, so you
Yeah.
can't do that in the software.
You can, yeah. You just go backwards, just push 1 instead of 2. Yeah.
Eric, can you just flip the slide back to page 248, the one that
You have to,
249, it shows that
have to-
high 1272 at 1106.
tell me when I'm there.
There.
This one? Okay.
Interesting, 1272 is an even multiple of 24, so it's 0 or 360 degrees
Right.
in price. 1106 is actually 360 degrees on the number 1106 on the square of 9.
Okay.
It's 666 and 24.
Okay, well that's interesting. I didn't see it. That's interesting. Yeah, you can find all kinds of cool stuff at the big turns like this, the high of the day. You'll find all kinds of weird stuff. Okay, where was I? Okay. So in summary, the birth chart is a snapshot for one important moment in time. The way you progress a chart is you take the natal chart and you spin it around the wheel at the rate of a particular planet. You can spin it fast according to the ascendant. You could spin it slow according to the sun. If you really wanted to go slow, you could use some of the longer term planets. These are the two major ones that I use. And you want to look for progress points to line up with natal price somewhere. And natal price can be the open, it can be an important high or low, it can be the first trade, it can be the all-time high or low. Again, talked about that a lot. If you've read his stuff, use the all-time high or low. That'll work. Intraday trading, the open's good. Any questions about this? Yeah. That's okay.
Something I can't understand a little bit is, you know, on the S&P meeting, you got those price targets there.
Right.
Where would you put entry order on that? At that exact level, or do you wait for confirmation? You have to wait for confirmation, don't you?
Yeah, you wouldn't want. Well, you could get in at that exact level if you want. You really want to see how price reacts to that line. It's hardly ever where it touches it and then it's gone. It'll move around a little bit, and so you'll have enough time where you can kind of say, okay, yeah, it's slowed down. And as far as stops go, it can break those lines slightly. You shouldn't see a lot of closes below it. Like on a 2-minute chart, there wasn't a lot happening. You could get a close or two, but then it just came right back up. If it starts hammering your line, close, you probably don't want it. You're going the wrong way. Yeah.
How long does the all-time high or low hold?
Until it's broken. Yeah. So if the high or the low was back in 1929, the all-time high, then it's still valid today. The soybeans chart is a good example of that. It's way back there.
So you keep just working off that same.
Just keep on working off that same price.
Do you use the close or the high of the day?
I use the absolute high of the day. Yeah. Anything else? Okay, so tomorrow 8 o'clock should be a shorter day. Hopefully you'll all be able to get out of here before your planes take off. Don't forget about the free drinks. I think that's all. Okay.
Could you list which ones you consider primary tools and which ones you consider more?
Okay, the confirmation tool, I think I made that comment in regards to the price-time ratios. That would definitely be a confirmation tool. The ellipses and the geometry would be a primary tool. I think all of the stuff today is a primary tool. The cycles in the beginning, that's like a setup tool. It's more of a primary, but it's kind of a long-term primary. What else did we cover? What else was there? I guess that's it. Really, if you think of it, you want to find a situation where there's clusters, like clusters of anything, and it doesn't really matter which tools you use. If you can find 3 of them all together, then you're in. Before I start, there's a couple people that were talking about airport rides, and who's leaving here before 3 o'clock? Raise your hand. Okay, and you're 2:30, right? Okay. And Dimitri wanted to know. he wanted, if anybody's leaving early, maybe you guys could share a taxi. I don't know, Dimitri, where are you? I don't see it. Yeah, what time are you going?
I have a plane at 6. So
At 6. Okay. Yes, if anybody else is leaving around 6, he's right over there, and you can split a taxi or something. Also, if you guys want to stay in touch with each other, I can pass around a piece of paper, and you can put your emails on it, and then I can just forward to everybody on the group in case you want to, share anything. So I'll start it on this end, just put your name and your email address, and send it back down that way, and then have it come up here, and I'll pick it up over here. Yeah, okay, and the suggestion was put your screen name on there too, so everybody knows who you are at Trader 59. Yeah.
Well, if we can't read and write.
You have a problem. Okay. Are there any other questions before I jump into this? Nope. Okay. So now we're going to look at the RD. Okay. Is that too high? Okay. Okay, so if two forces are applied on an object, which way will the object be pulled? So if I'm sitting here and I've got two ropes in my hand, somebody's pulling this way and somebody's pulling this way, I'm not going to be pulled either way. I'm going to be pulled forward because there's a vector acting upon me. And if you think about the planetary system, each one of those planets is pulling on us individually, but the effect is as a group. So think of it as that here's the Earth and there's a bunch of strings running out. Each planet is giving its pull depending on how far away it is and its weight. And the Earth is going to be pulled in one direction or the other. The forces on any object are joined, and the combination of the two pulls the object in a different direction than either of the individual forces. So if here's force 1 and here's force 2, and here's the object, this is us, the actual direction is straight ahead. This is actually from physics. So all planets act together on the Earth, and the question is, which way are we being pulled in aggregate? So if this is a simplified diagram, but if here's the Earth, here's Mercury, here's the Sun, here's Jupiter, each one of these has a different strength, and they're going to be pulling us in different directions. And the net result may be somewhere out here that we don't see. We can... Well, I'm going to jump into some calculations here. You actually don't need to be able to reproduce this ever again if you don't want to. I'm going to go over it because I know a couple people have done it by hand or if you're programming software. But don't worry if it gets kind of nasty. Wave 59 can do everything real quick for you. But I think it's important just to walk through it. Newton came up with the law of universal gravitation, which says the force at any object is g times the mass of the object, the first object, times the mass of the second object, divided by the radius squared between them, where g is just some universal constant, which is some number. And this would be measured in newtons. The sun has the strongest force, but we want the tidal force, which we have to modify this a little bit, and we're gonna cube the radius. So the net tidal force on any object can be calculated by g times the mass of the first object times the mass of the second object divided by the radius cubed. This is our formula. So the procedure that we're going to use to find the net tidal force is we're going to determine all the applying forces using our equation. This is one for each planet. We're going to split each force into its components, which is a horizontal and a vertical part. We're going to combine them all again into one humongous triangle, and then we're going to apply trigonometry to get the actual direction. So each planet has pulls in two different directions, vertically and horizontally. We're going to split it all up. We're going to add all the individual parts together, and we're going to get one big force that represents the net pull of everybody on the system at once. So here's a quick example. The sun and the moon are pulling on the Earth. The sun's pulling out this direction. The moon's pulling out this direction. These are the two primary tide-generating forces on us. Everything else is really minor. So if you're doing it by hand, you really only need to focus on those two planets. So we got to find the tidal force of each body. These are some numbers. This is the mass of the Earth. This is the mass of the moon. This is the mass of the sun. This is the distance. This is how far the moon is away from us in meters. This is the distance, how far the sun is away from us in meters. And we take our equation, tidal force equals the mass of the one times the mass of the second divided by the radius cubed. I've just thrown out g because we don't actually need it for this. It's just a constant number. And we get these numbers. So the sun's force, on average, the sun's force, it pulls on us with this much force. The moon pulls on us with this much force. And I took a ratio. This is the moon's force, 7.71 divided by 3.559. And the moon pulls stronger than the sun as far as tidal force goes. And this is the relative tidal forces of all the planets. The most powerful is the moon. With the sun being of 1, this is a ratio. The sun pulls with a strength of 1. Moon pulls twice as strong, a little bit more than twice as strong. And then it drops dramatically. Venus is 0.000113, Jupiter, Mars. And the farther you get out there, or the smaller the planet is, Pluto's like 0.000001. So calculating this by hand, moon and the sun is enough. In wave 59, I go all the way to Saturn just because I can. But it doesn't. It's not gonna. It's not gonna do much.
I'm sure your answer will be because it works better. But how do we know that we need the tidal force and not the gravitational force?
The gravitational force is the sun. It's just right at the sun. So you have that already. If you calculated it with r squared instead of r cubed, you get the sun. The sun is
everything else drops out.
Everything else just drops out. Yeah. So you already have that. So the tidal force is the one that's going to change.
Sure. You happen to notice that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of those numbers total 5?
This? Okay, here's a 5, 5, 5, 5. What does it mean, 5?
The Mayan system says 5 is the number from which all can be measured.
Okay, well that's interesting.
5 is the number, biggest the number of change, just in general, the number of change. And of course,
okay.
That's maybe why it shows up so in the declination of Mercury works so well, as we talked about.
It could be. That's interesting. Yeah, that's really interesting. So I'm going to do an example to show how to calculate this, given the two tidal forces that we've come up with here. So the moon is 7.7 going out this way. The sun is 3.6. So what we need to do is split each of these forces into its component parts. This is straight out of Physics 101, basically. We have trigonometry laws up here, which we'll come to later. If this is the sun's force going 3.6 out to here, we can split this up into a horizontal component, which is A, just going straight over here, and a vertical component, which is B. And if we know what T is, which is this angle right here, for theta, if we know what this angle is and we know what this hypotenuse is, we can use these laws to figure out the sides of our triangle. So sine of angle T is B divided by the hypotenuse. Or you could calculate B is the hypotenuse times the sine of T right here. A is the hypotenuse times the cosine of T. So we need to know the angle, and we need to know the force vector. And the angle comes straight out of the ephemeris. We already know that. And the force vector we have to calculate using the masses. And the angle will change every day, and the force vector will change a little bit every day also, because the planets don't stay exactly the same distance apart. They move a little bit. So each day will be a different calculation. So let's assume the sun is at 120 degrees at this day. So here's our ephemeris. Here's 0 degrees, 90 degrees, 180. Here's the sun out here at 120, with pulling at a strength of 3.6. That means this angle here, here's our triangle. We make a little triangle like this. This angle here is 60 degrees because this angle is 120. So this is 120 out to here. This is 60. 120 plus 60 is 180. So 60 degrees. We have 60. We have 3.6. Let's plug it into our formula. A equals the hypotenuse times cosine of 60. So 3.6 times cosine of 60, which is a half, equals 1.8. So this would be 1.8. B equals the hypotenuse times sine of 60. 3.6 times 0.86 equals 3.1. So what we've done is taken these two trig laws and split our vector out into a horizontal component and a vertical component. You can think of it as the sun pulls you sideways this much and straight up this much, and it acts as a single force in that one direction. So I did that with both planets, the sun and the moon, and here's the results that I got. The sun pulls directly up with a force of 3.1, the moon pulls up with a force of 7, the sun at 1.8, and the moon at 3.2. Now what we do is we take all the horizontal forces and all the vertical forces, split them up, and combine them into totals. So we had the moon's value of 7.0 pulling up and the sun's value of 3.1 pulling up. We just add them together, and we get a total value at 10.1. The moon was pulling off to the right here at 3.2, and the sun was pulling to the left at 1.8. So these are pulling in separate directions. The moon is pulling stronger, so our net force is 1.4. So now we have a net force in the horizontal direction, and we have a net force in the vertical direction. Now we just stack them together and get a brand new triangle. We have our Pythagorean theorem already. To find the hypotenuse, this squared plus this squared, take the square root, and we get this. And we can find this angle here using another trigonometry law. The sine of the angle t equals 10.1 over 10.2. This was from before. Take the arc sine of it, and you get t equals 81.9 degrees. So you'd put this back on the ephemeris. I don't know if I do that. Yeah, okay, here, put it back on the ephemeris. Oh, wait, let me go back. You put this back on the ephemeris. This would be 0, this would be 90, this would be 180, and then you'd find t. You plot it right out here. You plot the direction on the ephemeris. There's the sun, there's the moon. And the RD stands for the resultant degree, which is the direction of the net tidal force applied to the Earth by the planets. In real life, wave 59 is also going to take into account Mars and Mercury and Venus, and everybody's going to have a humongous, we'll have a big vertical and we'll have a big horizontal. And this is the net direction. Think of it as all these players pulling on us. This is which way we're actually getting pulled. And the reason for the reason I'm calling it RD, I actually came up with this calculation independently and was going to call it G, but I came across a guy who had done it 50 years earlier for horse racing, and he called it RD. So I figured I'd stick with his method. So yeah, he used to use this to predict horse races, and I guess his accuracy was like 80%. So he was really good at it. What's that? No, it was this Indian guy, Sadaswarayana Rao. It's really hard to find his stuff.
Can you spell that, please?
It's in the book. I can't spell it. Yeah, and there is a guy I think in Australia who sells reprints of his stuff. He calls himself Apollo. I don't have the link, but I can find it for you if you're interested in getting that book. It's kind of interesting to read it. Yeah.
Do you feel like declinations might be important in this calculation?
The question was, are declinations important in this calculation? You can do the same thing for declinations. You can find the net declination. So you get the net longitude and you get the net declination. Yeah. It would be a separate calculation, though. In the ephemeris, this is how we turn the RD on. You click that button. So that's a lot easier than doing all that math. Just click that, and it'll plot. And there it is, right there. RD will be a dotted line. It'll have a little RD on it. It'll be black. The interesting thing is, this is an actual physical force. It's not just some point out there. This is physical. And without this calculation, if you didn't know how to do this, there would be no indication that anything out here was out here at all. There's no aspect to it. All the other planets are around, but if we can calculate it, we can find it. So how do we use this for trading? Technique number one is we can use progressions. So we'll progress the RD forward at a speed of the ascendant or the sun, and we'll look for aspects to price. This is the same as what we were doing before. We get a price, and then we progress planets around. In this situation, we're going to just progress using the RD as our trigger. So here's the Dow Industrials. Had a high at 10,984.46 on March 7th. This is the same example from before. Our scale was 50 points for 360 degrees. So if we calculate that out, we'll get 248 degrees for this high. Here's the math. 10,984 divided by 50 is 219 times around. We throw out the 219 and get our remainder of 0.6892, multiply that by 360, and this is the degree value corresponding to this top. Yeah?
Erik, where'd you come up with the 50 degrees? 50 points for 360?
50 points was from before. I scaled the chart at 50 points per bar, so you can also use that as a scale for the Dow to convert it over to planetary degree. So I took the price scale and I said, okay, for 50 points is for 360 degrees. I wrapped it around the circle, so it started 0, end up at 50. We run around that circle 219 times, and then we get to 248 degrees.
So 219.6892 would be the zero, would be the start at 0 Aries.
No, so 10, this is the price at the top. I divided by 50 because I've got 50 points for 360 degrees. And this is to calculate how many times around the circle we go. So we go 219 times around. You start at 0, go to 50, go to 100, go to 150. So we throw out the 219 because it's always 0. This is the remainder. This is the percentage of 360 degrees that we still have to go. So that times 360, this is our actual degree value. And you can do it this way, or you can just have wave 59 plot the ring and just look where it hits. Yeah.
Just a quick thing, because I'm still kind of confused here.
Sure.
With using the 50 as our per bar count, if, for example, we arbitrarily came up with 40, we'd have a different remainder left over, and then therefore a different degree as we went through the process.
Right.
So isn't it sort of paramount to be able to establish that the 50 is the number?
Right. The question was, if we had 40 instead of 50, we'd have a totally different degree value. Yeah, this is the same situation as the scale, how each market has its own scale. Each market's also going to have its own scale around the ephemeris. And you have to know what that is to get the right number. If this was 40, this wouldn't be 248 degrees. It would be some...
Well, but since we're only using the remainder as...
Right. Yeah, the remainder. This wouldn't be 219. It'd be something else, and this remainder would be different.
Yeah,
so instead of...
That throws off considerably.
Right.
So what part of it do I need to go back through in the book in order to be able to formulate that 50 as being the exact right number?
The 50, there's no formula that cranks out 50. You just have to go over the charts, unfortunately.
Can I get with you later on so that you can help me with this paradigm I'm struggling with?
Sure. Yeah, the way I found 50 was I just looked at 10 years of the Dow basically and tested it all out. And the scale, the bar chart, the chart, I don't think this one is, but the ones I was using before were scaled at 50 points per bar. That's so you can kind of bring them together. Yeah.
Couldn't you back into it? Couldn't you take the number and say, okay, figure it out? It would take you a little bit to do, but figure out when using what factor 10,984 becomes an important angle.
Okay. Yeah, he mentioned that you could back into it. You could, if you know what the high is. This is some number that you have to find. You could actually run the planets out and find the aspects when they hit and do it backwards. This is like how you would rectify a chart, basically. And if you find the sensitive point, then you can figure out, okay, what's this number so that sensitive point gets locked in. You'd need to do more than one high. You take a bunch of highs and find it, and then eventually you could do it that way too. It'd be tedious.
If we had a method where we could go and check what we speculated
Right.
to be the actual value that we're using to check to see if it's correct, that would certainly help me as a student anyway.
Right. Yeah, the hard part about scales and things like that and factors is I wish there was a formula where you said Dow equals what, and it says 50. But
since everything
yeah.
is predicated on this,
Right.
I mean, that we've followed through so far from the geometry
Right.
to the ephemeris and the
Right.
degrees, that seems to be the paramount point that we should have a developmental process
Right.
that allows stupid people like myself to do these things.
Right. Well, you know what the techniques are. So you've got the geometry and you've got the stuff that we're getting into now. If you don't know what this number is, you can actually use the tools and judge their success by your scale factor. So if you think that the scale should be 43 points, put 43 points in there, go over 10 years, see how the geometry works, and see how the progressions work, and just take a look. It's really just research. You have to research your scale factor. That's like the one thing you'd have to do.
What about the S&P 500? Would that be about 24 then?
S&P scale 24 points per 360. I like. That's good, especially intraday. I think daily should work too, though.
No, but for daily charts.
For daily, it should work too. I'd have to check. But intraday for sure, 24 points per 360. And stocks, you can do like $1 for 360, unless you start getting really high price stock. So here's our ephemeris for March 7th. Notice that I'm using sidereal positions instead of tropical. Yeah. I said $1 per 360 degrees usually works as your scale. I'm using sidereal positions. One of the things that I found, I've used tropical up until this point. Remember, these are the two zodiacs. There's the tropical zodiac, which is the western one, and then there's the sidereal zodiac, which is the eastern one. And the thing about the RD is somehow it just likes the sidereal zodiac better. It just always works better on the sidereal, and I don't know why that is, and I don't know if that means the sidereal is for real. But just keep that in mind, that your zodiac will change where everything is. So sidereal zodiac for the RD. this is what the RD looks like. It looks like a little black triangle if you progress it, or if you have a natal dot. So again, this inner ring here is our natal position on March 7th. And the outer ring is our progressed ring, which, since I set them to the same date, they're equal. This is our high right here at point 1. And what we're going to do is we're just going to run the RD out and look for important aspects to the high. I'm linked to the sun, by the way, since it's a daily chart, so I'm progressing at the rate of the sun, same way we did from before. So we run the RD out, and we come square, which is this green one, to our high. This is square to the high. This was sextile. So sextile got the chop, and then the square actually got the bottom. So now that we've hit the bottom, the low at 10,000.46, we'll convert again to degrees, divide 50 points per 360 degrees, results in 3.3 degrees. So we plot 3.3 degrees right here on our ephemeris. This is the price of our low. Here's the RD at that position, and we're going to progress it out forward, and we're going to watch as it makes aspects. So this was the sextile aspect right here at this little, yeah.
Quick question.
Sure.
When you start, doing your calculations of chart, what criteria do you use to select the beginning high or the beginning low, and then you just restart and calculating again? So what makes you start over?
What makes you start over is you're going high to low and low to high. So if you're starting at this high, you're forecasting the next low. As soon as you think that low is in, you switch.
The next opposite turn, then you start forecasting from that.
Right, and so as soon as the low comes in, then you're going to the next high, and as soon as that high's in, then you go to the next low. And there's always enough time in between because it moves slowly. So this is the sextile position. This is RD opposition right here at the bottom. 72 degrees, which is a pentagon, sextile square. You can see it running out, catching things. The top was working off the pentagon. Here's what the pentagon chart looked like. This was the low. We draw our pentagon in here, and then there's the RD. It ran all the way from here and then hit this edge. Remember that the important way that you find aspects is you just divide the circle up equally. So pentagon is divided by 5, hexagon is divided by 6, square is divided by 4. Moving to this high was at 10,719. If we convert to degrees at 50 points per 360, we get 139.75 degrees corresponding to this top. Here's our top, and there's the RD. This is square. This was the 60 degrees, and this is the square at the bottom. So 60 degrees got the first little bounce, and then RD square, the high, got the bottom. So that was one technique. The second technique is we can watch live aspects to price. So we watch the live RD as it aspects important price levels. Live RD just means whatever the current one is, the RD for today. So important price levels can include major swing highs and lows, prices at important times like first trade of the day, first trade of the year, first trade of the open. So this is 1 year of the Dow. The first trade of 2005 happened at 10,783 on January 3rd, which corresponds to 243 degrees right there, first bar of the year. So here's the price, first price of 2005, and I want to show that the RD works in, yeah. That was opening price on the very first trade of 2005, right? This also works heliocentric, and this heliocentric is different, it works tropical. Helio and geo both work. Heliocentric, again, means sun-centered. Geocentric means earth-centered. They're both there. So you can watch both of them. And the interesting thing about the RD on heliocentric is if you plot a heliocentric RD, it's the only planet that'll go retrograde, which means backwards. So all the other planets will be running around heliocentrically one direction, and the RD can do all kinds of chaotic moves. It'll go forward really fast and flip around, then it'll come back, and then it'll come forward. So it's really interesting to watch it. Yeah, John.
So you have geo-sidereal,
right.
heliotropical.
Right.
Okay.
I don't know why. Just one of those things. Okay, what was I doing? Okay, so here's the first price, 2005. There's the RD. RD moves to this cluster here on the first price. And there's the RG conjunct first price, heliocentric conjunction. Helio RD can move very quickly. Use the last aspect in a chaotic jump. Okay, so we were right here last time, and it moved all this way really quickly. So it hit all this stuff really quickly, and then it slows down and hits here and goes really slowly. So if you get, let's say, 5 aspects in 4 days or something, you really just want to go off the last one, whatever the last one was, which is the trine at the top. This one actually got it to the day. The next one was a square right here, square to the price, which is right here. These two go together. Here's the sextile right there. As a sextile, caught the drop, and the market went into chop for about a month. And then this is an example of where it went retrograde. Our last chart was a sextile, and so then RD moves this way, and then it comes back and hit the same spot again. So this is an example of where the RD is moving backwards. So we get a second sextile at the bottom, 2 sextiles in a row. Yeah.
Now, one thing I was wondering about, I want to make sure. Now, the RD will not go retrograde on the geocentric, but it will go retrograde on the helio.
The question was, does the RD go retrograde, not retrograde on the geocentric, but retrograde on the helio? The answer is yes. Geocentric, it's really the sun and the moon that are behind it, and so they never go retrograde, so the RD is always going to be going forward. The heliocentric's different. There's not one master planet that's controlling everything. They're all more equal since it's the sun, and you can get things flipping around really fast. Yeah.
In helio, is it all the planets acting on the sun?
Right.
For the RD?
Right. So yeah. So helio RD is the force that all the planets pull on the sun. So if you were on the sun, the RD is pulling you in one direction. So what are all the planets doing to the sun at any given point? Yeah.
Do you notice any relationship between those heliocentric ID and number of sunspots?
The question was, do I notice anything with sunspots and the heliocentric RD? I haven't looked at it, but I would expect yes, because if you look at the tidal force, the planets, there have been studies done, and they show that different planetary configurations heliocentrically can affect the solar wind and sunspots and things like that. So the RD pulling at any given point is going to tug at the sun, and the sun is just a big ball of gas, basically. So there's going to be something coming out right out there for sure. I haven't tried to link it up though. No. Any other questions? Okay, so we had a sextile here, and we had a sextile here at the bottom. We're still going backwards, so now we're doing a square. This is the square aspect to price. That's where that hit. There at the top. Okay, so now RD turns back around and gives us another square. It's going the regular direction again. Right here. Here's the sextile, right there to price, and there was the sextile. So these are all aspects to one point, which is just the very first trade date of the year. It gets set for the whole year, and then you just run out and look for aspects. This is conjunct right on top of price. There's the conjunction. Yeah. I can't remember what it was. I wrote it down on the page, though, whatever that first page was. Yeah, it's on there.
It's like 10,007.
It was like 783 or something, 10,783 or something. Yeah.
Are those all plotted automatically on the chart, or is that for the slide?
I actually calculated these and put these arrows in. Yeah. You could write a script to do this, though. Yeah.
Now, I noticed with this second method, you don't actually reset it like you do with the first. How far does it go out before it starts to lose its influence with the second?
The question is, how far out does this go before it starts to lose its influence? It'll go for the whole year. And then when 2006 hits, you use the price for 2006, go for all of 2006. When 2007 hits, use all of 2007.
Based on the starting point,
Right. Right. This is an example of using some important price. And the opening price of the year is important, just as the same as the opening price of the day is important. And if you follow some again stuff, you could say the first new moon in the year also counts.
If you were using a key swing high-low as your starting point, then you would stop using it once that swing high or low had gotten broken.
Right. If you were using swing highs and lows as your starting point, then you would probably go swing to swing, unless the swing high was some kind of major top, and then it would run out for a while. So you could use the all-time high or the all-time low also. Just do the same thing that I'm doing here. Do you have a question? Okay. Here's the next one. Looks like we're going retrograde again, and we're conjunct at this bottom. The RD went out here, and then it pulled back, so now we're going direct again, conjunct again. Here, so we had 3 conjunctions. Here's the sextile. This is the square. We're just running forward here. This one got pretty washed out. This is the sextile, no, trine. Here we are, opposition. There's the opposition, and yeah.
You don't have any particular preference for which shapes you're looking at. It's just the triangle, square, pentagon, hexagon, and then whatever you're hitting with in there.
Okay, yeah, the question was, do I have any preference for which shapes? Yeah, it's just the basic ones. Just divide out by the first, 6 digits. So divided by 2 would be the opposition, 3 would be the trine, 4 is the square. The pentagon sometimes, and then the hextile, or the sex. Right, so I'd set the price, I'd put all the, right. So the shapes would just sit there for the whole year, and then you just watch as you go and bounce around that shape, right. The opposition hit the top, and I think that was the last one. No, one more. Here's a sextile. I hit trine at the bottom. So these are our hits, and the question is, this is the one that's standing out here. What happened here? Did we miss it or what? And the answer was this was actually a 45-degree aspect, which is half of a square. It was right here, right conjunct Jupiter. So you will get some ones that you necessarily won't expect. It'll fit into the pattern somehow, but I wouldn't necessarily watch the octagon all the time. You'll just get too many hits. You can see that this point was actually energized by Jupiter, though, which makes it a little bit special at this date. So RD is the net tidal force acting on the Earth or the Sun. It's generated by all the planets pulling in unison with their own gravitational forces. The RD and price can be used together to forecast turning points. We've had RD progressions, progresses just like a planet, and we've had live RD aspects. There was a question previously, do I look at RD aspects to other planets? And the answer is no, I don't really do that because all the other planets are already contained in the RD. The RD is like all the planets together in one thing. So RD aspecting to itself, maybe you could watch it, but I tend not to do that. I tend to use price. Yeah.
In the book, there's a discussion of the intraday technique using 15-degree aspects in the RD.
Okay.
Is there an easy way to plot on the ephemeris those 15-degree things, or do you have to eyeball it?
The question was, in the book, there's a technique about 15-degree aspects towards the RD. Is there an easy way to plot that? There should be a 15. Is there a 15-degree shape in there? Did I put one in there or not? Okay. Yeah. There is a custom. There's a way you can do a custom shape. So you say, I want all these degrees, and you say 15, 30, 45. Just put them all in there, and you'll make a big wheel with a bunch of spokes, and you can link that right to the RD or to your price. And so then you would just watch as you ticked off the different levels.
So in that case, you would link to where the RD is.
You would link to the.
RD is kind of a fast mover.
Yeah, RD will move about as fast as the moon. I think that technique was linking to the opening price, wasn't it? So you would link that to the opening price, and then the RD would trigger. Yeah. So link your shape to the opening price, and then watch as the progression hits every 15-degree aspect, and those should show up pretty easily.
Erik, in the book you say you use different programs to use for that ephemeris.
Right.
So what is it?
The different program that I used was a custom experimental one. I've got all kinds of experimental ones, and at the time I was writing the book, Wave 59 couldn't plot the RD, so I used that instead. Now it can, so I'm using the Wave 59 charts. Yeah, right.
You mentioned horse racing. Did you ever try this stuff on like sport teams, other stuff?
The question was, I mentioned horse races. Have I ever tried this on sports? The problem, American horse racing is a little different than what they were doing back then. The way he would use the RD to predict horse races is he'd take all the weights of the horses. So the horses would be handicapped by weights. So a fast horse would have to carry more weight, and a lesser horse would carry less. And you'd wrap the weights all the way around your wheel, and you'd look where the RD was pointing, and it would point at the winning weight, whatever that was. Now it's a little harder to do that. I've actually looked at a couple things. I've looked at lottery numbers, and you can pick 2 or 3 of them out, but that's not enough to win any money, unfortunately.
What about the next chapter in modern fitness?
Yeah, maybe lottery tickets. Yeah, there's all kinds of RD things you can do. I know that people use this kind of stuff for gambling, for example. I don't know too many intricate ways they do it, but I know it can be done. Yeah, horse racing in particular is a big one, though.
So, do you routinely run the RD around in this month, for example, to see where the projected turning points are for the rest of the year for the major market?
Well, what you could do with that last technique, you could see a whole year ahead of time. So as soon as January 1st or January 3rd, whenever the first day came up, you just run it out for the whole year and write a list down, plot little arrows on your chart and be done.
Do you do that?
Sometimes, yeah. I use a lot of stuff. I don't use everything because it confuses me. I use more of what's coming up. So I like to go swing to swing, although this works too. Yeah. Anything else? Okay. So next section is numbered squares.
Erik, I was going to ask you about the book there. He says you've got you can put a declination on this, and how do you do that on your way 59?
Way 59 should just plot it on the ephemeris. If it doesn't, I stop.
You provided a chart there with a declination.
Oh, that chart was done using a script. I wrote a script. I still have to add the RD to the there's that declination tool in the Astro. I don't think I added RD to there yet. It's coming.
So I was looking for that. That's really
Yeah, you'd have to write a script. You can get the RD from there's Astro functions in there, Astro, and then you would put Astro, and then you'd put like your all your parameters in there, and you can get RD declination through that. I'll add it to the declination function though, like next build or the build after. It's coming. Yeah. Everybody sign your name yet? Okay. Thanks. Okay, so I'll just copy these into a list and then forward it to everybody. And so then if you met anybody you want to talk to, you can email them. Okay, so section 11 is on numbered squares. The most famous numbered square is Gann's square of 9, which is basically just you take number 1, start at the center, and then you just wrap your way around with all the other numbers. So 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 in order. Each time you just make another layer out. This is it's actually a square root calculator, and if you haven't seen this yet, it's important to realize that all the odd squares are lined up in one angle off of here. So 9 is the square root of 3, 25 is the square root of 5, 7, 9. So 3, 5, 7, 9, 11, 13, all in a row going out this edge here. The even squares, 4, 16, 36, this is the square root of 2, square root of 4, square root of 6. So here's 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, all the way out. Goes up this angle here from the center. This side is odd plus half squares, so 1.5 times 1.5 is 2.25, so that would be like a 2. 3.5 times 3.5 is 12. 5.5 times 5.5 is 30. 7.5, 7.5, 56. All those are running out here. Down here we've got the evens and a half. 2.5 times 2.5 is 6. 4.5 times 4.5 is 20. 6.5 times 6.5 is 42. So it's one gigantic square root calculator, which is interesting. The first technique that we'll look at, this is a basic technique, price-to-price aspects. You can find this in Gann books, but it's good to know it. We start with a price at the bottom of 54, IBM daily chart. We start with a price of 54, and we'll plot 54 right here on our square of 9. And then what we'll do is we'll draw from the center out, we'll draw square aspect. So this would be a conjunction, this would be squares, here's an opposition. Plot that out here. And these levels will give us future targets on the upside. So 54, the price of 54, we ran up to a high at 89. So here's 54. We ran up one cycle, and we hit 87 here directly across. The actual high was 87. The actual high was 89. The target was 87, so it went a little bit past. This would be 360 degrees on the square of 9. Then you move to your next high, 89.45 down. Yeah. Okay, so here's where we started. This is the low. Since we're going up, we're going to be moving. The price is going to move on the square. This would be a quarter of a cycle, 90 degrees. Through here up to this point, this would be halfway around, and this is one full cycle. So a cycle is just a circle. You just come back to the same spot, but out one ring. So see how this is a ring here. We just moved to the next number out. This would be 360 degrees. As if this were an ephemeris, here would be 0 degrees, here would be 90 degrees, here would be 180, 270, 360. So one circle is one full cycle. 2 circles would be 2 cycles. So this, see how these arrows, if you connect them, you get one circle basically. It looks like a square.
I follow that, but see, on the church, you move from the bottom to top.
Right.
How much are you measuring time or hours?
I'm just measuring price levels on this technique. So the price at the low was 54. The price targets on the upside will fall along these angles. So 54, let's say we're at the low right now, here's 54. We look at what this is. This would be 62 right at this spoke. This is 70 right here, 78, 87. You just
simply going to follow the square of 9 as the price on the chart moves along.
right, so the square 9 is going to give you your price targets. And 89 was the high, 87 was the actual target. Yeah.
So the different angles, the 180, the 270, are they relevant for anything, or you just go the complete circle back around to the 87?
The question was, are the other angles relevant, or is it just the complete circle? All of them are relevant. It just happened to be the fourth one up that hit. But the 90 was good, the 80.
So you watch all of them?
You watch all of them, yeah. It'll give you a bunch of price targets. Right.
Erik, do you use the whole number or the fraction part of
The question was, do you use the whole number or the fraction? You actually use the whole number with the fraction. So 89 and a half would be halfway between 89 and 90, just right in between. Yeah. Just a little bit. Right. Yeah.
So Erik, if you were to apply this to, like, let's say the price of gold, could you use like the last 2 digits? For example, the price of gold is like 540. Okay.
Okay.
Then you just use like the 43 or whatever, and then work the wheel around, or would you have to actually progress the square all the way out to 540?
The question was, if you have a market like gold where there's a high number, do you use the whole number or do you use a section of the number? I've seen a couple different ways to do it. You can float the decimal like we were doing before. So instead of 540, you turn it. Let's say it was 543. You could make it 54.3. That way, it would get more. If you were doing intraday or something, you could actually chop the 500 off and just look for levels like that. It depends on how many targets you want and how big of a gap. A daily chart might be different than an intraday chart, but floating is okay. And I've seen Gann people. They say that you should have 3 significant digits in there. So if your stock was at $12.50, you'd actually want to use 125, which just moves the decimal out. So 125.
So essentially what you're saying is, based on that Gann definition, you do want to go all the way out to 540.
Well, different. If you use, for example, if you had a humongous number in there, you'll get a target way down here. If you have a smaller number, you'll get closer in targets. So it's really what kind of target are you looking for. If both of them are valid, it depends on your time frame really, which one you want to actually use. If you're intraday trading and you're up here, in this bar, you're not going to hit 73. So you're going to want to get everything smaller, right? Yeah, just float the decimal around. It depends on your time frame. Yeah, float intraday. The other thing that works intraday, like on the S&P, if you're at 12.7, let's say you're at 1272, get rid of that 1,000, so make it 272. And then if that doesn't help, you could actually get rid of the 200, make it 72. Because those numbers intraday, it's like you're not gonna go 1,000 points. It's like it doesn't really matter so much. End of day, it will matter. So our next high was at 89.45. So here we rate 89.45, and you can see that I drew the spoke right in between 89 and 90. So this would be like 89.45 right here. These would be our aspects, and since we're dropping in price, this was a high, we're just going to follow the numbers down and see where it hits on these spokes. Our 180 degree target was 71.50. The actual low was 73. So the actual low came to here. This was our target, off by a point, 73.16. Yeah.
71 is not right on the line from the origin. So next time, do you need to readjust your square lines from 71?
71 was our target, which didn't get hit. The actual low was 73. So when the actual low comes in, you adjust to fit the actual low. You want to go off of the true price rather than your target.
Okay, but every single time you get a new one, you start off again.
Right, so you're going to have to move it every time you move that a little bit. And in Wave 59, you just grab this edge here and you spin it, in case you're wondering.
How do you get that
How do you get the cross on here? It's like right up here at the top. It'll say draw, and you say 90 degrees, and it'll spit it out there, and then you can spin it around. Okay, so here's 73.16. This is our next low. There were two targets that we had, 90, 40, and then we had 143. So here's our low, 73. We put our we mark it. We put our 90-degree angles on here. And then since it's a low, we're running up. So we run up our first 81. We keep going. Our next one's 91, 101. The actual tops were 90.4 and 101.43. So they're pretty close. I scooted the chart over. This is our 143 again. I just moved everything over. So now we've got our high. We put that in here, and we're looking for our low. So there's 100. We're moving down. So we look. Here's our first target. Second target looks like 80.5. Actual was 81.9. So our target was down here, slightly less. Yeah.
Have you done any work with trying to see the aspects that are set up and how one of these crosses actually is going to fall in the right number sequence on the square now?
Are you talking about planetary aspects?
Yeah.
Yeah, planetary aspects are coming up next, like technique 3 or something.
No, but the aspect may actually splay out on the square nine.
Yeah.
To hit the price.
Right. You're talking about converting planetary, the degree value, or you're talking about overlaying the ephemeris? Right onto it.
Either one or the other.
Okay, yeah, the question was price in planets, like a planetary overlay on the square 9. Yeah, that's coming up. I'm gonna do that in a minute.
So you know which one you were coming to ahead of time.
Yeah. Right. And the planets will actually energize certain lines and things. Yeah. Yeah. This one was like 90.5.
90. Okay, the market did drop down to about 90, and then started going up a little bit.
There's 90, like right there. Yeah, so it bounced off of this level.
No. Yeah. Okay, now go back.
One more.
Go back one more slide. See where it came down from 100 down?
Yeah.
It stopped, it paused, and went up and around. No, go up. No, go to the left. Yeah, up there. Find 91 up there. See, it paused there and went up. Would you known that? Oh boy, maybe it's going to turn there.
You would have had that target also. Yeah. So it might have been this one. It might have been the next.
So you have to wait for it to make the turn before you know which one it respected.
Yeah, with this particular technique, it's going to give you price targets, but you don't necessarily know which one.
You have to wait till it actually swings form at 81.9. Then you say, oh, it went to the second.
Right. So once you projected, let's say you were going to project from here, you would have done it like right in here somewhere. It would have. This would definitely have to be the bottom.
Okay.
Right. Okay. I think this is the one we're at, 81.9 going up. Okay. So here's 81. 81.9 is the same as 82. I put the cross. We're going up. Our first target's 92. Our second target is 102. The actual price is 99. So we're off by 3 points. When you see the market unable to complete a move, it's actually a sign of weakness. It wasn't able. It didn't have enough oomph to get to where it wanted to go, and it's a sign of weakness. So this is the weakness that happened because of that. It really wanted to go down, and because of this. So you can kind of read the market a little bit by how it completes its targets, as far as strength and weakness, because you know the number that it wants to hit, the ideal number. Is it above it or is it below it, and what does that mean specifically?
When would you know that it's fired? How far down would you?
Like right in here, in here. Once it starts going down.
Oh, when it went down below the previous lows.
Yeah, once it's clear that it's in a down move. For here for sure, you would have known it failed. Right here, I would have. Usually you're going to have two targets going at once. You'll still have these numbers. If you plotted the lines, you still have the numbers up here just in case this was going to do something like that. But you definitely want to be on top of the downside targets too. And you can confirm all this with the other stuff. Remember, you want to layer together. Yeah.
So why does this work?
Why does it work? I don't know. I wanted to go over the basic Gann stuff before I get into my take on it. The markets might just be built in square roots. I don't know. It's a strange thing. You wouldn't necessarily think straight off if you had never seen Gann stuff. You wouldn't think that this would work, but it does. Yeah.
Well, and that, in your previous charts you were drawing squares, and you'd find in the geometry on the chart square root relationships.
Square root relationships, yeah, and it's a square root calculator. So. Okay, so our last high there was 99. We put our cross on here, and then as we're dropping, these are our targets. Our target was 7150. The actual was 7184. So it got the bottom pretty much right on. And we start running up 7184. Put our cross. This is our first target up, 80, and then 90. The 180 degree target was 90. The actual was 89.94. The first target on the way down is 80. Yeah.
When you start doing this, don't you need at least one high and one low to kind of calibrate the cross in there? Because I mean, if you just have one of but not the other, then you're just kind of sort of like rudderless, aren't you?
What do you mean a high and a low?
Well, you got, okay, let's say when you start at the beginning, you had that 54.
Okay, let's say we start right here at
Yeah,
99.
okay, you got 99, and I mean, how do you align the cross, so to speak?
To align the cross, so 99 was our high.
Yeah.
Wait, this is off a different one. Okay, so let's say 72 is our low, and we're going up. You put your cross on the low price. So the low price is 72. This is the cross. It sets it up and it's fixed.
Okay, all right, I see.
And then these numbers that the cross runs through are your targets.
Okay.
Okay, got it.
That makes sense now.
Okay, so that was technique number one. The second, yeah.
Do you find that works better on stocks than on, say, the S&P?
The question was, do I find that works better on stocks than the S&P? Stocks work all right. S&P, you have to fool with a little bit. I actually don't use that technique, but I wanted to present it. It works all right, but there's some better stuff that we can use. Yeah, but that's the basic square 9 technique. If you're going to buy a book on the square 9, that's what you would have got. So you don't need to buy any books. Here's technique number 2, time counts. So the square 9 works, and we saw square 9 working in price. Now we're going to see the square 9 working in time. Remember, everything's time and price together. So in this technique, what we're going to be looking at is a countdown on the square of 9. So here's a high, and I've measured out degrees of the sun back to important other swing points. So this is 26.7 degrees to this low. This was 45.8 degrees to the high, 83 to here, 93 to here, 114, and it goes out. Square 9 countdown pattern looks like this. So these were our counts, and you can see that they're lining up on our cross. This one was off by 1 degree. This one was off by 2. This was the worst error, but we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 that were on. These are a little harder to find, but when you find them, they're usually pretty accurate. So you're counting down to 0. What you're counting down to is the turning point. So the turning point's out here in the future. You're counting down, and you're gonna reverse. It works on any time frame. This is a 4-minute chart of the E-mini. These are degrees of the ascendant. This was our high here, and if you count out to the bottom, you have 35.5 degrees here. This one was 62. This one was 86, 116, 140, 151. And then this is what it would have looked like. Here's our targets, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This one was off by about 1.5 degrees. The hardest part about this is you have to see it ahead of time, so you have to count up to some future time periods. You might have to play around with it. It's not just going to pop up. You have to do a little fooling with the square, but when you find them, they're good. Okay, so that was technique 2. Those were the basic square 9 techniques. One of the things that I found is that square 9 can also be used as an astrological calculator for the planets. So what I'm going to do is take the positions of the planets and plot them as dots on the square depending on where their values are. So if Jupiter is at 220 degrees, I'm going to write a Jupiter dot right on top of 220 on the square of 9. If Venus is at 303.5, I'll just put a green dot here. All these dots are planetary values straight off of the ephemeris. The sun is red. They don't have labels on them, so you kind of have to know the colors. I tried to mark them all here. Unfortunately, you got a black and white printout. But if you have any question about which is which, I can tell you. So here's Saturn, here's the moon, here's the sun. And what we can do on here is we can look for aspects, just as we were doing on the ephemeris, but the aspects would be totally different aspects than we would have got before because it's all square roots. There's a square root aspect. So the sun is lining up with Saturn and moon right along this line. when they line up that way, that line should be energized.
So you're just only looking for squares all the time?
It depends on what the pattern is. The question is, do you only look for squares? It depends on the pattern. You can look for trines, you can look for hexagons. It really depends on who's doing what. Since I'm doing this intraday, our triggers are the same as before, the midheaven and the ascendant. Midheaven looks like a little red triangle, and the ascendant actually is right here on the line 3. So Saturn, Moon, and the Sun create this energy going through here, and the midheaven and the ascendant are going to be running around, crossing through the field. So at this is an example where the midheaven right here is crossing through our line, and that'll be a trigger for New York. And if you, yeah.
I'm sorry, and the way you get this back to price is you just watching for time and then using time on the charts. That's the conversion back to the chart.
Well, this is pure price. Sorry, this is pure time.
Right.
We're gonna add price a little bit later.
Okay.
But this is pure time. What I'm doing right now. Yeah.
Are you going to explain the time and date ring on this, which I haven't figured out?
The time and the date ring on the square 9?
Yes.
Yeah, Gann was actually the first one to do that. And so he'll put a square 9, and then you'll see a ring going around it, 0 to 360 degrees. I think he was telling you to put the planets on there. Some people use it as, if there's a price here going out to the right date, that would count as a high or low. I don't use it too much. I put it in there for the standard Gann stuff, but I think the planetary stuff works much better as far as time. Yeah.
If anybody's interested, I've done a lot of work with this. You can actually set the axis up based on the solar degree for the day. Wherever the degree of the sun is, set your axis and your square running through that, and then just watch for the transiting ascendant New York across those, and it works great.
Yeah, so he was saying, so here would be the sun for the day, right? So you put your...
So then that line is your one line going, to create your cardinal cross, that's one line going up, and
Right.
you create the square to
And
that.
this would be the square.
And then wherever the ascendant degree crosses those 4 points,
Then that would be time. And the ascendant is this
just
gold
use
one
the
here.
sun, set your axis based on the solar degree for today.
Yeah. So the idea
I
is...
use sidereal, but I think you can use either, as you said.
Okay. Everybody get that? Want me to repeat? You want me to repeat that? So he was saying to, you basically set the solar degree of the day for the sun. You would put that on here, and that would be like your axis. So you just run the cross through there, and then watch for triggers to that with the ascendant.
So wherever the sun is on there, just run a...
Yeah, so here's the sun. So for this day, that's basically what I'm doing on this day, because here's the sun. So he would put a cross, and then watch for the ascendant going through. And he was using sidereal.
I have a question. When the square of 9 gets big, or the pentagon when it gets big, I see that the planets repeat.
Okay.
And that confuses me. But
Okay.
is that because some kind of a cycle effect coming out?
Okay. John mentioned that in wave 59, if you go past 360 degrees, let's say you have a really big square, you're going to get multiple suns and multiple moons. I just add 360 degrees to everybody to try to get different harmonics out. It doesn't necessarily mean anything. The true planets are right here, 0 to 360 degrees. These other ones are there to play around with. It's one of those experimental things. But just focus on the ones from 360 degrees to 0.
Okay.
Those are the actual values of the planets.
Excellent.
Yeah.
I don't mean to muddy up the water, but
Sure.
if you extend your square, using the technique I just described, if you also extend your square out to 1440,
Okay.
you can then use the numbers on those axes as times of day.
Okay, that's interesting. He said if you extend your square up until 1440, you can use the axis as times.
24-hour time. And just look at, like yesterday when I pointed out that 1106 is 666, and if you look out on an extended square, you'll see 1106, that number, and just don't think about decimal, just think about 1106 as a time of day.
Is that an inflection point? Yesterday?
It was one of the charts he showed. We had a high in the S&P, and it came on a 0 number on the wheel of 24 and at 1106, which is 666 in universal time. 11 o'clock times 60 minutes is 660,
Right.
and 06 is 666.
Right.
So you just, and I think we're hardwired someplace to think about, even though we say 1 o'clock in the afternoon, well, somewhere hardwired in us, 1 o'clock is 1300. So if you just think of it as 24-hour time. Maybe that confused me, I'm sorry.
Okay, so military time. So we're just looking at the ascendant midheaven crossing that energized line here. So this was the midheaven cross right here at the top. As you go through the day, different ones across. Planets move faster on the square 9 than they do on the ephemeris, just the way it's set up, because these inner cycles, these inner circles are just require fewer degrees to travel. So you can see that early in the day the sun-moon aspect is not exact. So here's the moon, here's the Saturn, here's the sun. There's a little bit of slop, and then as we get closer and closer to the middle of the day, this will start lining up. The more exact of an aspect you have, the more power you've got. The less exact of an aspect, the less power. It still works, but it's one way to judge the strength of what should happen. So these earlier ones should be weaker than the later ones. Here's the ascendant right here, crossing this line at 10:01, right there. The next one out is the ascendant crossing again at right here at 13. This happened at 10:15.
What was 10:01?
10:01 was the ascendant right here.
Yeah.
You want to see it?
Where's it on?
This is the ascendant right here, right on the line.
How do you calculate 10:01?
From the time right here. The time, 10 o'clock. 10 o'clock and 1 minute. That's what I meant. Yeah.
Is this at the local time?
For me, this was local time. It depends on your computer. It'll be correct depending on whatever your time zone setting is. Yeah.
Can I make the same feature request as ephemeris to make it mouse over and pop up with the planet?
Okay, there's a feature request for mouse over and pop up. Yeah, I got to do something because these dots are confusing people. Yeah. Yeah.
Also, the aspects that you're showing here may or may not correlate with the ephemeris.
Yeah, the aspects here are going to be different from the aspects in the ephemeris just because everything's going to be arranged in a different location. So you're going to get different results on this than the ephemeris. If they both line up together, it's even better. Okay, we did this one. Okay, here was the last ascendant cross. I'm just running this forward here. The ascendant moves around the corner, hits on 21, and you can see these are starting to get closer together. This was the second ascendant cross. These are all ascendant crosses. The ascendant is on the inner square, on the inner center of the square 9 here, so it's going to be moving pretty quick.
How does this work with the planet's declination instead of degrees?
The declination of the planets instead of degrees. I've never tried it. I don't know. It would be something to look at, though. You'd be going between 0 and like 30, though. I don't know what you do with the negative ones. But yeah, it's something to check out. It probably works. Yeah.
Are you plotting this out before the day starts, or are you just looking at it?
You can.
Square all day long?
The question was, are you plotting this before the day starts, or are you looking at the square? I can do everything before the open, so I have a little list. Yeah, because you know where the planets are at any given time, and it's all based on the ascendant running around. So you can just run it around real quick, write down all your times, and then be ready to go. Yeah. This was the ascendant cross here at the top. This is another one. See, the ascendant's just spiraling out during the day. Ascendant cross. Okay, so we've gone forward till noon, 12:18, and you can see that this is about as close as this aspect's going to get today. So here's the sun, here's Saturn, here's the moon. They're real tight. We have the ascendant crossing right here, and this is the midheaven. It's actually crossing this line too. So both of them crossed at the time of the most power. So the ascendant crosses at 12:12, midheaven at 12:18. This gives us a window about 6 minutes. This is the ascendant right here. It's passed already.
Okay, passed.
And then here's the midheaven right here. If you extend this line, it's going through right now. And this was the trade. This is really the one you're watching for. Next one out happened at 1:07. Here's the ascendant again, right there. And these are all the ones that I found. Any questions on how I did that? Yeah.
In order to get these the square lines, you have to go in and tell the software to advance, or is this automated, or?
The square 9 is just like the ephemeris, so you push the 1 and the 2 keys, and then it runs forward, and then it runs backwards, and then the time will be right at the top.
So you're just looking for the setup when it comes across the screen?
Yeah, so really the only work you have to do is watch for when planets line up on each other and energize that line. Once you find the line, then it's just a matter of just watching everything spin out, right?
Is the sun in the same position for north and south hemispheres?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's straight off of the ephemeris.
One clarification on the position of the planet when you start the day.
The planets will be placed on the square of 9 automatically. Yeah, so those dots will just be drawn right in there, and they'll update whatever your time is on your square of 9. It'll update, so you can actually see the moon moving. It moves fast enough to actually watch it. I was looking at aspects between the midheaven and the ascendant acting as triggers. You can actually use the moon. I don't think I have charts of that, but I've looked at that, and it's something else to watch. The moon moves pretty fast on the square 9, so if you can look for different angles. Yeah. RD also, yeah.
Do you regard this as a primary tool that you use, or what?
Is what?
Is this what you use here? Is this a primary tool?
Oh, is this a primary tool? Yeah, this would be a tool to get you potential turning points. So this is like a setup. So let's say we're coming down in here. You'd know that you would be expecting something to happen in here. Then put your ellipse down here. You probably would have had a retracement ellipse right in here. And so if it's bouncing on the retracement ellipse right at the time of this, then you jump in. Okay, that was the square 9. Gann actually came up with other numbered squares that he worked with. This is a hexagon square. It's called hexagon because it's based on 6. So we had 0 in the center, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then each ring, as we go, adds a number. Looks like a hexagon. You'll see the hexagon described in other Gann materials. Let me see if I'm looking at it. Okay, yeah, this is how you would set it. This is the format box for the numbered squares module. If you want to put 6 sides, you just put the 6 right here. And one of the things to realize about Gann, he's the guy that started all this stuff with the numbered squares. He never gave out in his materials what he actually used. So if he's using a particular numbered square, he's going to show you a different one, because he likes to throw people off and he wants you to do the work and figure it out. And so it's funny that everybody kind of sticks with the square 9 and the hexagon and doesn't look at any of the other numbered squares. I've looked at a bunch of them, and I've found that the other ones also work, and you should check them out. And with Wave 59, you can do it really easily. You just put a 5 or a 4 or 12 in here, whatever you want. Yeah.
Just of historical interest, do you think Gann made 50 million, or was he just selling courses and broke and died with 10,000?
The question is for historical interest. Do I really?
Two sides.
Yeah.
I suppose I said you didn't have any money.
I've heard enough argument from both sides that I really have no idea what's going on. I don't know. Supposedly all his money's in the Bahamas with a bunch of Masons or something. I don't know. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Go ahead.
The hexagon, would that be known as a square of 6 or not? Because a square of 9 is 4 sides. My next question actually goes to, because I've heard of the square of 24 and the square of 36. Right. How many sides? If I wanted to look at a square of 24, how many sides would that be?
Okay, there's a terminology issue. This was actually the hexagon chart, and he has different ones. Like he had a chart of 24, which is actually 24, 24, 24, which is like our ephemeris. He had all kinds of different ones. In Wave 59 talk, I just say it's a hexagon chart, 6 sides. But if you look at his stuff, he's got all kinds of stuff. He has a square of 4, which actually has 4 numbers in the beginning, which gives you a totally different result than the square of 9. Yeah, it's just different arrangements that he was working on. Yeah.
How many different sized squares did how high did he go up?
How high did Gann go up? He probably went up really high. I'm sure he tested every single one out. I don't know.
Like octagons or anything like that?
Sure, I've actually seen work on octagons that suggest that they work pretty well. You can go to any number with the computer. It makes it really easy. What Gann did, nobody knows. Yeah.
Sorry if I missed it. Did you talk about what coordinate systems are best for the numbered squares?
Coordinate systems for the numbered squares, I was using just geocentric and tropical. Yeah. If we use the RD, we're going to change a little bit, but
can you adjust that?
Yeah, right here. So this is tropical. Here's sidereal, geocentric, heliocentric. If you wanted to change it.
It says right ascension for geo and right ascension.
Yeah, here's use equatorial. That means right ascension. If you check this box, that means this is right. This is actually right ascension. Okay. It's practically the same thing. Okay. So we'll look at the hexagon chart a bit. Another technique we can use is we can do actual geometry on the numbered square. So this is the moon right here. You can't really see it. It's a little yellow dot. Here's the sun. And what I've done is use these coordinates to draw a square, an actual square.
So how do you do the
Next version of Wave 59 can do it, yeah. Or you can do it by hand. But yeah, so you have an actual physical shape. And what I'm looking at is for the midheaven or the ascendant to come in here, touch one of these corners. So in this is an example where the midheaven is right here at one corner, exactly in one corner. Here's the sun, here's the moon. Geometrically, according to the hexagon shape, these are all linked now. And it happened at 9:04, which is right there. So midheaven, moon, sun. That pattern is powerful, but it's kind of rare. It's hard to get it to work. It's just because there's only two. It's what? It's rare. Did I print it out? Can I do this? Can you do this? You're talking about? Not yet.
You print the square.
Oh, can you print the square? Oh, I don't know if there's a print button. If not, what you do is you do a screen capture on it and then print it using Paint. Yeah. So there's a button on your computer, you say print screen, and that copies it to your clipboard, and then you go start, programs, accessories, Paint, paste it in, print it out. Yeah. And then you can do all your shapes on there, right? Okay, so this was our trigger. The corner of the square was the ideal, but since it doesn't happen very often, we can actually use the other shape. So here's the sun, here's the moon and the sun. They're going to set up vibrations everywhere along this pattern. So although the corners of the square are way out here, we still have these lines and the center point to work with. And you can see that the center point is different than going off of the center of the pattern like you see in other places. Like this would count, this would count, this would count. And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to watch for the midheaven or the ascendant to come and tag one of these lines. So here's an example where both of them hit. So we've got our moon and our sun setting up our shape. This is the midheaven right on the line. This is the moon. This is the ascendant right on the line. They're both moving around and they both hit 740 right there at the top. This is a 2-minute chart of the E-mini. I'll just run forward. Here's the midheaven again. It's right on top of Mercury. Interesting. That's at 823 right here at the bottom. Run it forward again. Here's the ascendant triggering the line. It's this little bump. There's the ascendant again up here, triggering the line. Gave us this little top. I'm just walking forward doing all of them. Here's 353, the ascendant hits again on this line, this top. Here's the midheaven. It's actually right on top of the sun at this point. It's right here, a couple bars early. There's the midheaven again. It ran from here out, got the side. This was a bad one. That happens sometimes. Here's this is an interesting one. This is the in-between line that connects the two, and this is the ascendant. Right there at the top.
Same thing on the 360 for the hexagon and whatever. You'll get repeats after 360. That may be why you got a repeat there because it's close to the center.
What the repeat where? This?
Yeah, because your numbers go past 360.
Yeah, the numbers will go past 360. Where's 360? Here's 360. You don't count anything past 360. So see, here's the ascendant. This is actually a duplicate ascendant. This is the right ascendant. Okay. This is the true one. This is just the double. Okay. That's false. Don't pay attention to that one. Okay. That's just for
it'll draw the planets more than once, but you only pay attention to the ones within 360.
Right. Only pay attention to the ones between 0 and 360. Those are the true planets. It's going to put them out in case you want to play with those other ones. But yeah, just 0 to 360 is the range. So if you see a double one out here at like 900, don't use that one. There's the ascendant again. It's at the inner part of the hexagon now, so it's going to be triggering a lot. This got the high. It looks like to the bar. Here's the second trigger at 1119. Got this low. There's the midheaven over here. You got to watch them both. They got this little bump. There's the ascendant again, 50.5. Corresponds with our low. There's the ascendant again. It's just running through. Corresponds with our high. Here's the midheaven. These are all the signals. Corresponds with a high. Ascendant at 78. You can see that as the moon moves, the whole shape's getting turned a little bit. keep that in mind. If you're doing it by hand, you probably want to do it for noon, somewhere in the middle of the day, so you're not off too much. Because we couldn't see the corner before, now we can see it. The moon actually moved this whole distance. That was right there. You might have taken that early. You could have taken it maybe as a low, being late. I just put it at the top. And then there's all the signals that we got during the day. So there's a lot of them, but they're pretty good and they work pretty well for scalping if you're interested in scalping. And it's just a pure time technique. Yeah.
I guess I lost how that shape got established.
How did it get established? It was the sun and the moon that created a square. So you take the sun and the moon, and that's one side of the square, and then you just draw right angles out everywhere.
So then you draw two. Okay, so you draw two squares going in each direction.
Yeah, in both directions. So I have two
Why
squares.
am I connecting the sun and the moon and then the squares?
Why am I connecting the sun and the moon?
A line connecting the sun and the moon.
Oh, right.
And then squares.
Right. So the sun and the moon is the first line, and then from that line you can build all the other stuff. And squares are not the only shape you can actually use. Circles and all kinds of other stuff. I don't know if I have charts, but it would be in way 59. Yeah.
After you create the first line using the intersection of the sun and the moon, how do you create the bias for being top or bottom indicating those arrows?
These are just time targets. So if you're rising into it, it's going to be a top. If you're dropping it, it should be
So
bottom.
you're using your own methodology to establish if we're in a downswing and we got a time coming up, it should be a reversal point.
Right, so a reversal point somewhere in here, and then you'd use some of the other stuff to actually figure it out. Like this one, for example, if you did have an ellipse here at the bottom and you had this time target, you probably would have bought it. I put it on here since I'm doing pure time, but you probably would have bought that one. Yeah.
So, again, just to clarify, it's the sun and the moon because they are important, not because they were lined up in any special way on the
Right,
hexagon.
right. There was nothing special about the way they were placed. I used the sun and the moon because they're the two prime ones. Like we saw in the RD, those are the two master planets as far as
Okay.
pulling on us and the Earth.
Thank you.
Anything else? So now what we can do is we can take a look at the RD. And I found that the RD works on a pentagon chart, which is one of the ones that I'm sure Gann checked out but never shared. It's a pentagon chart because it's based on 5 rather than 6. We were talking about the importance of 5 a little bit earlier. Again, geocentric, I'm using sidereal RD. Earlier I said that we need to include time and price both together when we do this analysis. The way that I measure price on the S&P is in ticks. So if our price is 1256.25, I want to know how many ticks is that. So you multiply by 4 and you get 5027, which corresponds to this line. This line is something that Wave 59 draws. This is a really big number on the Pentagon. 5027 is like way up here. There's a feature in there where you can say, okay, draw it through where it would be if it was drawn on the chart. So this line goes right through this number, but you just can't see the number.
So what you do is just put the number in and it'll plot that.
Right. You say, I want to draw the number through the price of 100,000, and it'll say, okay, 100,000 would be over there if I could draw that far out. Right. So if your price was 334, there's 334, and you would just draw a line from here to 334. But if it's 5,000, it's up here somewhere, and you can't see it, but this is the line that goes through it. And you can see that what the RD is going to do, we're going to use. Since it's a pentagon chart, we're going to use 72 degrees as our aspect, which is a pentagon, and the price and the RD and time are all going to be linked together. So first we're going to look at price. These are the price levels set by the RD. Yeah.
Is the 72 a static number because it's a pentagon?
The question was, is 72 a static number because it's a pentagon? Yeah. Okay. That aspect goes with the pentagon, so I always use that same one. Right.
So you know that number there with a particular high or low, is that right?
Well, eventually what we're going to do is this will be the current number and it'll come and it'll link up. Yeah. Right now what I'm doing is, this is the RD, I'm going to draw out 72 degrees, and then I'm going to look what price each of these spokes falls on. So on this day, this was the one that 5027, this is 5027, this was 5027 right through here. This one was 50.5, which is the 10th harmonic. 50.5 would have been like straight up from here. So although I'm drawing 5, you can actually use it as 10 too. So this was one price level, this was another, this got the low exactly. This is an example of how you would do the 10th harmonic. This would be a 5th harmonic. 10th harmonic is just a halfway between two of the spokes. It's still valid, it's still the same shape, it's just opposite from one. So here's the RD setting up our 72 degrees opposite from this spoke out here, 5045, which is 1261.25 times 4. This one is 5070, which is 1267.5 times 4. So we count in ticks, but then we can just, since it's the S&P, I divide by 4 and get the actual number. 1267.5 was here, 1261.25 was there. So numbers on the Pentagon can represent a couple different things. They can represent price levels, which is measured in ticks. It can represent price distances, high to high, low to high, as we've seen, and it can also represent time. So these numbers are interchanged for all kinds of different units. We've seen that earlier that time and price are both represented in different ways. They measure the same thing. The same way that works, this can work as well. All these numbers on here can represent time, price, degree, everything. Yeah.
I was just going to ask you, so with the Y59, you can also draw the axis for the RD. Is that right? You can set it to any value, can you?
For the RD?
Yeah, so you put the axis through the RD, is that right?
Sure. Yeah, you can link up that shape to the RD and have it follow the RD around. So you link it right to there.
And it's going around.
Yeah, and as the RD moves, then that shape will turn with it. Right.
I wasn't sure.
Yeah.
If it moves or does it stay constant?
Yeah, it'll move. Well, you can have it stay constant if you want, but you push the buttons under draw, link, just like the ephemeris. You can link that shape to a particular dot on the chart. Right. Next version. It's done. I just haven't released it yet. Yeah.
Is this another way of looking at price by looking at it in terms of ticks? I mean, could you use that on the square of 9 as well?
Price in terms of ticks?
In terms of ticks, as
Yeah.
opposed to just
Yeah, I've noticed that the numbered squares in general, they like to look at price in terms of the smallest unit. So for the smallest unit in the E-mini is 25 cents. If you were trading some other market, we'll find out whatever your tick value is and then count your price in that and then use that on the square 9. Okay.
So do you ever try to use when you get your harmonic vibrations in your numbers and stuff like that, you ever try to, like it's working every 3 days, or I guess it's kind of confusing what I'm asking, but say you have 3 keep showing up in the market, 3 days, so forget the question.
Okay. Okay. I'll say, so I want to just demonstrate how time counts work. Here's the RD setting up our shape. I'm going to take all the numbers going out from this particular spoke, so the 10th harmonic, so 11th, 24, 11, 24, 42, 65, 93, 126, 164, just straight off of the chart. And I'm going to measure on a 2-minute chart from the beginning of the day. Here's 11 to 23, 42 to this low, 65 to this high, 93 to this high, 126 to this high, 164 to this high. The reason I put on a 2-minute chart, 2 minutes is actually a natural cycle. You've seen a lot of 2-minute charts, and I use those because they're related to a 4-minute chart. 4-minute chart, remember the ascendant's going to move 1 degree in 4 minutes. So it's a natural cycle, and 2 minutes and half of that, so it's like a half degree chart. If you can set your charts up to some natural cycle, things generally work better, rather than if it was something arbitrary. Yeah?
Back just a second ago.
Sure.
You were saying that we would take the total number of ticks to establish the vector out to 5,000 on the S&P for the example.
Right.
Okay, and then we divided the Pentagon up into 72-degree spokes.
Right.
Okay, and on that example, we have the RD approaching one of the spokes as a potential trigger.
Actually, the RD sets the spokes. The spokes always run exactly through the RD. So if you look at this chart here, here's the RD. The RD is what determines how this is positioned. It looks like it's just kind of on here, like going halfway. That's just how it happened to be at the time. But if the RD was right here at 254, this whole these 72 degrees would be out here like this.
Okay, then I'm missing the point of establishing the tick vector.
The tick vector happened. Okay, let me go back. Okay, so here we go. the tick vector, so this vector right here. Okay, so here's our setup. Here's the RD right there. RD sets where these spokes are. They go right through the RD, and it's 72 degrees.
So that'll move.
Okay, so this will move during the day.
As the RD moves,
That will also shift, right? It's always on the RD. These lines and the opposite points from them represent price levels as well. And this line right here, which is one line right through here, this hits 5045 way out here. If this square was extended way out here, 5045 is right on that line. 5045 represents 1261.25. Because this is ticks. If you divide it by 4, you get 1261.25. The next line down here, it runs right through 5070, which is down here somewhere. And that number in ticks is 1267.5. And this is some price level, this is some price level, this is some price level. And if you plot those price levels out on your chart, this is what they look like. Does that answer it?
But because the RD moved.
These will change slightly, especially at the end of the day. Yeah, these are slanted a little bit. I just wrote them out. I think I might have done it for noon. Yeah, I just did it for noon to get the average. But if you did it during the day as this moves, your line will go up a little bit or down a little bit. Not significantly. You can, if you're going to do it at any one point, do it right in the middle of the day. That way you won't have too much variation at the end, right?
But for the bar counts, especially on a 2-minute chart, you would,
Yeah.
correct me if I'm wrong, if you want to do that at the open,
Right.
and progress through the chart to tune up your price level.
Yeah, I did the bar count actually at the open, and I'm just doing it for demonstration. But when we do it in a minute, you're going to do it for the exact time that it happened. You really want it exact, but this is just to show how it can work. Yeah.
So you don't take it from a high necessarily?
You can. There's different ways.
In this example, we're taking it from the value at noon.
This bar count was taken at the open.
Okay.
This was already at the open.
I see.
Open's a good time to do stuff like this. So because it's measured from the open, so I'm going out here.
And also, what made you choose that line down there?
This line, actually, all the lines are valid. I just picked this one. I picked this one. Yeah, we're going to see how to link it all together in a minute. I'm just going over all the parts. Okay. Anything else? Okay. Okay. So that's how you count time. So we can measure time. We can measure price. Now what we're going to do is look for time and price squares, where everything comes together at one spot. So here we are, December 28th, 2005 at 9:36 in the morning Mountain Time. There's the RD, sets up our pattern. This spoke runs right through 63, which is 63 time units. This line corresponds to 5066 ticks, which is 1266.50 times 4. So price level of this line is 1266. The time value is 63 bars. There's the RD setting the whole thing up. Measure out 63 bars, price level of 1266.50. See how they both came together? This was a high on a 2-minute chart. Yeah.
Could you back up one? I'm still struggling here.
Okay.
If the RD is setting up the spoke system,
Right.
and we've established our total tick price out there based upon the daily price action, why did you pick 63 instead of any of the other numbers that have been through there for number of bars?
Okay, the question was why did I pick 63 rather than these? Here's the time, 9:36. For this, at 9:36 I took this. Here's the time, 9:36. Right here, this is for when it is. This is 63 bars. 9:36 is 63 bars from the open. So the time that you're at has to correspond with this. That's
Okay,
why.
So that's your first measurement then. And
This-
that's why you didn't use the other. Why you didn't use, let's say, 84. Or,
Right, I didn't use any of this other stuff because at 9:36 we were 63 bars out. 63 bars, as you get to 9:36, you would have been watching this, okay, so 9:36, here's 63 bars. 63 hits, you know that the time is on, you go and you check and you see, is the price on as well? And in this example, they're both locked in.
So you picked 9:36 your time because that's the time you were looking at the chart.
You
You're
would,
looking at the chart to see if things are lining up at that moment.
right, you'd be
At
watching this.
9:30?
You,
At 9:30, it wasn't lining up because of what?
At 9:30, let's see, at a 2-minute chart, 9:30 we would have been at 60 bars from the open, and there's nothing. Well, this would be here. If price was here, you would have. At 9, what I'm looking for here is a price and a time coming together. This example of where they. Do you see?
So could you use the previous height, it would be like an 18 or 20 there?
This
that
one?
high? Could you use that high and count out from it and get that top to measure out forward?
The counts are actually all from the open. It's 63 bars into the day.
I understand that.
From here, I think there are a couple methods I've done that it does work. The best one works right from the open, though. Yeah.
Can you put marks on the square when you get a high like that? Flip over your square and just mark it so you can kind of see.
You mean levels on here?
Yeah, just kind of correlate them a little bit.
You need to draw the lines in, actually? Or
I guess you could just use a drawing tool.
you could draw them in, or you could write a script to do it. Yeah. Okay, there seems to be some confusion there in the back. What's?
Trying to figure out how you got where you got.
Okay, let me do a couple more examples and see if you guys get it, and then we'll go over again.
There was nothing at the beginning of the day. Was there anything at the beginning of the day that said, let me watch at 9:36? No,
Yep.
you're looking at it real time.
I'm looking at it real time, and I'm saying,
You're
okay.
seeing prices moving up, and you're thinking, you have a reason to suspect it may turn soon, so you want to see if the Pentagon is
right.
You set the scope to the RD, and then the department.
So what I do is at 7:30, I set it up. The RD is here. It's making a spoke. It's going to run through the whole day. I'm going to watch it through the whole day, and I'm going to watch where price hits. When I see price lining up on one of those spokes, and I see the count here lining up on one of those spokes together, it's when they come together, and they come together all on their own.
I think the point that's confusing some people is that the location of the spokes in this example was set at 7:30.
No, the location was set at.
That's a real-time move.
This is 9:36. This is not the open. This is right. This is exactly right here on time.
Am I misunderstanding that the RD would continue to be dynamic minute by minute and moving the spokes at the same time?
No, you're right, but the RD moves pretty slow, so it's not going to be like boom, 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 boom. But yeah, it is going to
If you
move.
stand up first thing in the morning and you know where your RD is at that time,
Right.
then what you're looking for is for the movement to line up somehow with the price. I think that's where I'm lost, is back here at the tick thing.
Okay, the tick thing is just how the tick thing is how price is read off of the square. That's just so. This is really the price. 1266.50 is this line. The only thing is that we have to convert to ticks so we can draw the line on here. But this is the price. The price is 1266.50 on this line. This line is going to be like 12. Let's say it's 1260 or something, and this line will be like 1273 or something. I'm making those up.
So at the same time, on any one of those spokes, we have a value, a numerical value for the index as the RD is moving. Each time it moves, okay?
Right.
And so what we're looking for is simply the time that we have a bar counter going at the same time because we don't know that's a pivot at the time that
right.
creates the 63 bars.
You're looking for a situation where time is making an aspect to the RD on this chart with the 63 time units, and price is also on the same aspect. Not the same line necessarily, you could be out here. But everything is connected through the RD. You've got a price, your bar counter counts out to a number somewhere on here. Time is also linked in, and it's updated to the current minute. Everything comes together, and you have to watch it real time to see it, but it'll just start linking. So price is running along. You know what these prices are. It's 9:36, and you see price floating around here, and you see that your bar counter is at 63 for that time. 63. If it was 62, it would be out here. 61. This 63 is the number. 61 would be over here. This is 2 minutes too early. So you know the time to check. So 63 bars into, you're like, okay, I'm on a spoke. Is my price here? Yes, that should be a turn. Yeah.
Can't you write a script for this so that
A script that just draws it. Yeah, well, you could do it in chunks. Maybe you could put all the lines out there and then draw vertical lines with the bar counter. Yeah, I should probably just do that.
It might be easier to write a script to put the price dynamically on Pentagon trucks.
Yeah, I've actually been meaning to do that. So the price would be some dot, and then it would be easy to see. Yeah.
But then when they line up.
Yeah, I should do that.
So the only thing you do at I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
The only thing you do right at the open is you set the Pentagon up and link the 72 aspects to RD, right?
Yeah, the only thing to do at the open is just to turn the thing on and then link it up.
And link it to RD.
Right.
Okay.
That's it.
Got it.
Right.
Erik, and I think what people are struggling to understand is how did you get the value on that spoke in 5,066?
Okay, 5,066. So the problem with these 5,066 is that our screen is not big enough to go out that far. So, you know, we're limited by how much real estate we've got. I was able to go out to 390. This would be 391 right here. If we go out, we get to like 400, and it just spirals out forever. And eventually, it's going to hit 566. Somewhere on this pentagon, you're going to have the number 566 written in, like right here. It's actually right down here. And this line shows you where that number is. So this line, since we're measuring price by converting to ticks first, this line, you need the line to tell you where's the price, because you can't see it.
Show price overlay.
Right.
So that's all on the door.
Yeah, and so it'll tell you where numbers are where you can't see them. It's just because a pentagon with 5,000 numbers would just be like.
You gotta use the show price overlay under the drawing.
Right.
If you were doing this with stocks, you'd have like each point would be like about 1 cent. Would that be good for stocks?
Right. Yeah.
Erik, it might help, I'm confused, if people understood it, the RD is only going to move one number approximately every 111 minutes.
Right, he was saying that the RD moves one number every about 111 minutes. Yeah, the RD moves about as fast as the moon, so it's not like this thing's going to be spinning. It's going to duck, 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 duck. It'll move like 15 degrees in a whole day in 24 hours, almost. So basically, if you set this up at noon, you're basically right. It'll be slightly off. But, you know, it updates in real time, so why not just make it totally accurate? Yeah, but don't worry, it's not going to be spinning. It'll be pretty stable. That's why I was able to just draw those lines in as straight lines.
This is a primary tool?
This is a what?
A primary tool?
This would be a primary tool, yeah. We'll go through some more examples. If you still have questions, we can clarify all the parts. So here was our example. Okay, so here's another example. At 12:34, we find ourselves 153 bars from the open right here. Here's the RD setting up the shape. 153 bars from the open. This line corresponds to 5,072. 153 bars from the open right here. That's the price. So as you were coming into this, you knew that the time was right. You knew that you were 153 bars. The way you knew is because it's right here on the spoke. You can just look and see. You knew what this price was. You can draw the price in. As soon as it hits right here on this level, then you know the potential for
Between those 2 points, there was no point when those two came together?
No, obviously there's other bars in here, but the price levels didn't hit. You gotta have the price and the time. If the price.
How could you trade just based on this? If you had just those 2 points, you couldn't trade based on this.
Well, you would trade in the same way that you would take this the same way that you took the ephemeris signals. So if you're rising into it, you're expecting a turning point. If you're declining into it, you're expecting a bottom. And you can look at how price acts right at that price. You can look at how the market acts right at that price level.
For instance, the first one, if you went short because the market was coming up to it,
Right.
okay, and then you didn't get any point to exit
Uh,
the next thing until there, and
this is just part of this would be just part of your trading methodology. This is how you would forecast turning points. So you say, when you come here, you say, okay, I have a forecasted turning point. I'm expecting the market to turn around right here at 1268 at 153. I'm going short. Then to manage the trade, you know, it caught the top. To manage the trade, you have to do everything else. You know, put your stops in there and everything. Yeah.
You could put these points, you could run the day out ahead of time, so you can show where it lined up, you know these values?
No, this one you actually couldn't run ahead of time because you need to know if you're triggering a price level, and you don't know what the price is going to be until you get there. So you just have to. The way I do it is I put it over here and I just let it run, and you can get the bar counts. And when you see time lining up right there, you got to check: am I at the price or not? Are we coming together? You got to have price and time.
You can't get the bar counts ahead of time.
You could get the bar counts.
As you're
You could get it at the open. You might have to adjust them as you get closer because it moves a little bit. But you'd know the general area. You can watch right where you're at.
Okay.
And you can have a script that runs and says we're at 153 bars, now we're at 154 bars, now we're at 155 bars.
On the assumption that RD isn't moving much.
Right. If you wanted to do it for noon, you could actually draw them out. Yeah, drawing a script that tells you what bar you're at is easy, though. That's how I do it. Yeah.
Okay, so starting back again.
Okay.
What we know is we know the open, okay? And we know where the RD is at the open.
Right.
And as this spoke system moves,
Right.
Am I incorrect in assuming that any one of these 5 spokes will have an associated price level with it?
That's right.
And then as it moves, when we have the price coming into any one of the numbers that is on any one of the spokes, we could say we have a price times square.
Right.
Because you had one that was ascending, you had one that's 2 spokes back.
Right.
I mean, we're just looking for anything at that point.
Any-
So how do you forecast during the day then at that point, say in advance? It's almost a real-time event.
It's a real-time event, right?
Well, that's part of the first part I'm asking.
Okay,
I
yeah.
thought we were forecasting here.
Well, you're forecasting that where you're at is the top. You're forecasting right. If you
But you couldn't do that in advance because you don't have the price and
you'd have the price level drawn out though, so you'd know that 1268 was your top, and you'd know that this was your time. You'd know that you could actually put a little cross here and you say, okay, if the market gets there, it's going to be a turn. If it doesn't get to there, then it doesn't happen. But if price runs up into it, then it's going to bounce off. And a lot of times, what you'll see is that
makes it a real-time analysis.
well, the thing is, if
You can estimate what
You can estimate the bar count.
But at the same time, that spoke could give you, if you've got 4 other spokes that you could look at that would say, I have a possibility of this many bars, I have a possibility of this many bars. I mean, you could have a parabolic move that day instead of a range, and your price and your time would be different potentially.
yeah, but they're only going to come together at one spot at the top. If the price is not there and the time's not there, it doesn't count. If you had an ellipse set up here and you notice that the time and the price was right exactly on the edge of your ellipse, you can say we're going right to there.
Yeah, I understand we could use other tools to confirm this. I'm just struggling with this as a forecasting tool.
Okay.
To say, this is what I expect to happen this day or this week or this month
right.
or whatever.
Yeah, this tool, you're not going to be able to sit there at the open and say, okay, at exactly this time and exactly this price, we're going to have a high. No, it doesn't work like that.
That's part of my misunderstanding.
Yeah, this is as you're on it, we're going down. Right here, we hit the price, we hit the time, we're going down from here.
It's
Right,
with,
right.
Get ready, boys.
Right, that's right.
But Erik, you could put it that bar counter and at the prices that could be coming in then, and which one it does hit, you can respect.
You could actually draw a grid out into the future, and you could say if it hits one of these crossing points, then we're going to bounce.
Yeah,
So one of
wait
these
till
is
it
going to be a
gets
high or a low. You could do that.
Use the price overlay tool to line up the nearby spokes. Read off the price, read the price off there.
Right,
Same.
right.
And then square that price with the bar counts.
He said he can use the price overlay to figure out where all those spokes are and ahead of time, so you know what all the different levels were. Yeah.
I know this is kind of late, but can you go back to that one slide where it shows time count demonstration? It's like 10 pages back.
This one?
That was the next one.
This one.
Yeah. Now, why would you choose the 11, 24, 42? Couldn't you also look at 13, 27, 47, down there?
Which one did you say? You could look at any of these, and I just picked this one. They're all valid. They're all valid though, all of them. This is the one that was enforced, but when you connect.
How do you make that determination as to you're going to go with the 11, 24, 42?
Oh, well, they're all valid. This is 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 just to show how it shows up. Which, when you start connecting it up with price, you would say, so okay, well, let's go forward. Okay, so at this point, these numbers are valid. These numbers are valid. These numbers are valid. These numbers are valid. Any of these are valid, and any of these are valid in both time and price. So anywhere it could set up any way. This happened to be all on one. The next one, here's time on this spoke. It just happened to be on this spoke, and here's price on this spoke. They're split. And
so
you could have
actual real time, what you're going to have to do is scan for all those price levels or time counts.
Right, in real time you watch where the time counts are. Time counts are better, or the price counts are better. You watch where all the price levels were when you're hitting one at the right time.
Okay, so if you were to look at that subsequent chart, basically what you would say is, hey, we got our first turn at 11 bars, right?
Well, if the price was there, yes. In the open, you basically all these are hit. The price is
On
down.
this chart here. That's the one
I
that's
can't
directly
see.
after the time card.
This one, the back.
Yeah, back.
This one.
Back.
This one.
Yeah.
This one I'm just showing you how it all works. This is not necessarily. It depends what this price was. Okay, so the price of $12.57.
Right, but in that example, you saw that the first turn occurred at 11. So then now you go back to the pentagon square, and then now you're looking at 11, 24, 42.
Right.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, so you really can't determine which axis you're going to use.
You don't know which axis. It could be
where
any.
the first turn comes from.
It could be any axis. It's just whichever one. But the way that they link up, it's 72 degrees. So they link up somehow, but you don't know which one it's going to be. No.
Okay, but in the example that you're giving, it actually links up to the 10th harmonic.
Right. In the example that I gave, it was the 10th harmonic. That was just pure time, though. For a time and price square, it can, you just don't know.
Well, let's say that first turn came at 13 bar counts, right?
13.
Yeah.
Yeah. And
so then you would start looking at 13, 27, 46, 70. Is that how it works?
well, in the beginning of the day, you can see that it's really hard. All these are all really close together. So, like if you're in the first hour of trading, they're all basically going to get hit. So, if you're talking about 11, yeah, 11 here's 10 and here's 12. Once you start getting farther out, then you got a little more space.
So that's why you wait to be lower?
I don't actually trade during the first hour. That's not the reason, but yeah. But just keep that in mind. But if the price is there, then yes, it's still a valid signal. It seems like it's confusing.
So you're looking at price first before you look at time?
I look at price first before time. Time is like the last thing I'll check.
Okay.
Because there's a lot of time. It's everywhere.
So at the beginning of the day, technically, it could be any of the 10 lines. And as time goes by, you begin to get a sense of...
Yeah, as you go into the day, the possibilities get less and less. Like around noon, it's much easier. It's got to be right exactly on top of it. Yeah, it's because.
This is more of an afternoon technique then.
Well, you can use it in the morning. It's just that.
Not as a neophyte.
Right. Yeah. Okay. If you want it to be really crisp and really clear, use it later in the day.
Over, I'll turn it on.
Okay. Okay.
So we're talking noon Chicago or New York? When you say
Well, it's bar counts from the open. Don't forget. So it could be any time. Just wait 50 bars from the open when it starts getting clear out here, and then you can do it.
Erik, if you were to replicate that on the Dow, so you've got units values up to 10 or 11,000, would you?
To do what to on the Dow?
You know how you got values of 5,066, so
Yeah.
you take those spikes out to 11,000, so where the Dow is now, is that right?
Well, don't forget that this is the minimum tech.
Again,
So it'd be like,
Dow is 140, so.
yeah. Okay, so it'd be like 11,000. Yeah.
Erik, if anybody's interested, and there's a copy machine around, I've actually got a square 9 out to 52,000. And if they want a copy of it,
Okay.
it's in tab form.
Okay, yes.
Down in the square, it's in column form, but you're welcome to it, it's got all the square 9 numbers out.
I'm sure they have a business center here.
So if you want, that's really helpful.
Okay. Okay, good. Yeah, Sean says he's got a square 9 out to 52,000 if anybody wants a copy of it. You can cover your wall. Okay. I think if we do more examples, it'll be helpful. If I have another one. Okay, so here's another example. 12:29, 11 o'clock. Here's the RD setting up our aspects. Here's the price on this axis. Here's the time count on this axis, 109 bars. Here's 109 bars out to here. Here's our price axis. Right there's our top.
That was a Fed day.
Yeah, it looks like something. And then it went and tested it, and then it
Oh, no,
fell.
1229.
Here's another one. RD sets the pattern up. This price axis has a price value of 50.27. This is our price. time is 138 bars. Right there. Here's 138 bars right at that time, right at that price. It has to come together really closely, otherwise it doesn't count. Plus or minus 1 bar. Here's another one. RD sets the spokes up. This spoke is at a price of 5031 ticks. And at this time, our bar count corresponds to 187 right here. There's our price. There's 187. Okay, so we've gone through how to construct a numbered square, how to plot the planets on the square, planetary aspects on the square, geometry with our square, and the RD and the pentagon.
Can you move the sun to try to get daily prices?
The question was, can you move the sun to get daily prices? What is
You know, from daily charts?
on a daily chart? Yeah, you can do that. You wouldn't necessarily hook up to the moon. You'd hook up to some other planets. I'm not sure which ones would be. The sun acts as the trigger a lot. So we were looking at the RD. We were looking at the ascendant in the midheaven. If you look at like a Jupiter-Saturn square, you could watch the sun come and trigger. Yeah.
Do you ever look at sun, moon, ascendant, MC on the pentagon, like you did on the square line?
The question was on the pentagon. Can you look at the sun, moon, squares, and geometry like I did on the hexagon? Yeah, you can.
The hexagon.
There was a hexagon. Yeah. Each market's going to have its own favorite square. The S&P likes the pentagon chart. It likes the hexagon chart too. The RD especially likes the pentagon chart. If you're trading something different, you might need to go to, I don't know what. But in Wave 59, you can put up 7 sides and 8 sides and 9 sides and test it out. Yeah. Any questions? Yeah.
So this is accurate to bar, or so using
this? Don't take it's plus or minus 1 bar. So yeah. So if it's off by 2 bars, it's not going to be there.
And price 2 ticks.
Price 2 or 3 ticks or so. You can see it sometimes going. You want to see price right. Like if you draw a cross, time, price. Yeah. You want to see price go right through that, and it can go a little bit above, but yeah, it's the combination. Yeah. Anything else? Okay. Yes. So let's take a break. Come back in 15 minutes. We'll go over some more stuff. Okay. So everyone, the plan for the rest of the day is I'll go through one more section, and then we'll break for lunch. I heard the checkout time's at noon, so we'll break before that. You can all check out if you have to. And then we'll come back, and we'll do another section. We'll do astronumerology after lunch, and then I'll be available to show you anything on Wave 59 that you want to see. For example, how do you put the price ring on there? How do you set a price to here? Whatever your questions might be. And the people from Man, I think they're going to raffle off an iPod today. So I think they're going to put tickets down on your desk. So just fill those out when we come back from lunch, and they'll give you off an iPod. So are there any questions on anything before I jump into this next method? Okay. So this section is on hot planets. So first what we have to do is go through a numerology primer. There are 9 major vibrations that every person or date is associated with. Each vibration has its own character. So these are all the single digits, 1 through 9, and in traditional numerology we have an associated quality with each of these. So 1 would be the pioneer, 2 is diplomacy, 3 is expression, 6 is family, for example. And a large number, larger than 9, will reduce to a single digit by adding the numerals. So this is how you turn a big number into a smaller number. If you have 12, you split it up into 1 and a 2, and you get a 3. So 12 is 1 plus 2 is a 3. If you had 98, it's a 9 plus an 8, that's a 17. Then you do it again, 1 plus 7 is an 8. So 98 vibrates to an 8. A big number like this, 49875, 49875, that's a 33. Do it again. 33 is 3 plus 3 is a 6. So we'll be doing this a lot. I thought I'd throw this in there just so you know what's out there, how to determine the vibration of a name. There's a Pythagorean key where these letters are associated with these numbers. And you can convert letters to numbers, then reduce to a single digit. So if your name's Peter, then you go 75259, 7 being a P, E being a 5, T being a 2, E being a 5. Just turn it into numbers, reduce it, add it up, and you get a 1. So that would be 1 is like the pioneer vibration. And interestingly, I actually did everybody in this room, and I wanted to see what the aggregate would be, and we got tons of ones. So you're all pioneers. Good to know. So what we can do is take the Dow Jones Industrial Average, reduce to numbers, and the Dow is a 5. And this is for, there's some evidence for name cycle, what they do in standard numerology is they'll say the first 4 years of your birth are the first, so you're born, and then for the first 4 years you're in a 4 vibration. After that you're in a 6 vibration for 6 years, a 5 vibration for 5 years, and it runs out for the whole length of time. I haven't investigated it, but I thought I'd throw it out here. That's how it would be with the Dow, and I've seen Gann do this stuff in one of his books.
Erik?
Yeah.
Gann also totaled the number of letters in a name. So for the Dow Jones Industrial, he would total up to the 25 letters and reduce that to the 7.
Right. Yeah.
That was a key vibration for some reason.
Right. Yeah, you can do that too. There's tons of ways to do that. Yeah.
Erik, can you talk briefly on your spelling change of your own name?
That's what happens when you spend too much time studying this stuff.
Erik was telling me, that was the reason why.
Yeah. There's 2 reasons that I did that. The first is basically this stuff. I saw that it worked on everybody, and I was able to predict markets with it. So I had to see what would happen if I did it to myself to change it. And interestingly, if you're interested, the old name said that I would be extremely shy at doing this kind of thing, and that's totally gone. Like, I can just get up here and do it. So there were some changes that it said it would do. I changed the business name too, and that seemed to work. If you can predict markets, you can predict people. So that's the reason. So just as a warning, if you get into this stuff, you're next. So this is how to determine the vibration of a date. You convert January 22, 2006 to January's 1, 22, 2006. Add everything up, 1222006. You get a 4. This is called the birth path. This would be the birth path of today. The date. Oh yeah, 22nd. So this is today's birth path. Yeah.
With October, November, and December, those are all 10, 11, and 12 respectively. Do you
Right.
count those as those numbers first before you reduce them?
The question was, do you count October, November, December? Those are 10, 11, 12. It'll come out the same way no matter how you do it. So you can split them up or you can add them in. It doesn't
So
matter.
it doesn't matter if you count, let's say, November as 1 plus 1 or 11, it's still going to come out the same.
Yeah, just do it like this. Just put it out. So if this was December, you'd put 1, 2, and then 22, and then 2006. November would be 11, 22, and then just add it all up and get your vibration.
There's some tenets of astrology that feel that 11 is a master number.
Right.
And it should be reduced.
Right. Yeah. And if you start reading numerology books, there's master numbers which are repeated. So like 11, 22, 44. I don't do that. I just reduce everything to 1 digit. But just so you know. April 22nd, this is the birthday of the S&P, 4/21, 1982. You just add all the numbers up, you get 27. It's not a single digit, so we have to do it again. 2 plus 7, that's a 9. This would be the birth path of the S&P. This is the New York Stock Exchange, May 17th, 1792. So 5/17/1792, add up all those numbers, you get 32. 3 plus 2 is a 5. Now the birth path of America is also a 5, in case you're wondering. So once we have a birth path, we can calculate cycles. To calculate a yearly cycle, you take the birth path plus whatever the current year is. So for the New York Stock Exchange, we have a birth path of 5. The current year is 2006. We add those together and then reduce. So 5 plus 2006 is a 13. 1 plus 3 is a 4. If we were doing it for 2007, our birth path is a 5 still. Birth path never changes because it's when you're born. 2007 is the current year, so 5 plus 2 plus 0 plus 0 plus 7, that's 14. Do it again, you get a 5. 2008, we take our birth path of 5. 2008, we get a 15, and that's a 6. So 4, 5, 6. 2009 would be a 7. Does everybody see how to do that? Everything builds off of that. Okay. Now, we use the year cycle to calculate the month cycle. So the month cycle is whatever the year cycle we just calculated plus the current month. So I'll go through an example here. New York Stock Exchange birth path is a 5. Let's calculate the 2006 year cycle. The year cycle is 5 plus 2006, comes out to be a 4. This is our year cycle. Now I want to calculate a month cycle. So for January, January is a 1 because it's the first month. 1 plus our year cycle is a 5. So January 2006 is a 5 month. February is a 2. February 2006, this is current month, year cycle is a 6. March, 3 plus 4, 7. And so all the way through 2006, you'd be using this year cycle. As soon as you went to 2007, we'd get a new year cycle and we do it again. So these numbers would be different. Each planet has a number associated with it. These come down to us from ancient Kabbalists, actually. Mercury's a 5, Venus is a 6. The Sun has 2 numbers, a 1 and a 4. 1 is a positive number, 4 is a negative number. The Moon has 2 numbers, a 7 and a 2. 7 is the positive, 2 is the negative. Mars is a 9, Jupiter's a 3, Saturn's an 8. Since these are ancient, this is an ancient system here. We don't have anything beyond Saturn because Saturn was the farthest planet out that they knew. So this is how it doubles up. Everything else is gone. So Mercury through Saturn plus the Moon. Number cycles and planets. So New York Stock Exchange birth path is a 5. 2006 cycle is a 4. 4 is a sun number. So 2006 can be considered a sun year. The January cycle was the birth path of 4 plus 1 is a 5. That would be a Mercury month. So you can say that January 2006 is a Mercury month in the year of the sun, according to numerology cycles. So I did the same chart here, but now we're looking at what the planetary cycles are. So 2006 cycles for the New York Stock Exchange, birth path of 5. January is a sun year and a Mercury month. February is a 4. It's still a 4 year. All the years are 4, so it's always a sun year. And the month changes 6, 7, 8, 9. These are the planets that vibrate to those numbers. So Venus, Moon, Saturn, Mars, Sun, and it just cycles through. So in this technique, markets will form turning points when the progressed year aspects the natal year, progressed year aspects the natal month, progressed year aspects the natal sun, or the progressed month aspects the natal year, natal month, and natal sun. Basically, we have a year planet and we have a month planet. Those are the 2 hot planets. For whatever the period is, if your year is a sun and your month is a Mercury, those are the 2 planets that we're going to watch. And we're going to progress a natal chart and watch for aspects between hot planets. So any of the progressed hot planets can make an aspect to any of the natal hot planets, and the exception is that the natal sun is always hot. No matter what, the sun is always hot. So we'll do an example of this. We have a low here on April 20, 2005. Here's our ephemeris for April 20, 2005 at noon. Time doesn't really matter so much. It's a daily chart. Again, the inner wheel is our birthday as the natal date, and the outer wheel is our progressions for this day. This is 2005, so the Tao, I'm using the birthday of the Tao. In 2005, it comes out to be a Jupiter year, which is a 3. April is a 7, May is an 8, June is a 9, so it's Moon, Saturn, Mars. So April 2005, we're going to be looking for aspects between the Moon and Jupiter, because these are the 2 ruling planets for this period. Here's how to set this up. The date to use, the natal dots, you want to show the natal dots because you need them. This is the progression panel. This will show all the progressed planets, and you say it will link natal sun. This is what we've been doing this whole weekend. This option is here to hide all current. That just cleans your chart up. You can see there's no current planets in there. It just erases them. It makes things a little bit easier to see. So again, the inner wheel is natal. Progressed is the outer wheel. 2005 is Jupiter. And May is Saturn. So this you've got black and white, but this is the Jupiter dot right here. So on the birth of that move, here's Jupiter. Progressed Jupiter moves to this position by progression. This is the natal sun. We have an aspect between our year planet of Jupiter and the natal sun. So remember, we can have an aspect between a progressed year planet and a progressed month planet to either any of the hot planets in the natal or the natal sun. So there's 3 points. So if we've got Jupiter and Saturn, we'd be watching Jupiter here. Here's Saturn. These 2 are the only planets that we'd be looking at. And that time corresponded with this high right here. Jupiter was 180 degrees to natal sun. Moving forward, we're in May, so it's still the same 2005 as Jupiter. May is Saturn. That's a 3 and an 8. This is Jupiter again. Jupiter's moved to this position here by progression. This is natal Saturn. This is where Saturn was at the beginning of the move. The progressed Jupiter is 120 degrees to natal Saturn. Jupiter's hot because it's the year planet. Saturn's hot because it's the month planet. These two planets are hot, so we have this counts as a timing aspect. The 31st right here. Jupiter 120 degrees to Saturn. We moved into June now, June 5th, 2005. We have a new month planet. Every month you have a new month planet. So 2005 is still Jupiter, but June is now Mars. This is natal Mars. Mars by progression has moved this far to this point right here. This dot represents the birth of Jupiter. This is the natal Jupiter dot. So Jupiter at the start of the move was here. We've got Mars 180 degrees right across the square to here. This is an aspect. Both of these planets are hot. Close. They're right on top of each other. 2005 is Jupiter. June is still Mars. This is June 22nd. And this is natal Sun. Again, the inner ring is natal. So this middle dot here is the Sun. Remember, the birth Sun is always hot no matter what. This is progressed Mars. So we've got our month planet conjunct our birth Sun, which got the top. So what you do is you start at a date and you just run forward, and you'll get triggers for the future.
The other two dots weren't significant.
These?
No.
These.
Can you go back one slide?
These?
Yeah, the other two dots. Okay. The other
Well, this is progressed Neptune, and that's just out there. And this is Venus, and it's not Venus's time. It's no. Yeah, you're only paying attention to the year or the month. Yeah.
So at the beginning of the month, you kind of like just run it through until you see whether the whole planet's lined up and find the date in that month.
Right. So you'd run through for that month. You do a whole month using your two planets, and then when the month changes, you got to change the month planet out because every month you got.
You gotta, if you're looking ahead, you just
go
along until you find the date.
Yeah, you just run it through, you watch what the aspects are, and then every month you just have to check, make sure you got the right planets, and then you're looking for them to make an aspect. And you'll run through, if they do, then you write the date down. If they don't, you just keep going.
Isn't there the aspects tool, although it doesn't change by month, but through a whole year, you can say like, look at Jupiter, Sun aspects, and it will give you all of the 0, 180, 160, so on and so forth.
Well,
and then you look, if you just say, well, only count those within this month. It just, in other words, just an easier way rather than spinning the ephemeral.
Yeah, don't forget it's progressed though. It's progressed from a natal point, so it's not, none of this is live. It's the natal date rotating on itself. Yeah, yeah.
Have you ever researched the idea of looking at through a stock database and finding the birth natal number for any number of stocks that would resonate with the month and the year for that particular month? Like running through a database and finding every stock that was natal was a total of 3 or 9.
I haven't done it. I've got the database, so I'm ready to go, but yeah, I haven't done it yet.
And again, she should point you where you might focus for the month.
Yeah, it could.
I mean, it'd be easy to start with something as simple as the Dow and just do the 30.
Sure. Yeah, yeah.
I'll work on that. I'll send it to you.
Okay. Thanks. Any other questions? Okay, so we made a high. This is the same procedure as before. We're just going high to low, and this direction is actually built into this forecast. So if you're going from a low, we're looking for tops. If you're going from the top, you're looking for a bottom. So here's our new beginning, June 17th. This is our new position. Remember that these cycles are calculated from the birth of the Dow. It's the 5, so the birth path doesn't change. The natal position, the time of the top is just to set the planets up. So 2005 is a Jupiter year. June is a 9-month because it's Mars. July is a Sun month because of a 1. Yeah.
How many months do you normally go out from a major high or low?
Question was how many months do I go out from a high or low? I'll go out like 3 months, and then if it's not enough, then I'll go out more.
So you will still be using the April 20s still?
Would I be doing what?
You know, this, for the starting date, could you use that progressing from that time to start looking the next month of July, so you're looking at
You're talking about from the low?
Yeah.
Well, okay, so you keep on going until you think the high is in. You just run that out. You can run it out as far as you want. As soon as you see the next significant point that you're trying to forecast come in. So okay, so we top. I wouldn't do the cycles that we're going to do now until like right around here probably. looking for this bottom, and I might keep them going to here if I see this bottom out.
It's probably like previous lives, this.
Right, so you gotta actually know, okay, yeah, the high's in or not. I think the high's in, so I'm gonna forecast based on this high what the low ought to be. Yeah, but you can go out as far as you want. Yeah.
Was there any significance to the fact that we passed the natal sun in order saying that this degree move is over with and we should now have it down? I mean, we got 3 other points on the way up that were temporary tops.
Right. It's going to give you a bunch of forecasts. They should all be something minor. Some of them won't hit until it's going to go to one of them. The other ones, this counted. These actually stopped the market, but this is really the one that kicked it back down. Was that your question, or not? Did I answer your question?
Yeah,
okay. Yeah.
Should we try to have like double confirmations from going like 3 months back, and then the shorter swing points to get like 2 signals at the same point?
Where would your second signal be linked to?
Supposedly without taking like the LI.
Yeah, you could try. He was asking if you can link signals up. Yeah, you could run this cycle out and try to look for overlaps. I haven't done it too much, so I don't know how often that happens. But yeah, you should definitely look at it. Yeah, it's like anything else. If you can get a bunch of them hitting together, it should definitely be bigger. Right.
The progressed wheel at the rate of 1 degree per day.
Yeah, progressed wheel is moving at the rate of the sun. Right.
At the rate of the sun.
At the rate of the sun. Okay, so here's our new beginning, June 17th. This is what everything looked like at June 17th. You can see the progressions are linked up to the natals. June is Mars, July is the Sun. So for June, we're going to be looking at Mars and Jupiter. When it moves to July, we'll be looking at Sun and Jupiter. June, okay, what's the aspect? Okay, am I just setting this up or am I showing? No, Jupiter 20 to Sun. Okay, so here's Jupiter. It's covered up by the ascendant. Jupiter links to Sun. This is natal Sun. Remember, the Sun is always hot. And here's Jupiter. Jupiter's the year planet to natal Sun. Jupiter 120 to Sun right there. So now we just move along low to on July 7th. Set up our wheel for July 7th. July is the Sun. August is the Moon. So for July, we'll be looking at Sun and Jupiter. August, we'll be looking at Moon and Jupiter. Here's Jupiter, the year planet. It just moved a little bit to square the natal Sun. This happened on July 14th. And July is actually the month of the Sun, so it's a double hit. Here's Jupiter 90 to Sun. Here's Jupiter again. Jupiter is the year planet. August is the planet of the August is the month, and the Moon is the month planet. Here's progressed Jupiter. It's square to the Moon right here. So we got the month and the year together, and that was right there, one day off the top. The aspects I'm looking for are trines and squares, conjunctions, oppositions, and that's it.
You don't use anything else other than those for this stuff?
Yeah, just that. Yeah.
So you would be on the alert probably a day or two before actually the aspect.
Yeah, you plot them out. I'd actually be 3 days ahead, 3 days back. I'd start watching. If you start seeing geometry come in, it can actually kick things down a little early or late, depending on how it's set up. We actually had one in the Dow that was like 4 days earlier today. This last high, our forecast was 4 days late, but it was because an ellipse came in there and kicked it slightly early, and it really wanted to go down. We saw on Friday, so yeah, that can happen. Yeah.
Basic question on the geometry figure that you're using. The last example had you chose a square on.
Right.
Is there a particular reason why you wouldn't choose a triangle for a trine right there?
You would.
One of the other examples had a base.
Right. You would actually be watching both of them. I didn't draw it in because I didn't want to get confusing, but you'd be watching the square, and then the triangle would be out here. I took the triangle out because it wasn't hitting anything, so I just took it out to make it simple.
Okay, so it really doesn't matter.
Yeah, 90 degrees, 120 degrees, 0 degrees, 180. Those are your 4 aspects, and they're always possibility, right? But it has to be the 2 hot planets. That's the main thing.
And a progressed natal to its birth natal is okay too.
Progress natal to the birth natal?
Yeah.
The birth of the market, you're saying.
Birth of the market? No,
Well,
oh, like Jupiter to Jupiter, is that what you're talking
yeah,
about?
progressed
Yeah,
Jupiter
right.
to natal Jupiter.
Right, so progressed Jupiter to natal Jupiter counts. It can be the same planet to itself, right?
Well, it won't happen. Well, it'll happen later.
It'll happen like in 120 days.
Yeah.
That would be a trine, because that's the sun, it's just a sun cycle, but yeah, that would count also, as long as it, yeah. Okay, so here's our next high, August 10th. So 2005, again, that's Jupiter. August is the moon. September is Jupiter. October is the sun. We start off August 10th. And here we have September 19. We have Jupiter progressed. Notice that September is the month of Jupiter and a year of Jupiter. This month, the only thing we were watching was Jupiter. So Jupiter is square natal sun. Here's Jupiter. Here's the natal sun. We have a square. And it happened right here at the top. Remember that if we're going off of a high, we're looking for lows. If you see a top form, it's just going to be a continuation. It's just another top. So this is like if you wanted to add. October 9th, it's the year of Jupiter. October is the sun. This is the progressed sun dot. It came all the way from here, progressed, and it lined up with natal Jupiter. So this is the sun, this is Jupiter. So we have the month and the year. And that was down here. Sun 0 degrees Jupiter. Here's October again. I'm going one more. Here's progressed Jupiter, then all the way from here. So the year planet, trine to birth sun. Remember, birth sun is always hot no matter what. And that one got the exact low. The exact low is a little lower, so you got actually two signals right in here. Here's the low. So then we just move low on October 13. Start again. 2005 is Jupiter. October, November, December. These months, these planetary months. December 2005 is Jupiter. December is Venus. So in December we're watching Venus. Here's the Venus progressed dot, and it's square to Jupiter, which is right here. So this is our year planet, natal year planet, and this is our progressed month planet. At the top. These are all the signals, by the way, so this is the only one. So if you're here and you get into here and you don't see something happen until this is the very first signal, you know that it's probably going to be a trending move. So I'm going to move to different years so we can go over the calculations. Here's a low on January 30th, 2002. This would be our starting point. So now we have to calculate our cycles for this year. So New York Stock Exchange birth path is a 5. Our 2002 year cycle, we say birth path plus 2002, add it all up and get 9. So 2002 is the year of Mars. Now we have to calculate the month cycles. January cycle is January is 1 plus 9 because of the year. We get a 10. 10 reduces to 1. January is the sun. February is the moon. March is Jupiter. April is the sun again. And here's March 8th. Progressed Jupiter, which is the month planet, is 180 degrees to natal sun, right here. And this looks like Mars is square too. So Mars, the year cycle is square to the sun, so they're both involved. So Mars is square natal sun, and Jupiter is opposed to natal sun. And that was the top. Let's do another year, a totally different year. Here's a high on February 19th, 2004. First step is we have to calculate the year cycle. So our birth path again is a 5 because we're going off the New York Stock Exchange. 2004, we add our birth path plus 2004, we get 2. 2 is the moon. January, we add our moon cycle to 1, we get a 3. February is our year plus 2 is a 4. March is a 3 plus 2 is a 5. And we can make a whole list like this. You make a whole list at the beginning of the year, and then you don't have to worry about it. And these are the signals that popped up. So from this high, we had Venus 90 degrees to the moon here, moon 90 degrees to the moon here. John, this was your question. Moon to moon. Here's moon to moon. John, this is your question right here.
I'm sorry.
Moon to moon. You asked if the moon could trigger moon, same planet.
Yeah.
This is it. Here's 120.
There was another one.
There was. Okay. Here's sun, 180 to moon, and then here's Jupiter, 180 to Jupiter. So these are all the triggers. Yeah.
Normally squares are supposed to be bad and trines are supposed to be good, but that really doesn't matter. It's just the energy. So like that moon, 90 degrees moon down there is actually a bullish signal rather than,
Okay.
normally with astrology, you would think that would be a bearish signal since it's a square.
The question was, normally squares, 90 degrees is considered an evil signal, and 120 degrees of the sign is considered a good aspect. In this, it's just energy going. So like here's a bad one that made a top, but here's a bad one that made a bottom, and here's a trine that made a top, and here's a trine that made a bottom. You're just looking for when everything links up. There's no good or bad built into the aspects. Yeah.
This may be the answer is trial and error, but any advice on, for example, S&P, natal date, and then there are various derivative products from that, the spiders, and so on and so forth.
Yeah,
Or
I
different
think
things. So you better off just sticking with the original one, or just try one, try that.
You can try the diamonds for the Dow.
Yeah, you should probably just try the original one first. The good thing about this technique is that there's only 9 birth paths because we only have 9 numbers. So if you have something, you have like 4x, and you have no idea what the natal date is, you only have 9 possibilities. So you can just try them all out, see which one's working, and you're not going to have to do too much research to stumble onto it. Yeah.
What about compound aspects? Are they more powerful? If you ever come across like a branch line.
The question was like a grand trine, like a compound aspect. Well, you're only working with two planets, don't forget. There was one in here where we had both of them together, but I wouldn't say it's necessarily more powerful, no. Yeah.
So this is primarily for daily charts?
This is primarily for daily charts. There's a way to do intraday, and I think I've got some charts for those coming up. Yeah.
This chart looks perfect. Would there have been other hot planets lining up in between these, or did you just post the perfect ones?
I posted all of them.
Okay.
So these are all of them. Practically speaking, you probably would have had cycles going out from these highs and those two. I just started here and just went all the way down.
Oh, you started, everything is based on
Everything's based on this one right
Gotcha.
here. Yeah.
Just for clarification, taking off the high there, the first blue, we were looking for an alternating sequence which should have been a low, right?
Right.
And so you're thinking that that is a date or because it's called a high?
No, what it means is that the cycle hasn't completed. They can catch highs. This just means this is probably not it. If you were going short, this would be a time to add up again.
Okay, so in alternating then again, we have the same circumstance again between August and November, going into the September high, we have a missed cycle for a high.
Yeah. So if you're going from a high, you're really looking for lows.
Yeah.
So. Right, it's trying to pick the opposite direction. These do pop up. It's not always going to be like that.
Is it possible that this is indicating a specific type of pattern or setup?
What do you mean a specific type?
Well, when you miss a pivot and you get going back to the initial where you started there at the high.
Yeah, this
when
one.
you miss a pivot there, that's
You talking about this one here?
yeah. By missing that one and having the next day show up, that's what sets up the pattern for moving lower.
Right.
And then, obviously the wave action is a specific matter, but then again, when you miss the top end going into September, it sets up the expansion pattern in the opposite direction.
Right, and we saw that out with that earlier chart too, going back
Yeah,
here. Did I have that?
3 times.
That's way back. There, this one right here. This is the same thing again. Yeah, you can actually take it that way.
Have you ever taken it that way?
I tend to go swing to swing, so I probably would have changed my. As soon as this one came, I probably would have gone from here and then gone like this. I wanted just to show the whole thing though. Yeah.
Have you noticed that the planets themselves make a difference? Those combinations?
You mean?
Whether it's a high or a low?
You mean like if it's Jupiter compared to Saturn, for example? I haven't noticed that the planets have any kind of coloring one way or the other. It's just whatever the hot planet is at the time. Those are the energized ones, and you're just looking for aspects between them. So Saturn's not necessarily a bad one. Jupiter's not necessarily a good one. It's just going to be a change in trend. Yeah.
Is it a legitimate future request to be able to pick which planets are showing on your cameras and spin around just with
Yeah, I guess that's legitimate. Yeah, no, I could do something like that. That way you could hide all the ones that weren't there.
The ones that aren't hot,
Right.
get rid of them.
Yeah, I should do that. That's actually on one of the experimental versions of Wave 59. I can do that already. I just have to move it over. Yeah.
So if we're looking at individual stocks, all within a sector that we expect to be correlated, they'll have different natal dates.
Right.
Do you look at the natal date of the sector, or do you not do this?
I would probably look at the natal date of the stock. Yeah, you could try the sector and see what works. I mean, if there's a possibility that there's 2 cycles running at the same time. That'll happen in situations like that. Yeah.
So you put in the February the 19th high, and basically it gives you the rest of the dates going out before they ever get there.
Yeah, so at this point, if you wanted to do it from this point, on this day you would have known all these other dates. You just run them out as far as you want to go.
On Moon 120 Moon, that would be a add to shorts.
Yeah, if it's the same direction as your initial one, it's just hitting it down again, right?
And just to more or less clarify a question, it wouldn't give you any other aspects than what you're looking at. You wouldn't have like 10 different.
No,
degrees.
I'm showing you all the aspects. This is everything. Right. Okay, so that was the technique in the book. Now I'm going to show you some alternative techniques that aren't in there. So instead of the birth path of the market, we can use the birth path of an important swing high or swing low. Our choices then are the all-time high, the all-time low, or the most recent high or low. So here's February 19th. This is what we were just looking at, February 19th, 2004. We can take this as the birth path of our swing, meaning that this is when the trend started, the trend is born, rather than the birth of the Dow. Let's take the birth of the trend. So first, what we have to do is calculate our birth path, which is February 19th, 2004. You just add every single digit, get a 19, do it again, get a 9. Calculate our 2004 cycle, which comes out to be 9 plus 2004. It's a Venus. Our months are our year cycle plus the month, so Saturn, Mars, Sun. These are different than what we had before. So we're starting out 2004 now is a Venus, March is a Mars, and this is how we got that first date. We can go from here as the birth, and this is Venus 0 Mars. If we want to do it again, April 6th, move to this next high, this lower one down. We have to calculate the birth path every single time. So April 6, 2004, 16, 1 plus 6 is a 7. So the 2004 then is 2004 plus 7, comes out to be a Sun. We have a new year planet. These are the month planets. Here's Jupiter and the Sun. And then Mars. Wait a minute. Oh no, Mars. Mars 90 degrees. Okay, so here's birth Mars, and so Mars is the May planet, and then to natal Sun. And gets this. And there's a question about how you can stack. You can stack using different techniques. So one technique is the birth path all the way back, and you run them out, and then now we're going the birth path being the start of the trend. So that you can see that these are stacking up with each other from what we looked at before. Okay, alternative technique 2. These are all experimental. Use a daily planet to obtain intraday cycles. So if you want to apply this to day trading, what you can do is you can get a day cycle. Right now we've just been looking at year cycles, month cycles, but a day cycle is the same thing. So we have our birth path. We get our cycle year by adding the birth path in the current year. Once we have our current year, we get our month by adding the cycle year plus the current month. That'll give us our month cycle. To get our day, we add the cycle month plus the current day. You always just step down one level. And if we're for day trading, we're going to use the cycle day plan as the trigger for the day. So here's an example, December 23rd, 2005. New York Stock Exchange birth path is a 5. Our 2000 cycle is Jupiter. It's a 3 for 2005. December is a 6 for Venus. It's a 12 plus 3. 3 plus 1 plus 2 is a 6. And it's the 23rd day, so 6 being our month cycle, plus the 23rd day is 11. 2 is the moon. On this day, use moon as the trigger planet. So we're going to be watching everything according to the moon. Our first high was made on the first bar, 7:30. This is a 2-minute E-mini chart. So Venus is the month planet. We can also use the month planet. The month planet is a little weaker. Otherwise, just watch the moon as it's the day planet. So here's the moon. I'm gonna square the Venus, and then these are our triggers. In this technique, actually, if you want more triggers, you'll just watch the hot planet as it aspects everybody. So hot planet aspecting Saturn would be okay. Hot planet aspecting Jupiter would be okay. It's not quite as selective as the other ones. And we're going to progress with the ascendant this time. So here we have 8:58. The moon is the day planet. It's square to Venus, which is the month planet. and that corresponded with the low. And then we just go swing to swing. Here's a low at 8:42. This is our new birth time. 8:42. We got to reset to the low. Here we go. This is Venus again. And then as we run forward, the moon is going to hit these points at these times. So it's going to hit square to Venus, which is the month planet, at 9:59. It'll hit Jupiter at 10:14. It'll run over here and hit Mars at Mercury at 11:37. And if you want to plot those times out, this is where they were.
Progressed natal moon aspecting. Is that correct?
Yeah, so moon is the day planet, so we're going to only watch the moon.
We're going to look at the progressed natal of the moon.
The progressed natal of the moon, and it's progressed with the ascendant. These. Sorry, what was that?
Can you go over those dots again?
Okay, so this is the moon. Here, let's go back to the birth. Okay, so here we are, 8:40. This is 8:42, and this is the moon right here. And so this is the progressed ring and the natal ring, and they're on top of each other because it's the start. And so I'm just going to run it forward, and I'm going to watch this progressed moon come over here and tag these aspects right here, tag these trigger lines. The trigger in this case, I put a square into Venus because Venus is the month planet, but also we're just going to watch it to conjunct whatever the other planets were during the day. So here's Jupiter sitting out here. This is Mercury sitting out here. It's going to hit all this at a certain time, at these times. And here's, you can see this is the 11:37 one. Here's the moon dot right there. It ran all the way from here, past. 11:37, it lines up with Mercury. 10:14 was Jupiter. 9:59 was square to Saturn. And if we look at where those times on the chart were, here's the Venus, here's Jupiter, here's Mercury.
So the hot planet being noon, which is being progressed, you're just looking at it wherever it becomes conjunct or opposed to any other planet. Right?
Yeah, since it's intraday, you just other planets act as triggers. In the book method, we were just looking at hot planets only aspecting each other. In this experimental intraday method, we can add some things.
Mm-hmm.
Otherwise, you don't have enough signals. So, yeah. So all the other planets, if it conjuncts any of them, it's good.
So conjunctions to any planet except the month planet, which any aspect counts.
Yeah, the month planet is a little stronger, so if you see an aspect to it, you can take that too, because it's still a month planet. You wouldn't do that to any of the other ones, though. Okay, so here's our high at 11:02. We've got to reset our time. We have to reset every single high. Here's the moon again. Everybody's together. We have a square to Venus. And we're just going to do the same thing. Just let it run out here and see what time it hits all these other planets. So here's our first one, moon square to the month planet of Venus, which is here. It's looks like 1, 2, 3. It's like about 5 bars late. Down here for the low. Let's move to a different day. This is December 29, 2005. With this technique, you have to figure out the day planet each day because it's going to change. So a birth path of 5, 2005 cycle was Jupiter again. December is still Venus. 29th day, we take Venus as the December cycle plus 2 plus 9, 17. That's 8 for Saturn. So on this day, we're going to use Saturn as the trigger planet. Saturn is the day planet. So here's the first high of the day, 7:36. This is Saturn, and we were watching conjunctions before. We can also watch oppositions. Conjunctions and oppositions both count. We didn't see it before because it would have taken too long to get over there, but you can see all this blank space. All these count, all these oppositions. I wouldn't take any squares or anything like that from any planet except the month planet, but oppositions and conjunctions work. So the triggers then would be, the first one would be Uranus right here, opposite. Okay, so we'll run Saturn out. Here's Saturn. At 8:47, Saturn has made it opposite the first trigger planet, which is Uranus, for the low. So we go swing to swing. We reset at 8:42. Reset the time and just do it again. The planets aren't going to move very much at all during the day, so your trigger points are always going to be the same for the whole day. You just keep going. This is the exact same pattern. Saturn runs out opposite to Uranus, and it got this. Here was the top, but it didn't really go down until here. All right, just keep on moving along. 9:06, reset. 9:06, yeah.
So you pretty much reset on both the intraday and the daily when you have an aspect hit, and it causes a change in trend, then you basically start projecting out from that,
Right.
from that new point.
Right. So you're going from a high or low. As soon as you think your projection from that high, like if you're going from a high, as soon as you think the low hit, you're going to reset to that low and go to the next high and reset.
And that
And you
applies
just bounce.
for both the daily and the intraday.
Daily and intraday both the same, right?
This example, Saturn is the third planet.
Yeah, Saturn was the day planet, so Saturn is what we're going to be watching as our trigger planet.
So how is it moving fast enough within
Everything's being progressed at the speed of the ascendant. Everything's being progressed at the speed of the ascendant, so the whole natal wheel is spinning at the same rate. So it doesn't matter which planet it is; it'll all move at the same. It moves at the speed of New York.
So Saturn is...
It's just that this is the hot dot now, because Saturn is the day planet. Progress at the same rate as the moon. So at 10:11, we had another opposition right here. This one was early. The low at 10:18. This one was what, 2 bars early, 3 bars early. So we reset again. Once you know what the planet is and you know where the triggers are, you just keep on resetting and then run it forward. The opposition was at 11:35 to here, and then the next spot to hit was the opposition to the node, this point right here, straight out. So Saturn runs, it hit one, it hit the other. These would be our 2 time targets running out from that low, which would be here and right here, right 1 bar before this whole thing happened. And I added a couple other ones. This low from here, this was 180 to Mars to this top. This from here, this high Saturn 180 to Uranus was the stuff. These were clustered, and then from this one, this was our trigger right here.
And one was a add short, and the other was
This was an add short. This would have been an add long actually, because you're going from a high. You would have been expecting a high here. This was a little tricky, but it got this whole big drop.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And then you move along to 12:12, reset that, and it's the same pattern, opposite Uranus. Gives us this low. Here's Saturn 180 to Uranus. So let's do one more. December 28th. Each day you've got to reset to figure out what your day cycle is. So 2005, the year cycle is the same. Jupiter. December is still Venus. 28th is 6 plus 2 plus 8. 6 from Venus. 28. It's the moon again. So on this day, use the moon as the trigger planet. And you got to wait for your first high or low. You could have done this one. Here's the last one. High at 8:04. So here's the moon. On this day, everything's a little bit more clustered. So all these are our triggers. These two come pretty close together, and then we'll be hitting a bunch of them. So we're going to just run the moon forward and write down what times all this happens. So here's our first one. This is the moon. It progressed from here. This is Mercury. So moon conjunct Mercury right there at the low. Move to the low, 8:50. Reset the time, 8:50. Here's the moon. Do it again. Mercury, Pluto, Sun, Venus. This is the same pattern from before. Moon progresses, lines right up with Mercury. There's the high. That's 1 bar off. The high at 9:36. We reset the time, and then we just run forward using the 1 and 2 keys on your ephemeris. You do it real quick. At 10:18, it hit Mercury. At 10:30, we hit Pluto. At 11:05, we hit the Sun, which is what's shown right here, Mercury to Sun. And here's Mercury. This one was a little late. Pluto got the top, and then here's the Sun. Looks like 2 bars out. Low at 10:46. Reset. And run it forward again. Passes Mercury at 11:34. Passes Pluto at 11:49. Passes the Sun at 12:34. Let's go draw those on the chart. Here's Mercury, this low. Pluto kind of got washed out. It stopped and chopped for a while, and then the Sun finally got the high.
We have a little double bottom like that to take the first two.
This one?
Look like this one.
There's 4 bars. You could have taken the first one or the second one.
Usually you take the last.
Usually I take the last with geometry. With time, that's like you always want the beginning point, like it's natal. Like when was it born? And when the trend was born, right there, this trend that I was looking at. Over here.
Yeah, you kind of mentioned that in your book at one point about the double bottom. So if there's 2 points where you both have the same low, you take the first low if they're both the same value as far as time.
Yeah, for time, because remember what we're doing is we're looking at a natal, which means the birth. Like, when are you born? Like, the question is, when is this really born? It's born on this bar. There it is.
But if the other one was lower, the later one was lower, then you would say.
The lowest one would be the real low. So if this is lower, then that wasn't the low anymore. Yeah, the absolute low, and if you have two that are equal, then the first one. Yeah, and sometimes the market will fake you out and go off of the last one. That's just kind of how it is. But usually the first one.
Or maybe take the one that has a lower close.
Yeah, I haven't looked at that though. Yeah.
So when do we reset it?
I
noticed that we didn't reset it that last time we got the 3 points.
You reset when you think the high or the low that you're forecasting has come in. So if you were going, I was going from this point. If I thought that this was the low that I was forecasting, then I would have reset here.
But then you saw later that that's actually the low.
But then as soon as this comes in, let's say you did, and if this came in and starts going back down, you're like, no, I don't think that's it. You'd really reset. It depends on what your horizon is. I tend to like the biggest one, so this would have been an obvious one. This would have been an obvious one to reset. As soon as you're right around here, you'd say, okay, that's it, reset, reset. Whatever the last important high or low was in your time frame.
Okay. Resetting, just changing the natal time.
Yeah, when you reset, you take the progressions and you spin it back. Yeah, you change the natal time and then you just start over to get the new times. Yeah, so the natal time changes. Okay, so here's the high at 1234. And then I didn't do it, but here's what came out of it. Moon 0 degrees to Mercury and Moon 0 degrees to Pluto. Got this low here. So summary, we had a numerology review. How to calculate the birth path, how to calculate the cycle year, the cycle month, the planetary numbers. Each planet has a particular number that it resonates with, and those are how you figure out. You go from the cycles to the planets. We progress the year and the month planets and look for aspect to the natals. The year planet and the month planet are the triggers, and you want to look for an aspect to birth positions, either of the year planet, month planet, or the sun. Remember that the sun is always in there. And then we looked at 2 experimental techniques. One was dynamic birth paths, where you change the birth paths based on the high or the low as it formed. The second technique was intraday trading using whatever the day planet was. Yeah.
If I'm trading weekly bars, do I just use the yearly and monthly, or is there another
higher up one?
10-year cycle?
You said it was weekly bars? You said weekly?
Let's go. You're trading weekly bars.
Okay. The only level to get higher up than that, I guess, would be you could use the birth path combination to the year planet if you want something really slow. I would just stick with the daily chart. Yeah, and that should still work. Any other questions? Yeah.
In theory, this technique should work in any market on a day trading basis.
Right. Yeah, in theory, because the hot planet is going to be the hot planet for the day. So
if you look at this with the bonds, for example.
Yeah, and the difference. The question is, will this work for any markets? Yeah, if you look at this with the bonds, the difference between bonds and S&P or any other market is that the time of your turning point will be different. So the S&P will make a high at 9:36. The bonds might make a high at 10 o'clock or something. So the triggers will be shifted, right? But the actual cycles will be the same. So you'll have a cycle length for that day that's fixed. All right. Anything else?
Could you generate something for weekly as well, just like the daily?
Could you generate something from weekly? Yeah, I would just do the daily cycles off of it. You might get, I don't know how clustered they would be. I'd have to look. I haven't really tried doing that. Yeah.
I'm referring to the question the gentleman up there said about bonds.
Sure.
Why would it be shifted?
The reason it would be shifted is because we were going off of, like right here, we're going off of the high at 1234, and this high would be unique to this market, right? The initial point. So if bonds had a high like up here, let's say, or over here, like if it was different, then all this stuff is different too, because we're progressing from a specific time, right? And that's how each market would build its own cycles in. Anything else? Okay, so I think we're going to break for lunch and let you guys check out and do everything. Come back at 12:30, and we'll do the last section, and then we'll answer any kind of questions you'd like to see. Yeah?
What time do you think we'll be finished?
We'll probably be finished maybe around 2. Yeah, I wouldn't think we'll go past 2, so hopefully that gives everybody a chance to be here till the end, if you haven't already tried. Yeah. On the last section, astronumerology. Before I begin, any questions on the hot planet method that we just covered? No? Okay. So astronumerology is about tracking how planetary vibrations change through time. We've seen some of these numbers before. These are the base vibration numbers for every particular planet. So Mercury vibrates to a 5, Venus to a 6. I've changed the list a bit here from the last chapter. Sun is just a 1 now. Moon is a 7, just a 7. Mars is a 9. Jupiter's a 3. Saturn's an 8. And then I added these 3 planets. So Uranus is a 4. North node is a 7, and South node is a 2. This is based on the same system that we were using last time, but slightly expanded with these 3. These are my own findings, and they do seem to work. And there's some caveats in the manual that I talk about if you're curious about where these numbers came from. So at birth, each planet is at its base vibration number. So if it's a natal date and Mars is sitting there, Mars is vibrating at a 9. If it's Saturn, it's an 8. And as it moves forward in time, the vibration will increase by 1 for each degree traveled. So here's Mars, it's at a 9. If it goes forward 1 degree, it's going to go to a 1, then 2, 3, 4, 5, and it just cycles through like that. So here's an example. If our birthday is January 1, 2006, and we're looking at the sun has a base vibration of 1. Here's January 1. This is the sun's position, 281.14. Vibrates to 1. On January 2nd, we're at 282.16. So we've moved 1 degree, and we go into vibration of 2. On January 3rd, 283. Now we're at a 3, 284, 4, 285, 5. And note that I'm paying attention to complete degrees here. I'm just chopping these fractions off. It's the whole degree. So all of 281 is a 1. All of 282 is a 2. All of 283 is a 3, like that. Yeah?
Right ascension?
This is, I think it's right ascension, yes. I'll know in a minute what my example is. Yeah, right ascension. I usually use right ascension unless otherwise known. So, I mean, if you have a question, it's always right ascension.
Are you doing chopping or grounding?
I'm just chopping off. So it's whatever the big number is. So if this was 281, let's say it's 281.99, then still all of degree 281 would still be a 1. So it goes back. It's the entire degree. Think of the degree as like a little box, and the whole box gets colored with that number. And then if you move into the next box, the whole box gets colored again. Here's example 2, same birthday, but now we're using Mars. Mars vibrates to a 9, so we start off at a 9. January 1st, Mars is at 41.25, so 41 is colored with a 9. So January 2nd, it's still there, it's still a 9. January 3rd, 41.77, it's moving forward real slow, still a 9. Then on January 4th, it goes into 42. And all the 42s, as long as it's on 42, it's vibrating to a 1. As soon as it goes into 43, at any point, it vibrates to 2, and it just continues. Yeah?
So the natal date doesn't affect that first vibration number, it's only the increments in degrees.
Right, it's the difference from the natal date. So at the natal date, they're going to vibrate whatever their natural cycle is. That's it. Yeah, and then they're moving out. So at the natal date, they start and they color the entire zodiac based on that position. You can just run forward and get a whole 360 degrees. Every degree will be colored. So the formula to calculate the current vibration is the base vibration plus the degrees traveled, and then you resolve to a single number like we were doing last time. So the first basic technique here is to watch for a major alignment on one number. So all of this astronumerology stuff requires a starting point because you're tracking differences from a position forward in time. So if we look at the natal date here, February 19th, 2004, what we're going to do is we notice that March 24th, a bunch of planets happen to be lining up on a vibration of 8. So Venus is on an 8, Sun's on an 8, Jupiter's on an 8, Saturn's an 8, North Node's on an 8. There's 5 of them all on an 8. So 8 is really strong here. And when you see planets lining up like that, a lot of times you get a turn. So this is an example of that. Here's another one, October 25th. This is our start. We run all the planets forward, and on December 31st, we had a lineup on a 5. We had a lineup on a 6 here. There's 4 planets, Mars, Jupiter, Uranus, South Node. January 22nd, we got the top and the bottom. Going from March 7th, 2005 on the Dow, we had a big cluster on 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 planets on 6 right here, April 22nd at the low. Going from April 20th, 2005, you'll see that there were 4 planets on a 5. So when any one number becomes exceedingly strong, you should look for a change in trend. That's the most basic version. The second, we can watch for an alignment on a birth path number. So we know how to calculate birth paths. Here's April 6, 2004. We just say April's a 4, 6th, 2004. It comes out to 16. 1 plus 6 is 7. The birth path of April 6th is a 7. So starting all our calculations from this point forward, we can look for a period when the planets all show up, a bunch of planets all show up on the same birth path number. So our birth path 7, we're looking for something to show up in 7. On June 27th, we have 4 of them. So it's resonant, and we'd have a top there. This,
I'm confused.
yeah.
I'm sorry.
Sure.
Really simple. I'm confused. What's the difference between the first example?
The first one was that you could line up on any number. The second example was you could line up on the birth path number. And the birth path number requires fewer planets because the birth path at the beginning, so at this point, here we are, the market's kind of ringing at 7. And running forward from this point forward, when other planets start enforcing the birth path, you'll get a turn also. The other one was just if you see a cluster somewhere, like if a bunch of 2s or a bunch of 5s show up. Yeah, they're really similar.
Okay.
So this chart is a chart of the software that you guys have all got on your CDs there. It's an astronumerology calculator. This is much easier than doing it by hand. Yeah, so, and I'm just going to go over some of it here, how this works. This is the box where you put your natal date. So this is the birthday. Put in here 2004, 4, 6, 12. This is the current date that we're calculating for. Don't pay attention to any of this stuff here. Link number from zodiac, natal. Natal date and current date. Yeah, this is. Well, this is for the date that you want to calculate for, right? Yeah.
Excuse me, what does the natal date have to do with it when we're calculating from, should we say, the last one?
Yeah, well, the natal date means the starting point. So in this example, this would be the natal date. It's wherever you begin the count from, because it's distance traveled. This is the cycle of the natal cycle. This was the example here. This is a 7. This is our current cycle 3. And this down here is the box that you want to watch. These are the vibrations of all the planets. And you can see these little arrows pop up when the planetary vibration is the same as the natal. So here's Mercury at a 7, has a little arrow. Sun is a 7, Mars at a 7, Saturn at a 7. Yeah.
So on the current date, would you go each day out, just checking, or would you do it itself?
Well, what you'll do is, let's say it's March, let's say it's April 6th. What you'll do is you put April 6th in here, and you click this button, Add Day. It'll turn to April 7th, and then you use the 2 key, and you go and just run it forward, and you watch down here to see how this all changes. The 2, yeah, it's like the ephemeris or like the square 9. You just push the 2, and it'll run it forward, add a day, one at a time. These are the planetary values that we're using, so you can change them if you want.
So natal 7 means, again,
This is the birth path on, so 2002 plus 4 plus 4 plus 6. This is a 7. And it's going to do it for you. So this is a 7 birth path. This 3 is the current. It's the current day, so 2 plus 4 plus 6 plus 2 plus 7. That's this one.
This is standalone software.
This is standalone. You just load it up and it runs. Yeah.
The numbers in the little lower left hand, that's coming from the actual degrees, it's going to the other dash.
Yeah, this is calculating the current cycle for this planet.
So that's stepped off of the natal date, like you're talking about.
Right. So on this day, on June 27th, this is what each planet is. Right. And this will change. So you'll run it forward, and it'll update for you whatever the current cycle is.
Now,
Yeah.
is this currently in wave 5.9 now, or what menu is it on?
No, it's on your CD actually.
It's
Yeah.
part of this.
Right. Right.
Erik, how many do you look for to line up before you think it's significant?
It depends on which ones you're looking at. You definitely want these big ones in here, like the Mercury and Venus. These are going to be moving pretty fast. If it's just a lineup, I'd look for at least 4. We got 4 here. If it was Mercury and the Sun, it wouldn't be enough. You got to have like somebody like Saturn and Mars in there. There's actually a split. Mars is the slowest of the inner planets, and then Jupiter starts all the longer term. You got to have the longer term ones in there too. Both of them have to be together.
Does this, or do you plan to increase the ability to do this, where you could run a query on this natal type, looking for the next time that you would have 4 or more 7s showing up?
It doesn't do it now. You'd have to do it manually, but that's a good idea. Like, when's the next date when we have 4 7s? Yeah. I could add that. Yeah, yeah.
You mentioned that you need the four solar planets for Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus.
Yeah, so it's not shown here, but there's really a split. So Mercury, Venus, Sun, Mars, those are actually go into one category. Those are like the fast movers, and then everybody else is the slow.
Physical split in the south?
Well, it's not physical, but if you're looking for a match, you gotta get some slow setup planets in there. That's actually coming up a little bit. But
the nodes?
The nodes count as slow. Yeah. Yes.
Going back to where you have the date, sun position, and sun vibrations, that screen. It's like 5 or 6 back.
This one. Okay, which screen are you talking about?
Keep going back to this one.
This?
Yeah.
Okay.
Where it says like Mars position, for example. Is that on the ephemeris?
Yeah, so this is Mars. This is Mars' degree on the ephemeris, straight out of the ephemeris, and this is the starting point. And so, since Mars vibrates to a 9, 41 becomes a 9, and everything else falls into line. So 42 has to be a 1, 43 has to be a 2.
With your gift of that software, we only have to worry about looking at that.
So all those numbers shown in that lower corner was this. It shows you what the current vibration was based on the difference. So if we go back. So here's Mars at a 7. If it was at a 9, that means it went 9, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 at this point, maybe multiple times. This current vibration. So here's May 12th, 2004. We have a low. What we do is we say, okay, 2004, May 12th. This is May 12th also. The natal vibration here is a 5. We just added them up, put it at 5. And you can see that all the planets start out at their base number. So Mercury's a 5, Venus is a 6, Sun's a 1, and so on, according to this here. And what we're going to do is just run it forward. Yeah.
Those planet numbers in that box, is that the natal or the current?
This is current. Right
That's
now.
the current.
These are always linked to this current date. But since they're the same, it's identical. They're both the same date. So in this case, we have Mars and Jupiter lining up with our 5. I was saying that you require fewer planets when you're linking to the 5. This is an example. Mars and Jupiter's on a 5. If it was a different number, you'd need more planets. But here's Mars and Jupiter equals 5. Yeah.
Now, so basically, you want either if the natal, if you got the same number for the natal and the current, you only need a couple of planets. But if the numbers are different and you have a bunch of planets that have all the same number, it could still be effective, even if the natal date and current dates are different.
It's two different techniques. If you see a ton of planets all lining up on something, that alone is good enough. If you see them lining up on the natal date, that's a special thing. The natal date sets the vibration going, and then when the planets hit that vibration in the future,
How many planets do you need for both cases?
In the first case, 4. In this case, 2.
Okay, 4 for when the natal and the current don't match.
And 2 in this case, provided one of them is a slower moving one.
And 2 if the natal and current do match.
Right. So this would be Mars, Jupiter, equals 5.
Excuse me, those two columns that with the in the last that one there, where Mars and Jupiter are 5s, that's in effect taking the place of the 4 columns you showed your book, where one was looking at the other houses.
The houses, I haven't got to the houses yet. Houses are hidden right now. So come on.
Sorry.
Yeah. Okay, so tips. Use a slower setup planet and a faster trigger planet. Yeah, so you don't want to have 2 fast planets like the Moon and Mercury or something, because they just go too fast. You need a setup planet like Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, or the nodes. These are the slower ones that I was talking about. Plus a trigger, which would be Sun and Mars in this case. And more planets equals more power. So for the second technique, the minimum is one of these 2 plus one of these, and then it just goes up from there. Yeah.
I didn't see Moon in this example.
The moon moves so fast that I don't even pay attention to it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So if the moon is on your number,
you're going day. You're advancing day by day.
Yeah. Don't forget the moon moves 15 degrees in one day, so every day it's going to hit all the numbers.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
So it's like, yeah.
And this little thing that you're giving us, this applies. You're showing the relation right now to technique number 2. Right?
This is relation to technique number 2. Technique number 3 is next.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. We're working up. So here's June 24th, 2004. We go over to our calculator. June 24th, 2004. Put it in here. Here's our natal date. These are the trigger planets we're going to be looking at, Sun and Mars, and these are the setup planets. These are the slower ones. Jupiter and below are setup, slow-moving planets. So what we want to do is find one of these hitting a 9 and one of these hitting a 9 and see what happens. So I ran it forward to July 8th. There's Mars at a 9, Saturn at a 9. You can just watch the arrows. Dates to watch, July 8th. I kept going forward. The next one is Mars and South Node. Both of these are 9. And also take a look that the current vibration here is a 9, so this makes it a special day also because it's like an extra thing. The current vibration is the same as the natal vibration. Both of them are 9. So I put a little asterisk by that one. Ran it forward again. The next time we have this situation is the Sun at 9 and the Jupiter at 9. 9 comes from the natal date, remember, on July 31st. And then the next one out from that is September 15th, where we have 3 hits. We have the Sun, Jupiter, and the North Node. And remember, more is always better with this kind of stuff. So starting from here, here's where our targets lined up. We had July was not much a blip. This was the node. Mars plus the South Node got this low. Sun plus Jupiter got this top. Sun plus Jupiter plus node. This was the 3. This technique is just changing trend. It doesn't necessarily carry direction with it. Yeah, did you have a question?
Well, I was going to say that the setup is you're looking for those matches by the triggers.
What I'm looking for here is I'm looking for one of the trigger planets, the Sun or Mars, plus one of these slower moving planets to line up on the natal number, whatever that natal number was. It happens to be 9 in this case. So
Not
9.
with each other.
Well, on 9, the natal number sets it. So if this was a 1, we'd be looking for a 1. If it was a 2, we're looking for a 2. Since it's a 9, we watch the 9s. Yeah. Okay, here's August 13th, 2004. We put August 13th right in here, natal date. Started out natal date. It's a 9 again. And then we're going to run it forward. So August 28th is our first hit, where we have Mars and the South Node. Both of them are on 9s. So we have 2 hits here, August 28th. Run it forward to September 11th, and we have 4 hits. We have Venus, Mars, Jupiter, and the South Node. I don't usually pay attention to Moon, Mercury, or Venus, but in situations like this, they do count towards the hits. If they're like a confirming planet almost. So anything faster than the Sun is like a confirming planet, but not necessarily a trigger planet. So 4 hits on this date. That means this date should be more powerful than this date. And you can see what happened. August 28th, you could actually see a reaction in the market, but it was only 2 days. And we went to September 11th, we actually got the high. So the next technique requires planetary houses. At the birthday, a planet will permanently color each degree in the zodiac according to its vibration. We saw that. So if Mars is born on a specific spot, it runs all the way around and colors the whole zodiac based on starting number of 9 each degree. So each one of those degrees can be called a house, and other planets can come and visit into that house. So if Mars is at 241 degrees, it colors it as a 9. Another planet can come to 241 degrees, and it's going to be visiting a 9 house of Mars. So here's an example. Mars is at 41.27 on January 1st, 2006. So here's Mars degree, and here's its vibration. This is January 6th. The natal location is always a 9 because Mars vibrates to a 9. Degree 42 is a 1, 43 is a 2, 44 is a 3, and it just goes. And this goes all the way to 360, and you can see that it comes out here at 38. We can go backwards. 38 is a 6, 7, 8. It just flows. And so these numbers are fixed. They're always going to be, 38 is always going to be a 6, and other planets can come and they can visit into this. This would be visiting a house of Mars. So when other planets land on this degree, they're visiting the corresponding houses of Mars. So here's our degrees that we figured out. Here's our Mars vibrations. Whenever Saturn's at 39 degrees, Saturn's going to be in the 7th house of Mars, because this is the 7 for Mars. Saturn at 43 degrees is a 2 house of Mars. So Saturn at any one of these numbers is going to be into whatever that number house is. So this would be a 6 house, 7, 8. I'm calling it a house, but it's really just a degree, and Mars sets it. Does everybody see how that works? Okay. So each planet has its own primary vibration rate, but at the same time it's visiting houses set by all the other planets. So since each planet colors the zodiac according to its own base vibration, that means there's house values for every single planet. So every planet can visit a house of every other planet. There's lots of houses. And we're looking at one pair here. This is Mars and Saturn. Here's the date. This is Mars. This is Mars' own vibration. So if we're born on this date, Mars is a 9. This is our birthday. Mars is a 9 here. It's a 1, 2, 2, 3, 4, 4, 5 in order. This is Saturn is born on this day. Saturn's an 8, and it moves really slowly, so it takes a long time to get off of an 8. So 8, 8, 8, 8, 8, 8, all the way down. It'll change somewhere down here when it goes to the next one. Saturn, Mars and Saturn means whatever degree Mars is at in Saturn's ring. Saturn sets up the ring according to its own position, and we get a whole different number sequence.
So are you saying that Saturn on 1105 was a 3, was vibrating a 3?
Saturn was vibrating at an 8.
Oh.
But if Saturn's here and Mars is here, Saturn's like 8, 9, 10, 8, 9, 1, 2, 3, and Mars happens to be sitting right on 3 of Saturn. So Saturn makes a ring, goes all the way around. Mars happens to be pointing right at degree 3 of Saturn.
Okay.
So when Saturn gets to the position that Mars is at now, Saturn's going to be a 3 of its own. And if Mars gets to the position that Saturn's at, Mars is going to be a 5.
So on this table here, they would be considered linked on January 8th.
Links are coming. A link happens when you have shared numbers like this. January 8th, Mars is a 5, Saturn's an 8, Mars and Saturn is an 8, and Saturn and Mars is a 5. See how they're sharing numbers? So Mars is a 5 here, Saturn's in the 5 house of Mars. These are tied. Saturn's an 8, and Mars is in the 8 house of Saturn. These are tied. This would be considered a planetary link.
Any other dates on that table?
No, this is
Just that one?
This is the only link. Yeah. Planets become linked when they share cycles. Yeah, right here.
Erik, could you please go over the first one you said, how you got the numbers?
How I got this?
Those numbers 3 and 8.
3 and 8.
The first row.
Okay. So Saturn's an 8. Maybe I should draw this. Okay. Why don't I move over here, and I'll draw you a picture. Can everybody see this? Okay. So we have a circle. This is our zodiac. Here's 0. Here's 90. Here's 180. Here's 270. Okay, so there's 360 degrees, right? So here's Saturn. Saturn's right there. That's some number. And this number is an 8 because Saturn vibrates to an 8. So if we move 1 degree, let's say this is 1 degree, this is going to be a 9. This is going to be a 1. This will be a 2. So ignore that. This will be a 3, 4. Each one of these is 1 degree. And it just runs all the way around here, and it'll come back, and this will end up being a 7. So at the natal position, Saturn sets this all up and it stays. So here's Mars.
Do another circle inside, maybe.
Okay, so I'll do Mars on the inside. Here's Mars. There's Mars right there. Mars is 9. So it's a 1 here, it's an 8 here, 7. So Mars starts out at a 9, 1, 2, 3. Okay, so if we're looking at houses, Saturn, these are the houses of Saturn right here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Here's a 7. Mars, right now, is in this box. So Mars is at a vibration of 9, and it's in a 4 house of Saturn. Because 4 is set from here, 8, 9, 1, 2, 3, 4. Mars is on this degree. This is a 4 house of Saturn. If you look at where Saturn is, Saturn's here, Mars is coming. We can count backwards. This is a 6, 5, 4. So here's Saturn. Saturn's in an 8 house of its own, and it's in a 4 house of Mars. Saturn's in a 4 house of Mars because Mars colored this with a 4. Everybody see it? Okay.
That's good.
Okay. Yeah, that's on here. I just covered it up so not to confuse anybody. So technique 3. Okay, so make sure you get the link. The link happens when the numbers are shared. So Mars is a 5, in the Saturn in Mars is a 5 house. Saturn's an 8. Mars and Saturn's an 8. So these numbers go together. So for technique number 3, the setup is the slower planets must be linked through the houses. So that means Jupiter and above. Two of those have to be linked through houses like we saw. And a trigger is when Mars enters the cycle of the fastest of the linked planets. Okay. So the slow planets are Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, and the nodes. These are the only 4. These have to be linked, and once they're linked, our trigger is when Mars moves into the same house as the fastest one of these, and in this order. So if it's Jupiter and Saturn, we're looking for a link to Jupiter. If it's Saturn and Uranus, we're looking for a link to Saturn. Uranus and nodes, we're looking for a link to Uranus. And an example is going to make this clearer. So here's May 12th. This is our starting point. We go here, May 12th. What I had covered up before is a table of houses. So on May 12th, you can read this table. These are the planets. They're not symbols. H stands for the sun, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, O's, nodes. Jupiter, for example, and these are the houses. So Jupiter in the house of Mars, you just look Jupiter, house of Mars is a 3. Mars in the house of Saturn is a 2. And it has all of them here. And even better than that, this panel is going to show you when any of them become linked. So just spit it right in there. So you don't have to worry about any of that, but that's how it works. Okay. So here's an example. Saturn and the node are linked. It pops up into here, and here's how you tell. So here's Saturn. Saturn is in the 6th house of the node. The node is at a 6. This is the big O is the north node. North node's at a 6. Saturn is in the 6th house of the node, so that's 1. Here's the node. Node is in the 3rd house of Saturn. Saturn's in a 3. So according to our rule, they're linked. It just puts it right here. So you just watch this panel. So this is the first setup. Saturn and the node have to be linked. These are both longer moving planets, slower planets. Now what we need to happen is Mars has to enter the cycle of Saturn, the first planet listed, to trigger. So we need Mars is at an 8 now. When Mars enters a 3 in this situation, then we get a signal. This happens a little bit later. When was that? About a week later, on June 14th. Mars is now a 3, triggering Saturn. Saturn is also a 3. See how they're both 3s? This is our setup. Saturn is a 3. Mars and Saturn share a cycle, and we have our turning point right there. Let's keep going forward. The next setup was a link between Uranus and the node. Uranus is the first one here. We need to have Mars, which is at 7, come into the same cycle as that, which is a 4. So Mars needs to become a 4 for this to all hold. And this happens on June 30th. So
can you point out where in the house table
okay, so Uranus and node are linked. Uranus is at a 4. And if we look at Uranus in the house of the node, it's a 5 right here. So Uranus is in the 5th house of the node, and the node is right here. North node is at a 5. The north node is at a 5. Here's the north node, and we come over here to Uranus. It's in the 4th. The node is in the 4th house of Uranus, and Uranus is a 4. And it shows the relationship right here.
Does that still have to be? Does that link still have to persist on Mars?
The link has to be there when Mars hits. If the link goes away, then it just fizzles. Right. And yeah.
But in the previous case, it run out of
In this case, here's our link. Saturn and nodes they're still here. Otherwise, this would go away. This is actually the north node 6 in the house of what, Saturn. So north node is in the 3 house of Saturn. Saturn's a 3, and Saturn is in the 6th house of the node, and the node is a 6. See? Yeah, and it tracks it. And so then once you have the setup, you got to trigger the first planet. Let's look at this one. You got to trigger the first planet. Uranus is the first planet in this pair, and you look down here. Here's the cycle. Uranus is in a cycle 4. So we need Mars to hit a cycle 4, and it does right here on June 30th.
So you also have to have Mars linked somehow. I'm not sure how you link Mars with the...
Mars is the trigger planet. Mars links by joining the same cycle as the first one in this pair. So it's Uranus node. Uranus is the first one. Uranus is a 4 cycle. When Mars gets to 4, right in this panel, this is how you link it. Mars is a 4, Uranus is a 4. They share numbers.
So Mars will share the same number as one
as the first one, not both. The first one. The order is Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, nodes in that order. If whoever's in there first gets it. So Jupiter was here, we'd be looking for Jupiter because it's the master. If Jupiter's not there, then you look for Saturn. If Saturn's not there, you look for Uranus. When it's listed here in this panel, it's the first one in the set.
Okay, so Mars' number is the same as the first planet before the slash.
Right. This one, right, right. Yeah.
As you scroll forward in time, if you uncheck that little box at the bottom, the little event allowing Mars to pop up, so you just watch for that.
No, this is just house links only.
So it's not triggering anything.
No, this is where you watch the trigger over here. House link, if you uncheck this, it's going to show like Mercury and the house of the moon, and yeah, yeah.
So if you get the setup, and then at the same time you've got a bunch of fives at the end of the matrix, is that good?
Yeah, that makes it even stronger, right? Right, you can combine the techniques.
So you usually want to have that checked down there at the bottom.
Yeah, keep this checked, otherwise it'll get confusing. Yeah.
Will you comment on that screen where it says scheme started planetary convenience zone?
Okay, it might confuse everybody right now, but okay, so the scheme is, these are different ways of calculating numbers. It's checked start at planetary numbers increment by 1. That's what we're doing. So over there, Mars started at a 9, and it incremented by 1. 1, 2, 3. We could also start at a 1, so if Mars was there, it could be a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Or we could start at the planetary numbers and move in the Chaldean order. This is all experimental. Just when I was playing around with it, this is the first one that you want. That's the only thing I use now. Yeah. So don't even worry about it. And that was that top there, so we had 2 of them. So let's move to June 25th, 2005. Yeah.
On the one though where it says use positive sun and moon values, you had 2 numbers for both the sun and the moon.
Yeah.
Does that check mark just means that you use one of the values, or can you still use both?
Well, remember how before there was a positive and a negative value for the sun and the moon, which I've shown here, sun positive, negative. When you check this, these are the only ones that are going to get used. If you want to try the negative values, uncheck that, and sun will be a 4 instead of 1, and moon will be a 2
And
instead of 7.
you found that the positive values is fine.
I use all the positive values, right? There's a lot of other options in there that I put just for kicks, but it's not necessarily needed. So June 25th. Here we go, June 25th, 2004. Natal date's 1. And you can see that right off, we have a link, like instantly. This is already linked from the start. So it still counts as a setup. We have to, if we look at Uranus, it's at a 4. We need Mars to get to a 4 to actually trigger this. But you can see that it disappeared. It was Uranus node, and by the time we get over here, it went away. So you had a question like that. It disappeared before Mars could get there, so it just vanishes. Don't even worry about it. This is the next one that pops up, Jupiter, Uranus. Jupiter is at a 6, so we have to get Mars to a 6 for this to count. It happened again. Jupiter moved off before Mars could get there, no signal. So this can happen. You get like a phantom and it goes away. You have to have everything together for this to work. So you just keep on going forward. We have 2 setups now, Jupiter in the node, Saturn and Uranus. In this case, what's the first one that's going to hit? So Jupiter's at 2, Saturn's a 4, Mars is a 9. Mars is going to hit 2 before it's going to hit 4, so let's watch for Mars to trigger Jupiter. Mars is closer to Jupiter than Saturn, so that's the working setup. And that hits on August 10th. So here's our setup, Jupiter in the node. Mars is at a 2, Jupiter's at a 2. They're together, and there we have our bottom. On a weekend, then you just use whatever the closest day was. So if it's a Saturday, then you could use a Friday. If it's a Sunday, use Monday. It'll be one of those days. Yeah. Here's August 13th, our next low. August 13th. Everything's set up. So on this example, the setup and the trigger actually arrived on the same day. They both just popped up. We have Jupiter in the node, Jupiter and Saturn. We actually have 2 Jupiters, and Mars triggers Jupiter because they're both sharing a 9. Incidentally, we also have a natal date of a 9, so this is our combination of our third technique and our second technique. So our second technique was watch for the natal date, watch for trigger. Here's that, and then here's our third technique. And there's the top. The next one was Mars is always the trigger on the third one. Mars is just the one that works. Yeah.
Mars is always the trigger on
Mars is always.
In other words, if it's S&P,
Mars seems to be the one. Mars is the trigger planet. Yeah. It could be because it's right on the edge of the. It's on the edge of being the slowest and the fastest. Yeah. The big question was it Mars? Mars is always on this one. That's the trigger planet. Right. Yeah.
You always reset at every top and bottom?
Yeah, I always reset it every top to bottom, right?
Is there any value to carrying forward confluence?
You can carry it forward to confluence. It's just a lot to keep track of. The primary one is from the most current high or low. So whatever that last high or low is, that's going to be the controlling. If the others line up, then that's better. But it just gets to be too much to watch.
Primary is you consider swing high to swing low.
Right, right. Okay, so here's September 7th. We'll do another one. Put September 7th in there. Get everything set up. We're starting off with a Saturn node, so we'll be watching that. See if it hits one way. Jupiter node was the next one. So Jupiter's at a 3, being the first planet in this pair here. We need Mars to hit a 3 also. Now, before that happens, in this case, Saturn and Uranus popped up. Now, this becomes the main setup because Mars is closer to Saturn than Jupiter. If you look where they are, Jupiter's at a 3, Saturn's at a 2, Mars is at a 1. So the next number for Mars is a 2. So Mars is going to hit Saturn before it hits Jupiter. So this is the one to watch, the first one, the first possible one. So here we go. Saturn and Uranus are linked. Mars is a 2. Saturn's a 2. Happens on October 21st.
How do you scroll to those new dates?
The way you scroll to the new date, you just click this button, and then you push the 2 key. And each time you push the 2, it'll just go forward 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. And you can just run through a bunch of them real quick. You don't actually ever have to calculate. You might have to click Add Day just to tell it what you're doing, and then click that once, and then from that point just push the 2 button once it goes, and it'll just run it out.
The 2 keys going to be where?
On your keyboard, number 2. Yeah. Yeah. And 1 would run it backwards. Yeah.
If your signal is for the first of the month, and your actual top is on the second, you would use the second as the
Yeah, you would want to use. Well, the signal's not going to be exact every day. For the natal date, you want to use the extreme, whatever the perfect high was.
Okay.
Right.
So if it's the second, we
Go with the second, right? Right. So I was going with the 7th. Where is that? 7th was the very highest point in this whole trend. Okay, so here's our trigger, October 21st.
So the 7th close was the highest date, or the 7th?
It's the high. It's whatever the highest high was in your swing. What's the termination point of your trend, basically? And use that as your keynote. Okay, so I'm going to look at some other markets now. Here we have oil, December 10th, 2004. Okay, so December 10th, 2004. If you look on April 6th, we have a lot of stuff going on. Jupiter is in the 7th cycle of the node. Node's in the second cycle of Jupiter. These are linked. Mars triggers Jupiter. Mars is a 2, and we look at this 2. We've got, this is from technique number 1. Mercury's a 2, Sun's a 2, Mars is a 2, Jupiter's a 2, Saturn's a 2, South Node is a 2. This is pretty big. And the one that I showed was this one right here. All these other little ones were the ones that hit along the way that were just regular. So sometimes in a big trend, if the market's trending doesn't necessarily want to turn around, your signals will just be like the corrections. So you get a correction, you get a correction, you get a little bounce. And then it takes something like this, where it's just overwhelming force almost, which is actually going to kick it back down. And in a big trending move, if the market's really moving, you might have to scroll forward all the way till you find some kind of massive pattern like that. Yeah.
But on each one of those intermediate peaks, you would have done a new natal day. If it told, in other words, if it told you back in December, it told you that January, whatever that is.
This one?
Yeah, was the date. Then at that point, would you then start a new natal cycle?
This point, you might have started a new natal cycle until right about here, when you're like, oops, it's not. And then you've gone back to here and watched this one.
I would think you would wait first before the low would get down below the one on December 10th before you start projecting from lows again, right?
Well, if you're right here, you might use this one.
Okay.
Right. So here's April 4th. April 4th. On May 12th, we had this situation. Saturn and the node are linked. Saturn's at a 1, Mars is at a 1. There's our trigger. And here's something extra. The natal date and the current date are the same number. There we go. May 6th, this was the question that was just asked. As soon as we got up in here, we'd be using this low. You could use this one too, but the most recent one is always better. May 16th. And here we are on August 29. Jupiter and Saturn, Uranus node. It's Jupiter and Uranus are on 2, so we actually have 2 triggers. We have the Jupiter-Saturn link, Mars and Jupiter. We have the Uranus node link. Uranus is a 2. We've got a cluster here. This is considered one of those compound master patterns. And this is the one that actually turned it. This is another example from what we saw here. These are the little ones that happen all the way that were just singular, and this is the cluster that actually turned it around. So
You made this off the base 16 well?
this is from May 16th, right?
You could run all out the minor to find a big cluster?
Yeah, you run it out until I saw this thing. You'd be watching each one of these as they formed, and even if they don't cause a change in trend, there's going to be something that happens. So you can see right here, there's a little bottom. Here's some little tops. This was even something. Here's a little top, and then the big one. When you see the big ones hit, it's almost always a big change in trend. If you see something lining up, 5 planets on 2, for example, something like that, for sure.
Can you go back one chart? Your time was a little bit off there, up to the top. Is that kind of?
Oh, at the time is at 2 o'clock. I might have scrolled. This is probably at 12. But no, the intraday doesn't really matter. Yeah. That's what cluster finally does it. So what we did so far in this chapter, we revised the planetary numbers. We added Uranus, north node, south node, and we took off the negative numbers from the moon and the sun. We covered the formula to track changes in vibration, which is just the difference from the natal date based on the starting point, which I did over there. And then we covered 3 techniques. The first was a simple one where a bunch of planets lined up on one number. So if you have 4 planets all on 2, that counts. The second technique was a fast plus a slow planet lining up on the birth number. So if the natal date was a 9, we'd want the Sun or Mars plus Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus node also to be a 9. The third technique was where we had linked slower planets, and then Mars came and triggered. And keep in mind that all 3 of these can be used together. So if you see 3, which is really the third one is the main technique. But if you see these also at the same time, it's just going to be a bigger move altogether. Okay.
What about that little box for time? Do you just, what do you generally put in there?
In this box, I just put noon, usually, yeah.
Is it okay to use, let's say, like the opening, like 1:30?
Yeah, you could use the open. Sometimes you can get close, and if the planet changes degrees, like let's say at 10:30, you might have actually had a trigger in there, so you might have to go back on this. If you can see that it's close and it just misses, you'll see it when you start playing with this. You might have to adjust to check if it actually happened or not. But yeah, that's more rare.
That's a great chart on oil with all of those showing up there at the top of there. Have you done, do you have, or will you do the gold market?
The gold market? I haven't looked at gold, but you would do it in the same way. You just pick a low date or a high date and you run it out. And if the market was having trouble turning around, you'd want to look forward for some kind of cluster, something big. Like, there's our basic techniques, and then there's situations like that where there's 2 of this third technique. Both of these link planets got triggered, and we have this cluster on 2. The only way this could be stronger is if natal date was a 2, and then it would just be like, yeah. But that's what you'd be looking for like the date, the top or bottom. Anybody else?
Erik?
Yeah.
No, you said this is for daily market.
This is just for daily, right? Yeah.
Have you, in your own work, have you ever taken any farther? Using an hour?
A little bit, not enough. In my own work, have I ever taken it any farther? You're talking about like intraday?
Like, yeah, taking the daily number and then adding an hourly number to that to come up with.
To an hourly number? Yeah, you could. I think what needs to be added would be the ascendant in there as its own number, and I think the ascendant would probably vibrate to a 1. I think it goes with the sun, and then you could track it through its own, it would have its own little ring in there, and then houses could visit the ascendant, and it would act as the trigger to some other planets linking. I'm sure it works. But I would start with a 1, but it might not be. I don't really know, but I bet it is. I don't know why. I just think it does. I think it goes with the sun is why. That's the reason. I could be wrong. It might be some other number. You really have to test it.
Or you could come to one of the rule or the assemblies.
You could do that too. Yeah. There's applying this. All the stuff that's intraday can be applied to daily markets, and all the daily stuff can be applied to intraday, provided you change out a few players. That's really the only thing. Yeah. I haven't really done enough intraday to be able to say how to do it yet, but I'm sure you could do it. Anybody else have any questions? Yeah.
Would you care to share with us how you use this in conjunction with your own trading? In other words, knowing that there's a cluster coming out here, would you tend to spreads, or do you puts, or do you just do the futures? And
Okay, what I would do, I would actually use this and the last chapter, and I'd have a list of dates. I actually draw them on the chart. There's a vertical line cursor if you want to plot them on there. I say, okay, these are my potential change in trend dates. And then I want to look where geometry lines up. If it's a massive cluster, I'll write on there, like this is a good one. And then as we get closer to it, I'll look for some geometry sitting there. So if we hit an ellipse top right on top of one of these lines, for example, that's actually what I'm looking for. So what I gave you was 13 different tools individually. In trading, you're going to want to use some number of them. You can't use them all because it's just too confusing. And I would say don't use more than 4. I use like 3 or 4, and that's enough. If you can find 2 of them that line up together, that's good. 3 of them is great. It's nice to mix them up a little bit, so to get one price target method, something with price, something with time out in the future, and then some kind of geometry is what I would recommend. So either this chapter or the last chapter works really well for daily charts if you want to have dates out in the future for a potential target. You could also use the declination method. Remember, that had dates. And then geometry, so the ellipse or the flower of life. And then one of the other patterns you could use as confirmation, and just watch the interaction. And at the biggest moves and the biggest turns, you'll find that a lot of stuff lines up together. So it's not just going to be one thing, oh, that one caught it. Like everything is going to say, this is it. This is a big top. And you should actually, if you're an intraday trader, you'll see it line up across time frames. So if you're trading a 1-minute chart, you'll see something on the 1-minute chart, you'll see something on the 5-minute chart, you'll see something on the 30-minute chart. And they'll just stack up.
Where would you write the Fibonacci vortex in the hierarchy?
The Fibonacci vortex, I would put the Fibonacci vortex equal to the ellipse or the flower of life. The ellipse and the flower of life are nice because there's not tons of targets. The vortex is like there's 2 of them, and you can have multiple targets. So maybe the ellipse is slightly better because of that. It's really up to you. It's just a taste thing, I think. When you start combining tools, you really get rid of a lot of potential targets in the Fibonacci vortex that wouldn't have hit anyway. Anybody else? Yeah.
Your graph of the Dow with all the arrows, which tool did you use for that?
Which one was it?
Promo.
Oh, that was the one before this one. That was the hot planet method. Yeah.
That was from one point, that was from one high.
That was from that one high. We actually went over that example where you had that extra sell signal because it made a high instead of a low, and then it dropped out into the bottom and went up. Yeah, that was the hot planet method.
So anyway, so you were really predictive Elliott waves with number counts.
Predict Elliott waves?
Yeah, essentially the move of each wave up.
Oh.
You've got time price.
You got time price. Well, if you did have the structure already, you had an idea what the structure was. You could forecast when the end was based on this kind of thing. So if you were expecting wave 3 to hit somewhere in here based on the Elliott wave structure, you could use all this other stuff to actually get you in. And just go from the bottom of wherever wave 3 started, just run it all out from that point to predict the end of that wave. Yeah.
Which 3 tools do you use?
Which 3? Okay, the question was which 3 tools do I use? On the daily chart, I'll use the one before this one, the hot planet method. I'll actually look at a Mercury declination. I'll use the ellipsis, and I'll use the flower of life.
Thank you.
You're welcome. And then intraday, people have asked the question intraday. So how would you set your chart up? Like how would you approach the day? What I would do is before the open, I'd figure out all my times based on the ephemeris. Remember, there was the setup pattern. We'd have to have the ascendant trigger and then a price level. I'd write out what all the times were and then the potential price levels at that point and have that. So those are your potential change in trend dates. And then I'd take an ellipse on top of that and plot it around. And when you see one of those price and time come together on the ellipse, you've got a good setup. You can add simple technical tools. I mean, add an action zone projection into there if it's happening right at that level. I mean, that's probably 80% right there. The 9-5 count, exhaustion bars on top of that. All that technical stuff is good, but use it as a confirmation towards this. This is the best stuff. So this will set you up and get you going. And if you really need something else, if just the ellipse and the time target's not enough, look for some kind of technical tool to confirm.
Just to clarify, you said the ephemeris setup being the intraday hot planet?
The intraday method we did, the last thing we did yesterday. Okay. Yeah, use that.
We're upon a desert island. You only trade daily charts. You only allowed 1. 2.
Okay. Okay, so I'm on a desert island and I have to trade. Okay, Okay, only one tool on a daily chart. I would probably use, well, I really don't like to. I don't like to answer questions like that because I never use just one tool. I mean, I'd either use an ellipse or I would use the hot planet method.
But you like the ellipse?
Yeah, I like the ellipse a lot. I'd rather use them both together.
Thank you.
Sure. But just because I like those particular ones doesn't necessarily mean those are the best for you. If you're a stock trader, you definitely want to pay attention to the volume stuff because that's pretty good. If you're trading intraday, you can't really use the hot planet method. You could use the experimental version, I guess. But yeah, all of them good. Yeah.
Now that you mentioned mercury declination, how do you use that? How do you apply that?
Mercury declination, I put up a couple charts in the intraday in the Astro, like the Astro primer, and what you do is you just match it up to price, and so whenever that turns, you should have a turn somewhere in there. Yeah, and your inversion points would be halfway in the swing. So if you had a mercury declination make a top and a bottom, you'd expect the inversion just halfway there. And just basic stuff like that. I mean, that's simple for a lot of people. It's too simple. They don't want to use it. It's like, that's too easy. But yeah, it works.
Well, what degrees do you use?
What?
Degrees?
What degrees?
Well, with the declinations of mercury, do you take what many degrees?
Oh, no, I use the whole plot. I could go back and show you that chart. It's in another thing.
Yeah, I remember.
Do you want to see it? You remember it? Okay.
Yeah, because in your book you have another graph where it's mercury. I don't know if the are the declination.
Yeah, one of them was mercury and one of them was the inverse.
Yeah,
Just
right.
It's just the whole thing upside down. Right? It's the same. It's the same thing though. Yeah. Anybody else? Yeah.
You take this chart, just bring something up and just kind of run through some of your tools.
Okay. So that was. Okay. Are there any questions on what I just did before I go into this, on the astronumerology? Okay. So now what I can do is I can pull up Wave 59, and if you have a question about what button to push to do what, like this will be the time. Okay. And I got the astronumerology calculator up there too, if you want to see that.
Erik, you can choose the island as
The island, okay, well, that makes it better. Let's see, I don't have internet, so I think I have some download data on here.
Is the astronumerology thing a standalone application? Or?
Astronumerology can be standalone. I definitely would put some geometry on there to confirm it, though.
Is it something that's, where do you access it? Just from the
yeah, I see what you're saying.
Is it inside?
I see what you're saying. Yeah, it's on that CD actually in the book, and you just pop it in there and load it up. Yeah, it'll be a standalone program.
Standalone.
Right.
Can we load that on multiple computers?
Sure. Yep. Okay. Okay, it's hard to see. White. Black. Okay. Is that coming out? I have to fix this. Okay, so Belinda, what was your question? What did you want to see? Belinda? Yeah, what you wanted to see something in particular? Or
Either the Dow or the ES.
okay, and what was I supposed to do with it?
Like for tomorrow, where would you go?
Oh, for tomorrow. Okay, so if we're day trading, here, let's do this. Okay, so tomorrow's going to be the 23rd. This is the intraday Astro method we were talking about. New York. Okay. Okay, so here's the ephemeris. Is that big enough? Okay, cool. Here's the ephemeris for tomorrow. Let's hide some of this stuff.
Maybe make it bigger too.
Oh yeah, I know. Okay, so remember, in the intraday Astro method, there were two things that we wanted to do. There are three things. First, we have to find our setup, usually involving the moon. It's going to be some aspect. So I'll put the hexagon, and I'll put the square on here. So that's step one. This is the moon right here. We can actually link. If you want to link a shape to a particular planet, let me move it off. If you want to link, you go up to Draw, select Link Planet. It's the moon. I check that. And then I say link and see how it jumped over. And so then if I run it forward, as long as the moon jumps around, those planets will stay in there. Let's see what my motion is. Okay. So here's the moon. The moon is conjunct Jupiter. That's our first aspect. It's also opposed to Mars. The question is, do we use the square, do we use a triangle, or do we use a hexagon? And the way you judge is to see what's going on. Here's Saturn. It's close to a square. But we do have Uranus, and we have Venus. It's actually tough. It looks like Saturn might be closer. I would probably take the hexagon though, because we have 2 planets compared to 1, so it's Uranus and Venus compared to Saturn. So let's just take the hexagon. So this is our setup for Monday. Next step, we need a trigger. Remember, so that's the ascendant and the midheaven. Here's the ascendant. Here's the midheaven. By pushing the 2 key, they run forward. Let me start at the morning. This is all mountain time, by the way. So 7:30 is when the market would open. This is the open. Here's the ascendant. Here's the midheaven. This is in 5-minute increments. I'm running forward. You can see they're moving, hits. We got the midheaven triggering the hexagon pattern right here at 8:35. Now remember that we have price involved. Does anybody remember what the close was? Was it above 1272? What was it? 64. Okay, so we have to subtract 24 from that, so that's 48, right? No. 48. 48. Okay, right.
No, you're down. Oh, well.
What? No, this would be the bottom, and then we run all the way up to 1272.
Yeah, for the
right.
S&P.
But this is for the S&P. This is S&P. Oh, I'm doing this for the S&P. Okay, I'll cover it up. There. Okay, so for the S&P, at 8:35 is our potential first trigger. Now, our prices would be 1263. Here's 1266.75. Looks like 1271, 1250.75, 1254. All of these. So tomorrow at 8:35 Mountain Time, if the S&P is at one of these, it'll be a turning point. That's your first thing. Next, you run forward and see what the next one is. Here, the ascendant hit right here. This is 925. The prices are still the same. Run it forward again. That's the next one. This is the next one, the midheaven hitting right here by 1271. That's at 1245. 120 is the ascendant here. There's actually a lot of them. And then we're past. And then we're past. I'm holding the 1 and the 2 keys down. So here's the 1. We're going backwards. This was the last one. So those were the potential change in trend times for Monday. And these would be the prices. So you do that before the open. You could plot your times out with vertical lines or just little arrows, and then the prices you could just draw them in.
Quick question. It looked as though what you were saying was at 8:35 Mountain, we had the potential of 1248 being the lower price than the present price. And then each of the one that you did after that was a higher price than present price. Is that correct?
No, all of these prices are valid at all of the times. So here's 8:35. This one, 1267 almost. That's one potential price. You don't know which one's going to hit, but if the market touches one of these prices, if it's on it at this time, then it'll bounce.
Well, within an hour of the opening, I don't think it's going to be up to 1271.
Well, where did it close? I wasn't watching it. 12 where? 64. Okay, so let's say it closes right here. At 8:35, it might be at 1263. So that would count. If it rallied up a little bit, it could be at 1267, make a top right in here. Or if it was big here, it could be 1271. Any edge of this hexagon would count. You know, if it totally drops, here you are down at 1251. But 1263 is closer.
We are discussing cash market, right?
No, I'm discussing March, the March contract.
Okay.
Yeah, this is spot, right?
What's your rationale for the start price?
For the what?
Start price.
For the start price?
48.
What?
How'd you arrive at the 1248?
Oh, because I'm using 24 points per 360 degrees, and 1248, it should be 24 times 51, 52. Remember, you start at 0, you wrap around once to 24, wrap around twice to 48, wrap around 3 times 72. So I'm just going spinning until I get in range. And so if we closed at 1264, I have to keep on going until 1264 shows up on here somewhere. And it just so happened that 1248 was the one that it started. Yeah.
At what point would you increase the 1248 to like 1272?
I would do that when the market went above 1272. So let's say when the market, okay, so let's say the current price is 1275. So we say, okay, we're up in here somewhere. So then what you do is you go format properties and you add this. You add 1272 here. This is 53 times 24, and now we're in range again. And then the same targets apply. So it's just cycles. You just go in a circle basically. Right. Just to tell you where you are. Yeah.
Erik, I was wondering if you could do an example on a daily chart as well, or down as well.
Okay. I could do something on that. Belinda, do you have a question about this though?
What's the crown? I know it's the
Oh yeah, the crown is the ruling planet for whatever the time is. That's based on what sign of the zodiac the sun's in. So where's the sun? Here's the sun, and that means that Uranus is ruling. Yeah, and it just floats around. I don't use that, but it's there if you want it. Yeah.
Is there any way to gauge amplitude of the move using geometry?
The question was, is there any way to gauge amplitude of the move using geometry? One way to do it is to see how much is lining up. So if you have a bunch of stuff lining up, if you have a triangle and the flower of life and an ellipse, all lining up at one spot, it should be much bigger than if you just had one of those. But really, it's picking the turning points. Like here's going to be a low. Sometimes it can surprise you. Just run up there. Yeah.
Like Friday when it dropped 23 points, is there anything that you would key on knowing in advance that's going to be a big move day?
No, you would have picked up the top or the bottom. The cycles are still there, but they can get stretched out or compressed. So like what I did on this day, it would work the same day, but on a flat day, it would just be little moves, and on a big day, it'd just be big moves. You wouldn't necessarily know it could surprise you. Yeah.
But isn't there like a concept on like high energy days where you know that the molecules are resulting in a big range state?
Yeah, there is some. I've seen some work on predicting high energy days. I haven't been able to really do it with enough success to trust it. So I don't really get into it much. But yeah, I think there is something there. Yeah, and I actually do know people who only trade on the high energy days. They forecast like, okay, I think this is going to be it. I'm going to trade. Yeah, another interesting thing that I've heard a trader talk about is don't forget that as all this stuff is happening in the sky, it's actually happening to you, being part of the system. And so he found after tracking all his own his trading results is that he would always screw something up in a major way when Mars aspected a certain part of his chart. And so he learned through trial and error that he should just not trade at specific patterns. If the pattern's hitting him in the wrong way, he's just going to do something wrong.
His chart.
On his personal chart, like you put your own birthday in there and you look at your natal dates and you can watch. You can apply all this stuff to you. When did your trend start and where should the turning points be? And if you can keep your trading results, it's good to keep a trading log because then you can go back over the last 5 years and say, these are the days where I just, and then if you can find something to line up, it'll give you something to work with in the future. Yeah.
So then for a sports team, you could take let's say you win on a Sunday, and you can take out finance.
You could. I know people who find the birthdays of teams, and then on the Super Bowl they'll say who's who's set to go down, who's set to go up, and they'll go to Vegas and place bets and they'll make money. So you can do it. Yeah.
Also, be interesting to check if your personal natal birth path number, how that resonates with today's market.
Sure. Right. Your personal number with the particular market you're trading, or your personal birthday with the birthday of your market. How do those two things link up? That's interesting to look at.
Your personal number in relation to the market you want to trade.
Right.
If they're harmonically aligned.
Right. And the thing that you'll find is if you're harmonic with a particular market, then whatever's going to happen to that market kind of also happens to you. So if the market's really exuberant and then gets slammed, you're going to get slammed right when it's getting slammed, which can be a bad thing. Or you might just be more in touch. I don't know. Yeah, something to look at though. Okay. anything, okay, somebody wanted to look at a daily chart. I don't have the current one. I wanted to do a projection.
We better go from the high in January.
Okay, let's just say, was this the top? It was close, wasn't it? January 11th? Okay. Okay, so what we can either do, does anybody, do you have a preference? We could do astronumerology, or we could do hot planets. And I'll run some of them out. Who's astronumerology? Okay, since we have the technique. So here's January 11th. Our natal date is January 11th, 2006. So we start up our program. 2006, January 11th, 12 o'clock. 2006, January 11th, 12 o'clock. So that's the natal date of a 2. These are our planetary cycles. Let's use technique number 3, and we want to watch for some planet to pop in there. So what I'm doing is I'm pushing the 2 button, and we're just advancing by days. Okay, this is our first one. Jupiter, Saturn are linked. So here's Jupiter in the 6th house of Saturn. Saturn is in the 5th house of Jupiter. Jupiter's a 5, Saturn's in a 6. Mars needs to trigger the first planet in here, which is Jupiter. Mars is at a 5. This would be a first target, January 26th. January 26th. That's our first target. So let's say it fizzles out and we have to keep going. Let's do another one. Okay, well here's the next date. Whoops, 2/22, January 26th. I'm just watching this screen for something to pop up. Nothing. Okay, here's one. Okay, Saturn and Uranus get linked on March 6th. Saturn is in the 7th house of Uranus. Uranus is 7. Uranus is in the 4th house of Saturn, and Saturn is a 4. We want Mars to trigger the fastest one. Saturn is the fastest. Mars is at a 6, and it has to get to a 4. So let's run it forward.
You may not make it.
8. It's gone. Okay, it's gone.
What about the sun hit?
Sun doesn't count, just Mars. Yeah.
Do you do one on the hot planets too?
I'll do it on hot planets too. Okay, so there's not much going on here. Okay, so it looks like January 26th. Here's the next one. I want to get to Jupiter and Uranus. Jupiter's a 5 and a 3. Mars needs to get to 5 for this to work. Gone. Okay, this is okay. There's Jupiter, Saturn, gone. Okay, it's like January 26th something. Uranus node. That's close. Mars is at a 2. Let's see what happens if we change the time. Okay, so you would just basically run out. We already went to May. I don't think it's going to drop that far. Something will happen in between then. So you'd be watching January 26th, and then if it rallies a little bit and then comes down, you'd probably key off of whatever that high was and look for this. This is like a really long stretch without any targets. If we wanted to do it off the hot planet method, so 2006, first what we have to do is calculate our cycles. What are we in? So, okay, so our birth path, let's write it somewhere. Okay, New York Stock Exchange birth path is a 5. 2006 X is a 4 plus 5, so it's a 9, so it's 2, 0, 0, 6, 5. Add all those up, and you get a 4, which is the sun. Okay, so now we want to do February, because we're almost done with January. February is a 2, plus the birth, plus our year planet, which is a 4. That's a 6, which is a Venus. And we'll do one for March too. March will be the next number out. 3 plus 6, 3 plus 4 is 7. Moon. And January, February, March, April is an 8, which is Saturn. Let me fix that. Okay, so the year planet for 2006 is the sun. February is the Venus. March is the moon. April is Saturn. We go up here to our ephemeris. Natal dots. What was that? That was 2006, January 11th, 12 o'clock. Equatorial show exchange. We want to progress, link to the sun. And I want to hide. Oh, this is an older version of Wave 59. I can't hide the current planets. So don't pay attention to current planets. Let me double check January 11th. Okay. Okay, so here we are, January 11th. We want the triangle and the square.
This is 23rd.
What?
This is 23rd.
January 11th, 8:35. I need my natal dots. And I need my progress dots too. Okay. And I gotta set the birthday, 2006, 11, 12 o'clock, 12 o'clock. Okay, so here we are. Let me make sure we're going by one day. Okay, so our top was in January. January's number was, I didn't write it in here, but it's Mercury. We're getting close. Let's just go to today because we know nothing happened. So here's today. On unlink. Okay, so if we're looking for, let's say we're looking for a turn in February. Here's February 1st. February's numbers would be a month planet of Venus and a year planet of the Sun. So here's the Sun right here, and here's Venus. They're together. Sun and Venus are together. So we're looking for Sun or Venus to make a 90-degree or 120-degree angle to this point. This is the closest one. So the closest thing that can happen is one of them can run out to here. And if we just advance our days, here's what we're looking at. Nothing's going to happen. Okay, so we go to March. Nothing happened. March is a month of the moon. So we have moon month and sun year. This is the moon here. There's progressed moon. And we'll go off of the sun. Okay, so the sun could, the first possibility is that the moon could make an aspect to the sun, being that it's the sun and the year planet, which would be the closest one would be right here. It doesn't look like it'll hit. The sun also being the year planet could make an aspect to the moon, which is right there. Let's see what this looks like. Which is, okay, so here's the moon. This dot is the birth moon. Here's progressed sun. Moving forward, we hit like on this day, March 9th. So what we have is the year planet, which is the sun right here, is hitting the month planet square, which is the moon, March 9th. That would be our first target out. So what you do is you come over here. Look for March 9th right in there, and you put a big arrow. And say the first potential one. Here you go, March 9th.
That's an interesting date, 3/10/2002, 2003, 3/12/2003 was a major low.
Okay, interesting. Yeah, and I guess we're looking for a low too if we're going off a high. So here's our first projection.
We think it's a low.
We think it's a low. Okay, March 9th, 2006. Let's go look here at March 9th, 2006 and see if there's anything. Okay, so here's something interesting. We got 3 7s and we got 4 4s. And we got this, there's some minor stuff in here.
Maybe it's noon, change it to noon, it wasn't.
At noon, no, it's the same thing. Oh no, it did change. Okay, so we got 4 4s. It's minor, but if you want to take it in conjunction with that, yeah, you could. If we scaled our chart to, what was it? Calendar days, 50 days. Oops. Okay, let's do 10. Okay, here's our chart. There's the thing. If we want to, let's say this is the top. Let's say we want to apply our ellipse. So here's the ellipse button. Click on that. We want a 6-month ellipse. 6 months is 183. I'm on calendar days. 183 bars long. And then if we want to multiply by 0.47, you just enter that right here. Set minor equals 0.47, and that's what we get. That's the easy way to do it. And here's your ellipse. Our expansion ellipse. Click that there. Looks like we went off. I need more space. Well, let's do a retracement ellipse first. So here's our retracement ellipse. it's not like, that doesn't jive. This is our expansion ellipse. Okay, so here's our expansion ellipse. We put the end of our ellipse here. We put the edge here. If this is our target date, this will be our target price. We're looking for that. What else could we do? We can do a square. I don't know if I have the square on here though. I could do it the hard way, I guess. Square. That's a big yellow square. Okay, I don't know if you can see it, but can you see that yellow? Yeah, kinda. Okay. If I had that square script, I'd put it. I know this comes out to February 2nd, actually. I'll draw one in. Our square would look something like this. And you've got a script to do this, which I didn't load on here. I should have, but if this lined up with this, it would be even stronger. What else have we got? Anybody want to see anything else? Any other tool?
Flower of life.
Flower of life, okay.
What squaring number did you use for this one?
I used 10 by 1. Flower of life. Okay. So in Wave 59, if you push down Shift, you can see where the hot spots are, right there and right there. So if this is our swing, we set this to the high and to the low. And our first triangle is this one here, which is February 8th at this price. So let's say it comes down here and it breaks it. Then what we do is we go to the next one down, which is this one, the same triangle, and write it over. Okay, do you see what's happening here? We're lining up at this spot, and our ellipse is right here too. So if the market comes down into here, if it gets anywhere close to 10,530 on March 6th, we're going to buy it. So you can see how they're starting to link together to make a forecast. They're starting to make a forecast. We got two triangles linking up here. We had our hot planet method. The ellipse actually, the retracement ellipse bottomed out right here, right on top of this flower of life.
Also, is the cross ring on the down? You put the cross ring on that side, 96 points to on the famous ring, make
this
cross ring there too.
We could make a price ring if we're going 50.
You want to cross as well?
Sure, if you want to see what's going on. Okay.
Start price.
Start price would be 10,500. I don't really do this with the Dow. I think our targets will be too close together. 50 points on the Dow is like, it's close. If you want to do it on the square 9, we could do that. That might be better. Okay, let's just do the basic square 9 technique. The high is at, oh, we're not going to be able to see it though. Okay, we were going to do it. Square of 9. I don't really use the square of 9 on the Dow, so, but let's try. Oh, this is good because we can look at how we can show a number that's not on there. Okay, so here's a square 9. I made it about as big as it wants to go. The last number is 625. We're looking for, what is this, 10,500. So what you do is you go to price overlay, and you can also just push P, 10,500. And it's going to draw this out. This would be where 10,500 was, somewhere down in there. If we'll go off of our top was at 11,047. This is just the standard method. I did draw 90 degrees. That's how we get this. Grab the end so you can spin it. Link that up with here, and now we're just going to drop. Let's see if 10,500 is on there anywhere. Not quite. How far out is it? 10,530 I think was our level. Okay, here we are at 10,530. This was our top. Let's say it's somewhere in here. It's actually way out there. And at 10,530, we go to the Dow. There's 10,530. 10,530. Put a dotted line. Let's put our ellipse back up there too. make this, it's starting to get cluttered, but let's make this blue. Let's make it navy. Okay. So it's starting to get cluttered here. So we've got a bunch of techniques. This one was our hot planet method projection. This was a square 9. Here's the flower life, and then here's our ellipse. So we're looking for something like this. I don't know. I don't format the arrow. 4. Wrong one. We're looking for something like that in a general way, based on what I'm looking at right now. Really, it doesn't matter too much until you get closer. But if you start bottoming out here, yeah, look for a buy signal. Come back up. So that's how you would construct the forecast. The way you would trade the forecast is once you start getting close, the market's got to go with your forecast. If the market doesn't go with your forecast, then your forecast was wrong. And so if the market comes here and it's in this ellipse, it starts to bottom out. All this stuff starts to hold. Right in here is where you'd look to buy it, somewhere in this area. You draw a little box around here and you'd buy it, and then you put your stop down here somewhere. As far as where to put your stop, you put your stop at a level where if the market went there, your forecast was definitely wrong. So you think, okay, well, how far down is this going to be before I'm totally wrong and I was just off? So the market could go to here. Here's our ellipse. Let's say the market went to this level, 10.530. It's slightly out of the ellipse, but I mean, if it bounced back up, that would be okay. We'd consider that. Right here, we might consider it. Here, we're starting to say no. This is wrong down here for sure. So you put your stop past the level where your forecast would be wrong. And as you got closer, you could use all the technical stuff to help you out. Those scripts, by the way, when you apply them, they'll show up in this technical menu right in here. You just grab them and pop them in.
How do you get that menu?
Under technical, and then whatever tools you want. Oh, I don't want that one. Put the 9.5 count up there. We actually had a 9. Looks like, or is that a 3? That's a 3. So here's a 4-star up here. Here's a 5. That's something experimental for next time. I don't want to show you yet. Yeah.
You use Flower of Life for intraday and all?
Flower of Life for intraday, yeah. I've usually done a 5-minute chart before.
I have trouble setting it up, finding the right combination. What is the right numbers to punch in?
For the Flower of Life?
Yeah.
What do you mean? What numbers to punch in? Oh, well, I can go over the format box if you want.
Big pattern or?
Sure, I'll show you what the. Let's delete all this stuff. Okay, delete this. Okay, so here's the format Flower of Life. Harmonic of 6. 6 is what you want. What it means is there's 6 petals. So from the start, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We could change it and make it look weird. Here's this is a 5. This is like, remember how I said there was a lot of experimental stuff? This is the experimental stuff. See what an 8 looks like. It's just getting messy. 4 probably would look okay. That's a 4. You can see there's 4 petals. 1, 2, 3, 4. If we did 3, we'd have a 3. This is actually the same. 3 and 6 go together. So just leave it at 6. The size means it has to do with the algorithm. The size of 3 means it's going to go out three iterations. It'll just run out 3 rings. So whatever the center was, it'll go out 3. See how over here there's some blank space? If you want to cover that up, you just go to a bigger size. So see, it's the same. It's still the same. It just went farther out. And if you wanted to cover up this, you just go to a bigger size even. Yeah. But really, just the default should work. And you're only working with just the one petal that you're on anyway, so you don't really need all this stuff out here. Does that help? Okay.
In the book, you show an humorous wheel with price aspects in the inner circle that you were coming off against a particular
Wait a minute. Price aspects on the inner circle?
Yeah.
And what was I doing with it? I was doing what? Progressions? I don't remember which one it was. Do you want to see? You want to see how to set up a progression? Okay. Okay. So here's our ephemeris. So we got our ephemeris. To set up a progression, you use this box down here. So you say link natal. My progressions are going to link to the sun. If you're trading intraday, we're going to pick the ascendant. There's the ascendant. And you can actually link to all of them. But so we'll link to the sun, and all you have to do is natal date has to be shown too. So if our natal date was 1982, 4/21, 10 o'clock, this would be the progressed wheel for April 21st. And if you go up here, format motion, one day means that every time I push 2, it's going to add a day. So here's January 23rd, 24th, 25th, and so you can see them spinning. They'll just spin. It's the same pattern. If you were looking intraday, you'd set your motion to 5 minutes, and then see every time I push 2 now, you get a 5-minute increment here. And they're not moving because it's linked to the sun, but if it was linked to the ascendant, every 5 minutes it moves again. Get it? Yeah. So if you're doing progressions, at the beginning of the day, you can run the whole day forward. You just run them out, and then write it down, and don't worry about it for the rest of the day. Yeah.
Excuse me, I don't see you've got declination shown. Do you actually use that at all?
The question was, do I use the declination shown on the ephemeris? On the ephemeris, I don't. I use it this way. I go astro, declination, Mercury. Okay, somebody had this question I can show.
As opposed to overlay?
Yeah, I like it. I like it on the bottom. And if you want to make an overlay, actually, I like it as an overlay. If you want an overlay, here's what you do. This box up here will show you all the. There's only one indicator on there, but it'll show you all the indicators. So you select it. See how it got thick? That means that it was selected. Here's the magnet. So I grab it and drag it. This is the double arrow one. I click that as long as it's selected, and I can make it bigger one way or the other. And you can see that it looks like it might have inverted. If we want to invert our cycle, we go Format Indicators. Here's the declination, and there's a box on here, Inverted Plot.
Or add another one.
There it is. Or you could add another one, and let's match it up here and see what it looks like.
Excuse me, you don't have any use for the degree of declination?
The actual degree.
Yeah, like parallels, not
Parallels, yeah, parallels do work. I don't really use them. I've seen them work though. It's something I really need to look into.
Just the information is there, and I was wondering if you can use it.
Yeah, it's there to check. It's there to check. What was our date that we came up with? Was it around March 4th? Because if you look, here's Mercury, March 9th. Well, here's Mercury bottoming out on March 4th, March 4th or 5th. This is another tool adding up in that little forecast that we just did. So if you're going to get a good trade, this is how it would look. I'm not saying there's going to be a bottom there, but I'm not saying there's not either. So they're going to add up in this way. So all the stuff that you put, it starts saying the same thing. Like here's Mercury, here's your ephemeris, here's your ellipse, here's a square 9, and it clusters, and that's the kind of thing you want to look for. Yeah, Malcolm.
Since we're talking about declinations, you mentioned in passing that tunnels through the air are all about declinations. I seem to recall reading somewhere, although I could have been hallucinating, that they also had to do with flux lines. Do declinations and flux lines, which I have no idea what they are, have anything to do with each other?
No, flux lines are. Remember on the wheel how we put that price ring around here? A flux line is a graphical version of that. So a flux line will draw that red on your chart. So here you go astro flux lines. This is our scale. Remember, let's say we're trading the S&P, we'd say 24 points per 360 degrees. If we're trading the Dow, I don't know what the scale is. Let's say 100 points per 360 degrees, and each next one is going to be 100 points up. And then we check which planets, and there's a bunch of them. There's a bunch of them. You can see they're working. These are too close, but we'd have to get our scale. But this is what a flux line would be.
Price is often respected in my observation. Would the hot planets guide you with respect to which flux lines could be for the particular time?
Yeah, actually, when we were doing the intraday method, where remember we had the setup and the trigger and the price link. The planets that are involved in that particular pattern, let's say it's a hexagon or a square, whatever it is, there's going to be a certain number of patterns. A certain number of planets. Those planets are all hot for that day. So let's say you had a triangle that was the moon, the sun, and Jupiter, just for argument's sake. You'd pull up your day and you'd say, okay, I want to see moon, sun, Jupiter flux lines, and you plot those out, and those will be stronger than all the other flux lines. So that method, if they're making some kind of pattern in the sky like that, that method will let you pick out the hot ones, and then the other ones you could just erase, just turn them off, and that'll change every day.
So what about the
And the hot planet method could be used that way too, yeah. So if you found the day planet, if the day planet was Saturn, put Saturn lines in there, right. Anything else? Yeah.
How do you get that much space in the future?
To get future space, you go format chart, and then here's your database. You set your ending date to whatever you want. So I set it to December 2006, and so it's going to just draw all the way out here. So you got lots of room to draw and work with. Anybody else? Yeah.
Anything you can tell us about the Ichimoku?
The Ichimoku indicator, that was created by a Japanese journalist, actually. It's a trend following thing. I don't use it, and I've never really looked at it. I put it in because somebody really wanted it badly. So that's the reason. I don't use it, though. It's trend following. I guess if you know how to use it, it works pretty well, but I'm just not really into those kind of technical indicators like
Go
this.
back to that plus line indicator formatting. Okay. Under options where it says points per 360.
Yeah.
Where do you come up with the optimal numbers for those? Because I've found that in certain markets, like the default setting seems to work well, and other times that they're not good with it, come up with something that will really frame the day for me.
Right. Yeah. This is in the same basket as like finding what your scale should be around your ephemeris as well as your scale factor for your chart. Each market's just going to have its own scale factor, and you just have to find out. This scale factor should be the same as whatever you put around your ephemeris, though. They go together. It's because it's the same tool, really. It's just drawn differently. So if it's the S&P and I'm using 24 points per 360 degrees, I'm going to put 24 in there, and then I'll put 12 in here. That'll be every halfway, for example, or 24 or 6 or something.
Now, what if it's fractional number?
You can put fractions in there too. I like for this to add up to that. So remember that how every time we hit 0, we added up 24 points. So it's 24, 48, on all the way up to 1272.
So those two boxes should be related?
This box should be some multiple of this box because this is the point to the next one. So every 12 will be at the halfway points. These would be like the opposition levels, because 12 times 2 is 24. If you had some other number, if you had 13 in there, then you're going to be off. That way 1272 isn't going to be 0 anymore. Yeah. So this could be, so you just divide 24 by half is 12, divided by 3, and you can do 6 and 4 and all that stuff.
How are the speed lines compared to the flux lines?
Speed lines. Speed lines are,
Baby on them.
yeah, speed lines are flux lines based on a specific point in time. So you start off on that one point. We're using 100 points, right? 100. Down. Okay, this is too tight. But what we do is we start at the top. Still too much.
You can unscale it.
Okay, we started here, and based on our scale, however much the planet moves, we're just gonna increment the line. So this takes retrograde into account. Here, Mercury goes retrograde, goes direct, goes retrograde, based on the speed of the planet. The speed of the planet is what moves the scale. So if our scale is 1,000, this is 1,000 points per 360 degrees. If the sun moves 1 degree, it's going to figure out how many points that is, and it's just going to stick it on there. Right? Yeah.
If I build a daily chart for these signals, I can't use the chart offline.
No.
I mean, the program doesn't save it.
It doesn't save the data.
It's going to be online.
Well, if you wanted to, you could actually write a script that would save all the data out. So you can write a script to go through, save your data to a text file, and you can load it up. Like this one's offline, and that's basically what I did for it. And if you need help writing the script, send me an email. It's easy. Yeah, it's like 2 lines. Don't worry.
Would you put up Fibonacci vortex for this and the fractal trend line?
Fractal trend is here. Here's the fractal trend. Remember, fractal trend signals happen when we get a peak. This was a signal at the end of the trend. It popped up a little bit, but as we know, it dropped back down. Fibonacci vortex is over here.
Okay, on the format page, there's some settings. Do you ever fiddle with those settings?
I never fiddle with these settings. But they're there if you want to fiddle with them. Okay, so yeah, you don't want me to apply it, did you?
Yeah, put it on there and fiddle with it, would you?
Okay, so here we go. Here's our vortex. It sticks around. The vortex says that we've got to put the spiral here and the spoke here. So I'll do that. Try the red one. Try the blue one. Nope. Increase it. No. No.
How do you increase it?
Let's go, push 2. This is close. Okay, so there's close. So there's 1. And then here's 10, 6, 36. You try that one out, and then you try this one out too. What's this? February 12th. 1040. Okay, so the bottom of this is at 10,480, which actually lines up with our March 6th. Interesting.
Harry?
Yeah.
Now, the spoke lines really are not signals at all, or not.
The spoke lines act kind of like thrust lines, so the market will run down it. But 9 times out of 10, you'll bounce off of the spiral. It's really the spiral that's the main thing. Yeah.
Do you think it would be useful to have like just a button or the vortex where it would just do the other one?
Show the other one also. Yeah.
Because you always need to check the other one.
Yeah, you always have to check 2 of them. Sometimes I just plot them both on there. Like you can hide drawing tools, so you can go drawing, hide all, and then you can add the other one if you wanted.
Yeah.
And then you can drawing show all. Yeah, but it just might be too many lines for one tool. I don't know. Yeah. Do you have a question?
Have you used predict on the fractal trend?
I actually haven't used predict on the fractal trend. The fractal trend is accurate enough that I never really cared to look ahead. I use it a lot on momentum, for sure. Fractal trend is like, you could though. I think you probably could do it. The thing with the fractal trend is it's hard to get different lengths of it. It's just like different noise. So the inputs wouldn't be as good as momentum, different length momentum, for example. Yeah, it's much better in momentum.
Could you show me how to do predict?
How to do predict, okay. Let's reduce our data a little bit so it doesn't calculate too much. Okay, so predict is found under technicals. Technical, where's predict? There's predict. Okay, remember predict has 3 inputs. So these are our inputs, X, Y, and Z. They can be in any order, and this pred is what you're forecasting. So in this case, I'm looking at a 10-bar momentum curve. And what I'm going to use to forecast that is an 8-bar, a 10-bar, and a 12-bar momentum curve. So these are the inputs. This is what we're forecasting. This is how far back to train, 50 bars. Which one?
And before the parameters, this is like C10 forward to 4.
Oh, these are parameters in ultra smooth momentum. The ultra smooth momentum indicator, like if you click this button, here's all the functions that you can put in there. Ultra smooth momentum requires price, length, and a smooth factor.
Okay.
So that's the function I'm forecasting, so I had to fill in those parameters. If it was a moving average, you'd say average close comma 10. This is how far ahead to look. If we want to look 1 bar, well, that's at 2. 2 bars is good. If we want to do 1 is good. Show original, show 0 line, all this stuff you can just read. Click it, it's thinking, and then it pops up. This is only forecasting 1 bar ahead, but let's make it bigger. And so then you can see, so the blue line, let's keep it thick. The blue line is the forecast and the red line is the original. You can see they're close, but the blue line's slightly ahead. Here we're 1 bar ahead. This is 1 bar ahead. This is 1 bar. And it's just going along. It would be farther out. You can, if you want 2 bars out, you just change that head to 2. Yeah, and that's it. Just right under technical.
Does it work well with the long?
The long periodogram is just a little bit too noisy for it. Predict works best with something smooth. If you have something that's just like whipping, then don't try using it. It'll get all confused. Yeah, it's like momentum works really well. Momentum's the best thing that I found for it. So I tend to use that, but it's anything smooth. No.
I thought to ask this, we still have fractal trend up there, but you had mentioned yesterday that you could show how to put dimensions on so you know when it was extreme.
Okay, so here's fractal trend with a threshold. Did I erase it? Yeah, you'd have to write a script. Okay, so let's say you wanted it at 15. Well, why don't you send me an email? I'll just write you a script. Basically, you just put an extra plot statement in there. Here, if we open it up, script editor, open fractal trend.
How do you learn how to script?
You go help, QScript help. Yeah, and there's actually a tutorial in there. Here, I'll show you.
What is it based on?
It's based on a combination of Easy Language and C++. I tried to keep it similar to what was out there. So if you know Easy Language already, this is easier. And if you know C++, this is also easy. Where's the tutorial? Here's the tutorial. And see, so you can read this first. So scripting tutorial, lesson 1, here's how you start. And it just goes down, here's some scripts. And then after you read that, just go and open up some indicators and see how they work. That's what I do. So, okay, so here's the fractal trend indicator. If we wanted to add a threshold level, we'd say plot 2 equals whatever 10. And let's make it blue, color 2 equals blue. We build it. And then we'd apply it. And so this is the threshold level at 10. If you wanted 10, that's how you could get it. If you wanted to change it, you could put where's our script? You could put a parameter in here to set this to 10 or whatever you wanted to do. Yeah. So that's how you would do it. You just add these lines, and this would be your threshold number. If you wanted to, okay, here I'll do it. If you wanted to, what's your threshold amount? Threshold of 10. You put that up there on the inputs. So okay, input threshold 10, and you put this as threshold, and that would be it. So Malcolm, copy that, and that's it. I added this threshold 10, and then I added this, and everything else is the default.
What's the benefit of that?
Oh, he had a question before about how to put the line in there.
I mean, as opposed to what you had just done before.
Well, what I do is this way you can change it. Anything under the input pops up when you set it up, because you can say I want 10 or 20 or 30 or whatever.
Can you show that?
Sure. Okay, so by putting it as an input, now it shows up right here. Okay. So if we want our threshold to be 5,
I get it.
Right, and then it'll show up at a lower level.
You could use 2 block statements if you wanted to make it high and low.
Sure, you could have as many of them as you want. There's no limit. Right. Anybody else have anything?
Do you have a default button to make it click back to the original?
Oh, if you have an original and you don't want to change it?
Yeah.
Save it on
Oh, what you should do is you should go in there, copy it, and paste it as a brand new indicator. So copy it as fractal trend, special version, or my fractal trend, or something like that, and then keep the original alone. And let's say you mess something up and you can't get it back, just reinstall Wave 59, and that'll fix it. Yeah.
What about undo?
Undo?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've been thinking about that. That would be nice.
Because I have to save. Before making like a big mistake, you have to save a lot.
Save a lot. Yeah, I know. I should.
Is it hard to
Building and undo is actually really hard. That's why I'm kind of dragging on it.
That's what I figured.
Yeah.
Does anybody get planetary speed intraday?
Planetary speed intraday, you'd have to write a script for it. I'll probably just bring it over eventually. But yeah, you could write a script for it. You'd have to track all the planetary values, take their distance, convert to price, and then just have a running total, like a moving average, and then you just add it. But I could do it. I'm probably going to write one for the Trader 59 group, because there's a bunch of people asking for it now.
Right.
Yeah, John wanted that, so.
Yeah.
Okay. Anybody else? Yeah.
In the README file, you made reference to a secret forum. Is this your secret forum?
Right. No, it's the Esoterica forum. Is everybody on Trader 59 on that bulletin board? Because there's a forum. No, did I hear a no? Okay, so here's where you want to go. I'll write the site down here so you have it. We have a bulletin board at Trader 59, and inside that bulletin board, where do I go? Trader 59.com. Go there, and then go to the forum. It'll say Traders Forum. And then register. It's free, and send me your handle, and I'll let you into the secret part, which is for you guys only. So if you want to share charts about all this stuff or ask questions about Esoterica, and you can go in there and do that. And it's actually pretty active in there now, so it's a good place to check out. Anybody else? Yeah.
Can I get you to say a little bit more about trade management and exits? You mentioned, looking at the pattern.
Right.
But what about it when the trade is moving somewhat in your favor and short of the target that you've predefined?
Okay.
How do you think about it?
Okay, trade management. With trade management, you have to have a separate system altogether. You don't want to rely just on patterns, because what if you miss? Like, what if there's no target? So, you know, I sold right here. I sold this high. I put my stop here, 250 points up, which I had worked out before. We came down here and we started hitting on an ellipse. By the time we were down here, I was already at even. So you got to think, okay, when am I going to go to even? How far ahead of time do I go to even? And do I scale out? So if you're trading multiple contracts, if you're trading 10, you're going to get out at 5 and then let the other run, or what? We actually bounced off of 2 ellipses right here, so I actually exited. That's how I got out of it. If there was nothing there and it started rallying up, I would have been moving my stop down along the way. I was at least at break even though.
So you trail the stop.
So yeah, I trail the stop, and it's for money management. You want to keep it simple. You don't want to do anything funky like put the planets in there, or just have some amount. What are you willing to risk, and how far does it have to go before you go to break even, and how do you lock in your targets? So yeah, it's like a separate thing altogether. It's like once you have all your analysis, you figure it out. Once you're in the trade, your only thing that you want to worry about is execution. How do you execute the plan? You don't want to think about anything, and you don't want to have any choices to make because you're going to make the wrong one. So, guaranteed. So yeah, so work it out ahead of time and have it all written down, and then when you get there, you just move your stops. Yeah.
What does the long period of ground tell me at the, or how useful could it be with the ultra smooth momentum? Do you use one or the other, or do you use them both together?
I use ultra smooth momentum a lot more than I use the periodogram. I can't really say I use the periodogram too much anymore. I used to, but I've kind of gotten away from it. Yeah, I like all this other stuff better. If you're really into oscillators and stochastics and stuff like that, you might be more into it. But for oversold and overbought, I just like patterns and stuff like that much better. The technical stuff for me is more as a confirmation. So if I'm kind of like, let's say we're out here and it wants to sell, I'm like, and I don't really know, then I'll put the technical stuff up to kind of get me a better idea. But a lot of times I'll just go right off of the geometry. Like we saw before, that how our forecast down here was locking in. If I saw that in real time right on top of that level, I wouldn't really need any of this other stuff. If it's bouncing off all those lines and the time's there and the price is there, then you just buy it. Anybody else? Yeah.
Unrelated to this comment, but this seminar, but I noticed that action zones and different time frames are at different levels.
Okay. Action zones are really sensitive to what you enter as your starting time. So if you change your starting time, you're going to change your numbers. So make sure those are right for whatever market you're at. Don't. If you put in Globex, then you're going to get different action zones. So keep that in mind, and they should be correct as long as your open is the same and the close is the same and everything in between.
With the same symbol, same starting time.
Same starting and same ending time.
Different time frame, like a 1 minute
really?
action zone and a 4 minute. They're close, but they're not
quite exact. Also make sure you have at least 3 days in there before you start trusting them. Yeah, that could be it. Okay, so Chris was going to do a raffle for an iPod. Chris, has everybody signed up for that? Okay.
Erik?
Yeah.
There's an update coming for Wave 59?
Yeah, I haven't done it in a while because I've been working on this stuff. But now that it's over, I'll get on it. I have a list of things to do, and I think in 2 weeks you should get one.
What will we see?
You'll see the geometry on the square 9, for example. That's in there. RD's in there. A bunch of bug fixes, some other stuff. It should be a pretty big one. Yeah. Yeah.
The 2-minute chart, the mini 2-minute chart you had on your website, which method did you use for that one?
That was pure ellipses.
The ellipses?
Yeah.
Okay. And
P1 was a retracement, and P2 was an expansion.
And you mentioned that George Marshall made a 15-year prediction for the Dow
Right.
back in 1933.
Right.
Which of your methods in there was similar to his?
I don't forecast the price curve out 15 years. I'm just interested in the very next turn. So.
Did he use a method to do that? That was one of the methods that he.
Well, when he was on his deathbed, he told his family to burn all his stuff. He didn't want anybody to know, so nobody knows. They have some of it. I mean, the family's got some of it, but some of it's gone. If you want to see the chart, you can look in the Delta phenomenon. I think in that book, it's in the first part of that, and you can check it out.
That particular method he used, he didn't say.
He was way secretive. He definitely didn't say. Not that I know. Chris, there's another one over there.
People were kind of wondering if there's consensus in terms of what would be a good reading list for sort of support background Astro stuff versus the nonsense Astro stuff? Maybe you just want to email that.
The nonsense Astro stuff is most of the Astro stuff, unfortunately. Yeah.
The reason for asking is the signal to noise ratio is very low.
Right.
If there's anything else to read.
Right. GAN is always good, provided you just got to keep in mind that it's all code. You know, Commander Williams is interesting. He was like one of the first guys that did it. Yeah, Lieutenant Commander Williams. He wrote the Financial Astrology. He was pretty good. I can't really say there's much out there though, unfortunately. What's that? George Bayer's good. I like George Bayer. Yeah, yeah. Okay, so has everybody filled out a sheet for here? We're gonna. Okay. Okay, am I gonna draw? Okay.
Is he mentioned what he says?
Okay, so for the iPod, for Man Financial,
Stuff, lots of stuff.
we have Jeff Keen. There you are. You want to say anything? Yeah. Okay, so I'm going to turn this over to Chris. And you want the microphone?
Sure.
Cool.